In the 22nd year of the Jiajing reign, in the 7th month, for 3 days in a row, mule carts loaded with tightly covered goods quietly came and went through a hidden bamboo forest outside the city. "Master, here are the 1,000 shur of brown rice and 1,000 shur of soybeans you ordered. Master, here are the cotton cloth, padded clothes, quilts, shoes, tents, scissors, and sewing kits you ordered. Here are the grain seeds, vegetable seeds, bean seeds, potato seeds, and fruit saplings you ordered. Here are the silver needles, bandages, wound medicine, hemostatic powder, and various herbs you ordered. Here are the sugar, salt, liquor, oiled cloth, and paper you ordered. Here are the fire starters, firecrackers, charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur you ordered." One merchant after another happily delivered goods into the large bamboo house hidden in the forest, then left even happier with silver notes in hand. This scene repeated without pause for 3 days. Some merchants did wonder why the buyer was purchasing so much. They also knew that the so-called young master was actually a clever young girl in disguise. But since money speaks louder than questions, and most assumed she was secretly buying on behalf of some noble or official, they wisely chose not to pry. When the last batch of goods was carried inside, the girl's dark, ink-like eyes shifted slightly. She carefully scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming that all the merchants had left did she close the bamboo door with a creak. Moments later, the sugar, salt, and other supplies inside the house suddenly vanished. They hadn't disappeared. They had been stored inside the girl's inner space. No one knew that on her chest was a blood-red phoenix mark, a totem that contained an entire world. 3 days earlier, she had fallen from a ladder while trying to retrieve a kite. Her head was badly injured, and her blood had soaked into the phoenix jade pendant she wore around her neck. When she woke, not only had her soul changed, but she had also unlocked a mysterious space. Inside was a vast desert, shrouded in mist, cracked and barren as if scorched by heavenly fire. There was also a cavern about 20 meters high and as wide as a football field. Within the cavern lay a misty, dreamlike pool, from which an endless spring of water bubbled forth. In this cavern, time stood still, allowing anything stored inside to remain fresh. Outside the cavern, in the desert, time flowed 4 times faster than in the outside world. However, the space had 2 very disappointing flaws. The young girl could only enter it for 4 hours each day, and once the time was up, she would be thrown out without mercy. Also, no living creatures could be brought inside. Because of this, every time she used it, she couldn't help but sigh in regret. What a waste! Such a powerful gift, yet with such limits. Still, it works as a moving storage, which is priceless in troubled times. Others can only dream of this. I should learn to be content. Hopefully it can upgrade one day. The girl's name was Su Hua. She was originally from the 21st century, a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine, and secretly gifted with healing powers. 3 days ago, she woke up to find herself inside a novel. The book was called The Great Qian Storms, a male-oriented historical fantasy about politics and war. She had become the daughter of the Minister of War in the Great Qian dynasty, sharing the same name as her real self. But she was not the main daughter of the family, only the child of a concubine, unloved and overlooked. She was not the heroine, nor even a side character. In fact, she was so unimportant that her name never even appeared in the original story, a true tragic background character. Tomorrow, 2 founding dukes of the dynasty, the Duke of Dinghua and the Duke of Anghua, would be falsely accused by the Emperor Jiajing of plotting rebellion. Because the Su family was close to them, they too would be implicated, their household raided, and the family exiled. As the daughter of the Minister of War, even though she was just a concubine's child, she would still be punished along with the rest. In other words, tomorrow she would be dragged into disaster and sent into exile. When Su Hua first realized she had entered the novel 3 days ago, her first thought was to run away on her own. But remembering the plot, she had no choice but to stay. Thinking of the story, she couldn't help but complain about the author. The original writer clearly had childish skills and strange ideas. The novel had only reached 100,000 words, but because of poor reception, the author suddenly changed direction to please readers. What started as a serious political and military story was abruptly turned into a fantasy with wild twists. Now, as an experienced reader, Su Hua would briefly summarize the strange turn of events. In the 22nd year of Jiazheng's reign, in July, the emperor accused the two dukes of treason. The dukes were executed, their families exiled 5,000 miles to the southern wilderness. Families closely connected to them, such as the Su, Lin, and Gu families, were also punished, their homes confiscated and members sent into exile. In the 22nd year of Jiazheng, in the 10th month, natural disasters suddenly struck: extreme heat, fire from the sky, earthquakes, tsunamis. The land was swallowed by the sea, plains rose into mountains, and deserts turned into lakes. The entire Great Qian would eventually become like a map from the classic of mountains and seas, resembling the ancient wilderness. In the 23rd year of Jiazheng, in the first month, extreme cold, blood rain, plague, endless night, famine, rebellion, and human strife. Plants and animals mutated, and strange beasts from legends appeared everywhere. The Great Qian was engulfed in war. Heroes fought for power, and after 2 years of chaos, the land split into 6 nations, each standing on its own. The novel ended here, with no continuation. Yes, you read that right. That was the ending. The author reached the point of 6 nations rising, but then ran out of ideas and simply stopped writing. I curse the author to never succeed in life, and in the next life, to be born with no chance to write again. After Su Hua merged with her memories, she realized she had entered a novel that had been abandoned halfway. She was so angry she nearly fainted. But since she had already crossed into this world and could not return, she had no choice but to accept reality. Her only goal now was to survive in the coming apocalypse of ancient times. As for why she didn't escape alone, there were 2 reasons. First, she had bought a hand-drawn map of Great Qian from a bookstore. Though it was only a rough sketch, the terrain and place names were still clear enough to recognize. To her surprise, in the southern wilderness where exiles were sent, there happened to be a mountain over 7,000 meters high, the tallest peak in all of Great Qian. When the Great Tsunami came, what was the best way to survive? Build an ark?
Impossible.
Hiding in the mountains, climbing the highest peak, that was the true path to survival. Second, the money she used to buy supplies all came from the savings of her kind, but poor mother. Since she owed this debt of gratitude, she could not abandon her mother and leave her behind. Not enough. I need to buy more. In the end times, the most precious things are supplies and food. After checking the storage space she had, Su Hua left her bamboo house and went to the marketplace again. There, she bought flatbreads and steamed buns, chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, fruits, pots, pans, and farming tools. After that, she went to the black market. Great Qian had very strict control over weapons. It took Su Hua 3 days of careful searching before she finally found a middleman in the black market. Through a middleman, she finally managed to buy all kinds of weapons: broadswords, spears, axes, daggers, bows, arrows, and climbing chains. In short, she bought everything she could, and as much as possible. Luckily, her mother was the type who spoiled her without question. Her mother was the daughter of a wealthy merchant who had inherited a huge fortune. Although only a concubine of low status, when asked if she had money, her mother didn't even question the reason. She simply gave her 100,000 taels in silver notes, letting her spend freely. Yes, 100,000 taels. Truly extravagant beyond reason. Mother will probably come to check on me again. I'd better hurry back. At the bank, Su Hua exchanged the remaining 10,000 taels into silver. Seeing the sky grow dark, she quickly left and rushed back to the Su family estate. For 3 days in a row, Su Hua had been sneaking out under the excuse of resting and recovering from illness. As usual, she slipped past the guards of the Su family and quietly climbed over the wall to return. Back in her room, she changed out of her disguise. Just then, Familiar footsteps sounded outside, so she quickly lay down on the bed. Her current identity was that of the Su family's fifth young lady, who had fallen from a ladder, hit her head, and was said to be seriously injured and in need of rest.
Creak.
A graceful woman in fine silk robes pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Su Hua sitting up on the bed, her eyes filled with concern. "Hua, you're awake? Why are you sitting up instead of lying down to rest?" This beautiful woman was none other than Shun Jiaojiao, the concubine of the Minister of War, and Su Hua's current mother. True to her name, Shun Jiaojiao had grown up pampered and had never suffered hardship. Looking at her delicate and gentle mother, Su Hua felt conflicted. When she had first woken up 3 days ago, she had resisted Shun Jiaojiao in her heart. To her, Shun Jiaojiao was just a stranger. But after 3 days of contact, Su Hua gradually realized that Shun Jiaojiao truly cared for her children. Worried about her injuries, Shun Jiaojiao not only came to check on her every day, but also insisted on staying by her side. In her previous life, Su Hua's parents had divorced when she was only 2 years old. She had never felt real parental love, always being pushed around like a ball. She never expected that after suddenly entering this new world, she would feel the warmth of a mother's love from someone she had once thought of as a stranger. Seeing the concern in Shun Jiaojiao's eyes, Su Hua's gaze softened, and she gave a small smile. "Auntie, you don't need to worry about my health. I'm much better now. It's just that I've had the same nightmare for 3 nights in a row, and I kept waking up from it, so I didn't want to lie down anymore." Shun Jiaojiao sat by the bed, took out a clean white embroidered handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat from Su Hua's forehead. With worry in her voice, she asked, "What kind of nightmare was it? Look at you, you're even breaking out in sweat." But the sweat on Su Hua's body wasn't from fear, it was from being busy. Her eyes shifted slightly as she asked cautiously, "Auntie, could you ask Father to give you a letter of release? Tonight, we could take second brother, third sister, and little you with us, and leave the Su family." Over the past few days, she had learned that in Great Qian, even if a man took a concubine, there still had to be a marriage contract. But the contract was more like a deed of sale, and common people called it a marriage deed. She wanted Shun Jiaojiao to cut ties with her father tonight. As long as they left early, when the Su family was investigated and punished tomorrow, Shun Jiaojiao would no longer be connected to them. "Hua, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever leave your father?" Shun Jiaojiao had no idea of Su Hua's true reason for persuading her. Hearing such shocking words, she looked at Su Hua in disbelief. "What kind of nightmare did you have to make you say something so improper?" Su Hua hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice. "I dreamed that the emperor accused Duke Dinghua and Duke Onghua of plotting to seize the throne. They were executed, and their families were exiled to the harsh southern borderlands. The Su family, because of its ties with the 2 dukes, was also implicated, our home confiscated, and everyone exiled." Su Hua thought her frightening words would scare Shun Jiaojiao into leaving the Su family. But while she did manage to frighten her, the result was the opposite of what she expected. After the initial shock, Shun Jiaojiao instead tapped Su Hua lightly on the forehead with her finger, her face stern. "Be glad it was only a dream. If anyone else heard what you just said, exile would be the least of our worries. You must never repeat these words to anyone else, not your father, not your brothers, not your sisters. And even if a dream like that were to come true, I would never abandon your father in a time of trouble. Didn't I tell you before? When I was young, your grandfather and I almost faced disaster, and it was your father who saved us. If it weren't for your father back then, how would there be me or any of you? And how could you even think of abandoning your father and running away alone?" "Auntie, Su Hua choked up. Seeing that Shun Jiaojiao didn't believe her and was instead scolding her, she looked completely defeated. Just as she was hesitating whether to use a direct and forceful way to take Shun Jiaojiao away, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside. "Madam Shun. Madam Shun. Something terrible has happened. The Su family is surrounded by the Imperial Guards. Master's been arrested." A round-faced maid with twin buns stumbled into the room, pale and disheveled, clearly terrified. Before the two inside could react, a boy of about 8 years old rushed in, panting and shouting in panic. "Mother! Fifth sister!
So many people.
So many people have broken into our house." This boy, Suyu, was the original girl's younger brother, born of the same mother. Before Suyu even finished, a pair of twin siblings, a boy and a girl, also ran in, frightened and trembling. "Mother, it's bad. Father has been taken away. Mother, it's bad." Many guards are rushing toward the back courtyard. These twins were also Shun Jiaojiao's children, the original girl's second brother and third sister. The boy was named Su Sifan, the girl Su Sijin, both 14 years old. In the blink of an eye, Su Hua's room was crowded with people. Except for Su Hua, everyone's face was pale, their bodies shaking. Because they all knew one thing: the Su family was in serious trouble. And after a family was raided, there were usually only 4 possible outcomes for the family members. First, execution. Second, exile to a harsh and distant land. Third, being sent to government institutions for hard service. Fourth, being forced into servitude as slaves or maids. Shun Jiaojiao finally managed to speak, her lips trembling. "What are you saying? Guards? Your father has been arrested?" She turned her eyes to Su Hua, filled with fear and disbelief, and asked, "Hua, am I hearing things?" "Auntie, you didn't hear wrong. The nightmare I told you about has come true. The Su family is really in danger." Realizing she had missed the chance to escape, Su Hua was so angry her face turned pale. Looking at her panicked family, she forced herself to stay calm and said firmly, "Auntie, all of you, go back to your rooms and bring every valuable thing here to me. Quickly. We won't survive without money." She turned her head and ordered the maid, whose legs were trembling, "Shizhu, go watch by the hanging flower gate. If you see the imperial guards, shout a warning right away." Su Hua never expected the emperor to act so quickly. The book had written that the day of confiscation and exile would be the first day of the 7th month, but today was only the 30th of the 6th month. Because of this, she thought the emperor would at least wait until dawn tomorrow to issue the decree, giving her one more night to escape. She never imagined he would even count the time needed to carry out the confiscation itself. Everyone in the room was startled by Su Hua's command. Just 3 days ago, Su Hua had still been a rough, playful 12-year-old girl who climbed ladders to fetch kites. But now she seemed calm and commanding, like an adult who had suddenly grown 10 years older overnight. It was hard for them to adjust. Shun Jiaojiao stared at her in shock.
"Hua, auntie,
hurry, otherwise it will be too late." Su Hua knew her sudden change in behavior would raise suspicion, but she wasn't worried. She had already told Shun Jiaojiao that she had been having nightmares, which gave her a ready excuse for her transformation. She had prepared her explanation in advance.
"Auntie,
let's listen to fifth sister first." Su Sifan also didn't understand why his fifth sister had changed so much. But he knew this was not the time to question it. As a young scholar, he quickly calmed down and made a firm decision. Fifth sister is right. No matter what happens next, our first priority is to hide the money. His words settled the matter and played a decisive role. Soon, all the valuable jewelry, jade pendants, property deeds, land titles, silver, and banknotes were piled onto the table in Su Hua's room. Su Hua had known Shun Jiaojiao was wealthy, but she hadn't expected this much. Looking at the glittering pile, she was almost blinded. Delighted, she urged, "Auntie, you all go out and block the way. I'll hide the valuables." She couldn't put the treasures into her hidden space unless everyone left. Shun Jiaojiao didn't know how Su Hua planned to hide the money, but in her panic, she could only follow her children's instructions and rush out of the room. Just as they left, heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from the 4th courtyard. Then came Xiaozhu's sharp cry, "Madam Shen." Fifth young lady. The Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards, clad in scaled armor and carrying large blades at their waists, arrived swiftly. As soon as Xiaozhu shouted, they surged toward the decorated gate like a flood. The deputy commander of the guards, a tall and powerful warrior, merely pushed Xia Zhu lightly with the hilt of his blade, yet she stumbled several meters away. Behind him, over 100 armed guards immediately rushed into the fifth courtyard. The deputy commander swept his cold gaze over Xin Jiaojiao and the others blocking the way outside the house. Raising the command token in his hand, he declared, "By imperial order, this household is to be searched. All women must leave the rooms. Jewelry and valuables are to be surrendered." At the word "search the household," Shen Jiaojiao's legs nearly gave out, and she almost collapsed. But, remembering Su Hua's instructions to delay them, she forced herself to ask, what crime has the master committed? Why must her home be searched? The deputy commander had not intended to answer, but since he bore no personal grudge against the Minister of War, he replied in a deep voice, "The Duke of Dingwa and the Duke of Ongwa plotted treason. The Su family has long been in close contact with them and is suspected of being their ally. By the Emperor's decree, this household is to be searched and the family exiled at once." Exiled immediately? That meant no trial in the Court of Justice or the Ministry of Punishments. The Emperor himself had already declared them guilty. Shen Jiaojiao could no longer stand steadily. She clung to Su Sifan for support, barely keeping herself upright. The deputy commander's eyes swept over them with disdain. He waved his hand and ordered the guards, "Search inside." Shen Jiaojiao trembled in fear and quickly blocked the guards rushing toward the room.
Wait.
"My daughter is still getting dressed." The deputy commander frowned. He had not doubted her the first time she blocked them, but doing so again was suspicious. "I advise you to step aside. Do not interfere with official duty, or else." He left the threat unfinished, but the warning was clear. To obstruct them was to defy the imperial decree, and that was punishable by death.
But
Shen Jiaojiao tried to say more, when suddenly the door behind her opened. Su Hua stepped out. Though her figure was small and delicate, she showed no fear before the guards. Instead, her voice carried a chill. "Aunt, it's fine. Let them search. These guards would find nothing of value. Her mother's private wealth would not leave even a single coin for the emperor." "Fifth sister, are you all right?" Su Sifan, reacting first as the guards kicked open the door, asked anxiously. Su Hua gave him a reassuring look. "Second brother, don't worry.
I am fine.
They can't scare me." She turned her head and gave Xin Jiaojiao a reassuring look. "Don't be afraid, Auntie. Even if we are sent away, as long as we stay together, we will be fine." Shen Jiaojiao looked at Su Hua's confident little face. Although she believed the money might be hidden, the fear in her heart did not fade. Instead, when she thought of the hardship of exile, she grew even more afraid. The children probably had no idea how terrible exile really was. The imperial guards had long heard that the Minister of War's concubine was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the capital. She had inherited a fortune so large that it made people envious. They were certain they would find plenty of treasures, but after searching every room, they were stunned. Each room held only furniture, bedding, and clothes, useless things. Not only was there no jewelry, but not even a single coin could be found. They began to suspect that the fifth courtyard had already been looted. The main room is empty. The east wing is empty. The side room is empty. The well is empty. The latrine is empty. One after another, the guards reported to the deputy commander, all shaking their heads. The deputy commander's face darkened. Remembering how Xin Jiaojia had tried to block them earlier, and how Su Hua had walked out of the room last, he grew suspicious. He was certain the valuables must be hidden in the west wing before him. He immediately gave the order, "Tear down the walls." As long as the treasure was inside, he refused to believe they couldn't find it. At his command, the guards began to violently tear the house apart. The loud crashes frightened Xin Jiaojiao and the others. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Hua again. No one dared to speak. They only exchanged glances. Su Hua calmly returned their looks with a steady gaze. No one knew how much time had passed before the deputy commander finally came out with his men, his face dark as iron. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, swept over everyone. Avoiding Su Hua, who stood quietly to the side, He asked bluntly, "Where did you hide the treasure?" They had torn down the walls, dug up the ground, even poked through the roof, yet they hadn't found a single coin. Even Xin Jiao and the others didn't have a single valuable hairpin in their hair. What treasure? I don't understand what you mean, sir. Do you really think my aunt, just a humble concubine in the Su family, could keep hold of any wealth? Su Hua feigned confusion, her expression innocent and puzzled. You! The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards was instantly at a loss for words, never expecting to be outsmarted by a young girl. But being able to move the valuables before the confiscation, that was her skill. And what she said might also be true. Even if a concubine once had wealth, in the end, it would have long been taken into the Su family storerooms. With nothing found, he could only suppress his anger and give the order with a dark face. Take them to the front courtyard. At his command, Su Hua and the others were forced forward at knife point. Before long, the entire Su family was gathered together. Even during past New Year celebrations, they had never been this complete. From the 80-year-old matriarch down to the 2-year-old child, everyone was made to kneel in the courtyard. The air was filled with cries of despair. After all, in just one night, the Su family had fallen. Worse still, they faced exile, and no one knew if they would even survive the journey. Anyone would be terrified. Shun Jiaojiao, Su Yu, Su Sifan, and Su Sijin became emotional when they saw the Minister of War, Su Yenshan, Su Hua's father. Wearing a wooden cane and shackles, his hair disheveled, Su Yenshan trembled when he saw his concubine and children. With red eyes, he cried out, "Jiao Jiao, Fan Jinyu." But he did not call Su Hua's name, nor even glance at her. What Su Hua saw was not a touching family reunion, but the cruelty of tyranny. When the rabbit dies, the hunting dog is killed. This was all a scheme by the emperor, falsely accusing a loyal minister, ordering the confiscation, and sending the notorious commander of the Imperial Guards, who had framed countless loyal officials and taken many innocent lives, to carry it out. Everything had been planned in advance. Naturally, the goal was to finish quickly and send the family into exile without delay. As soon as Su Hua and the others were brought to the courtyard, before Xin Jiaojiao could rush to Su Yenshan, the commander gave a sharp order. Men, mark all the prisoners with the tattoo punishment. The tattoo punishment, also called the ink punishment, meant carving characters into the skin of the forehead and filling them with ink. It was not only to prevent escape but also to brand them with shame for life. A mark that could never be erased, a stain that destroyed one's place in society. No, not that. When the Su family heard they were to be branded, many nearly fainted from fear. Especially the legitimate daughter, Su Yan, who cried out in despair, "Father, Mother, I don't want this. I don't want it." Su Yan was a beautiful young girl, only 14 years old. In just a year, she would reach the age of marriage, so of course she did not want her face to be marked. The commander of the Imperial Guards gave a cold laugh. Don't want the punishment?
Fine. Guards.
Beat the entire Su family within an inch of their lives. Then change their sentence from confiscation of property to execution. His words instantly silenced everyone. Su Yenshan, terrified that angering the commander further would bring not only a beating but also the death of his whole family, quickly shouted, "No, no. The Su family accepts the punishment. There is a saying, better to live in shame than to die with honor." At least with the branding punishment, they would still be alive. But once the blade fell, nothing would remain. What use was pride then? Stay quiet. The sooner this is done, the sooner you'll be sent into exile. If you're lucky, you might even keep your lives. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, the commander gave a cold snort and ordered the officers to carry out the punishment on the Su family. 2 officers stepped forward, one to hold the prisoners down, the other to carve the marks. No one expected them to show mercy or use medicine to ease the pain. To them, criminals deserved cruelty. The tool was a thick, rusted iron needle, used on countless others before. Forced to kneel in humiliation, Su Hua raised her head and looked at the needle in the officer's hand. Her heart filled with anger. It wasn't just that the marks would scar their faces and bring lifelong shame. That rusted needle could also cause deadly infections. In ancient times, such wounds often led to death. And since the same needle had been used on many prisoners, there was also the risk of spreading diseases. Su Hua, gifted with healing powers, had ways to deal with the wounds. But what she could not endure was the humiliation of someone carving into her face. Her sharp gaze locked onto the commander, the Emperor's loyal hound, her eyes flashing with hidden defiance. Touch her face with that needle? Absolutely not. Third sister, don't be afraid. As long as we're alive, we'll be fine. Su Hua saw her sister Su Sijin trembling like a leaf in the wind, on the verge of fainting. She quickly reached out to support her. Su Sijin was also just a year away from her coming-of-age ceremony. She was as beautiful as a flower, with fair skin and delicate features. If her face were scarred, her beauty would be ruined. Su Hua could not bear to let that happen. Auntie, it's all my fault. If I had listened to you earlier, none of this would have happened. Hearing the voice, Shen Jiaojiao turned her head, tears streaming down her face. She herself had already suffered punishment, but what pained her most was that her children would now carry shame for the rest of their lives. She deeply regretted not listening to Su Hua's advice to leave the Su family earlier. If she had protected her children, that would have been the best way to honor her late husband. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt, believing she had dragged her children into misery. It's my fault. I've let you all down. Auntie, let's not talk about this now.
Su Hua interrupted firmly.
Listen to me. When the punishment begins, don't resist. That way you'll suffer less and, most importantly, you'll stay alive. And also, revenge should be taken on the spot. She didn't say the last part aloud. Instead, while no one was watching, she quietly picked up a small stone from a flower bed and hid it in her sleeve. She was never the type to accept humiliation quietly. If someone wronged her, she would settle it immediately. But she didn't act against the commander of the Imperial Guards before the punishment. She first went through the process like everyone else. She stood quietly in line, but only she knew that the needle could not pierce her flesh. It only scratched the surface of her skin. The officials, who had carried out this punishment for decades, never imagined that someone could avoid its effects. They carelessly smeared ink on her forehead and shouted, "Next." Neither of the officials noticed that the mark on Su Hua's forehead wasn't a real scar at all. It was just ink. With a few washes, it would disappear completely. For Su Hua, avoiding the punishment was as easy as lifting a finger. But a true person of honor could be killed, not humiliated. Since the emperor had insulted her, he would have to pay the price. If she couldn't strike him directly, then she would start with the vicious dogs at his side. The commander of the Imperial Guards had no idea that, in Su Hua's eyes, he was already a dead man. After Shen Jiaojiao, Su Sifan, Su Sijin, Su Yu, and the maid Xia Zhu had all been punished, Su Hua quietly held each of their arms in turn. Without anyone noticing, she used her hidden power to heal the wounds on their foreheads. To avoid suspicion, she deliberately left the surface wounds unhealed. As long as the deeper skin wasn't harmed, the 5 of them would not be scarred. The shameful marks carved on the surface would fade completely within a month. After taking care of the 5, Su Hua waited patiently. When all 30 members of the Su family had been forced to take turns receiving the marks, then ordered to remove their outer clothes and put on prison garments, women shackled with chains, men locked in wooden stocks, she finally made her move. It was night, the crowd was chaotic, and the commander of the Imperial Guards was completely unprepared. A small stone, as if guided by eyes, shot out with a sharp sound and struck precisely at the commander's vital point near the ear. That spot was known as one of the 36 deadly points of the human body. In life-and-death combat, these points were used as fatal targets. A strike there could cause dizziness at best, or instant death at worst. Su Hua's intention was to kill in one, to avenge the humiliation of the branded faces. She would not show mercy. With a heavy thud, the commander collapsed like a man suddenly struck by illness, falling straight to the ground. Su Hua was not afraid of the commander dying on the spot. Even if a coroner came to examine the body, no one would suspect her. She was just a frail young girl who would believe she could kill. Besides, who other than a martial expert could strike so precisely with a single stone? And she had another plan. The moment the commander fell, the entire front courtyard descended into chaos. Everyone in the Su family, except Su Hua, was stunned. The guards were so shocked they forgot to react, and the deputy commander even jumped in fright. The commander's death was far too sudden. Who would have thought that the family being punished would survive, while the one leading the punishment would die first? The deputy commander finally came to his senses and cried out in terror, "Commander!" He rushed forward, knelt down, and pressed his fingers to the commander's neck. There was no pulse, and the man's eyes remained wide open in death. Horrified, he shouted, "An assassin! There must be an assassin! Stay alert!" He didn't realize that his words played right into Su Hua's plan. As the guards drew their swords and quickly surrounded the deputy commander to protect him, Su Hua suddenly pointed at him with wide, terrified eyes. Her lips trembled as she stammered in panic, "A ghost. Titch, there's a woman in red clinging to your back." In the next moment, Su Hua acted like a terrified, panicked girl, lowering her head and rushing into the Su family crowd while shouting in fear. A ghost. A woman in red. The commander of the Imperial Guards was dead, but the cruel emperor would still want to punish the Su family. Yet in ancient times, people strongly believed in spirits, especially someone like the emperor, who had done many wrongs. Although he was the ruler, he had betrayed and killed the two dukes who helped him win the throne. Such cruelty and ingratitude would surely leave him uneasy, always fearing vengeful spirits. Su Hua could not kill the emperor right now, but she could create the illusion of a ghost to disturb him, hoping he would live in constant fear. She was also not worried that the commander's death would lead to the Su family being executed. Her claim that a ghost was clinging to the deputy commander's back was part of her plan. If the deputy commander was not foolish, he would see this as his chance to rise in rank. With the commander dead, who had the best chance to take his place? Naturally, the deputy commander. It was said that he had long desired that position. If the Su family were all executed, it would bring him no benefit. First, the emperor might suspect that he killed the commander and tried to frame the Su family to gain power. Second, without the Su family, no one could testify that the commander was killed by a ghost. If the deputy commander was clever, he would protect the Su family, claim publicly that the commander died of sudden illness, and report to the emperor that it was the work of a ghost. The emperor might still have doubts, but as long as suspicion did not fall on the Su family, the plan would work. In time, even a false story about a ghost could become accepted as truth. "The ghost is on his back." Su Hua cried again, pointing at another guard to make her act more convincing. The deputy commander shivered at her words, suddenly alert. He did not disappoint Su Hua. Looking at the commander's body, then at Su Hua's performance, his sharp eyes narrowed like an eagle's. He seemed to see a once-in-a-lifetime chance to rise in power. At the same time, he suspected that the commander's death was connected to Su Hua. But he found it hard to believe that a 12-year-old girl could kill a trained warrior in a single move. The commander's body had no wounds or blood. Even as a skilled fighter himself, the deputy commander knew he could not achieve such a thing. How could a delicate young girl kill the commander in one strike? Who would ever believe it? One of the Imperial Guards beside him was actually frightened by Su Hua's act. He truly believed a ghost was clinging to his back, and in panic, he slapped his own shoulder while crying out, "Deputy Commander, save me. A ghost." The other guards, seeing this, scattered in fear like headless flies. As the emperor's personal guards, they had executed countless officials, whose hands among them were not stained with blood, who wouldn't fear that one day vengeful spirits might come for them. Silence. The commander of the Imperial Guards died suddenly from illness. Even though the commander had in fact been killed by the Su family, the left deputy commander saw this as a chance to rise in rank, so he twisted the truth. He slapped the frightened guard across the face and shouted, "There are no ghosts in this world. And even if there were, don't you dare speak of it again, or we will all be doomed." To avoid suspicion, the deputy commander forced himself to look uneasy and fearful, then gave orders. "Men, take the prisoners and send them into exile tonight. Deliver the commander's body to the court of justice. The rest of you, move the chests and leave this cursed place at once." After speaking, he spat on the ground. What rotten luck! With the commander dead, the deputy commander now held the highest authority there. So, when his orders were given, though the guards hesitated at first, they eventually obeyed. "Everyone up, move." 15 officers immediately escorted the bewildered Sioux family on the road. The Sioux family members were all stunned. Remembering the commander's sudden death before their eyes, cold sweat broke out on their backs and their legs trembled. They still didn't understand what had truly happened, but they knew one thing. Just now, they had all brushed past the gates of the underworld. The commander had died in their home, during the raid, right in front of them. If Emperor Jiajing decided to hold them accountable, would the entire Sioux family be executed? The thought alone made their necks feel cold, and they quickened their steps, wishing only to leave the capital as soon as possible. As the Sioux family was escorted out of the city under the night sky, the gates already in sight, Shen Jiaojiao, chained to the same shackle as Su Hua, could no longer bear the fear in her heart. She whispered, "Sister Hua, the commander. Was it really? Was it truly a ghost that killed him?" She still remembered Su Hua's earlier words about seeing a spirit. But could there really be ghosts in this world? If there were no spirits, why did the commander of the Imperial Guards die so suddenly? If there were spirits, why was Su Hua the only one who could see them? Seeing Shun Jiaojiao's growing suspicion, Su Hua quickly turned her head and whispered, "Auntie, don't ask now. We'll talk after we leave the capital. The lady in red is a kind spirit. She won't harm us." She had already planned it out. She would make up a story about a lady in red. That way, her sudden change in behavior would have a reasonable explanation. Also, the treasures and supplies she had hidden could later be taken out openly without raising doubts. On the long road of exile, with food and resources, her family would suffer much less. Su Hua added softly, "The lady in red is following behind our group. She said she will protect us all the way to the southern borderlands and make sure every one of us arrives safely." Shen Jiaojiao, Su Sifan, and Su Sijin were full of questions, wanting to ask Su Hua. But they also knew very well that this was not the right time. An hour later, blazing torches lit up the city gate, making the area as bright as day. "Stay where you are. We'll leave once all the other families are gathered." As soon as they reached the gate, the guards ordered the Su family to squat against the wall. One by one, the Su family members sank to the ground, but their fear only grew stronger. To those who didn't know the truth, the commander's death was like a blade hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Su Hua hadalt close Vichenk Yao Yao, Su Xin, Su Sifan, Su Yu, and Xiaozu. Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, Su Hua whispered to the 5 of them with a serious face, "3 days ago, after I fell from the ladder, my eyes changed. I can see things that others can't, and those weren't nightmares. The lady in red told me our family would be raided, and she was the one who helped hide our belongings. She also said she was the one who ended the commander's life, because 3 years ago he destroyed her entire clan." The 5 of them were so shocked by Su Hua's words that they forgot to breathe, staring at her with wide, fearful eyes. It was as if something terrifying was living inside her gaze. After a long silence, Shun Jiaojiao's teeth chattered as she asked, Is she here with us right now?" Su Hua deliberately pointed toward the tower above the city wall. "The lady in red is over there." She said people and spirits belong to different worlds. Since we are living people with strong energy, we shouldn't get too close to her. Su Sifan stared closely at Su Hua and asked, "Fifth sister, why is she helping us? Did you promise her something in return?" Su Hua paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. "She asked me to help gather the bones of her clan in the future and bury them in a good place, so her whole family can be reborn well. Su Sifin frowned. But if she acts like this, won't it bring trouble to our family? Why doesn't she wait until no one is around to take revenge?
Ah.
Su Hua's eyelids twitched, and she silently muttered to herself. She had guessed that her second brother was smart enough to pass the student exam, but she hadn't expected him to reason things out so quickly. Seeing 5 pairs of eyes staring at her again, Su Hua had no choice but to continue weaving her story. She said that when she saw us being branded, it reminded her of her own death, and she lost her temper. But she also said that the deputy commander is now tied to the Su family's fate, so he will protect us. As for what tied together like grasshoppers on the same rope means, I don't really understand. Anyway, she said the Su family won't be executed, and on the road to exile, she will watch over us. Grasshoppers on the same rope? Su Sifin wanted to ask more, but just then, the sharp of a whip cut through the air, interrupting him and unintentionally saving Su Hua. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned their heads. Before long, they saw the other exiled families being escorted from all directions. There were more than a dozen families, and eventually they joined together with the Su family. Looking at the suddenly enlarged group, filled with crying and wailing, Su Hua couldn't help but curse in her heart. From elderly people in their 80s and 90s who could barely walk, to unborn children still in their mothers' wombs, there were more than 500 people. Adding the 200 guards in charge of escorting them, the total number reached over 700. It was truly shocking. One wouldn't know the harshness of exile without experiencing it. Half an hour later, Su Hua had the honor of seeing the reality of a feudal society with her own eyes. The guards, afraid of escape attempts, were not so kind as to give each prisoner a single shackle, or to spare the women, or to let anyone walk freely to the place of exile. Exile was no leisurely spring outing. That kind of dream only existed in one's imagination. Here, only 5 women or children were chained together, each linked by a 3-meter iron chain, like beads on a string. They restricted each other's movements. If one tried to run, the whole group would fall into chaos. The men, however, were bound even more harshly. Not only were their hands and necks locked in wooden stocks, but their ankles were also shackled with heavy iron rings connected by a short chain of solid steel, making it impossible for them to take big steps. And that wasn't all. For those who knew martial arts, there were even stricter restraints. Such prisoners were not only shackled at the wrists and ankles, but also pierced through the collarbone with a thick iron chain, which was then locked securely to their wrist cuffs with a special key. Once bound this way, their martial strength was completely sealed. When Su Hua glanced around, she saw not only several elderly people who looked as if they could collapse at any moment, but also a heavily pregnant woman and a few infants still in need of milk. She also noticed 6 men whose collarbones had been chained. Among them were 2 who were clearly still teenagers. One of the boys had sharp, striking features and fierce eyes that carried a dangerous aura, like a lone wolf warning others to stay away. The other had sword-like brows and bright, starry eyes. He stood protectively beside the pregnant woman and a little girl who looked like she had stepped out of a painting. His gaze toward them was gentle, though filled with worry. "Auntie, who are those 2 boys with the chains through their shoulders? Do you know them?" Su Hua asked curiously while the guards were busy checking names and counting the prisoners. 4 boys so young to be restrained in such a way. Their martial skills must have been extraordinary, and they were surely from powerful military families. Before Shin Jiao could answer, Su Sifin, standing in front, turned back and whispered, "They're both young lords. The one beside the pregnant woman and the little girl is Qin Su, son of the Duke of Anghua. The other is Qi Lin, son of the Duke of Dingua."
Insu?
Qi Lin? Su Hua was stunned. She hadn't expected them to be the sons of 2 great generals who had won countless battles for the emperor, only to end up in such a miserable state. At that moment, little Suyu, who only reached Su Hua's chest, suddenly piped up, "Fifth sister, do you think it's really sad that those boys have chains piercing their bodies?"
Su Hua nodded.
In her heart, she thought, "Sad? It's far more than that." Both of their fathers had been executed by the cruel emperor in a brutal way, their skins stripped and stuffed with straw, then hung up for all to see. Could there be anything more tragic? This punishment was inhuman, peeling off a person's skin whole, shaping it into a sack, filling it with straw, and displaying it in public. Their fathers had once risked their lives, shedding blood and giving everything to help the emperor seize the throne, yet this was the end they met. At this moment, the two of them must have hated the emperor so much that they wished they could tear him apart. 3 days earlier, Suhua had thought about secretly warning them, but she feared exposing herself and causing more trouble. Besides, if she had spoken up, it might have pushed both families into real rebellion. And with the end of the world only 3 months away, what could be more important than survival? Who could say that by staying silent, she wasn't actually saving them? 20 miles outside the capital, the scorching sun baked the earth, and waves of heat shimmered visibly above the ground. The roadside trees and grass were covered in thick dust, their leaves curled and withered, barely clinging to life. More than 500 exiles trudged along. Some carried babies on their backs, some supported the elderly while holding children's hands, some were heavily pregnant, some were chained together in groups of 5, some wore wooden stocks, and some had iron shackles piercing their shoulders. All of them walked under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat, lips cracked, driven forward by the guards' whips while carrying heavy burdens. Along the road came the cries of children, the sobs of women, and the constant clanging of iron chains. At first, the Su family had been terrified that their punishment might change from exile to execution, so they rushed to the very front of the long line to save their lives. But after walking 20 miles, when noon passed and no new decree came from Emperor Jiajing, they realized they had narrowly escaped death. Having lived in comfort for so long, the Su family could no longer endure the hardship. Their steps slowed, and soon Su Yenshan's elderly mother, his daughter Su Yan, his eldest son Su Han, and his wife Feng Rushuang all began to complain bitterly. The old lady suddenly wailed, "I can't walk anymore. Oh, heavens, what sin has the Su family committed? Why must I suffer like this in my old age? It would be better if I had just died earlier." Su Yan cried, "Mother, I can't walk either. My face is ruined, my feet are broken, my whole life is over. What will I do in the future?" Su Han glanced back at the 2 noble families further down the line, spat on the ground, and cursed. It's all their fault. If they wanted to bring ruin on themselves, they should have done it alone, instead of dragging us down with them. Feng Rushuang glared at Su Yenshan and shouted, "It's all your fault. I told you long ago to stay away from those 2 families, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Our whole family has lost everything, and you're dragging us all down." Su Yenshan was already miserable about the exile, and when he heard Feng Rushuang's accusations, his face turned red as he snapped back, "My fault? Who was the one insisting I send expensive gifts to please them? Who wanted to marry into their families?" Back when the 2 noble families were at the height of their power, Feng Rushuang was the one who tried the hardest to curry favor. She even dreamed of marrying one of the young lords into their family. If anyone had truly brought disaster to the Su family, it was Feng Rushuang. If not for the rumors that the Sus wanted to become in-laws with those families, how would Emperor Jiajing have suspected them of being allies? Su Yenshan, full of resentment, finally burst out, "Truly, marrying the wrong wife can ruin generations." This insult made Feng Rushuang furious. "Oh, so that's how it is, Su Yenshan? Now that you have a concubine, you look down on the wife who shared hardship with you? Have you forgotten who gave you the money to take the imperial exams in the capital? Without my family's help, would you be where you are today?" Indeed, when Su Yenshan was only a scholar, Feng Rushuang had already married him, and it was her family who lent him the travel money. But after he became an official, Su Yenshan had repaid the Feng family many times over through favors and benefits for more than 20 years. He no longer felt indebted. "Why are you dragging Jiao Jiao into this? What does she have to do with it?" he retorted. To Feng Rushuang, this was like adding fuel to the fire. "Jiao Jiao, listen to yourself. You call her so sweetly. as if she were the main wife. Don't tell me you've long planned to favor her and push me aside? Su Yenshan, enraged, finally shouted, "You unreasonable woman. I won't waste my breath arguing with you." Exile was already miserable enough. Quarreling with her only made it worse. But Feng Rushuang refused to let it go.
Su Yansan.
Answer me. Do you really want that woman to take my place? Her voice was so loud that not only did the 500 exiles behind them hear everything, but even the 200 guards escorting them caught every word. In an instant, the Su family became a laughingstock and also the target of the guards' anger. Are they looking for trouble? Do the Sus think my warnings before we set out were just empty words? Before departure, the head guard had already made it clear he would not tolerate disobedience. In this group of exiles, he was the highest-ranking officer, and Feng Rushuang's actions were clearly a challenge to his authority.
Guards.
Teach the Su family a lesson. Otherwise, they'll never understand their place. The head guard didn't care whether the Su family members were innocent or not, nor did he care about fairness. All he knew was that if one person defied him, the whole family would suffer.
Boss.
Let me do it. I'll join too. The guards, already exhausted from escorting the prisoners under the scorching sun, were in foul moods. It was the hottest part of summer, and this year was especially unbearable. Now that they had an excuse to vent their anger, they were more than eager. In no time, the 30 or so members of the Su family were surrounded by over 20 guards. Each guard held a whip, clearly intending to use the Su family as an outlet for their frustration. And indeed, they did just that. With cruel grins, the guards raised their whips, and in the blink of an eye, the sound of lashes filled the air. The line of exiles came to a halt, and cries of pain echoed across the empty wilderness, painting a brutal scene. Feng Rushuang and Su Yenshan were the first to be struck, followed by the elderly matriarch, Su Yan, Su Han, Su Han's wife and their young child, and then the servants. At the rear of the Su family's group, Su Sifan, Shen Jiaojiao, Su Sijin, Su Yu, and Xia Zhu were so terrified they nearly collapsed. Even the prisoners walking behind them quickly backed away, afraid of being caught up in the punishment. This is madness. Su Hua's eyes widened sharply at the sight, her anger boiling over. She almost wished she could get rid of Feng Rushuang herself. Earlier, when Feng Rushuang insulted Shen Jiaojiao for being a concubine, Su Hua had held her tongue. After all, concubines were looked down upon, and no matter what, people would always blame them. But if the reckless actions of others caused her to be whipped as well, that was something she could not accept. When two guards approached her with dark expressions, raising their whips, she quickly shouted, "Wait. We have something valuable for your leader." Su Hua had studied under a reclusive master of traditional medicine since the age of 7, and she had also learned martial arts. She had never been afraid of trouble. But now, she was only a 12-year-old girl with no strength to fight back. If she acted rashly, it would only draw suspicion. Besides, if a problem could be solved with words, why resort to force? What did you say? The two guards froze when they saw Su Sifan and Su Sijin raise the whip. All around them were the cries of the Su family, so they didn't hear clearly, only the words "good things." Being a guard was a hard and dangerous job, and if they wanted extra money, they could only get it from the prisoners. Su Hua then said, "We have something valuable to offer your leader. I want to buy safety for the 6 of us." Her loud words were heard not only by the leader of the guards but also by the 500 exiles behind them. This was openly offering a bribe for protection, bold and risky. When the guard leader walked closer in confusion, Su Hua immediately pulled out a paper from her sleeve and said coldly, "This is the deed to a 3-courtyard house in the capital, worth 3,000 silver taels. Is it enough to buy safety for the 6 of us?" She had no intention of giving silver. In 3 months, when disaster struck, the whole land would be ruined, much of it swallowed by the sea. By then, silver notes, house deeds, and land deeds would all be worthless. She carried many such deeds from Shen Jiaojiao, and using them to deal with these guards was the best choice. The guard leader's name was Hong Qing, just over 30 years old. He was tall and broad, like a mountain standing before the six of them. Hong Qing took the deed from Su Hua and, seeing that it was indeed for a 3-courtyard house in the capital, narrowed his eyes. So, there was still such a hidden treasure. You're good at hiding things. Su Hua didn't take it as praise. Unafraid of his imposing figure, she said again, "Is this house enough to buy safety for the 6 of us? We ask for nothing else, only that we remain safe on the journey." Hong Qing's gaze swept over the 5 behind her. He saw Su Sijin's delicate beauty, Shen Jiaojiao's graceful charm, and the maid Xia Zhu's gentle features. Su Sifin was weak and scholarly, Su Yu was just a small child, and Su Hua herself, though still young, already showed signs of becoming a great beauty in the future. At once, he understood why Su Hua had offered a house deed so quickly. The men were weak and harmless. He could crush them with one hand. The woman's beauty was too dangerous. If Su Hua didn't show enough sincerity, the 6 of them might not even make it alive to the southern border. To be exact, not just the 6 of them. Out of more than 500 exiles, it would already be lucky if 100 survived the journey to the place of banishment. I can keep the men under control, but if you want to buy complete safety, this isn't enough. On the road, if someone dies of illness or is attacked by wild beasts or poisonous insects, that's not my responsibility. A 3-courtyard house was already a huge temptation for Hong Qing. After all, even some officials in the capital couldn't afford such a house. And for men like them, the lowest-ranked escorts, their yearly pay of a few dozen taels of silver was earned at the risk of their lives. But Hong Qing was clever. He didn't close the deal right away, because he wanted to test whether Su Hua had more wealth hidden. If she did, then there was no need to negotiate. He could simply take it by force. After all, they were just exiles. If he killed them, so be it. He had done such things many times in the past 10 years. What if I offer 1,000 taels of gold, hidden in another house in the capital, as payment for protection? Would that be enough to buy absolute safety? Su Hua wasn't foolish. She knew Hong Qing was trying to trick her, and that he had no real honesty. But if he wanted to set a trap, she could paint a bigger picture. In the end, it would be a matter of who outsmarted whom. 1,000 taels of gold. Are you serious? Hong Qing in a sharp breath. But he wasn't so easily fooled. His cold gaze shifted to the 5 people behind Su Hua, searching their faces for any sign of a lie. Luckily, Su Sifin was clever and shared Su Hua's thinking, so he stayed silent. The other 4, though terrified because of the earlier story about the woman in red, still kept their mouths tightly shut. Seeing Hong Qing's hesitation, Su Hua pressed on, "You should know who my Anne is, the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the capital. Even if the Su family was confiscated, my mother always had backup plans. She hid plenty of money in places no one could touch. If you agree to protect us, I'll tell you where the gold is buried. The 3-courtyard house I'm offering now is just a deposit, to show my sincerity. Of course, if you find out after we reach the southern border that I lied, you can take your revenge then. A deal with no risk. Do you want it or not?" Of course Hong Qing wanted it. Just as Su Hua said, it was like a pie falling from the sky. They were originally ordered to exiles to the southern border, but now the task had turned into guarding a valuable delivery. As long as the 6 people were kept alive, they would receive 1,300 taels of gold for free. Why wouldn't they agree? After weighing the matter, Hong Qing tucked the deed into his robe and warned coldly, "You'd better not be lying. If I find out you tricked me once we reach the south, I'll make sure you regret it." With that, he waved impatiently. "Take your people and move aside." Hearing this, Su Hua's face lit up. Did this mean the deal was settled? She immediately led the 5 people behind her, moving far away from the Su family as if avoiding a plague. Yes, avoiding them. The fate of the rest of the Su family had nothing to do with her. When the 6 of them retreated to where the 500 exiles were gathered, Shen Jiaojiao noticed that the rest of the Su family were being beaten. Only then did she realize something was wrong with the numbers. Shocked, she asked Sister Hua, "Did you forget to save your father?" Su Sifin also came to his senses. "Fifth sister, you forgot father." Su Hua's expression was calm and cold. She replied, "Aunt, second brother, we cannot save father. If we save him, won't we also have to save his wife? And if we save her, she'll use guilt to force us to save the entire Su family. Wouldn't it never end?" This time, it was his wife's reckless actions that dragged everyone down. They should suffer a little to learn a lesson. She paused, then softened her tone to comfort them.
Don't worry, Aunt. Father will be fine.
At most, he'll take a few lashes and suffer some pain. Su Hua already had a feeling that the main wife's family would continue to cause trouble in the future. The rest of the Su family had nothing to do with her. To avoid being dragged into their mess, she needed to keep her distance and protect her own life. What she didn't realize was that everything she did was clearly seen by those behind her. Madame Rome, the Duke of Anne's wife, pale and weak in her 9th month of pregnancy, looked at Su Hua and murmured, "Who would have thought the youngest daughter of the Su family would be the wisest and most clear-headed of them all?" Hearing her praise, Qi Lin sneered with disdain. She could save her own father, but chose not to. At such a young age, to be so cold and heartless, she's unworthy of being called a daughter. He himself had lost his parents before he could care for them. To him, Su Hua's actions overturned everything he believed in. With a cold laugh, he added, "Does she really think a single house can protect her life? That's not wisdom. It's ignorance and foolishness." "I don't think so. I actually believe the way she handled it was very smart." Watching the same scene and catching every word exchanged between Su Hua and Hong Qing, Qin Su, though only 15 years old, had eyes as dark as the night sky, shining with a sharpness far beyond his age. Her reward wasn't just a house. She also offered 1,000 taels of gold. That 1,000 taels of gold was likely bait, but if someone took it, it only showed the skill of the one who set the trap. Qi Lin couldn't stand that Qin Su was praising someone he saw as cold and heartless. His eyes widened with anger. "How can you say she's right? She didn't even try to save her own father. How is that right?" Qin Su glanced at him calmly. "You're not the only one who lost a father. I lost mine too. But you can't assume every father in the world is the same. If you haven't lived through someone else's life, don't judge them so easily." Both dukes had only one wife and no concubines, so Qi Lin couldn't understand the situation in the Su family. If you don't know the truth of someone's life, what right do you have to judge them? Seeing Qi Lin still wanting to argue, Qin Su asked sharply, "After the incident, did you manage to bring even a single coin from your home? She's just an 11 or 12-year-old girl, yet she brought out an entire house. For that alone, my mother says she's clever, and I agree." Just as Su Hua expected, the Su family only received a few lashes before Hong Qing ordered the guards to stop. But he didn't forget to use the chance to threaten the 500 exiles nearby. "Listen up. If anyone dares cause trouble again, this will be your fate." Another whip landed one of the Su family's guards. Hong Qing shouted, "All of you, get up and keep moving. If you delay and make me spend the night in the wild, your Su family will pay the price." That price needed no explanation. It could mean more beatings, being kicked around, or going hungry without food or water. The 4 spoiled members of the Su family, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be half dead, were so frightened by the threat that they scrambled up, ignoring their pain, and hurried back into the line. Su Yenshan, terrified of more punishment, limped after them. In the end, the farce ended with every member of the Su family receiving a few lashes for nothing. More than 700 people once again marched under the blazing sun, carrying heavy loads, forming a long line that stretched across the official road like a dragon. After being whipped once, the Su family no longer dared to complain out loud. They only kept their resentment towards Su Hua and the other 5 in their hearts. Su Yenshan's mother and the servants resented Su Hua for not saving everyone. The main wife's family was jealous and bitter that Su Hua's group did not suffer the same punishment. Su Yenshan himself blamed Xin Jiaojiao for abandoning him in his time of need, feeling that raising 4 children had been in vain. "Oh no! Sister Hua, look at your father's eyes." Following behind the Su family, Xin Jiaojiao saw Su Yenshan's dark expression and panicked, afraid he would ignore her.
Su Hua rimand calm.
Auntie, if father doesn't care about us, it's actually better for everyone. On the road to exile, he won't be caught between you and the main wife. If we step back on our own, the journey will be safer, and the main wife won't have a chance to make things harder for him, right? Su Hua had no intention of saving Su Yanshan. If she saved one, she would have to save another, and then the whole family. She was not the original person, and she was certainly not someone who would sacrifice herself for everyone. Besides, Shun Jiaojiao was only a concubine with low status. Deep down, Su Hua hoped she would separate from Su Yanshan. Later, Shun Jiaojiao still wanted to apologize and explain to Su Yanshan, but when she saw the fierce looks from the main wife's family, she held back. As a concubine, if she didn't want to make things harder for him, she really should avoid the main wife. The Exile team traveled about 10 miles before stopping by a wide river. Even the guards needed to rest and eat. At noon, Hong Qing ordered the 700 people to halt. Pointing to 2 patches of tall grass on either side, he commanded, "Women to the right, men to the left. Take care of your needs now, because we won't stop again this afternoon." When Su Hua looked in the direction he pointed, her eyes lit up. Without waiting for the other women to react, she quickly pulled Shin Jiaojiao, Su Sijin, Xia Zhu, and Siyu toward the right side. It wasn't because she was in a hurry, but because this was a rare opportunity. Once the 5 of them reached the tall grass, Su Hua immediately motioned for the others to crouch down with her. She glanced at the guards who were keeping their distance but still watching closely. After making sure they couldn't see what was happening in the grass, she lowered her voice and spoke seriously. Big Sister in red said, "She'll find chances to bring us food in the future. Auntie, later when you see something, remember, don't make a sound. If you feel like shouting, cover your mouth tightly. And this must stay absolutely secret. Only the 6 of us can know. Not a 7th person. Even if it costs our lives, we must keep it hidden. If anyone finds out, Sister in red won't be able to help us anymore. Especially you, Auntie. You can't even tell father. If you feel sorry for him being hungry, you can give him your share of the food from the guards." Su Hua wasn't worried about being suspected for suddenly having food, because she had already made up a story about a mysterious woman in red. What she really feared was that the others might scream in excitement or accidentally tell someone else. She was most worried about Shin Jiaojiao, afraid she might tell Su Yanshan. To be safe, Su Hua felt she had to warn them clearly in advance. "Hua, Auntie knows. I won't tell your father. Don't worry." In truth, Su Hua was overthinking. Shun Jiaojiao might look weak and helpless, but she wasn't foolish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden a large inheritance from Su Yanshan. "That's good. Auntie, later you mustn't cry out, no matter what." After hearing Shun Jiaojiao's promise and seeing the 4 of them cover their mouths, Su Hua finally felt at ease. She stretched out her hands as if to receive something. In the next moment, as if performing a magic trick, 5 meat buns suddenly appeared in her palms. The 4 of them froze in shock. Even though they had been warned, their breath caught in their throats, and they nearly fainted. Heavens! What did they just see? Something appearing out of thin air. It really seemed like the woman in red was helping them. Otherwise, how could Su Hua explain this? Seeing how frightened they were, Su Hua quickly comforted them. "Don't be afraid. Sister in red is with us, but she's a kind spirit, not scary at all. She's very beautiful." Then she handed out the buns, urging them, "Time is short. 1 for each of you, eat quickly." The 4 snapped back to their senses. Remembering their situation, they didn't dare waste a second and devoured the buns in silence. When they finished and looked up, they saw that Su Hua was now holding a water pouch filled with spring water. They took a sip, and the moment the cool water touched their lips, they were stunned all over again. The spring water in the pouch tasted incredibly good, cool and sweet. After drinking it, everyone immediately felt refreshed, as if their whole body had been cleared of exhaustion. The feeling was so wonderful that they wanted to drink more. Because of the forced journey during exile, they had been walking all morning under the heat. Their bodies were burning, their strength nearly gone, and their legs felt like they could no longer move. But after drinking the spring water Su Hua handed them, they were amazed to find that not only did the heat in their bodies fade, but even their clouded minds became clear again. The fear and tension in their hearts also seemed to vanish. This wasn't Su Hua's first time drinking the spring water from her hidden space. During the first 3 days after she arrived here, she had already drunk quite a lot. But it was only this time that she truly discovered its special effect. She realized that what she drank might not be ordinary spring water, because her fatigue disappeared little by little after drinking it. Could this be the kind of spiritual spring often written about in novels? Su Hua wondered silently.
But there was no time to think about it now.
After eating and drinking, they had to quickly take care of personal needs, whether urgent or not, before the journey continued. Otherwise, if they were not allowed to stop in the afternoon, it would be unbearable. Thinking of this, Su Hua immediately told the 4 of them to go, and only after the guards grew impatient did they leave the grass thicket. Because Madame Rong was in the late stage of pregnancy, she often needed to go urgently. Early that morning, she was holding the hand of her 5-year-old daughter Qin Xian, while also linked by shackles to Lady Lan, the wife of Duke Dinghua, along with 2 maids. They were waiting in line not far from the grass thicket. When she saw Su Hua and her group coming out, she immediately led Qin Xian and her people forward. But just as she passed by Su Hua, she suddenly stopped and called out, "Fifth Miss Su, wait a moment." Su Hua hadn't expected anyone to call her. She turned around in confusion, only to see Madame Rong crouch down, grab a handful of dust, and quickly smear it on her prison clothes. "Be careful in the future," Madame Rong whispered. Before Su Hua could react, Madame Rong turned and led her group into the grass thicket. Su Hua was left puzzled by her actions. She looked down in confusion, and what she saw made her jump in shock. There was a small oil stain on her prison clothes. It was clearly from the meat bun she had just eaten. She had almost been careless enough to expose herself. "Sister Hua, 5th sister, your prison clothes." Shun Jiaojiao and Su Sijin noticed Madame Rong's strange movement, and then they too saw the oil stain on Su Hua's prison clothes, which frightened them. Su Hua quickly grabbed a handful of dust and rubbed it over other parts of the white clothes, making the stain look less obvious. Letting out a breath of relief, she said, "Luckily Madame Gua reminded me. She probably won't tell anyone." Su Hua remembered Madame Rong's warning to be careful, and she felt deeply moved. Everyone was struggling to survive in exile, yet Madame Rong, even in such hardship, still thought of helping others. Su Hua guessed that Madame Rong helped her because the downfall of the 2 noble families had also dragged the Su family down, leaving Madame Rong with a sense of guilt. And she guessed right. This was indeed Madame Rong's thought. More than 500 exiles were punished only because they were connected to the Qin and Qi families. Although the emperor had falsely accused those 2 families, in the end, it was their great achievements that had stirred the ruler's suspicion. Why waste your strength helping her? Wouldn't it be easier if she were gone? What's the point of living like this? The Duchess Lan, wife of the Duke of Ding, sat crouched like a lifeless figure, her eyes empty as she turned to ask Madame Rong. Hearing her speak, Madame Rong's eyelids twitched. She frowned and said, "Why do you think life has no meaning? I live for my husband's children. Why can't you live for your husband's only child?" Her cousin had watched her own husband die in a cruel way, and the shock had broken her spirit. Not only did she want to give up, but she also kept urging others to do the same. If she hadn't been kept in chains since the incident, Madame Rong believed she would have already ended her life. Worried that Lan might still lose hope, she tried again to persuade her. "The dead cannot return. For the sake of Qilin, for your husband's only child, you must grit your teeth and keep living." She herself had witnessed her husband's tragic death. The fright had even caused her unborn child to move restlessly inside her. At that moment, she was more shaken and distressed than any of the 500 exiles. But while others could vent their despair freely, she could not. For the sake of her child, she had to endure and live on. When Su Hua and the other 4 returned to the exiles' resting place, the guards were already handing out coarse buns and ordering the exiles to line up at the river to fetch water. Normally, river water should not be drunk directly, but boiled first. However, for exiles, having water at all was already a blessing, and no one had the right to be picky. To avoid drawing suspicion, Su Hua first took her share of coarse bread along with the others, then carried a wooden bowl to line up at the river for water. By coincidence, she seemed fated to keep running into people from the Duke's household. After meeting Madame Rong and Madame Lon earlier, she now came across Qin Su and Qi Lin by the riverbank. When Qi Lin saw Su Hua, his expression twisted as if he had swallowed a large fly, looking utterly disgusted. He glared at her fiercely, then turned away and handed his bowl of water to Qin Su. After Qin Su drank, Qi Lin insisted that Qin Su feed him water in return. Watching the two of them pass the bowl back and forth, Su Hua frowned. Her conclusion was simple. Qi Lin must not be in his right mind. Otherwise, why glare at her for no reason? If not for being exiled together, they would never have even met, let alone had any conflict. Too lazy to argue with a fool, Su Hua took off her shoes, told Shin Jiao Jiao and the others to wait on the bank, and stepped into the river to fill her bowl. This should have been an ordinary scene. Qi Lin and Qin Su had done the same earlier. But the moment Su Hua entered the water, everything changed. Everyone, Su Hua herself, Qin Su, Qi Lin, and the exiles waiting in line, witnessed something they would never forget. No one could have imagined such an apocalyptic sight. As Su Hua bent down to scoop water, within just 10 seconds, every fish in the wide river suddenly floated to the surface, their bellies up, eyes rolled white. In the blink of an eye, the once clear river was filled with countless dead fish, turning it into a river of corpses. What is this? Su Hua was so shocked that she dropped her bowl. She could hardly believe her eyes. Heavens! What's happening? Shen Jiao Jiao and the others, waiting for her on the bank, were so terrified that they fell to the ground in fright. Qin Su and Qi Lin stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Qi Lin's mouth hung open mid-drink, while Qin Su still held his bowl in the air. The exiles behind them clinked their chains as they rushed forward to the riverbank, pointing at the water in horror, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Then someone suddenly shouted, "Divine punishment! This is divine punishment! The heavens are angry! The great drought! The great drought is about to end!" The person behind didn't dare to shout the last words out loud because at this moment, Hong Qing and the other 200 guards also noticed something strange in the river and hurried over. When Hong Qing and the others saw the fish corpses floating all over the river, even though he was a fierce and strong man, he turned pale with fear. He muttered, "What's going on?" There were no such things in the river just now. Having worked as a guard for over 10 years escorting prisoners, he knew this route and river very well, probably better than anyone. But this was the first time he saw the river filled with fish corpses. This strange and evil scene clearly signaled something bad, perhaps a monster in the river. He turned his head and saw Su Hua still standing in the water. He shouted, "What are you doing? Get out of the water. Do you want to die?" Su Hua was startled by the shout and instinctively wanted to come ashore. But then she remembered something and suddenly stopped. She couldn't leave the river. The countless fish in the water were supplies. She guessed that the wild fish in the river might die off instantly for 2 reasons. First, because of the hot weather, the oxygen in the water was too low, causing suffocation. Second, because their digestive systems might have collapsed and toxic substances like ammonia appeared in the water. No matter the reason, if the spring water in this space is a spiritual spring, then perhaps these recently dead fish could still be processed and eaten. So many supplies, all meat, food for the end times. If she didn't take them, wouldn't that be foolish? Su Hua was quite brave. From the moment she decided to collect the dead fish, she acted immediately. And she did so openly, in front of more than 700 people, boldly taking the dead fish from the river. She dared to do this because these fish appeared out of nowhere. It was a strange phenomenon, an expression of divine anger. It was also called divine punishment by the prisoners. If it was divine punishment, then their sudden disappearance was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Su Hua couldn't help but smile. She quickly used her mind to collect the fish. In the blink of an eye, countless dead fish within a mile radius vanished into nothingness, all entering Su Huai's space. Then someone shouted loudly, "Look! The fish are gone! Oh my God! They're all gone in an instant! Heavenly Father! Divine punishment! This must be divine punishment!" Everyone on the riverbank stared with wide eyes, all doubting whether they had seen correctly. But the dead fish in the river truly disappeared without reason. Everyone wanted to think it was just a hallucination, but their reactions were all the same, so it wasn't an illusion. This proved that a scene of destruction, with countless dead fish appearing and then vanishing in an instant, had actually happened. They appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. Only divine power could do such a thing. It's a god. The god is angry. A few elderly women who believed in gods were so frightened that they all knelt down. They bowed repeatedly to the river, their faces full of fear and begging for forgiveness from the heavens. "Please, Divine One, stop your anger. Please stop your anger." Seeing this, Su Hua felt happy and suddenly shouted, "There's something in the river." While screaming, she looked as if a ghost was chasing her, and she ran quickly toward the shore. To make the act more realistic, she pretended to trip on her foot. She almost fell down. Then she panicked and crawled and rolled onto the shore, looking terrified.
Wow.
Because the elderly women's prayers and Su Hua's acting worked together, everyone around the river was so frightened that they all retreated in fear. Hong Qing shouted loudly at the right moment, "If you don't want to die, everyone leave the riverbank." Hong Qing thought that what just happened wasn't caused by divine power, but believed there was a monster in the river, like the river monster the elders talked about. Especially since Su Hua said there was something in the river, he believed it and suspected it himself. In the end, he was so absurd that he even tricked himself. He was the first to run away, shouting, "Run," because Hong Qing, a big and strong man, was afraid and ran. The prisoners heard the shouts and started to retreat chaotically. Suddenly, the sounds of women screaming, children crying, and the terrible noises of people falling over with iron shackles intertwined in the chaos. But despite the chaos, no one took the chance to escape. Everyone followed Hong Qing closely. Everyone knew they couldn't escape. Better to stay obedient and reach the exile place. Maybe they could still survive. Soon the scene unfolded like this. All the prisoners obediently followed Hong Qing and the guards, stumbling back to their resting place. Su Hua and Shen Jiao and others were no different. Hong Qing ran back to the resting place and immediately shouted at the guards, "Pack up.
Count the people.
Leave this cursed place." Hong Qing thought that if there was a monster in the river, it might come ashore. The escaped prisoners' deaths are a small matter. He and the guards below do not want to die. After the guards finished tidying up and counting the people, he immediately urged everyone to leave. More than 700 people, frightened and panicked, continued to rush forward. But after only 5 miles, the elderly began to collapse and needed help to support themselves. Children, babies just a few months old, cried loudly, and the women and girls also wept in pain from blisters on their feet. Mrs. Rong, who was 9 months pregnant, kept her hand over her belly, her lips pale as paper. Even the men were not in good shape. The entire group was most loudly and desperately crying out, especially the 4 members of the Su family. Hong Qing didn't care about the lives of the escaped prisoners. Anyone who couldn't keep up was whipped to move faster. With a single whip, everyone immediately became obedient. As a result, the midday rest was cancelled, and they completed the 50-mile journey in 2 parts that day. Before dark, over 700 people finally arrived early at the first city near the capital, Qianshan City. Then, more than 500 escaped prisoners were locked in the city's jail, while Hong Qing and the 200 guards were taken care of by the city officials. Hong Qing and the guards enjoyed good food and comfortable lodging, while the prisoners received only a bun and a bowl of water each. Su Hua and her group were still locked in the same cell as the entire Su family, while the officials from the 2 states were kept in a cell on the right side of the Su family. There was a wooden barrier between them. After the guards distributed the buns and water and locked all the cells, The prisoners finally could breathe freely and vent their pain. Children cried out, "Wah, mother, my foot hurts so much." A girl said, "1 bun and a bowl of water, these used to be for dogs." Meanwhile, the Su family was also complaining and blaming the heavens. Suyeon touched the tattoo on her forehead and looked at her bloodied, battered feet, crying, "My face, my feet." Old Madame Su lay on the straw-covered ground, gasping for breath. "Heaven, cursed and sick, just let me die." But even as she shouted for death, she trembled, holding her bowl of water and nibbling on her bun. Su Han cast a resentful look at the 6 people, including Su Hua, who were pressed against the barrier wall between the Su family and the prisoners, and cursed, "Ungrateful traitors. If you truly wanted to save the Su family, why would everyone be whipped?" Su Han's words were harsh and meant to provoke the guards and servants into anger. You should know that Su Hua has only 6 people with her. Only Su Hua knows martial arts. The other 5 are just burdens. However, in the Su family, there are over 30 members, and half of them are guards and servants. Even the maids and nannies are used to hard work over many years. If the servants all rush in and attack Su Hua and her group, only Su Hua might be safe, while the other 5 would definitely get hurt. Su Hua guessed that Su Han had evil plans. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Han with a cold, sharp gaze. She said coldly, "Do you dare to say that again? Believe it or not, I might shout, and then you'll be lucky enough to experience one of the top 10 cruel punishments of the Great Qin for free." She paused and then asked seriously to Su Sifin, second brother, "Did you see those torture tools outside clearly? Are they the skin-peeling knives? The dismemberment tools? The hanging bows? The boiling pots?" The torture devices. Su Hua's words were not empty threats. There really were the top 10 cruel punishments of the Great Qin hanging outside. When she first entered the cell, she saw them immediately. As a criminal on the run, Su Han couldn't tell reality from fantasy. He wanted to cause trouble inside the cell, which was foolish and reckless, like a pig seeking death. Su Sifin, being a younger son of a concubine, had been bullied by the eldest legitimate son, Su Han, since childhood. When he heard Su Han insulting her, his face darkened. After hearing Su Hua hint at something, he nodded immediately. "Fifth sister, you're right. The torture tools outside are indeed the top 10 cruel punishments of the Great Qin, and the bloodstains on the tools haven't dried yet. Clearly, they were used just now." Su Hua smiled coldly and said, "This morning, the patrol leader promised to keep us safe. Half a day has passed, and now someone is plotting evil, trying to bully fewer people. I will definitely talk to the patrol leader about this. He doesn't seem very capable. No one takes him seriously. That brat. How dare you?" Su Han's face instantly twisted with anger. He was furious. He never imagined that Su Hua would become so sharp-tongued. Not only did she dare to talk back to him, but she also used a feather as a weapon. Before the Su family was taken over, no matter how powerful he was, his 4 siblings were too scared to even when he bullied them. Now, the cowardly ones are no longer afraid. They are fighting back. But he definitely didn't dare to provoke Hongqing, unless he wanted to die. Still, he wouldn't just accept being scared easily. Turning to look at Su Yenshan, who was quietly eating a steamed bun, she provoked him, saying, "Dad, these are your good children. Look at them. So filial, yet they are teaming up with outsiders to bully our family." Feng Rushuang also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Today, I've truly seen it all. I've witnessed the young concubine flying solo in times of trouble, and a group of ungrateful people teaming up with outsiders to bully our family. I didn't," Shen Jiao, falsely accused by the main wife, hurriedly explained. "I didn't abandon the master. I will still provide for his food and drink in the future. But what others do has nothing to do with me." Shen Jiao looked soft and gentle on the outside, but she was quite clear-headed and had her own bottom line. Her bottom line was, never try to please the main wife. She knew very well that, as a concubine, no matter how humble and obedient she was, the main wife would always resent her. If that's the case, why bother doing things that make herself unhappy and are disliked? To prove she hadn't abandoned her husband, Shen Jiao immediately took the steamed bun and water in her hands and offered them to Su Yanshan. However, because they were quite far apart and Su Huai and others were unwilling to move due to their shackles, Shen Jiao simply couldn't reach Su Yanshan. Shen Jiao wanted to call Su Huai and others to get up, but unexpectedly, a hand shot out from beside her faster than lightning. Suddenly, it snatched the bun from her hand with incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow. And a scolding followed. Thinking about eating without respecting me. Do you want to starve me to death? Shen Jiao looked in shock at the owner of that hand, only to realize that the one who snatched the bun was Su Yanshan's mother. Old lady Su snatched her bun in 1 second and, in the next, devoured it in a few bites as if she were a hungry ghost reborn. Bring the water. After finishing the bun, old lady Su snatched the bowl from Shen Jiao's hands, drinking water and scolding at the same time. No sense at all. Seeing this scene, Su Huai almost lost her clear sight. She thought old lady Su's performance was about to end.
No.
There's more to come, something even more impressive. After eating and drinking her fill, old lady Su threw down her bowl, her wrinkled eyes full of wrinkles, and ordered in a commanding tone, "You still have other money hidden on you, right? Bring it out. Since you married into the Su family, what's yours is ours." Back then, Shen Jiao was allowed to enter the family because old lady Su was after the Su family's wealth. At that time, she didn't care whether Feng Rushuang, the main wife, felt wronged or not. She insisted that Su Yanshan take Shen Jiao as a concubine, all for the sake of money. In fact, Shen Jiao has helped the Su family quite a lot over the past 20 years. Whenever she cried in front of Shen Jiao about the family's poverty or her son's difficulties, Shen Jiao would always give money. This time, she thought Shen Jiao still had hidden wealth and decided to use her tricks again. She shamelessly said, "Take out the money to keep the whole family safe. Once everyone is settled in the southern region, I will ask Yanshan to make you his official wife, equal to the main wife, Feng Shi." When old Madame Su heard this, the room instantly fell silent. Feng Ruoshang's proud face froze, and Yanshan was also stunned. Even Su Hua was laughed at in anger. Before Feng Ruoshang could get angry, she quickly interrupted old Madame Su. "My aunt doesn't care about being a secondary wife. You should leave that to others." Everyone in the Su family was considered a criminal, and with the end of the world approaching, old Madame Su made a secondary wife seem as grand as imperial favor, which was quite ridiculous. Su Hua reached out and pulled Shen Jiao back, saying, "Aunt, let's save some food for later." Because Yanshan had saved Shen Jiao, she agreed to let Shen Jiao give some of her food to Yanshan. But this food was not meant to be used to please the kind of old woman like old Madame Su. Seeing Su Hua pull Shen Jiao back while she looked confused, old Madame Su pointed at Su Hua and scolded sharply. "Adults are talking. When did a dead girl like you get to speak? Do you still see elders?" Su Hua was scolded twice as a dead girl, which made her very unhappy. She frowned and said, "I naturally respect my aunt. Others?"
Sorry.
"No, you. Since Yanshan became an official, old Madame Su had become used to being praised. When had she ever seen anyone disrespect her? She was so angry her fingers trembled. She covered her chest with one hand, as if about to have a heart attack and fall over. But she was very tough. After catching her breath, she turned and loudly scolded Yanshan. "How do you usually teach your concubines? To produce such a thing, make them hand over the money. If they dare not, make them leave the Su family." When she finished, everyone's eyes again focused on old Madame Su's face. Feng Ruoshang, the main wife, was overjoyed. She had been waiting for this day for nearly 20 years. Su Yan and Su Han immediately felt happy because from now on, no one would compete with them for their father. Although Su Yanshan was unhappy that Shen Jiao flew away alone during a difficult time, he still liked his little concubine. At least Shen Jiao had a good figure, a nice appearance, a good temper, and most importantly, she listened to him. "Jiao, if you really have money hidden away, just bring it out." He also believed Shen Jiao still had other money hidden. After searching the house, they could find the property deed, and it wouldn't be just one. Master, what are you talking about? Shun Jiao Jiao's body wobbled at his words. Luckily, Su Hua was right behind her and caught her just in time, so she wouldn't fall. Su Yanshan naturally said, "We are all from the Su family. The whole family should stay united, complete, and together. If you still have other valuables hidden, just bring them out so we can discuss how to use them." Su Yanshan didn't think his request was a problem at all. He believed that since Shun Jiao Jiao was his little concubine and the mother of his children, everything she owned should belong to the Su family. Shun Jiao Jiao originally became a concubine out of love and gratitude. She willingly served Su Yanshan. For nearly 20 years, she worked hard and endured hardships, sacrificing herself and her children, dedicating herself fully to Su Yanshan. Even when Su Hua asked her to leave before the house was searched, she refused. It wasn't until now, when Su Yanshan asked her for money, that she suddenly realized, did Su Yanshan have any real feelings for her? Shun Jiao Jiao's face turned pale. She was silent for a long time, lowered her eyes, and said, "Master, I have no more money." Her words weren't false. If it weren't for Su Hua, even if she had great skills, how could she hide money under the watch of hundreds of soldiers? Moreover, when she was secretly eating buns, Su Hua had warned her repeatedly that she must not reveal her secret stash. Besides, she didn't want to give her money. She could share food with Su Yanshan, but she wasn't a fool. The entire Su family was like bloodsuckers, especially Grandma Su. She bit her lip and firmly added, "We only brought out one property deed, and nothing else." "How could you have no money?" Grandma Su couldn't believe Shun Jiao Jiao had no money. Her voice sharp and raised. "That girl hid the property deed from the head of the guards? If she could hide one, how could she hide several?" Su Yanshan also didn't believe her. He turned his serious face and asked Su Sifan, "Brother Fan, is what your aunt said true?" Su Sifan was initially worried that Shun Jiao Jiao might reveal her wealth, her heart pounding in her chest. When she heard her mother keep quiet, she let out a quiet sigh of relief and shook her head without thinking. "Madam really has no money left." The person who brought out the house deed was still Fifth Sister. Fifth Sister has always been playful since she was young. I don't know when she learned to do magic tricks, but she first hid the house deed with the left deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, then took it out when he wasn't paying attention. Su Wash listened to Su Sifan talking seriously and nonsense at the same time, blinking repeatedly. This second brother is really quick-witted. He even thought of such an excuse. The kind mother is also good. Luckily, she isn't love-struck, so I am not disappointed. Su Yanshan frowned and looked at Su Jinjing, asking in a deep voice, "Jinjing, did your aunt really not bring anything else?" Sitting next to Su Wash, Su Jinjing trembled in fear and immediately shook her head. "Fifth Sister hid things, but I wasn't very clear about it." However, when the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard suddenly died, Fifth Sister only took out one house deed from him. Su Yanshan still didn't believe and turned his gaze to the youngest, Su Yu. "Brother Yu, besides the house deed, did your aunt or sister bring any jewelry or silver notes?" This time, Su Yanshan asked differently, not whether they had anything, but directly inquired about how much they brought. Su Wash's eyes darkened. She suddenly grabbed Su Yu's arm. She almost forgot that this cheap father was at least a second-rank minister of war. To reach such a high position, he couldn't be stupid. He was someone who had been constantly in front of the emperor, gaining favor. Could a child deceive him? Exactly. Why does Su Yanshan question them? "Father, just as Su Yu was too frightened to know what to do, Su Wash sharply interrupted, "Brother Yu, you don't need to answer him." She turned to Shun Jiao Jiao and said, "Aunt, they are just making excuses to drive us away."
Fine.
I'm tired of this. I don't want Mother to be a concubine anymore. We 4 siblings don't want to live under others' control for the rest of our lives. We are leaving the Su family now, and will live our own lives. She was eager to take this opportunity to leave the Su family. The Su family, with all its bad elements, would bring misfortune or death to anyone who got involved after the apocalypse. Cutting ties is the wisest choice. However, For a 12-year-old girl to talk about leaving her family in ancient times was truly rebellious. Su Yenshan's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard, and he scolded. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Shen Jiao also looked confused. "Hua Jie? You?" Su Huai stared directly at Su Yenshan, her face calm. "Of course I know. Our 4 siblings and my mother now choose to leave the Su family willingly. From now on, whether we live or die, we have nothing to do with the Su family." She turned her head and, instead of calling her stepmother, seriously advised Shen Jiao. "Mother, right now, everyone is a fugitive, and there is nothing lower than being a fugitive. Since we are all lowly fugitives, why do you still willingly become a concubine? Elevating others and lowering yourself. Isn't that foolish? Think carefully, does what I say make sense? If you are willing to see our 4 siblings humble ourselves, I won't persuade you anymore. But I might hold a grudge against you for the rest of my life, because you will ruin my life." "Of course. Su Yenshan gave us 4 siblings life and even saved your life. We won't blame you for feeding him during the exile journey, but that's only your share. We will never do that. If you think I am right and are willing to leave the Su family, then have him write a letter releasing you from the concubinage." After speaking, Su Huai, regardless of how shocking her rebellious words sounded, got up and distanced herself from everyone, moving closer to the fence. Behind her, Su Yenshan and Su Laotai were naturally furious, but still stubbornly kept asking Shen Jiao about money and possessions. Meanwhile, the main wife's side kept taking advantage of the situation to sneer and laugh. They were practically hoping for Su Yenshan and Shen Jiao to argue loudly, as the louder the fight, the happier they were. But Su Huai ignored all this. She told Su Sifan and Su Sijin that she needed rest and that they should call her if anything came up. Then she leaned her body against the fence and closed her eyes to rest. The original body was only 12 years old. Walking 50 miles was already her limit, especially with the heavy shackles weighing over 10 jin. If she hadn't been constantly repairing her own and Shen Jiao's abilities, her and the others' feet would have already been covered in blood blisters like the other fugitives. She was probably really tired. Even with the noise from the Su family's prison, she leaned against the fence and quickly fell asleep. She didn't notice that her every move was being watched closely by Qin Su and Qi Lin next door. They heard every word she said, without missing a single one. They weren't intentionally eavesdropping, it was just that the Su family was full of drama, and the shouting was so loud that they couldn't help but listen. The 2 of them had never seen such a foolish and dramatic person like Su family's troublemaker. The way they loudly asked about hiding money in the prison was truly surprising. As for why they kept paying attention to Su Huai's every move, it was because her words and actions were not typical of a 12-year-old girl. Instead, she behaved differently from her peers, with cold eyes that shone with maturity beyond her age. Every word Su Huai said was reasonable and well thought out. "Lift others up, put yourself down." This sentence especially shocked the 2 of them. How rebellious and unconventional was this phrase? Yet, it came from a 12-year-old girl's mouth, and strangely, it didn't feel out of place. She was truly a strange mix of a young age and a wise soul. After Su Huai fell asleep, she started having nightmares. In her dreams, she saw scenes of the end of the world. Bodies everywhere, everyone dead. In the end, she was the only one alive after climbing a mountain 7,000 meters high. In her dream, she sat alone on the edge of a cliff, eating supplies stored in her space, facing endless loneliness. Spring passed into autumn, and her body changed from a 12-year-old girl into a woman in her 20s. Then winter came again. One peaceful morning, suddenly disaster struck. Countless mutated giant spiders climbed the cliff, seeing her as prey. She sat on the edge, knowing the mutated spiders were approaching, but she didn't move. She even let a spider silk spun by one of the giant spiders pierce her stomach and drag her away, turning her into a cocoon. One rainy night, she opened her eyes but didn't struggle, willingly being swallowed and torn apart by a giant mother spider as big as a 3-story house. Su Huai dreamed of being torn apart, and she screamed loudly, waking up in a panic. She opened her eyes, realizing it was just a nightmare. She took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She couldn't believe it. She usually valued her life so much. How could she have such a terrifying and absurd dream? Huire, did you have another nightmare? Shun Jiao Jiao, who had woken up unknowingly, sat up and looked at her with concern. Su Huai turned her head and saw Shun Jiao Jiao. Her eyes softened and she nodded. Yes, I had a bad dream. But don't worry, mother. We will be safe and sound. Shun Jiao Jiao raised her hand and used her sleeve to wipe the mud off Su Huai's small face. Having made up her mind, she suddenly whispered, Sister Hua, I have decided to listen to Hong Yi. To you. We will leave the Su family together, you and your brothers and sisters. She understood now that everyone in the Su family was considered the lowest and most despised. She couldn't be selfish anymore by continuing to be a concubine and lowering herself, nor could she let her 4 children suffer. This was very unfair to her children. She owed Su Yenshan kindness, but her children shouldn't have to bear that burden. Mother? Are you serious? Su Hua looked at Shun Jiao Jiao in disbelief. She didn't expect that this seemingly gentle mother was actually clear-headed and aware when needed. Shun Jiao Jiao glanced at Su Yenshan and asked softly, But your father saved my life. Also, he has shown kindness to you and your siblings. We can give him 2 portions of food to repay his kindness and his help in saving me. Do you agree with this plan, mother? Su Hua instinctively wanted to shake her head because she knew the food would end up in old Madame Su's stomach. She was not the original owner and had no obligation to support Su Yenshan or old Madame Su. After thinking for a moment, she said in a deep voice, 2 portions of food are our bottom line. But the condition is that he must sign a document releasing us from being his concubines. If he refuses to sign, we won't give him any food. Also, the food will be given for a limited time. When we arrive in the southern wilderness, that will be the end of it. If he doesn't sign the release, she wouldn't be free from the Su family, and this issue would always be a problem. Without a time limit, they could be exploited endlessly. She refused to accept such a silent loss. Hearing Su Hua's quick and clear decision, Shun Jiao Jiao thought that the ghost girl in red was guiding Su Hua. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but finally nodded in agreement. All right, I will listen to Hong. To you. When dawn comes, we will find the head of the guards to borrow paper and pens so he can write the release document. Su Hua reached out and hugged Shun Jiao Jiao, saying, Thank you, mother. You are a good mother. Shun Jiao Jiao was willing to leave Su Yenshan, but she must have endured much inner pain. On one side was her husband, and on the other, her children. In the end, she chose her children, proving she was a good mother. Hearing Su Hua praise her as a good mother, Shun Jiao Jiao felt comforted and smiled. She looked around and urged, Hua, let's sleep a little longer, or tomorrow will be hard to endure. Su Hua let go of Shun Jiao Jiao and nodded. Okay, I will listen to mother. After saying that, she leaned on Shun Jiao Jiao's shoulder and closed her eyes. But she did not sleep. Instead, her consciousness entered a different space. Looking around, the space was still filled with thick fog, making it impossible to see the edges. The land was cracked and burned, like a desolate desert. Inside the cave, the spiritual spring was still surrounded by mist, swirling gently. All the supplies she had bought were neatly stacked inside the cave, forming 5 large piles. These included grains, food, medicine, cloth, cotton clothes and blankets, seeds, weapons, gunpowder and chemicals, farming tools, daily necessities, and household items. The wild fish caught from the river were also piled into 2 large fish heaps. These supplies should last me and the others, including cheap mother, for 20 years, but you can never have too much grain. I wonder if the space can be upgraded? Can the cracked land be cultivated? Anyway, there's nothing to lose. Why not try planting on the wasteland? Su Hua looked at the cracked land with bright eyes, suddenly inspired. And she decided to act immediately. She tried to use her mind to draw water from the spiritual spring in the pool, then pour it onto the land outside the cave. She planned to water 1 acre first, to see if she could grow crops. If she could grow food, even if the world ended, as long as she was alive and well, the 6 of them wouldn't have to worry about food for their whole lives. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed loudly. A thick column of spiritual spring water was drawn from inside the cave and poured onto the cracked land outside. The cracked land looked like a giant desert beast, instantly swallowing all the spring water. No matter how much she poured, the water was completely absorbed, leaving no trace. But Su Hua, with nothing else to do, was curious and relaxed, not in a hurry, just passing the time. She sat and lay on the ground alternately, and her kept drawing water like a steady stream, guiding it out. She continued this for 2 hours inside the space, half an hour outside, until her consciousness was suddenly ejected by the space's harsh rejection. Suddenly returning to reality, Su Hua opened her eyes wide. It was just past midnight, and she heard the sound of banging sticks. It was Hong Qing leading a dozen guards into the cell, knocking on the door with wooden sticks, unlocking it, shouting commands to wake the prisoners, over 500 of them, to go to the toilet, drink water, count heads, and prepare to move. As prisoners, they wouldn't get breakfast. Only a bowl of plain water. Over 500 prisoners, each grumbling, were forced to get up and then filed out one after another. When everyone left the prison cell, it was still before dawn. Hong Qing held a whip and pointed to a row of outhouses at the end of the alley on the right outside the cell, shouting loudly, "Line up to use the toilet." Women's side has 2 rooms on the right, men's side has 2 rooms on the left. Don't dawdle. Then he took a straw hat from a guard, fanning himself and cursing, "What the heck is this weather? It's so hot before dawn. Is it some evil spirit causing this? I didn't sleep well all night." The 6 people, including Su Huai, didn't rush to the outhouse. Instead, she suddenly shouted out, "Guard, can I borrow some paper and pen? My mother wants to cut ties with my father and asks him to write a letter of separation." Su Huai's rebellious words were very shocking. Besides Shun Jiao Jiao, Qin Su, and Qi Lin, who had sharp hearing and overheard the conversation, weren't surprised. Everyone else's eyes all turned sharply to her face. Especially the Su family, their gazes looked like they saw a ghost. Su Yanshan's face darkened so much it seemed like ink was dripping from it. He scolded, "Huai, you're being too wild." He thought Su Huai was trying to complain about how they forced Shen Jiao Jiao to give up her belongings last night. He had never been fond of this daughter for a reason. She was mischievous since childhood, breaking an imperial treasure given by Emperor Jiaji at age 5. He kept that secret, afraid others would find out, or the whole Su family would be executed. As she grew older, she became more unruly, not fitting the image of a noble lady. She climbed trees, wall-scrambled, caught fish, and played with birds. He heard she even fell from a ladder a few days ago. Could a noble lady really do such things? What he disliked most was that Su Huai often challenged him since she was young, making him feel like he had no authority. He warned her again, "This isn't something for a child to interfere with. If you're unhappy, wait until tonight to talk about it." Old Madam Su also cursed, "You brat. Do you think the Su family is a place you can come and go as you please? If you die, you'll be a ghost of the Su family." The main wife and others almost couldn't hold back their laughter. They stood to the side, silent, waiting to see Su Yanshan and the concubine argue and fight. "Huai isn't being wild. I've decided. I want to cut ties with you. I want you to write a letter of separation. I won't be your concubine anymore, elevating others and lowering my children." Hearing Su Hua being insulted again as a reckless girl, Shen Jiao Jiao felt very upset. She firmly and loudly responded first. As soon as Shen Jiao Jiao finished speaking, over 700 people were shocked. Many people secretly laughed, thinking that Su's family was already suffering so much, yet they still wanted to fight over their home. Seeing the mocking looks around her, Su Yanshan gritted his teeth and said, "Jiao Jiao, don't cause trouble. I know you're used to a good life and can't stand hardship. I admit I've been careless about your feelings, which is why you have so many complaints about me. But believe me, the Emperor will clear the name of the second Duke's family sooner or later. Everyone here will be forgiven eventually. As long as we stay alive, we can still return to the capital. Su Yanshan's words sounded grand and convincing, but they easily dismissed the mistakes they made last night in forcing Shen Jiao. He also tried to flatter the emperor, the second duke's family, and other families who had been seized. He even called Shen Jiao spoiled and unreasonable. Su Hua was so angry she almost laughed. If she didn't know about the future apocalypse and the fall of the Great Dry, she might have believed him. She said, "Dad, your words are so impressive, but whether the emperor forgives us or not doesn't matter anymore." Turning around, she then told Hong Qing, "Brother, please get some paper and ink. I want to make a statement as a witness. My mother's house in the capital has another place with some antiques. Those antiques are worth thousands of taels of silver if sold casually." Su Hua was clearly making full use of the saying, "Money can make ghosts push millstones." Hearing about gold and antiques, Hong Qing immediately felt relieved and refreshed. He didn't care whether it was true or not. He happily told a servant, "Get her some paper and ink." "Yes, sir." The servants had seen the house deeds Su Hua gave last night. The money from selling that house would be shared by them too. Now hearing that she might make another fortune just by writing, they were all very happy. They brought the paper and ink as ordered and handed it to Su Yanshan, saying, "Hurry up and write the release letter. The concubine doesn't want to be with you anymore. If you're a man, be quick and stop hesitating. If you delay, we'll just whip you and move on." Not only was Su Yanshan forced to take the paper and ink, but he was also threatened by a servant. His face turned pale and then red. "Yanshan, you can't write it." Old Madame Su reached out to the paper and tear it up. But she dared not do so, unless she wanted to die. At her age, if she angered Hong Qing, a single whip would surely send her to her doom. Moreover, if Hong Qing killed her and claimed she died of illness, her death would be meaningless. Once you enter the Su family, you are one of us. Even in death, we share the same fate. Yanshan, you can't write that. Old Madame Su knew very well that the Su family could only survive if they had money after facing hardships. Shen Jiao didn't hand over her wealth, so old Madame Su couldn't be willing, nor would she agree to let Shen Jiao leave. At this moment, Yanshan was thinking not about money, but about face. He didn't listen to old Madame Su. Instead, he said with a fierce face, "I won't write a surrender letter. If I write anything, it will be a divorce letter." He cared about his reputation. As a high-ranking official, how could he be forced to write a surrender letter by a concubine? Once their relationship was torn apart, he would finally reveal his true nature. All his past affection for the concubine now seemed like a cruel joke. Honestly, Shen Jiao was just a tool for his wife to use for comfort and companionship. He had taken her as a concubine because she was prettier than Mrs. Feng and had money. In fact, Shen Jiao didn't know one thing. He had borrowed a lot of money from her father. His true nature was exposed when he coldly said, "I, Su Yanshan, do not have concubines, only concubine dismissals. If you really want to leave the Su family, you can only be dismissed." Dismissed? Shen Jiao's mind was pounding. She never expected that the Su family's troubles would force Su Yanshan to reveal his true self. So, the husband she thought she knew was actually like this. Just dismiss her. Su Hua saw Shen Jiao about to faint from the shock and quickly made a decision. The end of the world was coming. When Dakian disappeared, a dismissal letter would be just a piece of waste paper. Many people might not survive, and right now it was just a formality to cut Shen Jiao loose. Taking a small loss in appearance was fine. In reality, she wouldn't suffer. Moreover, the harsher Su Yanshan was to Shen Jiao, the faster she would pay off her debt to him. Su Hua looked indifferent and urged, "Hurry up and write it. Don't delay everyone's journey, or they'll blame you for the whips." Su Yanshan was stunned immediately, unable to understand why Su Hua was willing to sever ties with Shen Jiao at any cost. He was unwilling and said, "Shut up. This is a matter between me and your mother. You have no right to decide." Su Hua stopped speaking and turned her gaze to Shen Jiao. Shun Jiao Jiao's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Su Hua with a meaningful gaze. She turned her head and saw Su Sifan, Su Sijin, and Su Yu silently watching her with complicated expressions. She shivered and suddenly woke up. Just when everyone thought she couldn't accept being dismissed, she bit her lip and nodded firmly. Sister Hua is right. That's what I wanted to say too. Write the resignation letter. I accept. Over 700 people were again shocked and gasped. Su Yenshan's eyes widened to the limit. Old Madam Su was furious and said, Yenshan, you can't write it. If you want to resign, she must give something in exchange. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Hong Qing, hearing this, slapped the ground with his whip and shouted at Su Yenshan, hurry up and write. All this fuss about nothing, delaying our journey. If I have to, I'll whip your mother. Until you finish writing. Hong Qing wasn't helping Su Hua out of kindness. He simply didn't want to delay their trip over trivial matters. He felt the temperature rising sharply lately. Even swinging his whip made him sweat. It's better to leave early to avoid heatstroke. If someone in the group died from heatstroke, it wouldn't be a big deal for the prisoners, but he and his subordinates didn't want to suffer that. Because of Hong Qing's whip, old Madam Su didn't dare to cause trouble or block the way. Yenshan also didn't dare to refuse to write the resignation letter, fearing his mother would be beaten to death. Hong Qing used his whip to show everyone that the prisoners' lives were worth less than grass. In the end, Shun Jiao smoothly severed her ties with Yenshan. The resignation letter was taken by Su Hua and handed to Su Sifan. Although Su Hua inherited all the memories of the original owner, she was only 12 and not fond of writing characters, so she didn't recognize many words. She handed the resignation letter to Su Sifan, who was preparing for the imperial exam. He checked and found no traps in the writing, then returned the letter to her to put away. Su Hua rolled up the resignation letter and, still feeling like she was dreaming, said to Yenshan, before we reach the southern border, my mother will give you both some food. One portion is to repay you for raising us 4 siblings, and the other is to thank you for saving my life. Without waiting for Yenshan's response, she called Shin Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, Su Yu, Xia Zhu, and Su Sifan to hurry and go to the toilet. Su Yan looked at the 6 people's backs, a look of schadenfreude and pride on her face. She grabbed Feng Rushuang's arm and excitedly said, Mother, you finally beat the concubine. Those 4 annoying guys will never fight over Dad again. Su Han happily dreamed and said, now I feel better. When the Emperor someday pardons us and we return to the capital, no one will bother us anymore. Feng Rushuang glanced at Su Yenshan and Grandma Su, mocking them coldly. I'm afraid in a few days, that family will be brought back again. Grandma Su glared at her and retorted, so sarcastic. Why don't you save some of your food for me to eat? Feng Rushuang choked and dared not say she was willing to save her food. During the exile, each person could only eat 2 steamed buns and 2 bowls of water a day, just enough to survive. Who would be willing to give their food to others? No one wants to die of hunger. Knowing she could never win an argument with Grandma Su in her lifetime, Feng Rushuang chose to stay silent and pretend to be deaf. Over on Su Hua's side, the toilet was so disgusting that no one dared to steal food there. Afraid of vomiting after eating, they hurriedly ate a little and then quickly left. The space was filled with food, but they couldn't eat breakfast. Su Hua felt very unhappy, her small face scrunched up. The timing was bad. She could only endure hunger and wait until she left the government office prison to find a way to get food. Half an hour later, over 500 prisoners drank clear water and resumed their journey. Before dawn, the long line of prisoners had left the government office one after another and was walking on the street paved with blue stones. Su Hua deliberately led her 5 companions away from the Su family, walking at the front of the line. Seeing many broken tables and baskets set up as stalls along the street, her eyes lit up. She knew how to openly produce food and silver notes. Just as they were about to pass 2 overlapping broken baskets, she suddenly pulled her chains and led her group out of the main line of prisoners. In a flash, she grabbed the broken baskets with both hands and threw them forcefully. What's going on? What's happening? This happened so quickly that by the time Hong Qing and the guards reacted, they saw Su Hua pulling a large bundle out of another basket. Then they saw Su Hua's face full of surprise and excitement as she said, "Mother? Second brother. Our distant relatives from my husband's side secretly sent us food. I saw them put down their things and wave at me." While speaking, she quickly squatted down, untied the bundle, and exposed dozens of baked buns right in front of everyone. Before Hong Qing and the guards could react, she picked up the only silver note from her bundle and boldly slapped it onto Hong Qing's chest. She smiled warmly and said, "This 100 taels of silver are for the respectful officer. I hope you can be more understanding and take care of my family." Everyone who saw this was almost shocked out of their eyes. They all felt a bit jealous. After a day of searching the house, why hadn't their distant relatives come to bring food or supplies? What made them most envious was that Su Hua's act of bribing Hong Qing gave them a strange feeling, as if she had given him a piece of paper for the afterlife instead of silver. 100 taels of silver. Could this young girl be so foolish? Why would she give it directly instead of hiding it? Qi Lin saw this and almost fainted from anger, rolling his eyes and cursing. He had no money at all and hadn't brought any coins out. His distant relatives outside the 3 clans avoided him and didn't come to help. He thought Su Hua was hopelessly stupid, deliberately trying to embarrass him. Qin Su and Rongshi saw this and exchanged glances, but said nothing. "This is from my Su family." "My Su family." Old Madame Su was so excited she kept pinching her face and looked confused at Su Yenshan. Why didn't my family come to bring food?" Feng Rushuang saw this and wished she could gouge out her own eyes. She couldn't understand why Xin Jiao Jiao, a little concubine, was so lucky. Little did she know, Xin Jiao Jiao and the others hadn't yet recovered from the shock and were still in a daze. But once they regained their senses, although they awkwardly played along with Su Hua's act, they didn't let her down. Xin Jiao Jiao forced a stiff smile and said, "Great. It must be your maternal uncle's 3rd son who sent this." Su Sifan also grimaced and said, "Mother's relatives are really kind. With these, we can eat well for a while." Su Sijin nodded eagerly. "Yes, your relatives are so good to us." Su looked stunned and didn't say a word. Xia Zhu giggled foolishly. Good. Good. Good." Seeing that the 5 of them responded somewhat quickly, Su Hua secretly relaxed and then asked, "Respectful officer, do you mind if we bring these relatives gifts of food?" Hong Qing still held the silver note and, hearing her question, nodded blankly. No problem. Usually, when wandering criminals received bundles from relatives, they wouldn't say much because they would get silver in return. The young girl didn't wait for him to react and directly handed him 100 taels of silver. What could he say? Such a clever and considerate girl made him very happy. If all runaway prisoners were as sensible as this girl, he would have no trouble making money. "Mother, each of us take a pancake and eat while walking. Don't delay our journey." Su Hua was so good at pleasing people. She not only won over Hong Qing but also flattered him perfectly. Just a few words about not delaying the trip made Hong Qing feel very pleased and in a good mood. "Give them a bag of water." Seeing that the 6 people were holding pancakes, Hong Qing was unusually generous this time. Su Hua's eyes lit up and she smiled softly. "Thank you, sir." She deliberately chose pancakes for a reason. It's hot today, and if she suddenly took out meat buns or steamed bread for several days, they might spoil if not eaten quickly. Pancakes are dry food. They don't taste great, but are filling. The 6 of them could eat them openly for a few days. Su Hua and the others each had a pancake, eating as they walked. After a few bites, they found it too dry and hard to swallow, so they drank some water Hong Qing gave them. But halfway through eating, the 6 heard children crying suddenly behind them. A girl cried, "Mother, I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Can that older sister give me one? She has so many." Another boy also said, "Mother, I want to eat a pancake too." The other children also drooled and cried, wanting to eat. As the children made noise, even the adults' stomachs growled loudly. Especially the Su family, Su Han, Su Yan, and the servants' stomachs were rumbling. The servants started to blame the main wife and the old Madame Su. If it weren't for the main wife's jealousy and the old madam's tricks that made Aunt Shin leave the Su family, maybe everyone would have eaten. It's important to note that Su Hua was carrying dozens of pancakes on her back. And since that distant relative had given food, it definitely wasn't a one-time gift. They might even be sent all the way to the southern border. It was clear how foolish the main wife and the old Madame Su were. They had caused themselves to go hungry too. At this moment, the old Madame Su didn't realize what she had missed. She pinched Su Yanshan and continued to act. I told you not to write a separation letter, but you insisted on doing it. Looking at Xin Jiao Jiao's back, he cursed, traitor. If it weren't for you saving her back then, she wouldn't be where she is today. Truly someone who shares wealth but can't face hardships together. Su Yanshan frowned and ignored him. He regretted writing the breakup letter. He shouldn't have forced Xin Jiao Jiao to give him her money and valuables. Don't be fooled by Xin Jiao Jiao's soft appearance. She's actually someone who prefers to take advantage of the soft and avoid the hard. Xin Jiao Jiao is the kind of person who treats others 10 times better when they are kind to her, but when someone is mean to her, she can become stubborn and stop talking to them. At first glance, Xin Jiao Jiao seems very simple-minded, but when it comes to money, she is very clear and smart, more than anyone else. After all, she is the daughter of a merchant. Growing up by her father's side, she learned a lot about the importance of money. She was also taught that no matter where she gets married or who she trusts, money is the bottom line. So, when Su Yanshan forced her to give him her valuables last night, it touched her bottom line, and she decided to cut ties with Su Huai. Big sister Huai, we shouldn't eat alone in front of everyone, Xin Jiao Jiao said as she looked back at the children in the team who were eagerly watching her and at the Su family members who looked like they wanted to tear her apart.
Su wife Roned.
Mother, if relatives give us food, and if they see brother you crying and want to eat, will they give him? No, they won't. Since they won't, the food is ours. Why can't we eat it happily? Su was called out of nowhere and turned his head. Fifth sister, I won't cry. And I definitely won't ask for food. Su Huai chuckled softly and muttered, I'm just using you as an example, not saying you really want to eat someone else's food. Su scratched his head. You're scaring me. I'm already 8 years old. I'd rather starve than cry. Although Shun Jiao Jiao is a concubine, she has done a good job teaching the children to be independent. Plus, since she has been bullied by the main wife, all 4 children are more mature than others their age. The crying of the children behind the team finally stopped after Su Huai and the others finished eating their baked buns. The adults saw that Su Huai and the others were content and happily eating their buns, but they were jealous and dared not ask for any. After all, the guards give them 2 meals every day, and they are not starving. The group of prisoners continues to walk under the hot sun, struggling with heavy loads. Because yesterday, Su's family was whipped. Everyone remembers it clearly. The atmosphere is gloomy and no one speaks. Adding to the heat, the children look like wilted flowers, resting weakly on their mother's back, too tired to cry. The weather is extremely hot. At noon, an elderly person can no longer stand the heat and collapses. Someone shouts in panic, "Guard, please stop. My father has fainted." Before anyone can react, another old woman falls down. Soon, all the elderly people in their 60s and 70s collapse unconscious. Even some children faint. The pregnant woman, Rong, doesn't faint, but she is in very bad shape. Her body starts to shake, and she feels dizzy, as if the world is spinning. She sees the sky turn into the ground, and the ground turn into the sky. Mother, Qin Su quickly uses his body to support her, so she doesn't fall. Qi Lin sees his mother, Lan, with a strange red face, and shouts angrily, "Stop! Stop! We can't go on." If they keep walking, his mother, who often feels hopeless and considers death, might die from heatstroke. Old Mrs. Su also screams loudly, "I'm going to die. I feel like I'm going to be burned alive. I won't walk anymore." Su Hua and the others, walking at the front, turn around when they hear the noise and see chaos behind them. She had already suspected someone would faint from the heat. She can tell just by feeling that the end of the world is quietly approaching. Because the temperature is extremely high, She guesses it's at least over 43 degrees Celsius. What does 43 degrees Celsius mean? If the road under their feet is concrete, and you place an egg on it in less than 10 seconds, the egg would cook. Temperatures between 41 degrees Celsius and 54 degrees Celsius can cause heat stroke, heat cramps, and heat exhaustion, and might even lead to heat stroke. What kind of crazy weather is this? Can we even keep walking? Stop and rest. Hong Qing sees the prisoners collapsing one by one and curses, then calls for a stop. He and the guards are also very hot. If he hadn't worn a hat, he probably would have been the first to give up. The escaped prisoners saw Hong Qing leading the guards to find a large tree to rest under. When they learned they could stop and catch their breath, each family immediately looked for shade to hide. Some elderly and children had fainted at home, so the women and girls, who still had some freedom of movement, worked together to carry them to the shade of a tree. Su Hua and 4 others quickly found a big tree to hide under. After sitting down, she noticed that about 5 or 6 meters away, under another tree, were Duke Qin and Duke Qi from the 2 neighboring countries. However, Duke Qin and Duke Qi didn't notice her at that moment. Although the Rome family members didn't have heat stroke, they felt their hearts pounding fast. Blue Sure started vomiting, and after finishing, she looked like someone waiting for death, expression blank and unresponsive. Little Sister 5, why are we the only 6 people not affected? Su Sifan looked around and saw over 700 others, each in different states. She was full of confusion. The 6 of them had traveled without feeling much pressure. They were a bit tired, but their feet had no blisters. Walking in the blazing sun, their faces were sunburned, but they felt okay overall. Su Hua cleared her throat and said, "Because Sister Hong is protecting us." How could she let us suffer? After saying this, she thought to herself, there's no such thing as Sister Hong in reality. It's all because she's using her special powers. While walking, she was channeling her powers to the 5 others. If her feet got blisters again, or if the heat became unbearable, as a healer with healing abilities, wouldn't she be useless? Little Sister Hua, should we try to help the 2 noble ladies? Yesterday, the wife of Duke and helped you once, so we owe her a favor. Also, with this hot weather, people might die. Can you ask Sister Hong if there's a way to prevent deaths? Shun Jiao Jiao saw that the elderly, children, Rong Shi, and Blue Shi were all suffering from heat stroke. She looked worried and asked. She always believed in repaying kindness. Yesterday, Rong Shi silently helped Su Hua, and she felt she must return the favor. Moreover, those who were being searched and accused by the emperor's men were all wrongly blamed. She thought that even if she didn't help directly, she could at least give some advice if she knew a solution. Su Hua looked around at the fallen prisoners, then hesitated for a moment and said, "Mother, we should repay the favor to Duke An's wife now. If we wait until next time, there might be no chance." It's not that she was cold-hearted or ungrateful. She observed Rong Shi's face. It wasn't flushed or red, so she wasn't suffering from heat stroke. As long as she found shade and cooled down, she would recover. There was no need to use up their favors now. It's better to save them for a critical moment. As for the Lan family, they are like walking corpses, people desperate to die, so saving them would be pointless. Therefore, she chooses not to help. What about the other elders and children? Her special ability could save them, but only once. She can't save everyone repeatedly. Would she have to keep rescuing people as they get heat stroke or collapse along the way? If so, she wouldn't be a saint, but just a caregiver. Exile was always bound to be deadly. If these elders and children can't survive current hardships, then when the end times come, fire, earthquakes, extreme cold, they are doomed. And she can't just go around touching people's hands to activate her powers. Or giving injections. If she, a 12-year-old, pulls out a silver needle in front of everyone, it would seem foolish. Su Hua thought for a moment, and then said, "I asked. Sister Hongi said that everyone might get heat stroke because of the strong sun and hot weather. To prevent heat stroke, everyone should wear hats to block the sun. Also, after the rescue team arrives, they can prepare cool herbal teas to help everyone stay cool. For those already affected, the best we can do now is give them diluted salt water and fan them to reduce the heat. As she finished speaking, Shun Jiao Jiao looked at Su Hua with surprise, clearly impressed that Sister Hongyi had a plan. But where could the Exile team find hats and herbal tea? And it's hard enough to get water, let alone diluted salt water. Seeing Shun Jiao Jiao's worried expression, Su Hua felt somewhat satisfied. To prevent future survival issues for the girls who didn't understand how to survive, she thought for a moment and then raised her finger, taking the opportunity to teach them the first lesson on survival skills. She pointed at the top of her head and said, "Hats can be made from tree branches and leaves. Everyone can pick some and make their own straw hats. It might not be perfect, but it's better than nothing." Then she pointed to a nearby spot and said, "Herbal teas are everywhere, honeysuckle, dandelions, wild chrysanthemums. They all help with heatstroke. The rescue team would be happy to boil some for everyone. For those already suffering from heatstroke, they can try diluted salt water themselves. If the rescue team can bring some, that would be even better. It's a real survival skill. If they can't get it, then they probably can't survive. They will just have to wait for death and be eliminated." Su Hua didn't say this last part aloud, but her words already conveyed the harsh truth. Shun Jiao Jiao was very happy when she heard this. She excitedly ordered, "Brother Fan, go quickly and tell the guards that honeysuckle, dandelions, and wild chrysanthemums can help with heatstroke. Also, for families affected by heatstroke, diluted salt water can treat it." She instructed Su Sifan to remind others, then said to the others, "Xia Zhu, Sister Jean, let's pick leaves to make straw hats. Once we make some, others will learn to do it too." Su Sijin and Xia Zhu, who had been skilled in embroidery and weaving since childhood, found making straw hats very easy. Meanwhile, on Su Hua's side, something unusual was happening. Over 500 prisoners, hiding under trees to fan themselves and cool off, watched as 4 women and a boy climbed trees to pick leaves and branches to make hats. Su Sifan, however, went alone to find Hong Qing. He not only told Hong Qing about the heat-relieving effects of honeysuckle, dandelions, and wild chrysanthemums, but also shared that diluted salt water could treat heatstroke with families affected by it. He even mentioned it to Qi Lin and Qin Su. In the end, no one expected that the families with members suffering from heatstroke, as well as Qi Lin and Qin Su, actually managed to get hold of diluted salt water. But it wasn't because they asked for it. Qin Su secretly called Hong Qing aside and apparently said something to him. After that, Hong Qing seemed to be possessed by an inexplicable spirit, and he surprisingly ordered the guards to give Qin Su and Qi Lin 5 or 6 water bags filled with salt water. Su Hua was very surprised when she saw this. She guessed that Qin Su must have bribed Hong Qing. Otherwise, Hong Qing wouldn't have been so willing. What surprised her even more was that Hong Qing didn't curse when he ordered the water bags to be thrown away. Thanks to the diluted salt water, elderly and children who fainted from heatstroke gradually regained consciousness within half an hour after drinking it. Even Rong's heartbeat slowly returned to normal, and Lan's previously flushed face gradually paled. Later, more than 500 prisoners saw the straw hats worn by Su Hua and others, and they started picking leaves and branches to make their own. Eventually, each guard also had a straw hat. In the end, over 700 people wore hats woven from leaves. Well, except for the cunning Su family members. Old Madame Su and Feng Ruxiang both hated Shin Jiao Jiao very much. How could they possibly learn to weave straw hats like her? It was so ridiculous. Even if they secretly wanted to make hats, they would pretend to be proud for face's sake. Su Yenshan also didn't want to wear one. He felt that wearing a straw hat was like wearing a green hat, especially since Shin Jiao Jiao had just cut ties with him. Would others laugh at him? "Girl, everyone is wearing hats, but we aren't. Are we going to get heatstroke? Will my face get sunburned?" Su Yan saw over 700 people all wearing straw hats. Even the servants no longer wore theirs, and she felt envious. Li Wanner, wife of Su Han, saw that the adults didn't have hats and thought it was fine. But she didn't want her 2-year-old son to suffer, so she nervously asked, "Mother-in-law, Mingur is so young. If he keeps in the sun like this, it will be dangerous." Before she finished, Feng Rushuang suddenly slapped her face with a loud slap and shouted, "Danger? Minggur is not so fragile. Do as I say. Stop with all the nonsense." Li Waner was stunned by the slap and couldn't believe what she heard. She covered her face and asked, "Mother-in-law, what did you say?" She turned her head and looked at Su Han, blaming him. "Husband, won't you say something? That's your son." Su Han rubbed his nose and said harshly, "What I say doesn't matter. People fight to survive, and gods fight for incense. Just endure it." Li Waner felt her body shake. She had married into the Su family thinking it was a good place, but now she saw that everyone was crazy. If they weren't crazy, how could they do something so reckless as risking their grandson's life? When the Exile team counted their numbers and continued their journey, Shen Jiao saw Su Yenshan refusing to wear a hat and looked worried. But when she remembered how Su Yenshan and Grandma Su forced her to give up her belongings, she held back her feelings. She didn't want to do anything that would disappoint Su Huai, especially not because of love. The team moved forward again. Over 700 people were exposed to the sun, suffering from the heat and feeling uncomfortable. Their body temperatures rose quickly. This time, because they had hats to protect their heads and faces, breathing was easier and more comfortable. The team traveled for a full hour. At lunchtime, Hong Qing, the leader, saw they hadn't reached their expected destination. His face turned pale as he stopped and glared, saying, "We will definitely have to camp outside tonight." The other guards looked worried too. Camping in the wild meant they couldn't sleep well, as they had to take turns watching. They also feared wolves. They had encountered wild animals before, and once, wolves had even killed some of their brothers. Many prisoners had died too. There was a sensible person who said, "Boss, we can't just keep going without resting. It's so hot that if we don't take a break, people might die." Small accidents happen easily, but losing lives isn't worth it. Everyone stop and rest for half an hour. There's a mountain spring at the mountain entrance where we can get water to make cool tea and cool down. Hong Qing wasn't unwilling to stop. He just complained a little. After complaining, he immediately gave orders to proceed. More than 500 prisoners saw the front guard stop and heard they could rest and have lunch. They quickly found shade under the trees at the foot of the mountain. Su Hua and others also sat down on a big rock to rest in the shade. But before everyone could catch their breath and cool down, Qin Xian, the sister of Qin Su, suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Brother, why is part of the sun missing? Missing a part of the sun? What does that mean?" Maybe because everyone was too tired to speak, Qin Xian's clear, young voice sounded especially bright. Everyone around Qin's family, whether prisoners or guards, looked up confusedly in the direction she pointed. When everyone looked up and saw the sun, except for Su Hua, the others were so scared they forgot to breathe. They saw the sun being gradually eaten away by a celestial dog, changing from a full circle to a half circle, then to a crescent moon, and finally disappearing completely, leaving only a golden halo. As the sun changed, the sky suddenly seemed covered by a dark, shadowy cloth. Daylight turned into night in an instant, and everything in front of everyone went dark. This scene was so quick it felt like a blink of an eye. But it didn't end there. Within minutes, it was completely dark. Inside a mountain cave, thousands of bats, mistaken for night, sensed strange gravity and became restless. Suddenly, they spread their wings and fled wildly, like headless flies escaping the mountain. So, over 700 people resting at the foot of the mountain not only watched the sun disappear but also saw a rare, sky-covering swarm of bats flying overhead, filling the sky with chaos. Divine punishment. Divine punishment is coming again. A prisoner who had seen a dead fish moment before suddenly shouted, trembling and losing his voice. "The great Qin is probably doomed," a deep male voice said gravely, full of despair. "It's over. It's over." Su Yenshan's voice was equally terrified. "Oh no." Jilin looked up at the scene and muttered to himself. "Brother Su." Rongsher was shocked by what she saw and quickly grabbed Qin Su's arm, her face full of fear. Qin Su looked very worried but tried to comfort her, saying, "Mother, don't panic. With me and my sister here, nothing will happen. The women around Su Hua also trembled, and Xin Jiao Jiao's voice shook as she said, "Sister Hua, something's wrong. Something's happened." A bat flying out in the daytime was already frightening, and in ancient times, a solar eclipse was considered a very bad omen for a fallen king. People in the Great Qi Kingdom feared two things most: solar and lunar eclipses. According to the ancient belief in astrology, a solar eclipse meant disaster for the fall of a nation and the death of a ruler. This usually indicated a tyrannical king who slaughtered his people. Whenever a total eclipse occurred, the emperor would be very nervous and would issue a self-blame edict, reflecting on his mistakes, practicing virtue, and granting amnesty to avoid divine punishment. This was to show remorse and to protect those punished and exiled to the borders, hoping to mend his virtue. Some emperors also ruled kindly, reducing taxes and forced labor for farmers suffering from natural disasters and pardoning prisoners in jail. However, some rulers believed slander and acted against their own interests, killing high officials to atone for their sins. Su Hua thought about the current emperor in the palace and suddenly felt a bad premonition. If the emperor went mad, seeing the total eclipse might make him summon the celestial officials and think about sacrificing over 500 criminals to heaven to atone. In fact, Su Hua was not wrong. 80 miles away from the resting place, at the palace, the chief astronomer was trembling and sweating, kneeling on the ground in the imperial study, looking devastated. He didn't want to say much about the omen of the eclipse, which signaled the death of a ruler. Throughout history, most chief astronomers had died during solar or lunar eclipses, often because they spoke too much. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, his life would be in danger, following the same tragic path as those before him. Emperor Jeti was suspicious and cruel. The night before, he had skinned 2 dukes and exiled many noble families. If he advised the emperor to write a self-blame edict to atone, it would seem like the emperor was unjustly killing loyal officials. Everyone in the land would see that Emperor Jeti was foolish. Soon, the emperor would lose the support of the people, and even his loyal generals might consider rebellion. At this moment, Emperor Jiajing was dressed in plain white clothes. He looked more like a cultivation master than an emperor. He sat cross-legged on a soft cushion, eyes closed, holding 2 jade beads in each hand, spinning them gently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the prostrate official on the ground. His voice was cold. "Speak. What should I do?" The official trembled violently, almost scared out of his wits. After a long pause, risking his life, he stammered, "The 2 marquises are treacherous villains, and their son is a disaster star destined to bring ruin. They must be eliminated." Emperor Jiajing's lips curled into a cold smile.
Good.
"You draft the decree. Leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty." The official, who had just escaped a dangerous situation, wiped cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly left. When only Emperor Jiajing remained in the study, he suddenly called out, "Subdue the demons, eliminate the monsters." The "subdue the demons, eliminate the monsters" were his most trusted twin shadow guards. The 2 looked identical and had been secretly protecting Emperor Jiajing around the clock. Hearing the call, the 2 figures flickered and knelt before the emperor. Emperor Jiajing glanced at them and gave a brutal order: "Leave no one from yesterday's exile alive." The 2 hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Yes, Su Hua guessed that Emperor Jiajing might become murderous because of the solar eclipse. However, she did not expect that due to celestial movements and gravity, many parts of Dakian experienced scenes resembling the end of the world. Near the coast, the tidal energy suddenly increased. The waves surged higher, and the Earth's crust was shifting. Fishermen living by the sea saw the water suddenly recede. Not only did shallow waters expose fish, shrimp, but the seabed also turned into a beach. Oh my! So many fish! So many shrimp and hurry and gather them. Unaware that thousands of meters below the sea, the Earth's crust was cracking open a large fissure about 20 zhang wide. The fishermen thought the retreat of the water was a good sign, like a lucky catch. They eagerly grabbed their baskets, excited. In the southwest, A dormant volcano suddenly came to life due to the crust movement, erupting with flowing lava. Su Hua was completely unaware of these events. At this moment, she was staring at the solar eclipse in the sky, her thoughts racing. She couldn't tell whether this eclipse was related to the end of the world scenarios 3 months later. There was no evidence to suggest that the eclipse would cause disasters. What the heck is this? Hong Qing looked up at the sun in the sky. No, the halo and the dark sky. He was very scared. Yesterday, he saw dead fish in a river and was frightened. Now, seeing the solar eclipse and countless bats, he was even more afraid. Everyone in Dakian knew that a solar eclipse was a sign of a fallen nation or ruler. He couldn't imagine what the end of Dakian would look like. Actually, most people there, about 90%, felt that the world was about to end. This is divine punishment. The end is coming. It's real. The superstitious voice rang out again. Shut up. If you dare to spread such nonsense again, I will beat you to death with a whip. Hong Qing shouted loudly. You can't say that. If you keep talking like that, I will make sure you regret it. Don't drag me into this. If they were outside and the news of the end of the world reached the emperor, not only would the messenger die, but anyone who heard it might also be punished. But the solar eclipse was too serious. Hong Qing immediately called the guards to take the prisoners away, leaving a few to watch over them. He and the guards moved away from the prisoners and talked in a circle. Qin Su and Qi Lin also gathered to talk, and everyone else was worried too. Su Huayu and a few others sat on a big rock. Shun Jiao Jiao looked pale and trembling, saying to the others, You might not know, but a solar eclipse is a very serious sign. It's considered a warning of a fallen country. Your grandfather said that in the past, some emperors didn't want to admit their mistakes and would blame their officials. If we are exiled now, I'm afraid Emperor Jiajing might kill us to make us scapegoats. Shun Jiao Jiao couldn't say this out loud. Her eyes turned red, and her voice choked with guilt. It's all my fault. If I had listened to Sister Hua before we were taken from our home and separated from your father earlier, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. Su Huayu's mouth twitched when she heard this. If anyone should be blamed, it was the cruel and unkind emperor. He was the real problem. His brutality had nothing to do with others. Su Sifan looked at Su Huayu and asked, Fifth sister, what did Sister Hong say? Su Huayu saw both of her eyes fixed on her, but didn't answer. Instead, she silently mouthed one word, run. Everyone could guess that the emperor might kill all the prisoners to perform a ritual to atone for his sins. Hong Qing must have guessed it too. As a guard, faced with the cruel emperor and the prisoners, he wouldn't have to choose. Hong Qing would definitely stand with the emperor. Next, Hong Qing's plan is to keep a close watch on over 500 escaped prisoners, waiting for the emperor to send someone, or perhaps even volunteering to the prisoners himself. At this moment, not only Su Hua guessed Hong Qing's plan, but Qin Su and Qi Lin also understood. What should we do? Qi Lin silently asked Qin Su. Qin Su also silently responded with a run gesture. Both guessed that Emperor Jiajin would soon consult the Ministry of Heaven and then accuse them of bringing disaster upon the two noble families. Once this accusation is made, everyone involved, including the guards present, would be sentenced to death. If Hong Qing thought that offering the prisoners would make him safe, he was simply dreaming. This is a serious mistake. Emperor Jiajin would never allow anyone who knew his secrets to stay alive. Hong Qing and the 200 guards were indeed sitting together, trying to figure out Emperor Jiajin's next move, believing that surrendering all the prisoners would save their lives. Hong Qing hit his own head with his fist and cursed, We're really unlucky. After so many years of escorting, this is the first time we've encountered a solar eclipse. Guard A asked, Should we keep moving forward now? Guard B said, Yes, why not? We wait for the Emperor's message, while keeping the prisoners calm, so they don't suspect anything. If the Emperor writes a self-blame edict, we won't delay our journey. If not, we can still report everything without missing a detail. Hong Qing nodded. Exactly. Keep moving as usual. But we need to be careful now. Those two young masters are not easy to deal with. Both dared to charge into battle at 13, especially that young man from the Ingwa family. He's a lunatic. He single-handedly disguised himself as a barbarian enemy soldier, infiltrated the enemy camp, and cut off the head of their leader. Who dares to do such a thing? Hong Qing turned to glance at Qin Su, feeling a bit nervous. Qin Su had previously asked him for some salt water, but he didn't give him a copper coin and only said that the old general from the Ingwa family had once retired from the army. Mentioning any of his achievements could be impressive, almost making Hong Qing scared too. There's a saying that a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Who knows if the old general from the Ingwa family has been secretly following behind. Also, although Qin Su was restrained with a loop bone, he looked indifferent. Hong Qing felt he couldn't see through Qin Su's true thoughts. Even Qin Su's sister, who was only 5 years old, faced this disaster without crying or making a fuss, which was very strange. All right, everyone disperse. Do your own things. Keep moving as usual. Hong Qing finished discussing the matter and immediately ordered the 200 guards to disperse and go their separate ways. As Hong Qing stood up and looked around at the more than 500 prisoners, he saw that each person had a different expression and behavior. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were looking up at the sky, some looked hopeless and unmoving, and others were arguing loudly, causing chaos. The arguing was mainly from the Su family. This time, they weren't arguing over hats. Old Madame Su and Feng Rushuang had been exposed to the sun for an hour and didn't care about their dignity anymore. They stopped resting and quietly started weaving straw hats to wear. The family's quarrel was because Su Han's son had indeed caught a heatstroke. This time, they didn't have any light salt water to help. The real issue of their argument was about who should ask Hong Qing for some light salt water. While over 500 prisoners were guessing what Emperor Jeti was thinking and trying to find a way out, the Su family was actually arguing over a small amount of salt water. Hong Qing looked at the Su family and finally focused on Su Yanjiao's pretty face. Suddenly, he called over a guard and said, "Tell the Su family that if they want light salt water, let their eldest daughter bring some to me tonight." More than 500 prisoners wouldn't last long. They would all die soon. Dozens of girls, and if they didn't get the salt water, it would be a waste. 200 guards, each time they prisoners back. It takes months. Without their own wives to solve the problem, they were very eager. A dozen families of prisoners didn't know that Hong Qing had already set his sights on their daughters. He planned to take all the girls before Emperor Jiaji's people arrived. In the end, it was Su Yanshan who, with a guilty face, went to beg for the light salt water. But when Su Yanshan heard the guard say that if he wanted the salt water, he should let Su Yanjiao do something for Hong Qing at night, he almost fainted from anger. His face turned pale and then red, and he shouted, "No need. My grandson may die, but I, Su Yanshan, will never sell my daughter." If his grandson died, he could have another. But if his daughter was made to do such things in front of hundreds of people, he wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Hong Qing truly opened his eyes and finally understood a truth. When a tiger falls, even a dog will bully it. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Whatever you say. I've already passed on the message. Whether you want the water or not is up to you, the guard sneered. Sooner or later, all the girls would be used by them. Su Yanshan didn't want it now, but later, Su Yanjiao would definitely be the one to suffer the worst. Su Yanshan sneered at the poor judgment, realizing a bad feeling, but his anger fueled his reason, so he didn't suspect any hidden meaning. He angrily returned to the shade where the Su family was resting. Li Waner saw Su Yanshan come back empty-handed and scolding. Her face turned pale, but she still asked desperately, "Father, what did Jie Cha say?" Su Han frowned and asked, "He doesn't want to give it." Su Yanshan looked at his daughter-in-law, then at his son, then at his grandson lying on the ground, red-faced and unconscious, and finally at Su Yan, who was shouting and crying while carving on his face. He hesitated to speak, then sighed and said, "You're still young. You can have more children in the future." "What?" Li Waner swayed and sat down on the ground. She turned and suddenly grabbed Feng Rushuang's arm, her eyes red with madness, shouting, "It's all your fault. You wicked mother-in-law who caused my grandson's death. I said I wanted to put a hat on Minggur. You fought with your concubine and wanted to kill my son. You're all murderers of my son. Feng Rushuang was hurt by Li Wanner's grip but dared not speak out. Because she cared about her reputation, she ignored her grandson's life, holding on to a false hope. But she didn't realize her mistake. She thought her son Su Han was still young, only 19, and that after losing a grandson, she could still have more children, as many as she wanted. Seeing Feng Rushuang's cold and unrepentant expression, Li Wanner cried and pushed her fiercely, shouting, "Give me back my son. Return my son to me." When Su Han saw his mother being pushed by Li Wanner, anger surged, and he slapped Li Wanner hard across the face. He shouted, "Let go. What are you crazy for? Minggur isn't dead yet, and you've cursed him to death." Su Yan also stood up, defending his mother without hesitation, saying, "Yes, Minggur isn't dead yet. It was just heatstroke. Maybe he can pull through himself." Old Madam Su opened her eyes wide, glancing at Su Yanshan coldly, and interrupted sharply. "This is all because of that shameless woman Xin Jiao Jiao. If she had that 100 taels of silver, Minggur would need just some salt water. We could even eat pancakes." She still remembered the 100 taels of silver that Su Huai gave to Hong Qing and the burden on Su Huai's back. Her cold gaze fixed on Su Huai from afar, muttering, "That dead girl." Su Huai not only refused to carry silver notes to avoid trouble, but also always kept a small bag with her, never leaving it behind. She even kept her family away from her as if avoiding a plague, to prevent giving herself any trouble or giving the Su family a chance to take her bag. Old Madam Su looked at her great-grandson and suddenly came up with an idea. She shamelessly said, "If you don't want Minggur to die, then you must ask for help. Yan Shan, go ask that shameless woman to help Minggur." After all, according to the order of the family, Minggur was once considered her grandson. Although Shen Jiao Jiao was a concubine, she was also brought into the house through the side door by Su Yanshan. Su Han's son still had to call her step-grandmother. Since she was a step-grandmother, saving her grandson should be natural, right? Old Madam Su's plan was clearly well thought out. However, when Su Yanshan heard this, he immediately refused without hesitation. "I'm not going." "Go ask Shen Jiao Jiao? Does he still care about his reputation? Just this morning, he had broken up with her. Now, to beg his concubine with a shameless face? He would be laughed at to death. Su Yanshan, dare you try to find that shameless woman?" Feng Rushuang finally reacted and threatened angrily, "Even if my grandson dies, I won't let that shameless woman help. If you dare to go to her, I won't forgive you. When did I say I would go? I already said I wouldn't go. You crazy woman, you're impossible to understand." Su Yanshan was so angry that his head almost smoked. After the family was taken over, no one cared about his suffering. Instead, they all wanted to abandon him and threaten him. Before the family was taken over, these two women wouldn't have dared to be so rude to him. Haha, Liwana looked at the family's ugly faces and suddenly burst into wild laughter, as if she had gone mad. "All of you are animals, not fit to be human." At the moment when everyone in the Su family was stunned, she suddenly released Feng Rushuang, shouted at the servant nearby, "Servant, I don't want to be chained with these animals. Unbind me." Then she picked up her son, stood up with a cold and determined face. Seeing this, Su Han raised his hand and slapped Li Wanner the other side of her face, cursing, "Who do you call an animal? What do you want to do? Trying to take Minggur away?" Li Wanner's originally pale face immediately showed 2 symmetrical slap marks. But she remained unfazed by the slap, staring at Su Han with a cold smile. Su Han saw Li Wanner sneer and felt offended, so he slapped her hard. "What are you laughing at? I'm asking you. Do you want to hug Minggur?" Li Wanner remained silent, her cold smile growing wider, her bright red eyes fixed coldly on her husband. Before the Su family was taken over, Su Han could hit her and she would endure it. But now, involving her son's life, she couldn't stay silent. Feng Rushuang had never seen Li Wanner smile so sinister. Remembering something, she scolded, "Are you trying to break free?" and then begged that scoundrel, Li Wana stiffly turned her head and stared directly at Feng Rushuang, as if she wanted to burn her ugly face into her memory. Feng Rushuang felt uncomfortable under her gaze and, angry and ashamed, threatened, "If you dare to look for that scoundrel, you will also be kicked out of the Su family. I don't want a daughter-in-law like you." Hearing the word, kick out, Li Wana finally reacted. She said surprisingly, "Do you think the Su family is still the same as before? How ridiculous. Just a bunch of criminals. Do you really think you're something special? You're a rebellious woman." Feng Rushuang and Su Han stared at Li Wana with wide eyes, as if they were seeing a ghost. Others also thought they must be hearing things, as if they had never known Li Wana before. In the past, Li Wana was seen as a kind and obedient young lady. Now, it seemed she was possessed by a ghost. But before they could understand what was happening, the guards arrived and asked with slight anger, "Who just shouted to unlock the shackles?" "It was me." Li Wana turned to look at the guards, her voice trembling as she said, "I don't want to be locked up with these beasts. Also, tell your leader that if he is willing to give my son some salt water, I will agree to anything." Finally, he couldn't hold back and immediately embraced Li Wana in front of more than 700 people, leading her into the woods. As for what would happen next, everyone knew without guessing just by looking. Hong Qing was acting like a madman. He didn't go deep into the woods. He stayed at the mountain entrance, in a place visible to everyone, and quickly did what he wanted among the bushes. And everyone could hear the sounds clearly. This scene made the faces of the crowd show different reactions. Some looked surprised, some confused, some scared, and others pretended not to see. The guards laughed loudly. Children looked confused, young women trembled with fear, and men pretended not to notice. Young boys like Qin Su, Qi Lin, and Su Sifan, who had never experienced much, looked calm on the outside, but their ears turned red. Women, elderly women, and older men cursed loudly. Su Hua, a young woman from a new era, had seen many things in her previous world: parks, cars, mountaintops, forests. Nothing surprised her anymore. As for the Su family, things were even more lively.
"Ah!
Scoundrel! Shameless scoundrel!" Su Han was furious and ashamed when he saw his wife going into the woods with another man during the daytime. The eclipse was over. But his anger wasn't just because his wife was with someone else. He felt humiliated because Li Wana publicly humiliated him. She was deliberately making him look bad forever. "Scoundrel, I will kill you," Su Han shouted, trying to rush into the woods. But he couldn't get close. How could the guards let him interrupt Hong Qing's plans? The guards easily stopped him. One guard even kicked him away, then stepped on him, with his shoe on Su Han's face, spitting on him. "Good for nothing, can't even save your own son, and now you need your wife to do everything. Let me go." Not only was Su Han furious, but others in the Su family were also so angry they almost spat blood. Family shame. Family shame. What kind of sin did I, Su Yenshan, commit? Su Yenshan's face turned red with shame and anger. Old Madame Su's face twisted as she cursed loudly. "You wicked person. You're going to ruin the reputation of the Su family." Feng Rushuang almost ground her teeth in anger. "Scoundrel. She's revenge for me. Revenge for the Su family. We must divorce her." Su Yan dared not speak, feeling that Li Wana was also taking revenge on the Su family by publicly embarrassing them. She suddenly found Li Wana very frightening, willing to do anything to get revenge. Li Wana was indeed seeking revenge on the Su family. The family cared only about their reputation and ignored her son's life. So, she decided to make them lose face and make Su Han suffer for life. Everyone liked to slap her. Then she would use her voice to shame everyone in the Su family. Thinking about how everyone in the Su family would be furious, she grew angrier and louder. She wanted everyone to see that a woman can be ruthless and unfeeling. After about half an hour, she was disheveled, covered in bruises, with a cold smile on her face, walking out of the woods happily with Hong Qing. She was openly exposed in front of over 700 eyes. "Someone, give her a bag of light salt water, a bag of herbal tea, and 2 portions of food," Hong Qing said, feeling satisfied and generous. But this generosity was only because he knew Li Waner wouldn't live much longer, and he was just giving her a final meal. Li Waner didn't know, and didn't need to know. She only wanted to save her son. She took 2 portions of water and food and hurried back to her son. The guards didn't pay much attention to her son. He was just placed under a tree, guarded by 1 guard. When Hong Qing finished, he immediately left. Brother Ming. At this moment, Li Waner's eyes were filled with concern for her poor son. She rushed to her son, reached out to check his breathing, and saw he was still alive. Tears finally fell as she hurriedly picked up her child and fed him water. But just after she finished feeding him and put him down, she was kicked over. Su-han had been waiting for her to come out. Though chained and shackled, he didn't hold back from hitting Li Waner. Wretch!
Go to.
Before she could react to being kicked over, she was kicked again. It didn't stop there. Feng Rushuang and Su Laotai rushed toward her. Su Laotai grabbed her hair. Feng Rushuang slapped her face repeatedly, and Su-han kicked her stomach fiercely. Su-han believed Li Waner was carrying Hong Qing's dirty child, and thought she must be killed. But Li Waner would rather be beaten to death than show weakness. She didn't cry out or scream, showing a fierce determination that was even more ruthless than a man. Older sister Hua, brother Fan, can you save her? She was once your sister-in-law, and Shun Jiao couldn't bear to see her being beaten to death by the Su family. Although Li Waner was not her real daughter-in-law, they had once lived together in the same house. Li Waner had been married into the Su family for 3 years. Although she was a stranger to her, she was not treated as badly as the main wife who often bullied her. Su Hua kept a close eye on Li Waner's expression, then looked over at Hong Qing. She then held back the restless Shin Jiao and shook her head. Mother, there's no need to save her. The current beating is actually a rare test. In fact, she now has a better chance of surviving than you think. She saw Li Waner walk out of the woods with a cold, revengeful smile. Li Waner had clearly become hardened. When someone becomes tough, a beating won't hurt her much. Moreover, during the end times, it was people like Li Waner who were cruel to others and even harsher on themselves that could survive. Li Waner knew her worth and knew how to use her body to exchange for saline water. She had learned how to fight to stay alive. As long as the Dog Emperor didn't kill her, she might seem like just a woman, but when the end times come, she could survive against all odds. Her way of surviving might not be perfect, but in the end times, humans do anything to stay alive. Some even resort to cannibalism. And she was a woman who had been used by others. Su Hua lowered her voice. It's better to give her a knife now than to save her. She hadn't forgotten to instill the idea of self-protection during the end times to everyone.
Give.
Give her a knife? Why would she need a knife? Shun Jiao was frightened and didn't understand why a knife was necessary to save someone.
Su Sifan, Su Xin, Su Yu, and Xiazu all looked confused.
Self-defense. Su Hua held back from saying it could also be used to kill, afraid of scaring them. As Su Hua expected, Li Waner wasn't beaten for long before Hong Qing felt his authority challenged. He ordered a few guards to whip all the troublemakers in the Su family. The woman I just had is also beaten? Are you trying to die? Give me a good lash. Hong Qing spat and smiled with a bloodthirsty pleasure. Although Li Waner was as worthless as grass, she had at least pleased him. If the Su family beat Li Waner, it was like slapping him in the face. Next, over 500 prisoners saw this scene. Su Han, Su Laotai, and Feng Rushuang had previously beaten Li Waner happily. But in the next moment, they were whipped like dead dogs. The sound of whips cracking and the screams of 3 people mixed together, making the other members of the Su family, Su Yan, Su Yenshan, and the servants, feel nervous and shiver with fear. Meanwhile, Li Waner smiled triumphantly, showing a cold, resentful expression as she looked at the Su family.
See?
Someone has come to save her. No need to even hand over the knife. Su Hua looked at Li Waner's cold smile and reminded the women again. If used well, even weakness can become a powerful weapon. In the end, each of the 3 clever members of the Su family was whipped more than 10 times, marking the end of their rest period. Hong Qing, trying to keep over 500 prisoners in line, handed each of them a steamed bun and a bowl of herbal tea. Besides the Su family members who kept scolding Liwana, the prisoners each took their food quietly, with different thoughts in mind, and continued walking without showing any emotion. On Su Hua's side, she told Su Sifan to give 2 steamed buns to Su Yenshan. As they moved forward, the women no longer led the group, but instead walked in the middle of the line. What Su Hua didn't expect was that Qin Su and Qi Lin's families, who had been walking at the back, also chose to stay in the middle, right behind the women. There was a reason for their choice to walk in the middle and stay still for now. They stayed in the middle because they thought that if the assassin sent by Emperor Jiajin suddenly appeared during the day, the prisoners in front and behind could block him, giving them enough time to react. At least they wouldn't be the first to die unjustly. They were waiting for nightfall, hoping for the right moment to act. Hong Qing didn't know that while they were moving, all 3 of them kept their eyes on the terrain. During the afternoon, apart from occasional complaints from the Su family, the long line was very quiet. No one dared to delay. Even in the heat, everyone endured. Hong Qing could feel that something was wrong. However, Hong Qing only worried about Qin Su and Qi Lin. He didn't pay attention to any of the other prisoners. The 2 young lords were both known as war gods. Rumors said that they had many knife wounds all over their bodies. There were also rumors that they were incredibly strong, capable of splitting stones with a single palm. But Hong Qing didn't believe they could split stones. He only thought that if they really tried to escape, their collarbones wouldn't hold them back. The line moved forward without incident for 30 miles and finally reached evening. Hong Qing was already waiting for Emperor Jiaji's imperial decree and the assassin. He didn't want to delay, and he no longer cared about the previous fear of spending the night outdoors and encountering wolves. Plus, all the scouts wanted more time to gather dozens of girls. When night fell, they hurriedly stopped at a low-lying basin surrounded by mountains, with a small stream running through it. Hong Qing loudly ordered, "Everyone stop. Stay here for the night." Su Hua, Qin Su, and Qi Lin all narrowed their eyes at the same time. The terrain here was not only bad for escaping, but also very dangerous for all the fugitives. The mountains around had no trees to hide behind, and the basin looked like a natural arena. They didn't need to wait for the assassin sent by the Dog Emperor. If wolves came rushing down from the mountains, the over 500 fugitives would be like trapped animals attracting wolves, with nowhere to run. The 3 looked grim, but they showed no signs of panic. They sat by the stream, drinking water and catching their breath. Several bonfires blazed fiercely, and the scouts hurried to prepare food. Su Hua opened her bag, took out baked flatbreads, and handed one to each of the women, saying, "Eat quickly." The women knew they had to escape tonight. They didn't know how Sister Hong Yi would help them escape, but they understood that they needed to gather strength first. Rest and eating were essential. The escape might require running at full speed, leaving no time to stop for food or even breathe. If one of them lagged behind, they all might die. Su Hua quickly ate a flatbread herself. Then, after the women finished, she took out an ancient, universal key from her space. She bought this ancient key on the black market. She didn't know if it would work. The black market middleman said it could open most locks except for those with built-in mechanisms. She just bought it without much thought, stockpiling items, and believed it would work. While Hong Qing and the scouts were unaware, Su Hua lowered her sleeve, inserted the key into the lock on her wrist shackles, and pushed it in. Suddenly, she heard a click. Su Hua almost shouted with excitement because that sound meant the black market middleman was honest with her. But this unlocking sound was heard not only by her and the women but also by Qin Su and Qi Lin, sitting 3 meters away, who had sharp hearing. 2 young boys suddenly looked straight at Su Hua. Startled, she trembled and dared not move, then gave them an innocent, foolish look with a wink. Qin Su and Qi Lin stared at Su Hua in surprise, feeling very shocked inside. They never expected that a 12-year-old girl could open locks. Qin Su suddenly nudged Qi Lin with a wooden stick, silently warning, "Don't look." They decided to pretend they saw nothing. Tonight, if all the criminals don't escape, everyone will die. Su Hua can open locks and plans to escape, which shows she is very clever. It's important to note that the Su family is so foolish they don't realize that tonight will be a night of bloodshed. Over 500 criminals also know danger is coming, but are helpless about opening locks. Everyone is trying hard to think of how to grab the keys hanging from Hong Qing's waist. Qilin understood Qin Su's silent signals and turned his head away, not looking at Su Hua. Seeing them pretend not to see her, Su Hua's mouth twitched in frustration. But she's not afraid they will find out. The two noble families' involvement means everyone will be exiled, so she doesn't think they will betray her. When she sees they are no longer staring at her, she quickly unlocks another bracelet on her wrist and hands the keys to her mother and the others. They all take the keys, trembling with fear, and carefully unlock themselves. Fortunately, all 5 unlock smoothly without making any noise. After unlocking, they pretend to look at the sky or glance around. Hong Qing has no idea. He looks down on them and thinks the least noticeable women have already unlocked their shackles. But it's more than that. Su Hua knows that only if the women escape together, they might have a chance. She cleverly glances at Qin Su and Qilin as if targeting 2 easy targets. When Su Hua's gaze falls on Qin Su and Qilin, no, on the 2 easy targets, both boys sense something and turn to look at her again. They see Su Hua grinning with a sly smile, showing her white teeth, and suddenly freeze in surprise. They don't understand what this smile means yet. Then they see Su Hua whisper, "Here are the keys for you. Don't thank me." After understanding her silent message, both boys' hearts skip a beat. Oh no! This clever young girl. She actually wants to use them as pawns. It's obvious she intends to turn them into tools and weapons. Before their house was raided, they were respected young masters, and they were also young war gods commanding armies. Now, a young girl is actually using them? Qilin guessed Su Hua's plan and was so angry he nearly exploded. His eyes flashed with fierce light. If looks could kill, Su Hua would have been sliced into pieces by his gaze. He silently cursed with his lips. "You wicked girl. How dare you treat me as a tool?" Su Hua pretended not to understand and first shot Qilin a glare, then turned her eyes to Qin Su. Qin Su stayed silent, but looked at the women besides Su Hua. After a long moment, he nodded at Su Hua, signaling her to give the key to Rongshi, Qin Xian, Lanshi, and the 2 maids. Actually, he and Qilin didn't need the key to regain their freedom, but they wouldn't reveal their hidden abilities unless it was a life-or-death situation. Having the key made things much easier. After understanding Qin Su's silent hint, Su Hua took advantage of Hong Qing turning around and the nearby guards not paying attention, and secretly threw the key to Rongshi. Rongshi was currently experiencing a painful contraction. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths. She had a premonition that she was about to go into early labor, and she could feel that her baby was in very bad shape, constantly moving around. She could see with her own eyes that her belly was being pushed and pulled by the baby. But tonight was a critical moment for escape. No matter how bad the situation, she dared not tell Qin Su, afraid it would slow down her son. While Rongshi was enduring the pain with her eyes closed, Qin Xian pushed her arm. Rongshi opened her confused eyes and saw Qin Xian pointing at her immobilized legs, where a key had suddenly appeared. Her pupils shrank in shock. She quickly grabbed the key and hid it. When she saw that Hong Qing hadn't noticed, she was relieved and asked Qin Xian with a confused look who had given her the key. "It's my sister." Qin Xian pointed again at Su Hua. Rongshi looked along Qin Xian's finger and saw Su Hua tugging at her sleeve, revealing her wrist with the shackles removed. She was startled, but she quickly steadied herself. Using Qin Su's body as cover, she carefully untied the shackles on Qin Xian's wrists, then freed herself. After the mother and daughter were free, she handed the key to her clever maid, Xiaolan. Xiaolan was quick and cautious, hiding her nervousness well, without showing any signs of trouble. When her hands were free again, she passed the key to Chunning, the main maid of the Blue family. Both were top maids of the Duke's household, trained and skilled. Chunning didn't fall behind. She quickly unlocked her own restraints and then helped unlock Blue's. Blue was like a walking corpse, sitting still and letting Channing control everything, as if she were a lifeless body. Once the two noble families' locks were undone, Mrs. Rome handed the key to the three clans of the Duke's family. Hong Qing didn't realize how powerful the universal key was. No matter which lock it was used on, it opened all without resistance, as if by magic. At this moment, Hong Qing was feeling proud. He thought that after tonight, the 500 prisoners would be dead soon, so he was in a good mood. He not only let the guards steam some bread, but also cooked plain rice porridge. He was thinking that after eating and drinking, he could go after the young lady, and his mood would be even better. While waiting for the bread to steam and the porridge to cook, he daydreamed for half an hour. During this time, except for the shackles on the Su family, all 500 people were freed, including Li Wana, who was with other families' locks. Everyone was very careful during the process, acting cautiously to avoid any mistakes. Even after unlocking the shackles, they tried to hide their actions. The Su family never expected that over 500 people would unknowingly regain their freedom, and the last person to hold the key was Li Wana. Maybe this is what they call karma, she said with a sinister smile, holding the key in her hand. Under the watchful eyes of over 500 people, she boldly threw the key into the fire in front of her, not passing it to the Su family. Several of Xin Jiao's women were so shocked they almost dropped their jaws. Seeing Li Wana throw away the universal key, Su Huashang felt a sharp pain in her heart. That key was a lock-opening treasure. How could she just throw it away? But she still sighed. This sister-in-law is quite ruthless. Li Wana, when she was ruthless, could even threaten the entire Su family's lives, which was surprising. There was only one universal key, but Li Wana refused to give it to the Su family. The locked members of the Su family would not have a chance to survive. Li Wana was clearly taking advantage of the Su family's trouble to threaten their lives. Actually, Li Wana was so harsh for a reason. When handling matters, Hong Qing accidentally let slip that he intended to harm Su Yan. Su Yanshan immediately rejected this idea. She thought the entire Su family was full of monsters and didn't deserve to live. Especially Su Yanshan, who clearly had a way but refused to say it. Even if Su Yanshan had honestly told her, she wouldn't really let her sister-in-law risk herself to save her son. When pushed to the limit, she would choose to sacrifice herself. However, the whole family didn't care about her son's life at all. Su Yanshan even suggested she have another child. Even Su Qian, the old lady Su, and Feng Rushuang hated her enough to want to kill her. Li Wana believed that everyone in the Su family deserved to die. None should be spared. Father, have you noticed something strange about the other prisoners' atmosphere? Su Yan felt countless strange gazes on her face and nervously pushed Su Yanshan, who looked 10 years older in an instant. She found the over 500 prisoners very strange. Each one was staring at the Su family, especially Li Wana, whose gaze was like looking at a corpse. What's strange? Su Yanshan opened his eyes upon hearing this. He looked around at the prisoners and saw that the men still wore wooden collars and shackles on their feet. The women, girls, and children were still chained together in groups of 5. Qin Su and Qi Lin were still bound with their ribs. But he noticed that Xin Jiao looked at him strangely, as if she had 1,000 words to say. However, after waiting a long time, Xin Jiao said nothing and looked away. Li Wana's face was now twisted into a sinister smile, made more frightening by the flickering firelight at night. He suddenly had a very bad feeling but couldn't understand why. What was wrong with the over 500 prisoners? Nearly 20 bonfires burned fiercely, casting a dull red glow that reflected over more than 700 faces. Each face showed different emotions. Some looked tense, some scared, some tried to appear calm, some clenched their teeth, ready to fight. Others looked composed and ready to strike, some sneered, and others had green eyes shining with hunger. The children and the Su family members all stared longingly at the 2 pots of food. One pot was steaming with rich aroma, with a 6-layer bamboo steamer cooking buns, while the other bubbled with fragrant porridge. Previously, these foods were only given to the family's guard dogs. But now, because of hunger, they seem like delicious treats that attract people. Hong Qing looked over more than 500 prisoners and saw how each one was swallowing nervously. He smiled to himself. He picked up a wooden spoon from the porridge pot and tasted a small spoonful. When he tasted the porridge, he saw it was overcooked. He licked his lips and nodded with satisfaction. He waved to a few guards and said, "Line up to get your porridge and bread cakes. Eat quickly so we can finish early and get things done." "Yes, boss." The 200 guards understood and grinned slyly. There were about 30 young women, maids, and young wives present. On average, each could serve a few people. The guards thought about it and felt eager. In the past, they wouldn't have been so bold when escorting prisoners. But now, with the solar eclipse coming, they knew none of the 500 prisoners would survive. So, they didn't want to waste this rare chance for fun. 2 guards started filling wooden bowls with porridge, while 2 others brought out steaming baskets. One guard held a knife at his waist and shouted loudly, "Line up to get your food. 1 bread cake and 1 bowl of porridge per person. Sue's family, go first. Hurry up. I'm starving." Old Madame Sue, Feng Ruoshuang, Su Yan, and 2 rough maids looked like starving ghosts. As soon as the guards finished speaking, the 5 of them rushed to get food and ran toward the large pots. "Give me 2 servings." Old Madame Sue took 1, but it wasn't enough. She shamelessly asked for another. Before the guards could get angry, she said boldly, "Those 2 servings are for that Shin Jiao Jiao. 1 for me, 1 for my son." The guards knew what kind of family Sue was. They sneered and handed her 2 portions. Suan followed Bain. After the 5 women finished getting their food, he eagerly took his turn. Su Yanshan was at the back, but he kept looking back every few steps. He was shocked to see that, besides Sue's family, no other prisoners stood up. Everyone had strange expressions, especially Shin Jiao Jiao and the others, who stared at him without blinking. Their intense gazes made his back feel cold and his hair stand on end. Suddenly, he shivered all over and finally remembered something. He was the Minister of War and suddenly remembered the solar eclipse this morning. He thought about what might happen next, given Emperor Jiaji's personality. He almost scared himself to death. It's over. It's over. His pupils dilated to the limit. He guessed that more than 500 prisoners were planning to escape together, but no one called out for the Su family. His whole body felt icy cold. The Su family was isolated, and there was no way out for them. He had to save himself. His panicked eyes looked around, finally settling on Hong Qing. He trembled and shouted loudly, "Officer, they are trying to escape. All the prisoners are trying to run away." Still trembling, he pointed at everyone with a confident tone. "Everyone is planning to escape. Catch them quickly." He believed that the prisoners had acted unjustly first. So, he wouldn't blame himself for being unkind later. He just wanted to survive. He knew that if the prisoners escaped successfully, they would eventually become fugitives. But if he helped the officer now, he would be helping Emperor Jiaji. Maybe the Su family could even be pardoned because of this. Su Yanshan thought everything would turn out perfectly, but at the same time, he revealed his worst side. "Mother, thank goodness you cut ties with him, or with such a father, I would be stained for life." Su Huai hated traitors like Su Yanshan the most. The over 500 prisoners had no obligation to help anyone escape. They were each looking out for themselves. However, because she had a key, it seemed like she was tying all 500 people together. In reality, each person would escape on their own. But Su Yanshan believed that several families had already colluded and abandoned the Su family, so he turned around and betrayed those families. Although everyone was no longer afraid of being exposed and had been ready to act, no one felt good about being sold out. Su Siffin sighed with disappointment. "Shameful," Su snorted. "Dad used to teach me not to be a villain, but I never thought he was like this." Shin Jiao Jiao looked pale, her eyes red, and stared at Su Yanshan in disbelief. Among the over 500 prisoners trying to escape were her and her 4 children. When Su Yanshan sold everyone out, he never considered her and the children. "Ha ha ha. Truly a family of beasts. Liwana laughed wildly when she saw Su Yenshan betray everyone. At this moment, Hong Qing finally realized something was wrong. He knew that more than 500 people wanted to escape, but whether they could escape was another matter. But now, the faces of these prisoners looked strange. However, before he could react, Qin Su, Qi Lin, and 4 other noble warriors with broken pipa bones all stood up at once. Then Hong Qing saw a scene that almost made him his pants. Suddenly, there were 2 loud bangs. The wooden shackles around Qin Su and Qi Lin's necks exploded. Quickly, sharp iron chains that passed through their collarbones shot out with a spray of blood. Next, the iron chains around their feet also broke with a clatter. The other 4 noble warriors didn't look as intimidating as the 2 young warriors. But all the wooden shackles and copper locks on their necks and wrists were broken. Whoever was caught by them could easily be freed. Then, in front of everyone, all 6 of them regained their freedom. Hong Qing was so scared he wished he could disappear right then. He was most afraid that Qin Su and Qi Lin would unlock their shackles on the pipa bones because if they were free, they could kill anyone here. Come with me and my mother. Follow my sister quickly. Qin Su kicked off a broken iron chain around his ankle and turned to toss a word to Su Huai, who was stunned. Su Huai was truly amazed by how the 2 boys operated so skillfully. She didn't understand how they shattered the wooden shackles and broke the iron chains on the pipa bones. She also couldn't figure out why, with their strength, they still chose to be exiled. With such high strength, why be afraid? They could just rebel and defeat Emperor Jazzy. But now wasn't the time to analyze them. Escape was the priority. And when did she say she would escape with the Rong family and others? Plus, Qin Su's words might be reversed. What does he mean by, come with me and my mother? Follow my sister quickly? Shouldn't it be, take my mother and sister and escape together? Su Huai really wanted to tell Qin Su, let's go our separate ways. See you again someday. But the scene was getting out of control. Hong Qing had already realized what was happening and was shouting to kill. He could only run first. The 200 guards also drew their big swords from their waists. 100 of them charged toward Qin Su and Qi Lin, swinging their swords. The other 100 split up and attacked the over 500 criminals.
Kill.
Kill everyone. Hong Qing saw the chaos and had no choice but to fight. If over 500 criminals escaped, they wouldn't survive either. They might even get their families involved and be executed together. When a total solar eclipse occurs, Emperor Jiajing will definitely send people to kill all the fugitives. They don't care how many they can kill. Even if they lose their lives, at least their family will be safe. More than 500 fugitives certainly won't wait to die. When Qin Su and Qi Linjin break free and regain their freedom, everyone will simultaneously throw off their fake shackles and desperately run in all directions to escape. But the fugitives include old and young, women and girls. Help! In an instant, 2 elderly women are killed with a single slash by the guards. Within moments, a few children are also not spared. Seeing this scene, Su Huai's pupils shrink. She shouts, "Mother! Lady Gua! Everyone run!" The tense situation leaves no time for her to think about who to save or run with. Now, everyone's only thought is to escape. She pushes her mother and others beside her, then runs as fast as she can to escape. However, Lady Rong, being the wife of a military duke, has experienced many battles. Even though she is 9 months pregnant and uncomfortable, she fights to stay alive, leading the women and children of the 2 dukes to run at full speed. Catch Lady Rong and Lady Lan. Hong Qing sees Su Huai and the group fleeing towards the southern mountains. He shouts and draws his sword to attack Qin Su. He believes that if he can first capture Lady Rong and Lady Lan, he can control Qin Su and Qi Linjin. 6 or so guards hear the order and immediately stop bothering Qin Su and Qi Linjin, turning to chase after Su Huai and the others. Qin Linjin and Qin Su, hearing Hong Qing's words, go berserk. They attack fiercely, grabbing the guards' heads and squeezing with all their strength. There's a cracking sound, and 2 guards instantly die, their heads twisting 180 degrees, turning from front to back. But more and more guards surround them. Unless they can unleash a group attack technique, they won't be able to break free in seconds. Soon, the entire basin is filled with fighting and screams. The fugitives are running for their lives, while the guards chase and kill them. Qin Linjin, Qin Su, and 4 other warriors from the 3 clans fight back against the guards. Of course, some are pretending to be dead. No doubt, the people pretending to be dead are some of the scheming members of the Su family. When Su Yanshan hears Hong Qing say he'll kill everyone and that the servants of the Su family are being slaughtered one by one, he thinks of playing dead. He orders his family to all pretend to be dead and lie among the corpses. The whole family was trampled and bleeding, but they dared not move or make a sound. Anyone who stood up would be the next to be hurt. In short, they would pretend to be dead until the danger passed. In the basin, screams, cries, and fighting filled the air. Soon, the stream in the basin was stained red with blood, and one corpse after another fell. If not for their different clothes, it would be hard to tell who was a guard and who was a criminal. Su Huanu and the others, along with the Rong family, were desperately running toward the southern hill. They chose to run south simply because Rong and Qin Su agreed on that direction, making it easier to find people and avoid losing loved ones. Mother, you all run first. I'll cover the rear. When Su Huanu looked back while fleeing, she saw 5 or 6 guards chasing toward the south hill. She was so scared she immediately stopped running and shouted loudly. Her mother and the others heard her shout and turned around, seeing Su Huanu stop and not run anymore. They were so frightened they lost their composure and stopped too. Shun Jiao quickly refused without thinking. Huanu, you can't do that. Su Sifan also objected. 5th sister. No, I have Sister Hongyi to protect me. I'll be fine. 2nd brother, take everyone and run. Hurry. Seeing that her mother and the others didn't leave her behind, Su Huanu felt warm inside but also scared. She pushed everyone to keep moving. How could her family agree to let Su Huanu stay behind? She was only 12 and helpless. This would be certain death. But when they saw the guards coming closer like evil spirits and remembered Sister Hongyi's protection, Su Sifan gritted his teeth and said, 5th sister, you must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. Then he grabbed his family and kept running. Su Sifan didn't want to abandon his younger sister. He chose to believe that Sister Hongyi would protect her. The key Su Huanu transformed into was proof that Sister Hongyi was there. Sister Hongyi would definitely protect her younger sister. After Su Huanu and the others ran a distance, they no longer hesitated. She took out a sharp short knife from her space, which could cut through iron, and turned to face the 5 or 6 guards. At first, the guards were over 100 meters away, and using a bow and arrow for long-range attack was best. But now it was night, with only the bonfire in the basin. Night vision was poor, and aiming accurately was difficult. Using a short knife for close combat was also a good choice. 5 or 6 guards were ordered to chase the Rong and Lan families. However, before they reached the foot of the hill, they saw a shocking scene. A young girl, only tall enough to reach their shoulders, holding a small dagger, was walking toward them step by step in the night. The girl was smiling innocently, but it was a creepy smile that made people feel uneasy. A normal 12-year-old girl would need her mother's protection and would scream if she saw their big swords. But they had never seen a young girl holding a dagger and looking at them as if they were dead bodies. As they got closer, they realized this was not a hallucination. When they were 5 meters away, they stopped in fear, and Su Hua also did not move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Su Hua counted with her short dagger in hand, her cold, killer-like expression almost frightening the 5 men. The 5 guards were stunned. But they didn't stay scared for long. One of them was the first to react and asked confusedly, "Is the daughter of Master Su Yanshan skilled in martial arts?" The other 4 men shivered and quickly regained their senses. Thinking carefully, they realized it was true. The daughter of Master Su Yanshan knew no martial arts. If they had met a stranger girl who was skilled in martial arts, they wouldn't find it strange. But this was the girl they knew well, Master Su Yanshan's daughter. A 12-year-old young lady who usually stays at home and doesn't go out, knowing martial arts? That was unbelievable. The first guard who spoke spat and said, "I almost got fooled. Seeing her hold that little dagger, I almost believed it." Another guard said, "Not just you, I almost believed it too." Ha ha ha. The other 3 guards also started laughing. At this moment, their eyes on Su Hua looked as if they were looking at a fool. "We really haven't tried, little girls. Want to give it a shot? This is making me laugh so hard I can't breathe. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha." The 5 guards not only laughed uncontrollably, but their words were also very crude. "You're wasting too much of my time. All of you, die." When Su Hua said the last word, she suddenly rushed toward the 5 men at lightning speed. At first glance, it looked like a small sheep charging into a pack of wolves. But in reality, Su Hua's figure flickered like a shadow, moving swiftly among the 5. When her figure reappeared clearly, her short knife was stained with blood, and her innocent-looking face was also splattered with blood. Most terrifying was that the 5 guards had their stomachs slit open, with blood gushing out like a fountain, spraying everywhere. Because Su Hua was too short to reach their necks, she chose the easiest way to kill, slitting their stomachs. Stabbing their stomachs would require extra effort to pull out the knives, wasting time and energy. She was best at this method, even though she was trained in traditional Chinese medicine. She believed in continuous learning and was a general practitioner in her current life. No matter the specialty, urology, gynecology, pediatrics, oncology, surgery, internal medicine, infectious diseases, psychology, clinical medicine, she knew a little of everything. In her previous world, general practitioners were often misunderstood as family doctors, serving communities as barefoot doctors. Some even called them busybodies who did a lot but never actually treated patients. Ahem, I've gone off topic. Let's get back to the story. The 5 guards had no idea how they were slit open. When they raised their swords to attack Su Hua, they were shocked to find she had disappeared. When they saw her again, pain struck their stomachs, and Su Hua's figure was back in her original position. Of course, the 5 guards wouldn't die immediately from being cut open. Because they wouldn't die right away, they found Su Hua terrifying. They must have been facing something not human, perhaps a ghost. If it wasn't a ghost, how could she vanish and reappear? How could she cut all of them open like that? Their stomachs were slit open, unable to be sewn back up, only waiting for the blood to flow out completely. This way of killing was so terrifying that they would rather be cut across the neck than slowly die from blood loss. One by one, the 5 men were so scared their spirits almost left their bodies, but their eyes also turned red with fear. Let's do it! Whether they are humans or ghosts, she must be killed. They both raised their knives, intending to tear Su Hua apart, even willing to die to take her down. But it was better when they didn't raise their knives. Once they used force, they immediately felt something was wrong. Before they reached Su Hua, they felt as if something in their stomachs wanted to come out. Thinking of something, the 5 guards were terrified and immediately dropped their knives, desperately clutching their stomachs. Then, they were horrified to see that although nothing came out of their stomachs, blood was pouring out like a fountain. Bright red blood quickly stained their lower bodies and the ground beneath them. Because of excessive blood loss, the 5 guards finally knelt on the ground, their knees buckling, collapsing helplessly. They couldn't even die quickly. They could only watch helplessly as Su Hua turned and walked away a few meters away. To save time, Su Hua used the space to perform a stealth attack. This is how she developed her invisibility technique. She wasn't afraid that the 5 guards wouldn't die. In ancient times, how many people knew how to sew wounds? And who else had healing abilities like hers? Could releasing her special power make wounds heal? Moreover, they were in a deserted, wild area. The 5 guards could only wait to bleed out and die. After eliminating the 5, Su Hua immediately went after her mother and others, along with the Rong family and others. While she was confronting the guards, her mother and the others had already crossed the mountain, and the sparks in the basin were growing dimmer, losing sight of everyone. She worried that other guards might be chasing from other directions, so she ran quickly. But just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she suddenly stopped in fear, forgetting to breathe. At the top of the mountain, countless green eyes suddenly appeared. Then, a wolf king howled under the faint starlight, calling all the wild wolves hiding around, preparing to attack down into the basin. There was so much food in the basin, and foolish humans were still fighting each other. The wolves were just hungry. Seeing the wolf pack on the mountaintop, Suhu's steps began to retreat, and her face turned pale. She thought about her mother and the others and Rong family members who might be in great danger, or even already torn apart by wolves. Her eyes turned red. Her mother and the others had just come up the mountain from her current direction. Meanwhile, dozens of hungry wolves were lying in wait at the mountain pass. Without any weapons or means to fight back, how could a helpless group survive under the wolves' attack? Su Hua felt very nervous, but she stayed calm. She quickly looked back at the basin. Her mind was racing fast, and within moments, she thought of a plan as the wolf pack charged toward her. She couldn't fight 50 or so hungry wolves head-on. Her top priority was to stay alive and see a person, even if it meant dying. She decided that the task of killing wolves should be left to Qin Su and Qi Lin in the basin. When the Wolf King led 50 hungry wolves, their eyes glowing green and saliva dripping from their mouths, rushing down from the mountain, she suddenly moved into a space to escape just as they pounced on her. The 50 wolves missed her, almost breaking their legs in the process. One by one, the wolves piled up together like a stack of blocks. Even the Wolf King staggered and nearly fell. Its bright green eyes shrank in fear, and it spun around in panic. Seeing a human suddenly disappear into thin air, the wolf was terrified. Howl! It warned its companions to quickly scatter. The other wolves, hearing the warning, panicked and ran in different directions. The Wolf King was very clever. It sensed that the human scent had vanished and felt danger. It immediately howled again and led the pack toward the humans in the basin. Just one human was not enough to satisfy 45 wolves, even if they shared the meal. The Wolf King's ambitions were much bigger. The bodies in the basin and all the remaining humans were their ultimate goal. After being startled by Su Hua, the Wolf King quickly decided to stop bothering her. Without hesitation, it turned around and led its pack down the mountain at lightning speed, then bared its long fangs and lunged toward the humans. Earlier, Su Sifan was pulling her mother and others to escape behind the Rong family and other women and children. After crossing the mountaintop, they indeed entered the wolf territory. However, the group was completely unaware. They kept running after crossing the mountain, fleeing under the starlight. Meanwhile, the Wolf King and a pack of wolves lived in a cave nearby. In fact, the group of people had simply walked right past the wolves' eyes without realizing it. By the time the Wolf King regained awareness, the group had already run 100 meters away and disappeared. But that didn't mean the Wolf King was foolish. It didn't ignore the food passing right under its nose. Remember, they were a pack of very hungry wolves. The Wolf King originally wanted to lead the pack to hunt prey, but suddenly heard the sound of chopping and fighting from the other side of the mountain. Its ears immediately perked up, and it let out a loud howl. It ordered its brothers and sisters to chase after the prey that had just passed by, while it led the family of wolves up the mountain to observe. The Wolf King siblings, a total of 6 wolves, were the fiercest in the pack. After hearing the command, they went after the group of people with Rome and others. The group of people was running desperately, unaware that they were being watched by the wolves. Everyone was only thinking about escaping, trying to get as far away from the basin as possible. But fate was not on their side. Rong suddenly cried out in pain. She was already exhausted and was running for her life, driven by instinct to survive. However, she was slowing down more and finally, her stomach pain caused her to cramp and almost fall. Along with the pain, she felt a warm flow of liquid. Soon, blood stained her white trousers. Even under the faint starlight, it was very noticeable. "I think I am going to give birth." Rong, who had 2 children before, knew very well that the red blood meant she was about to deliver. She had to stop. Qin Xian and her maid Xiaolan, who were supporting Rong as she ran, also had to stop when they saw she couldn't go on. The maid, Lien, who was fleeing with a corpse, also had to stop, her face suddenly showing despair. Having a baby while fleeing was not only a terrible burden, but also life-threatening for everyone. "Madam, are you about to give birth?" The women chasing behind also stopped when they saw Rong's bright red trousers, startled. Rong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She endured the intense pain of contractions and, weakly, said, "I'm about to give birth.
You don't need to worry about me.
Just run and escape." She felt helpless, knowing she was slowing everyone down, but she didn't want to hold them back. Moreover, with Sister Xian nearby, she wasn't afraid. She was only worried about a difficult labor or something wrong with the baby inside her. In the past 2 days, she felt the baby moving around inside her, and she had a bad premonition, as if something was wrong because of the connection between them. Thinking of this, Rong urged, "You all don't need to worry about us. Just run. Save yourselves." But her words made things very difficult for everyone present. They all ran together for a while. Qin Su didn't even think about her mother and sister, still fighting in the basin to find a way for everyone to survive. At this moment, asking them to leave the Rong mother and daughter behind and run away was hard to accept. Especially Ing Chun. The two noble families are now tied together. How could she possibly abandon Rong? "Madam, how about this? My mother and I will support you on both sides, and we'll find a hiding place to stay hidden. Hopefully, we can wait for my younger sister." Before Shen Jiao and the others could speak, Su Sifan looked around and quickly came up with a plan. Right now, there are only women, and he is the only young man. He must take responsibility, stay calm, and never run away, leaving anyone behind. Also, as he said, the mothers must wait for Su Huai. Even with Sister Hongyi here, in this wild mountain and dark night, it's very easy for family members to get lost or for someone to get into trouble. They won't leave until Su Huai arrives. Yes. We still need to wait for Sister Huai. Besides, the madam helped Sister Huai before, so how can we just leave her behind and run? Shen Jiao nodded quickly in agreement. The mother and I will support madam on both sides. After 2 days of wandering, the mothers didn't get blisters on their feet, they ate some baked bread, and still had strength. Supporting Rong was definitely possible. Before Rong could react, Shen Jiao and Su Sifan exchanged glances, each supporting Rong on one side, and they ran again to escape. Don't be fooled by Shen Jiao's delicate appearance. She has a resilience others don't. Moreover, Rong and her unborn child were heavy, only about 100 jin. Rong was startled when suddenly supported and taken away. But now wasn't the time for thanks. Finding a hiding place, giving birth, and waiting for others was the most urgent. The group ran again. Shen Jiao and Su Sifan supported Rong, while Su Sijin and Xia Zhu pulled Suyu, Xiao Lan pulled Qin Xian, and Ing Chun was still dragging the corpse Lan Shi, rushing forward. Though the escape was slower than before, Rong was starting to tire, but at least everyone could still move. They even found a hidden natural cave. Ignoring whether the cave was safe or not, Shen Jiao and Su Sifan supported Rong and led everyone into the cave. The cave was completely dark and nothing could be seen. It was uncertain if there was any danger inside. A group of people could only see the ground at the entrance, which was about 10 square meters, relatively flat and clean, illuminated by starlight. Su Sifan looked at the dark cave with worry. He reminded, "Mother, we should stay at the cave entrance. Please see if you can help Lady Gua." After a moment, he tore off the sleeve of his torn prison clothes and handed it to Rong Shi. "Lady Gua, bite this. We all must stay silent. I will guard outside." He was a young boy and not suitable to be around a woman giving birth. It was necessary to keep a safe distance. Also, someone needed to watch the cave entrance. "Brother Fan, you stay outside and watch, but don't go too far." Shen Jiao couldn't deliver babies, but now, besides herself, only 2 maids could help Rong Shi. However, Shen Jiao thought that giving birth to a child might be as easy for Rong Shi as it was for her before. She had 4 children, and each birth took only an hour or 2 of suffering before the baby was born. Everyone, both adults and children, was safe. She never imagined that Rongshur was completely different from her. Moreover, Rongshur had just bitten the torn cloth handed to her by Su Sifin and was about to push with all her strength to give birth. Suddenly, outside, the sound of wolves howling was heard. It was not just one wolf's cry, but 6 hungry wolves howling together. The terrifying wolf howls echoed through the night outside the wilderness. Yes, as soon as Su Sifin and the others entered the cave, the Wolf King's brothers and sisters, smelling the scent, started to chase after them. But they did not attack immediately. Instead, they split into a circle, surrounding and blocking the cave entrance. All 6 wolves leaned slightly forward, ready to pounce at any moment. Their 6 greenish eyes stared directly at the movements inside the cave. He is even more fierce than a wolf, so the wolves are afraid of him. Get away. Su Sifin forced himself to stay calm and grabbed a sharp stone, throwing it at a wolf to scare the pack. Yowl. The wolf was hit on the head and let out a loud, angry cry. But because of this cry, the other wolves became angry too. Unfortunately, Su Sifin hit their youngest sister, who was only 2 years old. Bullying their weakest sister was too much. How could he tolerate it? Howl. 6 wolves growled fiercely at Su Sifin, their fur standing on end. Before attacking, they didn't dare to underestimate Su Sifin. Still not leaving, Su Sifin looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was very scared. To hide his fear, he clenched his fists tightly and forced himself to stay still. He saw outside the cave a large, about 5-meter-long, bull-sized dead tree. It looked like a lifeline, so he hurried to move it, hoping to use it as a weapon to scare off the wolves. But one end of the dead tree was pressed down by a big stone, so he couldn't move it.
Mom.
Come help me. I will beat these animals to death. The tense situation couldn't wait any longer. He shouted inside the cave to Shun Jiao Jiao. Inside the cave, Shun Jiao Jiao and others were also in a bad situation. No one was calm. Everyone was afraid the wolves would rush in. At the same time, the Rong family was also in danger. They were panicked and trembling uncontrollably. Ugh. Rongshur looked pained and grimaced, bending forward and biting down on a torn cloth in her mouth. The people inside the cave couldn't hear her screams, but everyone knew she was suffering terrible pain. I'll go help Brother Fan. Sister Jean and Xiaozhu, watch over Brother Yu. Shun Jiao Jiao and Xiaolon, Ing Chun were originally trembling and crouching beside Rongshur. When they heard Su Sifin calling out, even though Rongshur was in danger and needed help, they knew if the wolves rushed in, everyone would be in danger of dying immediately. So, at this moment, they had to leave Rongshur behind and rush out without hesitation. Shun Jiao Jiao ran out of the cave and saw 6 wolves staring fiercely at Su Sifin, drooling. Su Sifin was desperately pulling at the dead tree. She was so frightened her legs went weak, almost fainting. But at this moment, she cannot faint. If she does, Brother Fan will be the first to be attacked by the wolves. Brother Fan is her son. Even the king wouldn't allow harm to come to him. Perhaps because she is a mother with a natural instinct to protect her child and a hidden burst of strength inside her, Shun Jiao Jiao managed to steady herself. She shouted loudly and rushed toward the dead tree, then grabbed the end of the tree and braced herself, pulling back with all her might. Surprisingly, Shun Jiao Jiao's strength was incredible. Because she suddenly pulled hard, the dead tree was yanked out, and due to inertia, Su Sifin was also pulled down by her force. Move away, Brother Fan. Shun Jiao Jiao now seemed like a mighty goddess. She grabbed the 5-meter-long dead tree and charged at the 6 wolves. Watch me beat you, you beasts. Beasts. Beasts, Mom. Su Sifin had just gotten up and looked up to see a shocking scene he would never forget. Shun Jiao Jiao, holding the 5-meter-long tree, was fiercely hitting the 6 wolves. Even in her dreams, Su Sifin couldn't believe that his delicate, helpless mother could be so fierce. No, it was more like her fighting with all her might, risking her life. Shun Jiao Jiao was driven by a desperate survival instinct, fighting the wolves with all her strength. But these beasts weren't so easily defeated by a single dead tree. She swung the tree dozens of times, but not only did she fail to hit them, she also exhausted herself. The 6 wolves easily dodged her attacks. Yes, the wolves had patience. To them, Shun Jiao Jiao, who couldn't hit them, was just a teasing prey. They hunted for years, and their main tactic was to circle around their prey, gradually tiring the prey out, waiting until it collapsed, then pouncing to eat it. This was their best chance. Why can't these beasts be killed? Shun Jiao Jiao, panting heavily, finally collapsed on the ground, hopeless. Mom, give me the tree. Su Sifin immediately grabbed the dead tree. He thought that even if he couldn't hit the wolves, as long as he and his mother kept blocking them, they could buy some time. As long as Sister Hongyi, Qin Su, and Qilin arrived, they would all be saved. Their mother and son had to hold on, no matter what. Beasts, get lost. Su Sifin raised the 5-meter-long tree and swung it fiercely, successfully driving the 6 wolves back a few meters. But the situation became deadlocked. After some unknown time, the 6 wolves finally lost patience and snarled fiercely at Su Sifin, showing their sharp teeth. Howl, they decided to attack first. As long as they bit either Su Sifin or Shun Jiao Jiao, the withered tree would be no threat. They also knew how to work together. 3 wolves were sent to attract Su Sifin. The other 3 went to attack Shun Jiao Jiao, who was sitting on the ground without any weapons. Then, all 6 wolves moved at once. 3 attacked Su Sifin, and 3 rushed towards Shun Jiao Jiao. Inside the cave, Su Sijin and Su shouted in fear at the same time. Big Sister Hua. Shun Jiao Jiao saw the 3 wolves rushing toward her and cried out in despair. She called her Big Sister Hua because she was about to be bitten by the wolves and couldn't see her little daughter one last time. She was very unwilling. Her mother and others had escaped from the danger of the knives, but now they were about to die at the mouths of 6 wolves. She felt unfair. As the faces of the wolves drew closer, Su Sijin and Su Yu desperately tried to rush out. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, waiting to be attacked. But just at this critical moment, the pain Shun Jiao Jiao imagined did not come. Not only that, the 6 wolves, with their sharp teeth bared and lunging forward, suddenly exploded in midair, eyes bursting, brains and eyeballs splattering onto Shun Jiao Jiao's face and Su Sifin's body. Moreover, the 6 wolves instantly died, collapsing into 6 corpses that fell less than half a meter in front of the 2. Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sifin stared at the wolf corpses on the ground, their pupils dilating to the limit. The terrified screams of Su Sijin and Su Yu also echoed long and loud until they suddenly stopped. Perhaps heaven heard his inner call. Just as he finished speaking, Su Hua's figure suddenly appeared under the starlight nearby. Su Hua quickly avoided the Wolf King and went to find her mother and sisters. She thought they were in great danger and didn't hold much hope. To her surprise, her mother and sisters were alive and all accounted for. Fortunately, she was searching rather than chasing, so she didn't pass by her family by mistake. 5th sister. It's really 5th sister, Su Sifin exclaimed excitedly when she recognized her. Su Hua turned quickly at the noise. Seeing that Su Sifin was still alive, she couldn't believe her eyes. 2nd brother, she was stunned. 5th sister. We're here, Su Sifin waved her hand. Only then did Su Hua realize her eyes were fine. She quickly ran towards Su Sifin. When she reached the cave, she saw not only Su Sifin up close but also Shun Jiao Jiao sitting on the ground. 2nd brother. Mother. She never expected her mother and sisters to survive the wolf attack. When she saw the wolf pack, she thought they were all dead, and her heart sank. Earlier, when she was searching for her family, she both hoped to find them alive and feared she would find only their bodies. When Su Sijin and Su Yu saw Su Hua, they ran out of the cave and both rushed to hug her. You're all alive. Su Hua was embraced tightly. Seeing her loved ones alive, she felt a mix of relief and happiness, her heart warming. Shun Jiao Jiao reacted a moment late and then burst into tears, crying, Hua, Sister Hua, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again, that I would be eaten by wolves, Hua. Hearing this, Su Hua looked down for a closer look and was shocked. Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sifin were covered in blood, and on the ground were 6 wolf carcasses, all with strange wounds. All 6 wolves had their eyes and brains burst out. She wanted to ask what happened, but Su Yu excitedly raised her head and said, "Fifth sister, if Sister Hong Yi hadn't killed all the wolves at once, second brother, mother, and we would all have been bitten to death." Su Sifin also said, "Fifth sister, Sister Hong Yi saved all of us." Su Hua was about to reply, "It wasn't me who saved you," but she wondered, if she didn't kill those wolves, who did? While her family was relieved that everyone was safe, she lowered her head again to examine the wolf carcasses on the ground. "And the more I look at it, the more familiar it feels." Suddenly, she shivered and remembered why the way the wolf carcass died seemed so familiar. A mental ability user. The 6 wild wolves were killed by a mental ability user. This is a special power that can attack directly with mental energy, making it very dangerous and hard to detect. This ability can invade someone's mind and control their body forcibly. It is a very powerful mental ability. When practiced deeply, it can destroy a person's mind with a single thought, making them become foolish, or even cause them to harm themselves. Additionally, mental ability users can create illusions, sense things around them, move objects from afar, and hypnotize others. However, this power has a big weakness. The stronger the mental energy, the weaker the user's body. If a mental ability user uses up all their mental energy and is discovered, they will be vulnerable and easily harmed. Thinking of this, Su Huashu quickly looked toward the inside of the cave. This mental ability user probably isn't one of the women. Since it's not, the remaining people are inside the cave. But she doesn't know who it is. "Oh my, so much blood. Madam, you've lost a lot of blood. This is bad." While Su Huashu was guessing who it might be, a frightened voice suddenly came from Xiaolan, a maid, inside the cave. It turned out that while Xin Jiao Jiao and Su Sifin were dealing with the wolves, Rong Shi had been trying hard to give birth. Xiaolan and Ing Chun had been watching nearby. But Rong Shi was exhausted and couldn't push the baby out. Her strength was fading, her eyelids were heavy, and she looked like she might faint at any moment. "What should we do?" "Madam, you can't faint." Xiaolan cried anxiously. None of the people present knew how to deliver a baby. The only ones with some knowledge were Lan Shi and Xin Jiao Jiao. But Lan Shi was as good as a corpse, and even if Xin Jiao Jiao tried, she had never delivered a baby before and didn't know how to check the baby's position. "Woo-woo, what do we do? What do we do?" Xiaolan was panicking, like ants in a hot pot, speaking incoherently. "Madam, you must hold on and stay awake," Ing Chun urged, shaking Rong Shi desperately. Rong Shi was bleeding heavily. If she fell asleep now, both mother and child might die. "Let me do it. I can deliver the baby." A gentle, melodious voice suddenly sounded behind them, like a voice from heaven. "Is it you?" The 2 people turned around and saw 12-year-old girl Su Hua, looking confused. Xin Jiao Jiao saw that the 2 still hesitated and quickly urged, "My older sister, Hua, studied medicine. She said she can deliver babies, so you should trust her. Please move aside." Su Sijin also nodded and said, "My younger sister really can do it. Let her come." Actually, it wasn't Su Hua who could do it, but Sister Hongyi. As long as Sister Hongyi was here, there was nothing Su Hua couldn't do. Xiaolan and Chunning heard Xin Jiao Jiao say Su Hua could deliver babies, and there was no reason to hesitate. They immediately moved aside. After all, they couldn't deliver babies. Instead of waiting for Rong's death, they decided to try a last hope. Su Hua glanced at Qin Xian, who was unconscious and not being noticed now. She didn't say anything and immediately checked Rong's pulse. While feeling her pulse, she also used her special power to stop Rong's bleeding. No one noticed that the bleeding from Rong's lower body quickly stopped, and her face, which had looked lifeless, gradually regained some vitality. But that wasn't enough. Rong needed strength to give birth. Without strength, she couldn't push the baby out. Su Hua then took the water pouch hanging from her waist and gave Rong some spiritual spring water to drink. Rong was not completely unconscious. She was aware but couldn't open her eyes. However, after Su Hua used her special power and fed her the spring water, Rong finally managed to open her heavy eyelids. Miss Su from the Su family, seeing it was Su Hua, Rong was very surprised. Su Hua smiled in response and said, "Madam Gua, I will check the baby's position soon. If I find the baby is breech and hasn't entered the pelvis, I might perform an external version to turn the baby. The process might be painful, but I will be gentle to keep you and the baby safe." Although Su Hua said this, she didn't mention the risks. In fact, manually turning the baby can be dangerous, especially if the placenta detaches early or the water breaks. But in her previous world, she had successfully helped 3 pregnant women with abnormal fetal positions. She turned their babies from breech to normal delivery, and both mother and child were safe. With her experience, she was confident she could do it again. Rome was terrified when she heard Su Hua was going to deliver her baby. She doubted she heard correctly. Su Hua was so young, just a 12-year-old girl. When she heard terms like breech position, entering the pelvis, external version, and manual correction of fetal position, professional words that the midwife had never mentioned before, she nodded blankly. Her only thought was that appearances can be deceiving. She also told herself not to underestimate the young girl. Maybe she really could deliver the baby. But then she suddenly grabbed Su Hua's wrist and, voice hoarse, instructed, "Fifth miss, if you can only save one, save the small one, not the big one." Her husband had been forcibly taken away, and she also wanted to go with him, but for the sake of her child, she had to stay alive, even if it meant kneeling. If she had to choose between the two, she hoped to save the small one. Su Hua heard that Lady Rong was willing to die to save her child and felt deeply touched. She softly comforted her, "Madam, don't worry. I will save both the older and the younger." In her past life, her parents had given birth to her, then divorced when she was only 2, and later each remarried. She was like a ball kicked around, finally ending up at her uncle's house, living under others' roof, seeing cold indifference everywhere. Now, seeing how much Lady Rong loved her child, she was determined to protect both mother and son at all costs. She turned her head and ordered Shin Jiao Jiao, "Mother, go build a big fire and wash my knife with water from the water sack. Then, use fire to sterilize it. We will need it to cut the umbilical cord later. As for the baby's swaddling cloth, use the cloth from the bundle." After speaking, she handed her short knife, water sack, and bundle to Shun Jiao Jiao. Originally, the space had scissors, strong alcohol, needles, and cloth, but bringing them out now would make Lady Rong suspicious. The situation didn't allow it, so she had to improvise with whatever she could find, hoping that the spiritual spring could disinfect everything. As for the umbilical cord tying thread needed later, she could only tear from her prison clothes. "Jiao Jiao, we can't make fire without a firecracker." Shun Jiao Jiao took the short knife, saw the blood on the blade, and thought of something, trembling with fear that she almost dropped it. Su Hua then produced a firecracker from her sleeve. "I just happened to find one on those guards. It's new and still usable." Shun Jiao Jiao took the firecracker, understanding that it wasn't from the guards but given by Sister Hongyi. She understood the message without saying a word and immediately called Xiaolan and Ingchun to help prepare. Su Sijin was a girl, so Shun Jiao Jiao also took her away to avoid suspicion. After giving instructions, Su Hua turned Lady Rong's prison clothes inside out at the chest area, then placed her hands at the bottom of her abdomen to measure the height of her. Gently pressing alternating fingers against her belly, she felt that the shape of was irregular and soft, confirming that the baby was indeed in a breech position. Then, she checked if the baby had entered the pelvis. Seeing that the baby had not entered the pelvis, she placed both hands on Rong's abdomen and said seriously, "The baby is in a breech position and not in the pelvis. Next, I will perform a manual correction. It may be uncomfortable, so you need to endure it." Rong saw Su Hua's serious and focused expression, and she was afraid she couldn't hold on. She quickly bit down on the cloth in her mouth again, nodded heavily to Su Hua, signaling that she was ready and that she could start. Su Hua didn't hesitate anymore. Her deep black eyes fixed on Rong's belly, shining sharply. Then, she placed her hands in a vertical position, feeling through her palms as if holding a ball, and gently pressed against the baby. She then pushed forcefully at a 90-degree clockwise angle. Rong groaned softly, arching her back. At this moment, her abdomen visibly widened, and the baby clearly turned to a transverse position. Su Hua placed her hands horizontally again, feeling through her palms to hold the baby, and pushed downward with a force at a 90-degree clockwise turn. Rong groaned again, her face grimacing. But in the next moment, she felt a very familiar sensation of the baby descending into the pelvis. Looking at her belly again, she saw that the previously widened transverse belly had returned to its normal shape. Before she could recover from the shock, Su Hua had already reached in and broke her water. Then, a voice like coming from the sky rang in her ears. "Madam, I can feel the baby's head. Breathe, push with force." Hearing this, Rong's overwhelming fear seemed to be dispelled by Su Hua. She looked at her, as if seeing a holy light. Su Hua was like a divine healer sent from heaven to save her and the baby. Who would have thought that a 12-year-old girl could perform such a skillful procedure? This technique could only be performed by a legendary, highly skilled midwife. Who would have thought that a young girl could have such magical abilities? Rong immediately welled up with tears. To not disappoint Su Hua, she bit down the cloth and used all her strength to give birth. Time seemed to pass endlessly. Rong felt something break through her body, and then her entire belly relaxed. "Madam, the baby is born." "It's a boy," shouted Shin Jiao Jiao excitedly from the side. At the same time, Su Hua caught the baby. Seeing that the baby's umbilical cord was wrapped around its neck 3 times and it had been suffocating for too long, causing its skin to turn purple, she was relieved to see it was still alive. Without hesitation, she loosened the umbilical cord, turned the baby upside down, cleared the airway, and patted its back. After a few pats, a loud cry suddenly echoed through the cave, announcing the birth of a new life. When Rongshi heard the baby crying, she was so overwhelmed with excitement and exhaustion that she fainted. At this moment, Su Hua ignored Rongshi and focused on finishing her tasks. She cut the umbilical cord, cleaned the baby, wrapped it in cloth, handled the placenta, repaired Rongshi's torn wound, placed cloth underneath to prevent leakage, and put her pants back on. By the time she finished everything, she was soaked in sweat and exhausted. About half an hour later, when Su Hua handed the baby to Rongshi's maid, Xiaolon suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. "Thank you, 5th Miss. Thank you for saving Our Lady and the young master." Su Hua wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and replied casually, "No need to thank me. This is just to repay the kindness from the previous lady of the family. We're even now." Xiaolon was surprised to hear this, thinking Su Hua was just being polite, and shook her head. "That's not the same at all." Su Hua smiled but said nothing more. She glanced at Qin Xian, who was still unconscious nearby, and asked cautiously, "Is your young lady fainted? Is she all right?" Xiaolon shook her head. "The young lady is fine. She's naturally weak and tends to faint from shock, but she'll be fine once she wakes up." "Is that so? Then you should take good care of your lady and young miss," Su Hua said, not pressing further, as she already had her answer. This mental-type supernatural ability user was probably Qin Xian. Qin Su had told her to escape with Qin Xian. At first, she thought she had misunderstood. It turned out Qin Su knew her sister's secret all along, which was why her words were so cryptic. Having gotten her answer, Su Hua left the cave. Qin Su and Qilin hadn't seen anyone yet and didn't know what was happening in the basin.
She needed to check.
Additionally, the 200 soldiers with supplies and food, especially the large swords, were quite a lot. She wouldn't miss the chance to take them all, especially since they were stored in her space. Su Hua stepped out of the cave, not sparing the 6 wolf carcasses outside either. "Mother, second brother, help me drag the wolf carcasses aside. It's creepy to leave them here." After speaking, she gathered her strength and dragged away 2 wolf carcasses. Shin Jiao Jiao and Su Sifan are now completely obedient to Su Hua, doing whatever she commands, like official orders. Su Huai's words are as important as those of the elder sister in red. After experiencing so much, mother and children firmly believed that elder sister in red would never harm them. The three women each dragged 2 wolf carcasses and left them about 20 meters from the cave. Just as Shen Jiao Jiao and Su Sifan turned around, Su Huai secretly took all 6 wolf carcasses into her space. She did this quietly, without anyone noticing. She took the wolf carcasses not for the meat, but for the fur, which is very useful. She planned to secretly collect all the wolf carcasses in the basin while everyone was unaware. Although there were only dozens of wolves, even small gains are worth it. When the end of the world comes, the wolf fur will prove its value. Back outside the cave, Su Huai handed a short knife to Su Sifan. Mother, second brother, I won't go inside. I want to go to the top of the mountain to check the basin. She paused and then added, remember to put out the fire and to try not to make noise. Madam Sun, you and your water pouch, fill it with water for him to drink, so he won't cry or make trouble. She had already checked the cave earlier when the fire was lit. The cave is safe, about 20 meters deep, a natural hollow. Besides some animal bones in the corner, there are no other dangers. As long as everyone is careful, she can leave for a while without worry. Mother knows. Be careful. Shen Jiao Jiao was anxious all night and didn't want to be separated from her mother and sisters for a moment. But right now, she also wanted to know if Su Yenshan was dead. It would be good if Su Huai and the elder sister in red could find out. A day with a husband is 100 days of love, especially since he is the father of several children. If he's dead, they need to bury him properly. Fifth sister, be careful. Second brother will watch over everyone, Su Sifan said, not stopping her, thinking the same as Shen Jiao Jiao. After all, he was her father, and it was right for him to recover his father's body. After a few more words with her mother, Su Huai's figure disappeared into the night and quickly headed toward the mountaintop. The cave was not far from the summit, about 2 miles. Su Huai arrived quickly. She didn't dare rush down the mountain recklessly, but instead crouched at the top, observing the basin. Soon, she saw that more than 20 bonfires in the basin had mostly been extinguished, with only a few remaining flames flickering faintly. And as she expected, the basin was filled with corpses, blood flowing like a river. There were bandits, wild beasts, and wolf carcasses. The 2 boys she was looking for were holding large knives, taking turns to finish off the bandits and wolves, trying to eliminate all threats. As long as one bandit or wolf wasn't completely dead, it could come back to attack. They had to be sure to kill everything. This was the usual way the 2 boys handled things. No survivors. Su Hua also saw over 100 bandits still alive, mostly injured, some wounded by blades, others bitten by wolves. But surprisingly, none of the Su family members were dead. God must be blind. Seeing that her family was still alive, she felt terrible. Especially when she realized they were all unharmed. She almost wanted to poke her own eyes out. Uncles and brothers, stay here and clean up the battlefield. Aylin and I will go find my mother and sister. Qin Su was sure all the bandits and wolves were dead. There was no time to waste. He drew his sword to go look for them, but he didn't forget about supplies and weapons. So Su Hua saw Qin Su and Qi Lin rushing toward her. Over 100 bandits were listening to Qin Su's uncles and generals, gathering supplies.
Wow.
Not even a drop left. Su Hua almost spat blood in frustration, cursing, then quickly sped down the mountain like the wind. She managed to grab 5 large knives before the boys could get to them, clutching them tightly. These 5 knives were from the bandits she had killed at the foot of the hill. She hadn't had time to take them earlier. They were her trophies. If Qin Su took the basin's supplies and knives, she wouldn't let him have these. I killed those 5. The knives are mine. Don't even think about it. When she saw the 2 boys approaching, Su Hua acted first, boldly claiming ownership. Qin Su, I never thought about stealing from you. Qi Lin, what is this bad girl talking about? Your mother is just 2 miles up the mountain in a cave on the left side. Su Hua ignored their expressions, threw out a sentence, then sped down the mountain again to gather supplies. Hong Qing still had her house deed and 100 taels of silver notes. Although in the end of world, house deeds and silver notes were just worthless paper, it wasn't the end of the world yet. Even worthless paper could be useful. She had to get it back. What did she just say? At the moment Qilin saw Su Hua rush down the basin, he finally regained his senses. He stared in disbelief at the 5 bodies on the ground and asked, "Did she say she killed these 5 people?" After regaining his composure, Qin Su squatted down and turned over one of the bodies to check. When he saw the knife wound in the abdomen and the thick bloodstain on the ground, he analyzed, "It's quite possible she was the one who did this. From the bloodstains, we can tell the guards were killed by slit throats, bleeding out. Also, the horizontal cut at the navel suggests the attacker was not tall and not very strong, and knew their weakness. Moreover, all 5 bodies faced the mountaintop, clearly fleeing from the mother and her group. The only one escaping with them is the 5th young lady of the Su family." But, suddenly, Qin Su's eyes narrowed, and he frowned in confusion. This 5th young lady's hands have no calluses, unlike someone who has practiced martial arts for years. Thinking of something, he pointed at the knife wound, examining the torn flesh, then shook his head in contradiction. The wounds on the 5 guards are indeed caused by a slit throat. Unable to find an answer, he decided to give up and focus on finding the mother and her group. "Let's not dwell on it. We should go find them and ask directly." With that, Qin Su stood up. As he turned around, he unexpectedly caught sight of Su Hua, who was flipping over bodies and searching for Hong Qing. A light laugh escaped his throat. "Looks like we don't need to ask the mother and her group." With the 5th young lady's courage, the answer is obvious. Among the over 100 bandits present, only his 4 uncles and elders weren't afraid of death. The other women and girls, lucky to still be alive, were trembling and frightened, like startled birds. No one else was as bold and calm as Su Hua, wandering among the corpses. Su Hua had no time to care about how the 2 boys nodded or commented on her. Her only thought was to find Hong Qing. She tied the 5 large knives with a piece of iron shackles and threw them onto her back. Then she took a torch from the fire to light her way. Because many bodies were piled together, she had to search through them one by one. But before she could find Hong Qing, she saw the cunning members of the Su family gathered around a corpse, laughing happily. Wasn't the item in Su old lady's hand her house deed and 100 taels of silver? Later, Qin Su and Qilin killed Jie and the wolf pack. Seeing that this family was still alive, and considering Shun Jiao's relationship with Su Yenshan, they decided not to kill them. They let them live. So, the Su family not only stayed alive but also started thinking about the house deed and 100 taels of silver from Hong Qing. The 5 family members found Hong Qing's body first, ahead of Su Hua. Grandmother Su really searched Hong Qing's body for the house deed and the silver note. This made the 5 family members very excited. "Bad luck. You hit my wife, and now the heavens won't forgive you." Grandmother Su spat on Hong Qing's face. Suan laughed loudly. "Great. With these, we won't go hungry." Su Yan looked excited. "Once we sell the house, we can get 3,000 taels of silver. That's 3,000 taels of silver." Before the family was confiscated, all their wealth was less than 10,000 taels of silver. Having the house deed is almost like not losing everything. In the future, the 5 of them can use this money to hide somewhere far away, live comfortably, and not worry. Su Yan was so excited just thinking about it. She couldn't wait to enjoy a luxurious life as a young lady. Feng Ruoshuang was not as naive as Su Yan. She reached out to try to grab the house deed from Grandmother Su and said sarcastically, "Everyone is looking together. Shouldn't we share? The house deed belongs to the master. After all, it belongs to that scoundrel. The scoundrel's is the master's." Grandmother Su quickly grabbed the house deed and refused to give Feng Ruoshuang the silver note. She squinted and sneered. "You, the little concubine who is always bullied and controlled, abandoned Yenshan in times of trouble. Why would I give it to you? Keeping the house deed and silver note on me is the safest. As a wife, I can do without my husband, but as a mother, I won't abandon my son and grandchildren. Su Yenshan also wanted grandmother Su to give him the house deed, as it was their only hope. But after hearing grandmother Su's words, he suddenly thought she made a lot of sense. Even Shan Jiao Jiao, who always looked up to him, could cut ties with him, so why not Feng Rua Shuang, who often complained about him? Keeping the house deed and silver note with grandmother Su was indeed the safest. As a mother, she wouldn't abandon her children. Do you all want to take my mother's house deed and silver note? Did you ask me first? Are you just thinking nonsense? Just as Su Yenshan was about to nod in agreement with the wild idea, a cold voice like October frost suddenly sounded behind him. The whole family was startled, and their hearts skipped a beat. Turning around quickly, they saw Su Hua carrying 5 large knives on her back, holding a torch in her left hand and a blood-stained big knife in her right. Her face was cold, her prison clothes and hands covered in blood, standing about 3 meters away like a fierce demon. Hand over the stuff, or I'll cut you to death. Su Hua swung her big knife, pointing it directly at the old lady Su with no mercy. But she didn't really want to kill her. After all, this body belonged to Su's granddaughter. Even if she didn't recognize her, they shared blood. Killing the old lady would mean destroying the family. She wouldn't do something so reckless. After 2 days of exile, she understood this family's nature. They were all afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. As long as she was fierce enough, she could make the old lady behave and make her hand over the items. You brat! Do you dare? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning? The old lady Su reacted quickly, her face turning fierce as she cursed loudly. You little thing, whoever finds you first gets you. Is that so? Then go be a dead person. When you die, the stuff will belong to its original owner. Su Hua had expected her to say that. She sneered coldly and stepped closer to the family. Every step she took seemed to press on their hearts. You little beast. How dare you want your grandmother to die? The old lady Su almost spat out old blood at the sight. Why was this little beast reacting differently from what she expected? Big Sister Hua, are you crazy or possessed? Do you even know what you're doing? Even if I cut ties with your mother, she's still your grandmother. How can you want to hurt her? Seeing Su Hua rushing forward with her big knife, Su Yenshan shouted in fear, thinking his little daughter had gone mad. But Su Hua remembered the house deed and the 100 taels of silver. It seemed she wasn't crazy, just a different person now, probably possessed. Oh right, during the house search, didn't Su Hua say she saw a red-clad ghost woman? Could she really be possessed by a ghost? Oh no, now there are dead bodies everywhere. Ghosts love blood and corpses the most, right? Su Yan-san, you treacherous little man. Shut up. After I cut her down, I'll come find you. Su Hua saw Su Yenshan mistakenly believe she was possessed by a ghost, which suited her purpose perfectly. She didn't mind acting more convincingly. She dropped the torch with a loud crash. Raising her big sword with both hands, she charged at the stunned people sitting on the ground. Su Yan, Su Han, and Feng Ruxiang screamed in fear and quickly dodged, rolling away. Old Madame Su was also so frightened she nearly fainted. She couldn't believe Su Hua dared to attack her. In a panic, she ran away, covering her head and fleeing. However, Su Hua swung her sword empty-handed, then raised it again to continue attacking her. Su Hua chased her while shouting, "Vicious old lady! Stop! If you dare to run, I'll catch you." What followed was a scene that made their eyelids twitch and filled them with fear. Old Madame Su ran around the basin, while Su Hua chased after her, nearly killing her with each strike. You little brat, don't chase me. I'm about to pass out. Someone stop her, quick. After running several laps, old Madame Su finally couldn't go on and gasped for breath. But she was clever. She suddenly charged into a group of over 100 runaway prisoners, hoping they would block Su Hua. Vicious old lady. Hand over my mother's house deed and silver. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll cut them down. Su Hua reacted quickly, rushing into the group of prisoners. She also warned them. Soon, The scene in the basin repeated. The prisoners saw old Madame Su and hurriedly avoided her like a plague. Old Madame Su and Su Hua looked like a game of hide-and-seek. She ran for her life, while Su Hua kept chasing and swinging her sword. Su Hua actually managed to hit old Madame Su every time, but she kept missing, causing old Madame Su to scream in terror each time. After countless strikes, probably dozens or even hundreds, old Madame Su finally stopped running. She couldn't run anymore. Meanwhile, Su Hua, carrying 5 large swords, clanged loudly as she kept chasing. She still held her sword high, but her excitement grew, as if she had endless energy. Still running? Will you hand over the house deed and silver? When Su Hua saw old Madame Su stop running, she also paused about 2 meters away, pointing her sword at her. No more. No more. Old Madame Su was out of breath, staring at the bloody sword, cursing, "You wicked little brat! How dare you treat your grandmother like this? Beware of heaven punishing you." Su Hua listened to her curses with a calm face, unaffected. With a loud crash, the big sword swung again at Grandma Su. Grandma Su screamed in fear. Her body went limp, pretending to be dead. Seeing Grandma Su pretend to be dead, Su Hua rolled her eyes angrily. She thought such tricks could fool her? Did she think she was blind? Playing dead once might work, but twice, even a pig would see through it. Without hesitation, in front of everyone, Su Hua forcefully took the house deed and silver notes from Grandma Su's grasp.
Su Hua.
You rebellious girl. Su Yenshan saw Grandma Su fall and then saw Su Hua the house deed and silver notes. He was so angry his eyes almost popped out. He rushed over angrily, but worried that Su Hua might go crazy with her big sword, so he stopped about 5 or 6 meters away. He shouted loudly, "You rebellious girl! How dare you do such a treacherous thing?" Su Hua glanced coolly at Su Yenshan, then stabbed her sword into the ground hard. "You asked just right. I have a message for my mother. Originally, our family was willing to support you, but you betrayed everyone. I hate traitors who backstab their friends and secretly attack others. Even if we are related by blood, I wouldn't call a treacherous person my father. From now on, our family will cut all ties with you. Life and death are no longer connected. You go your way and we go ours." Su Hua's words were sincere. She hated sneaky, dishonest people like Su Yenshan the most. In her past life, she had a senior brother, but he betrayed their master and destroyed their family, secretly turning against their teacher. Because of that, she despised treacherous people deeply. She didn't bother to listen to Su Yenshan's curses behind her. She left her words, pulled her sword from the ground, and walked toward Qin Su's 4 uncles. Her gaze swept over the supplies collected by over 100 people, and she asked, "Are you sure you don't want the rest?" Qin Su's 4 uncles only took the big sword, whip, grain, water bags, and a few iron shovels. They left behind shackles, a wolf carcass, the official uniform of the guards, and their identity tokens. None of these were taken. One of Qin Su's uncles, hearing Su Hua's question, was momentarily stunned. Then he turned to another and said, "Give Miss Fifth a bag of rice and 2 water bags." More than 100 survivors owed their lives to Su Hua's universal key. They remembered this kindness. Su Hua didn't expect that just by asking casually, she would be given 10 jin of rice and 2 water bags. When she took the items, she opened her mouth, looked around at more than 100 miserable prisoners, and finally, feeling compassionate, she reminded them, "You're dividing my food, so I kindly warn you. Take off the uniforms and identity tokens from the guards. Leave 5 sets for me. These things will be useful for your escape later." The assassin of the Dog Emperor was probably already on the way, so staying here was no longer safe. From now on, everyone became a fugitive. The uniforms and tokens from the guards could be very useful if needed. Qin Su's uncle listened to Su Hua's warning, slapped himself in surprise, and said, "Thanks to Fifth Miss for reminding us. We are just simple folk, only worried about collecting grain and swords, and we forgot such important things." He turned around and loudly ordered, "Everyone hurry up. Take off the tokens, clothes, and shoes from the guards. Then he expressed deep gratitude to Su Hua. Su Hua happily accepted and also took off 5 sets of guard clothes and collected 5 tokens. The Su family members originally wanted to settle scores with Su Hua, but seeing her well-liked by over 100 prisoners, they didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid they might be beaten by the crowd. Seeing everyone stripping the guards' clothes and taking tokens, they followed suit. Each took 1 piece of clothing and a token. After everyone finished stripping the guards, Chin Su's uncle ordered everyone to dig a big hole on the spot and bury all the dead prisoners' bodies. These were the loved ones of over 100 people, and they couldn't just leave the bodies exposed. A dozen people started digging, while Su Hua quietly watched, thinking that after everyone left, she would take the shackles, wooden clubs, and wolf corpses. The shackles were made of iron and could be melted down later to make other things. The wooden clubs could be used as firewood, and the wolf fur could keep warm. These seemingly insignificant items were all valuable supplies in Su Hua's eyes. Although not many, small amounts added up over time. In about half an hour, they dug a huge pit. Over 100 people cried and wailed as they carried their loved ones' bodies and buried them in the pit. After another half hour, Chin Su's uncle wiped his tears and asked Su Hua about the hiding place of the Rong family and others. Once he learned the location, he led over 100 people and all the supplies to the cave. Soon in the basin, only the Su family of 5 and Su Hua remained. What should we do next? The Su family of 5 is now in chaos because they realize they have nowhere to go. Su Yanshan betrayed everyone, and Chin Su and Qilin definitely won't let them follow. But if they don't follow, they are unarmed, penniless, and fugitives. It's clear they are doomed. Dad, if we didn't steal from her, then we were just following those 2 young masters. Just tell me, are we stealing from her or following the 2 young masters? Just one answer. Su Han's fierce eyes stare at the lonely Su Hua, thinking that maybe it was because they weren't prepared that Su Hua had a chance to attack with a knife. Now, with only Su Hua alone, their family of 5 rushes forward, confident they can control her. He bets Su Hua won't dare hurt the whole family. Follow what young master? That sick girl just chased me and tried to attack me. Can you swallow that anger? Yanshan, just take the house deed and let's run away ourselves. Old Madam Su is determined to get the house deed and 100 taels of silver, even if it means risking everything. She also thinks that staying with the 2 noble families is a dead end. Better to hide somewhere and live quietly. Yanshan listens to their words but keeps his eyes fixed on Su Hua. Although she is alone, she wears a chilling smile, which makes him feel a bit scared. He fears Su Hua might really be possessed by a ghost, waiting to kill them and find a substitute. Afraid of being killed himself, he swallows hard and admits defeat. Let's go with the 2 young masters. What? Old Madam Su nearly faints when she sees Yanshan admit defeat. You all don't come with me. Yanshan ignores old Madam Su and quickly chases after more than 100 people ahead. Mother, what about us? Su Yan looks around uncertainly. The house deed we took isn't ours, so what's there to fight over? Just wasting time. Feng Rushuang is still angry at old Madam Su. Without hesitation, she pulls Su Yan and Su Han to chase after Yanshan. When only old Madam Su and Su Hua are left in the field, they look at each other. Su Hua is about to pick up her big knife, but old Madam Su screams in fear, running faster than a rabbit. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you were brave enough to steal from me without fear of death. Su Hua sneers at old Madam Su's back. Once everyone in the field is gone, she turns around to gather supplies. She first puts the wolf carcass, iron shackles, and wooden tools into her space, then recalls the fire pit to search for items. Li Waner threw the universal key into the fire and must retrieve it, just in case the key might be useful someday. Better to be prepared. Su Hua has a very good memory. She quickly found the fire and retrieved the key in no time. Before leaving, she also did something important. She took away the bodies of 200 prisoners. In the basin, besides the fire, blood, and ashes, nothing was left. Her purpose was to leave a mystery for the killer sent by the Dog Emperor, making him anxious and restless. Su Hua carried a torch back to the cave. On her way, she unexpectedly saw a patch of beautiful red motherwort flowers. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled out all the motherwort. Motherwort can treat blood stasis, painful periods, and menstrual blockages. It also helps the contract, promotes the discharge of lochia, and boosts energy, blood, and clears heat and toxins. It's an essential item for women, so stockpiling it is wise. Additionally, the Rong family just had a baby and also needs it. Su Hua stored most of the motherwort in her space, leaving a bundle for Rong Shi. She doesn't like owing favors. Although she has repaid Rong Shi's kindness by saving her and her children, Qin Xian saved her mother's life. Everyone divide the food and weapons and disperse. Don't follow us. As soon as Su Hua returned to the cave, she heard Qin Su's serious voice. She saw over 180 people outside the cave. Inside the cave, a fire was burning. Rong Shi and Qin Xian had regained consciousness. The mother and her children, Lan Shi and Li Waner, were sitting on the ground inside. Seeing Li Waner, who was carrying her son, Su Hua was surprised again. She didn't expect Li Waner not only to survive but also to find this place. Li Waner's icy gaze fell on the 5 members of the Su family. Her shock was as great as Su Hua's at that moment. Because not only were the Su family alive, but they also took Hong Qing's key, broke free from their shackles, and regained their freedom. Heaven was truly unfair. Why did the cruelest people still live? And even live better than others? These people should be dead. But now was not the time to discuss the Su family. Everyone was deciding where to go next. Qin Su saw her carrying a big sword and holding Su Hua tightly in her arms, then nodded at her. Turning around, he looked serious and said to more than 100 people, "If nothing unexpected happens, the Emperor's shadow guard is already on the way. They are rushing through the night, and I estimate they will arrive here in about 2 hours. This place is no longer safe. I will leave tonight as well. The 2 princes are the Emperor's main target. If you stay, you'll only get caught in the trouble. It's better to disperse, find hiding places, and live secretly. Spreading out gives you a better chance to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Su's 3 uncles sighed and said, "Everyone has marks on their foreheads, and there are many women and children. We are fugitives. Of course, tomorrow there will be notices everywhere about our capture. It won't be easy to hide. Everyone is willing to follow the 2 princes, vowing to stay alive and die together." Actually, their main reason for wanting to stay was hope for Qin Su, Qi Lin, and the former members of the 2 princes group. If the 2 young princes are willing to rebel against the cruel emperor, they might succeed. Instead of living in fear and hiding, it's better to openly follow the 2 princes and do great things. Qin Su's second uncle nodded in agreement. "Yes. We will escape together and follow the 2 princes to the end, sharing life and death." With these words from the uncles, the people who were wavering seemed to find their backbone. Everyone shouted that they wanted to follow Qin Su and Qi Lin. Seeing this, Qin Su frowned deeply. His real reason for telling everyone to disperse was to attract all the enemy's attention away. The emperor's goal was the children of the 2 princes, not their relatives. Su, take the uncles and everyone. They are our family. Even if we split up to escape, the emperor won't let them live," Qi Lin said grimly. He and Qin Su had different ideas. Qi Lin never forgot how his father died. He was eager to rush into the palace and kill the tyrant. Having these relatives with them would be a help if they decided to rebel later. Qin Su didn't expect Qi Lin to change his mind suddenly, different from their previous plan. He quickly pulled Qi Lin away. Later, everyone saw the 2 of them walking far apart, talking alone, and it seemed they were arguing. Su Hua watched this without much reaction. It didn't concern her. She just wanted to leave with her mother and the others. She pushed through more than 180 people and entered the cave. Her mother and the others immediately stood up to greet her. Rong Shi opened her mouth to thank her. Su Hua put down a bundle of motherwort and quickly interrupted everyone. "Madame Gua, this is motherwort. You should boil it daily and drink the medicine. It will be good for your health. Also, we, the women, are leaving now. We will meet again someday." Before anyone could react, she added, Mother, second brother, let's go. We should leave before the assassins arrive. Miss Hua, fifth sister? Aren't we going with the two young lords? Shin Jiao Jiao and Su Sifin were stunned. After becoming fugitives, no one knew where to go. Deep down, everyone wanted to follow the noble family, thinking it was safer. Mrs. Rong also grabbed Su Hua's wrist and asked, Fifth Miss, where do you plan to go? You are all women and children. It's too dangerous. Why not come with us? Su Hua didn't want to say where they were headed, but seeing Mrs. Rong's worried and sincere look, she leaned close and whispered, We might be taking a different path. Our family will continue south to the wild frontier. Mrs. Rong was not disappointed, but looked surprised and lowered her voice. Same path. Brother Su decided to go there. He said going against the usual way is safest. The emperor wouldn't expect us to head south. Before Su Hua could respond, Qin Xian, who was nearby, spoke with a meaningful look. Sister, following us won't be wrong. My brother is very powerful. Su Hua. She wanted to say, I know your abilities are impressive, but following your family means risking our lives. I haven't had enough life yet. Mrs. Rong, worried Su Hua might refuse, added, Actually, the father of brother Su has a sworn brother there. If we go, someone will help us. Think about it. Fifth Mississippi. Su Hua shook her head again. I appreciate Madame Gua's kindness, but we, the women, have decided to go on our own. She didn't want to join a group for now, especially one with over 200 people. Traveling with so many would make it easy for the emperor's men to recognize someone. If just one person was caught and tortured, they might betray everyone. Madame Gua, we will leave first. We hope to meet at Qitian Peak before October. Qitian Peak is the tallest mountain in the Great Qian dynasty. Because the author chose a silly name, and because the mountain is 7,000 meters high, towering into the clouds, no one has ever reached the top. That's why the name Qitian Peak sounds so fierce and bold. Are you leaving? Can I follow you? Just as Su Hua was about to stand up and say goodbye, Li Waner suddenly stepped closer. Su Hua was surprised and looked back in disbelief, thinking she must have heard wrong. Li Waner confirmed she heard correctly and added, Can I follow you? Su Hua asked confusedly, Why don't you follow Lady Gua and the others? Li Waner's angry gaze fell on the people from the Su family outside. I won't walk with animals. Su Hua immediately understood, but she shook her head. Following us? What good would that do? You can't help us much, and we might even lose some of what we eat because of you. Me? Li Waner was stunned. She didn't expect Su Hua to refuse her. But she didn't beg. She just looked serious and thought about Su Hua's question. Su Hua led her mother and others out of the cave, ready to leave through the crowd. Old Madame Su was thrilled to hear they wanted to leave the group. She hurriedly pushed Su Yenshan's arm and shamelessly said, Quick, apologize. Say our family has repented. From now on, we follow her wherever she goes. Whatever she says, we listen. The most important thing is that our family stays together. Old Madame Su had made up her mind. The Su family didn't want to follow some young master fleeing for his life. It was better to follow Shun Jiao Jiao first, find a place to settle, and then think of ways to take the house deed for themselves. A little concubine? She had plenty of ways to deal with her. Hurry up. Seeing the crowd getting closer, old Madame Su couldn't wait and pushed Su Yenshan out suddenly. She just happened to block Su Hua's way.
Yeah.
Sister Hua, feeling a cold stare from close up, Su Yenshan's throat moved, and she was so scared her eyelids twitched. Su Yenshan, if you let her go back, I will. Feng Rushuang didn't expect old Madame Su to do this. She was furious. But before she finished speaking, old Madame Su raised her hand and slapped her loudly. Not daring? You jealous woman. If you dare to insult Jiao Jiao again, I will make Yenshan divorce you. Old Madame Su was pretending to act for Shin Jiao Jiao, but her words also came from her heart. Feng Rushuang had one son and one daughter with Su Yenshan, while Shin Jiao Jiao had 2 sons and 2 daughters, including twins. Most importantly, Shin Jiao Jiao is wealthy, making her easier to control than Feng Rushuang. As a mother-in-law, who wouldn't want to keep their daughter-in-law under control? Also, Feng Rushuang is really foolish. Can't she see that the mother and son are working together to pretend? Why didn't she let Su Yenshan take Shen Jiao as his main wife earlier? If the concubine's house hadn't been bullied so badly, how could Su Huai, that stubborn girl, have encouraged Shen Jiao to leave? Grandmother Su was shouting and cursing. You want to leave?
Dream on.
You can only be dismissed. What did you say? Feng Rushuang was splattered with spit, her eyes wide with shock. She wasn't stupid. She could tell whether Grandmother Su's words were true or false. Are you done acting? If you're finished, get out of the way. Su Huai knew exactly what Grandmother Su was planning. She wanted to cling to them. Was she really that good at clinging? Jiao, do you really want to cut ties with me and take the children? Su Yenshan, thinking of the family's livelihood, finally listened to Grandmother Su and begged, just tear up that divorce paper, and it will be invalid. Come back. He then slapped himself twice. It was my and my mother's fault. We shouldn't have forced you to produce the house deed. Back then, because of the family troubles, I was so anxious that I didn't consider your feelings. I truly regret it now. Come back. Let's forget about all this. Seeing Li Waner following behind her mother and the others, Su Huai played her part perfectly. Daughter-in-law and Mingur, come back too.
It was my fault.
I was too proud and suffered for it. You, stop blocking the way, can you hear me? Su Huai couldn't take it anymore. She drew the short sword hanging at her waist, pointed it at Su Yenshan. If you hadn't betrayed everyone, and if you hadn't said these things, my mother would have believed you. Step aside, or I won't be polite. You rebellious. Su Yenshan was furious. His own daughter was pointing a sword at his face. It was driving him crazy. But he could only hold back his temper and plead with Shen Jiao. Jiao, come back. I truly regret it. Let's find a place to settle down and start over. Su Huai refused to listen, but Shen Jiao was easily swayed. He didn't believe Shen Jiao wouldn't be moved.
No.
I have nothing to do with you anymore. From now on, the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road. Jiao Shen did feel a moment of attraction, but when she remembered that Su Yenshan had betrayed everyone, she felt like being splashed with cold water. Her mind cleared, and a sharp pain struck her heart. Before Su Yenshan could react, Su Hua pointed her knife closer to his chest and said, Did you hear that? My mother said she has nothing to do with you anymore. You. Su Yenshan was so angry that his eyes nearly popped out. Not willing to give up, he looked at Su Sifan and said, Brother Fan, your mother and sister are crazy. You can't let them do whatever they want. You and your mother are alone. Where can you go? You can't fight, so where can you run? You don't need to worry about that. Just take care of your own children. Su Sifan replied calmly. You should focus on yourself. Su Sifan was not moved. He didn't know where Su Hua was going, but since Sister Hongyi told him to go, he would go. The women had a guardian spirit with them. What was there to be afraid of? Are you all crazy? Su Yenshan almost spat blood. He didn't expect his women to be so easily influenced by Su Hua. They really didn't want him as their father anymore. Su Hua must have been possessed by a vengeful spirit. But he had no proof. Mother, let's go. Su Hua didn't want to waste time. She immediately held her sword and led the way. Because the sword tip was pointed at him, Su Yenshan had to step back. In the end, not only his women but also Li Waner, carrying her son and holding a big sword, followed behind. Su Hua turned her head and saw Li Waner shamelessly following. She understood that Li Waner understood her meaning, so she didn't say anything and led her people away. Actually, Li Waner didn't need to ask if she could follow Su Hua. After all, she wasn't the one driving the journey to the southern border. Li Waner could follow whoever she wanted. Su Hua couldn't just chase her away, could she? As long as they could support themselves, they didn't need to rely on others. The 6 women, along with Li Waner and her son, left the cave overnight. But after walking about 200 meters, they found someone chasing after them. Su Hua looked back and saw Qin Su. Before everyone could react, Qin Su blocked their way and said urgently, "5th Miss, wait. Don't go yet." Su Hua stopped and blinked.
Why?
Is there something else? What's wrong with your brother or your mother? Qin Su shook his head with an apologetic look. No, I just haven't had a chance to thank you. Thank you for saving my mother and my brother. I will repay this life-saving kindness. Su Hua waved her hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to be polite. I already told your maid that I only want to repay your mother's kindness. We are even now and no one owes anyone anything." That Qin Su was suddenly speechless. Su Hua's words cut the conversation short, leaving him unable to respond. Su Hua continued, "Do you have anything else? If not, we really need to leave now. If the assassins come, you won't be able to escape. It's best for you to leave immediately. Also, stop wasting time trying to rebel. The so-called Dog Emperor will be dealt with by heaven. The most urgent thing is to quickly head south to Qitian Peak. The end of the world might really be coming. The strange phenomena we've seen in the past few days are definitely not just coincidences." Su Hua didn't want anyone to know about the coming apocalypse. Even if she told them, others might think she was crazy or spreading false rumors. If the Dog Emperor heard her, he might think she was warning everyone unnecessarily and could come after her everywhere. Without waiting for Qin Su's response, Su Hua turned and left with her people, walking straight without looking back, decisive and firm. "I actually want you all to go south together," she said. Qin Su watched her figure disappear into the distance, and only after a long time did he finally speak. 7 people saw that Su Hua not only changed into men's clothes, but also tied her hair into a high ponytail with a cloth. She looked completely different and was carrying a full load on her back. They all froze in surprise. Su Hua handed the steamed buns from her bag to Su Yu, gave the contraceptive medicine to Li Waner, and also handed all the cotton cloth and needles to Shen Jiao Jiao. "I went down the mountain before dawn to buy clothes from the villagers below, and I also bought these. Yujir, the meat buns are for you to share and eat. Li's wife, the contraceptive medicine is for you to brew and drink. The cloth and needles in my hand are for making clothes for everyone." Originally, she didn't need to explain where these things came from because her mother and the others were used to Sister Hongyi taking care of everything. But since Li Waner was present, she had to explain. After hearing Su Hua's explanation, the women nodded wisely and didn't ask anything further. They divided the meat buns, lowered their heads, and started eating. Li Waner looked at the contraceptive medicine and the 2 buns in her hand, her eyes turning red. She handed one to her son, choking up as she said to Shen Jiao Jiao, "Mother-in-law, I can do sewing too. I will help later, and I will do the rough work in the future." Shen Jiao Jiao was surprised to hear herself called mother-in-law and almost choked on her bun. She initially wanted to tell Li Waner not to call her that, but then she thought of Li Waner's situation and nodded. "All right, later, the 4 of us, Jin Jier, Xiazhu, and I, will work together. That way, it will be faster." Su Hua saw Li Waner volunteer to help and found her stance. She didn't say anything. She only reminded, "We must finish making the clothes today. We can only stay here for 1 day. Tomorrow we start our journey. In less than 3 months, the end of the world will come. The shortest route to the southern border is 5,000 miles, but taking a detour makes it nearly 6,000 miles. Trained people can walk about 100 miles a day, untrained people about 50 miles. Previously, Exile involved walking 50 miles a day. So starting tomorrow, everyone needs to speed up. They must walk at least 80 miles a day and reach their destination within 80 days. Su Hua thought about buying 2 carriages, but the control over horse-drawn vehicles in Dakian was very strict. Buying horses required connections and registration at the government office. Carriages could only travel on official roads, crossing checkpoints and city gates. The Dog Emperors, assassins were waiting for everyone to travel on official roads and pass through checkpoints to catch people. The most important point is that everyone is currently a fugitive without official household registration. For safety, we can only walk on foot for now, and once we reach a place far from the Emperor's reach, we will think about buying a carriage. "Fourth sister, where are we going next?" Su Sifan finished the last bite of her bun and finally asked everyone's main question. Last night, Su Hua insisted on going her own way and refused to follow the 2 young princes, which left everyone full of doubts. Li Waner was even more curious. She noticed that the women around her treated Su Hua's words as if they were sacred. Clearly, Su Huai was just a 12-year-old girl. The person in charge should be Shin Jiao Jiao or Su Sifan. Su Huai took out a large map of the Great Qin from her clothes and spread it on the ground. She pointed to a mountain symbol on the map and explained, "Next, we're going to this mountain." Everyone looked down. Except for Su Yu and Ming Ger, who didn't understand. Everyone else understood. It was the tallest peak in the Great Qin, Chi Tian Peak. Everyone had heard of it, and no one in the entire Great Qin wanted to go there. Su Sifan hesitated for a long time before finally finding her voice. "Isn't this the place where criminals are sent in the southern border? Do we still need to go there?"
Red.
"Do you mean we should go against the usual way? Live in the mountains in the future." Shin Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, Li Waner, and Xia Zhu blinked their eyes. Su Huai nodded and pointed to another route, saying, "The usual route for escorting criminals is from the capital, Weizhou, Guangzhou, Shizu, Wuzhou, and then to the southern wilderness. But we will take a different route from the capital, Mianzhou, Songzhou, Qinzhou, Zhangzhou, and then to the southern wilderness. Although it's about 1,000 miles longer and the roads are rough, these 4 regions are sparsely populated, and the Dog Emperor won't find it easy to track us. We will be relatively safe. So, instead of heading straight to Weizhou, we will go west to Mianzhou first, then head south." Su Sifan looked down seriously at the map and confirmed that the route she described was indeed the same as Su Huai said, heading northwest and southwest, both sparsely populated areas. Traveling these routes, even if pursuers are behind, the terrain gives us an advantage for hiding. However, the first route is a well-developed path used by the court, with many inns and merchant caravans passing through. If we are recognized, escaping will be impossible. Finally, Su Sifan made her decision. "All right. 5th sister, you decide which route to take, and I will follow your lead," she said. When she said this, no one found it strange. Only Li Waner was once again startled. However, Su Hua didn't mind. As long as Li Waner was shocked enough, she would gradually become numb and stop asking. "All right, then it's settled. Second brother, go to the hillside to keep watch and look after everyone. I need to go to Liyun town nearby to find out the news. Mother, you all should prepare your clothes quickly. I will return as soon as possible." The broken temple was on a high mountain and had been abandoned and dilapidated for many years. Su Hua had seen the path up the mountain, and she knew no one had been there for a long time. As long as the women didn't encounter trouble from cattle herders or hunters, and didn't run into the Dog Emperor, searching thoroughly, they could hide for 10 or even 15 days without being found. "Good. 5th sister, be careful. Come back early." Su Sifan wanted to say he would go, but it was impossible for him to disguise himself as a woman. Plus, Su Hua was protected by her red-clad sister, making her plan the most reasonable. Keeping watch and guarding everyone was a tough task. The women were worried, but right now, only Su Hua was dressed in normal clothes. Finally, after listening to Shun Jiao Jiao's long chatter, Su Hua set out to go down the mountain to Liyun town. After descending the mountain, Su Hua arrived at a babbling creek. She activated her special ability and repaired the injury on her forehead's outer skin. Then she washed off the tattooed words. After scrubbing fiercely 10 or more times, she found that the ink on her forehead was completely washed away, just like dirt on clothes. In an instant, the water reflected a beautiful young girl with bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. Although she still looked somewhat childish, it was clear that once her features fully developed, she would be a stunning beauty. Su Hua was quite satisfied with her face. Interestingly, it resembled her appearance from her middle school days in her previous life. But in the end, no matter how beautiful she looked in the apocalypse, survival was the real key to being a true ruler. Su Hua took out her makeup tools from her space, darkened her face to look ugly, and then quickly left the forest, heading onto the official road. Soon, a slow-moving ox cart filled with villagers was approaching from the distance, heading toward the town. The coachman on the ox cart saw Su Hua alone in the wilderness, dressed better than them. To earn a few more coins, he couldn't help but stop the cart and smile, asking, "Young man, do you want a ride? 3 coins will get you to Liyun town." "No, it's only about 10 miles. I can walk there," Su Hua replied directly. She is now a fugitive, and anyone who gets involved with her might be in danger. The coachman heard her refusal and his smile faded. With a sharp, he whipped the ox and drove off without another word. Sue, who didn't care about his attitude, and kept walking her own way. Half an hour later, she finally reached Luyan town. As expected, the town had a checkpoint at the entrance, and the walls were covered with countless wanted posters. Looking around, there were hundreds of posters, arranged in 10 rows. Sue, who quickly noticed some of them were for bounty hunters. At this moment, the twin shadows of Emperor Jijing's guards were on the city tower. Near dawn, the two, along with 100 shadow guards, arrived at the basin. They found only a campfire, blood-stained soil, and hundreds of bodies in mass graves. They saw no sign of the bounty hunters, whether alive or dead, which confused them. They thought the bounty hunters had killed the hundreds of criminals and immediately continued chasing toward Luyan town. But when they arrived and asked the local magistrate, they learned that the 200 bounty hunters and the remaining 200 criminals had never entered Luyan town. It was as if 400 people had vanished into thin air. They had no idea what was really happening. Why did the bounty hunters kill over 300 people? Why were all the shackles on the criminals' bodies unlocked? And where did the remaining people go? These 3 mysteries puzzled them greatly. Moreover, they couldn't afford to report this news to Emperor Jijing. "Brother, how can we explain this to the emperor? Did all the bounty hunters die? Are the 2 young princes returning to the capital to rebel?" Zhu Yao anxiously asked Fumo. Fumo, also frustrated, grabbed his hair. "I don't know. If we can't find the bounty hunters today, we can't explain this. I'm wondering if some killed them and hid the bodies to confuse us. If I find out who did this, I will chase him to the ends of the earth and kill him." He had no idea that he was talking about not only couldn't be caught, but was actually walking openly toward the city gate. Openly in front of them, she accepted the inspection. The officers conducting the check saw that Su Huai's forehead had no tattoos, and her clothes, shoes, and appearance were all clean. They confirmed she was not a runaway criminal. They were too lazy to compare her face with the wanted poster and simply waved her through into the city. The twin shadow guards never expected that such a big escapee would slip away so easily. And it was not just once. After entering the city, Su Huai started buying things in large amounts, heading straight to the grain shop. As soon as she entered, she slapped 2 large silver notes on the shopkeeper's table and said she wanted to buy the entire grain shop and warehouse. When had the shopkeeper ever seen so much silver? Buying the grain shop for 10,000 taels was enough. Thinking Su Huai was a wealthy person from somewhere, he agreed without hesitation. He even took her to the warehouse and handed over the keys, asking her to go to the government office to transfer ownership immediately. Of course, Su Huai didn't plan to go to the government office. She said she still needed to buy other shops and would go with others the next day to transfer ownership. The grain shopkeeper thought he had met a big fool, a naive person, and left with the silver, even planning to deny the deal the next day and cheat Su Huai out of 20,000 taels. He didn't know that as soon as he left the warehouse, Su Huai stored all the grain into her space. She even kindly locked the warehouse door. Did he think buying that much grain was enough? With 3 million taels in silver notes, she still had plenty to spend. Su Huai then went to the general store and used the same method to buy the entire shop. The shopkeeper was also a shrewd merchant, just like the grain shop owner, very cunning. He hurriedly handed her the keys and left, not knowing that as soon as he left, Su Huai took all the goods inside the shop. She even moved out all the household items, leaving only an empty shop, still kindly closing the shop door. Next, Su Huai went to the fabric store, using the same trick to buy the shop. However, the fabric store owner was honest. After receiving her silver notes and hearing she couldn't transfer ownership that day, he gave her the shop deed first and advised her on some business tips to avoid being cheated. After the shopkeeper left, Su Huai took all the fabrics inside but left the shop deed on the cashier's counter. Additionally, perhaps because of the shopkeeper's advice, she couldn't bring herself to leave with a clear conscience. She left a note that read, "The end of the world is near. Flee south quickly to survive. Although she knew that leaving this note might be seen as a joke by the shopkeeper, she still left it. She only wanted to be honest and not owe anyone anything. After buying food, groceries, and fabric, Su Hua went into a bookstore. It was easier to buy books because the shopkeeper was about to go out of business and was eager to sell quickly. Seeing that Su Hua didn't try to bargain and even bought the shop at the original price, he happily took the money and hurried away. So, Su Hua stored all the books from the bookstore into her space. She bought books because, when the end of the world comes, human civilization will disappear and morals will break down. Books are the only proof that civilization once existed. Most importantly, if she survives the end of the world, she can use these books to pass the boring days. After leaving the bookstore, Su Hua went to the market. She bought anything useful for the end times, like mats for sleeping, hats for sun protection, oil umbrellas, which would still be useful. When she couldn't think of anything else to buy and still had money, she bought some snacks, candies, tea, and some women's items. Only then did she leave Lian town and go out through the city gate. Behind her, 3 troublemakers followed. Seeing her buy a lot and spend freely, they started to scheme. Su Hua knew she was being followed, but they were just 3 troublemakers, so she didn't take them seriously. If they dared to rob her, she wouldn't mind hurting them. The 3 troublemakers followed Su Hua for about 3 miles. Seeing that there was no village in front and no shop behind, and that there was a forest nearby, they decided to attack. They planned to force Su Hua to hand over all her money. If she refused, they would kill her and take her belongings. They thought they could really do this.
Stop.
Robbery. The 3 quickly overtook Su Hua, blocking her way and surrounding her. Hand over all your money. Be honest, and we'll spare your life. One of the troublemakers pretended to be serious and pulled out a dagger from behind. Su Hua looked coldly at the dagger and then at the 3 men, as if they were fools. She said in a deep voice, "What if I refuse to give it?" The 3 troublemakers were stunned all at once. No one expected Su Hua to be surrounded. She was not afraid and did not realize the danger. Ha ha ha. The silence lasted only a few seconds before 3 troublemakers burst into loud laughter. Then, one of the troublemakers pointed a knife at Su Hua's eyes and said harshly, "If you don't hand over what I want, I'll cut you up." "Can't you see the knife in my hand?" Su Hua sneered and said, "Is that what you call a knife?" The troublemaker with the knife moved it closer to her face and said, "What else would I call this? Want to try what it feels like to be stabbed?" "No." Su Hua shook her head and said surprisingly, "That's not a knife. This is a real knife." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud sound, and Su Hua suddenly had a big blood-stained sword in her right hand. She swung it directly at the troublemaker's neck. In the next second, with a splat sound, a human head flew out like a vegetable and blood sprayed out like a fountain from the cut, splashing on the nearby troublemaker's face and body. This scene happened so fast, it was over in just a breath. Giggling, the 2 troublemakers immediately clattered their teeth and trembled like leaves in the wind, so scared they peed themselves. One of the troublemakers really urinated, his face covered in blood. But when they realized they were in serious trouble and tried to run away, it was too late. Su Hua's cold gaze fixed on them, and she said each word clearly, "You shouldn't have forced me to take out this big knife." The big knife in her hand was the one she had used to chase after Su Lao Tai in the basin, a heavy, sharp blade. These 3 troublemakers should never have pulled out their knives. Once they had weapons, they forced her to fight. She never shows mercy to those who want to harm her, and she never leaves trouble behind. The remaining 2 troublemakers naturally wouldn't be spared. Soon, Su Hua collected the 3 bodies and put them into her space. She even covered the blood on the ground with dirt. Not long after, Su Hua left quietly, as if nothing had happened, leaving no dust behind. Only the few taels of silver and a dagger she carried with her proved that this scene had truly occurred. At the hour of Shen, Su Hua finally returned to the broken temple. Luckily, her mother and the others were safe. They didn't know she had been robbed by the troublemakers. She didn't want to mention it. If she did, Shen Jiao might get overly worried and forbid her from acting alone in the future. Her daughters saw her carrying a heavy load and quickly helped by taking the basket. They then noticed that the tattoo on Su Huai's forehead had disappeared. Su Sifan was surprised and widened her eyes. Fifth sister, how come your forehead tattoo is gone? Shen Jiao also thought Su Huai had covered it with powder and reached out to wipe her forehead vigorously. After wiping several times, she thought her eyes might be playing tricks on her. Huai Jia, your forehead tattoo is really gone, Shen Jiao exclaimed. Su Huai smiled gently and took out a small packet of medicinal powder from her bag, handing it to Shen Jiao. Use this to wash your water, and it will come off. On the way into exile, she had been urging her family to activate their abilities daily. The tattoos on the 5 of them had already faded to just faint ink marks on the surface. As long as they scrubbed hard, the tattoos might not come off completely, but they would be unrecognizable and look like dirt. The medicinal powder she held was made from ground herbs that could reduce inflammation. Fifth sister, really? This medicine can wash away our tattoos. Su Sijin was overjoyed. She was only 14, beautiful and delicate, and no one wanted her appearance ruined by tattoos or stained with shame. If the tattoos were washed away, she would still be the pure girl she always was. I'll go fetch water for everyone to wash. Xiaozhu, though a maid, loved beauty and was also very excited. She left her words behind, picked up the only iron pot on the ground, and hurried to the mountain spring outside the temple through in the rocks. She hadn't urged their abilities before, so the medicinal powder definitely couldn't remove the tattoos now. But only 3 days had passed since the tattoos appeared. The wounds hadn't healed or formed scars yet. They were still inflamed. They could still be repaired. To avoid revealing the tattoos, she suddenly gripped Li Waner's wrist, secretly channeling her ability, and coldly said, "Wait until they finish washing. When the firewood runs out, go gather some more. It's almost dark." "Oh, okay. I'll go now." Li Waner was momentarily stunned. Realizing her position and fearing she might be kicked out of the group, she quickly slipped out of the broken temple to gather firewood. After Li Waner left, Su Huai turned around and picked up Ming'er, who was pulling at Suyu's back basket on the ground. "Ming'er, call me little aunt." Su Ziming and Su Han looked very similar, just ordinary children, neither particularly pretty nor ugly. Unlike Suyu, who was even more beautiful and delicate than a girl. Little pig, Su Ziming, only 2 years old, was just beginning to speak clearly. It might also be because Su Huai was transmitting special energy to him. He could feel a comfortable aura from Su Huai, which made him very happy, so he cheerfully called out, "Little pig." Su Huai didn't expect Su Ziming to actually call her that. She wasn't very good at interacting with children, so she gently pinched his face and corrected him. "Not little pig, little girl. Little pig. Little pig," Su Ziming kept calling happily. Seeing this, Su Huai didn't correct him again. Instead, she opened Su Ziming's mouth to check his tongue tie. Seeing that his tongue tie was normal, she played with him for a while longer before handing him over to Suyu. While 7 people were desperately scrubbing their foreheads to remove the tattoos, Su Huai began preparing her bag for the journey tomorrow. They would be climbing mountains and crossing water, walking 6,000 miles to escape. They needed pots, bowls, food, water, ropes, tents, straw mats, hats, and self-defense weapons. She packed the pots, bowls, ropes, food, and tents into 2 backpacks she already had. All 6 water bags were filled with spiritual spring water, tied with cloth ropes for easy attachment around the waist. Along with Li Waner's big sword, the 7 large swords were wrapped with cloth strips into a bundle, making a horizontal strap for easy carrying. The 3 straw mats were rolled into one. On the morning of the 4th day of July, just before dawn, Su Huai and her 7 companions, all dressed in new clothes, wearing new shoes and straw hats, carried their packs and set out toward Mianzhou. Su Huai carried 7 big swords. Su Sifan and Xiaozhu each carried a backpack. Su Sijin carried a straw mat. Li Waner carried her son and a bag of supplies, and Shen Jiao led Suyu. Each person carried about 20 jin, roughly 10 kilograms. not too heavy, much lighter than when they were shackled during exile. Because all the tattoos on their foreheads had been washed clean on the way to Mianzhou, they occasionally encountered farmers and traders. But no one suspected that the 8 of them were fugitives wanted by the authorities at Luyun Town's city wall. They left Luyun Town openly and confidently, right under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards, the twin sons of Emperor Jiaji. Additionally, because they had spiritual spring water, Su Huai urged everyone to walk faster. From only 60 miles on the first day, they planned to cover 70 miles on the second day and 80 miles on the third. At night, they looked for a place to stay in the wild. Su Huai and Su Sifan took turns guarding the camp, while Li Wana and Xia Zhu collected firewood and did heavy chores every day. Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sijin listened to Su Huai's instructions. When they saw medicinal herbs, they pulled them out. Sui was responsible for taking Su Ziming along. The 8 of them supported each other and divided tasks. Along the way, they also collected herbs. After 5 days of travel, Su Huai and the others finally reached the outskirts of the border city of Mianzhou. Each continent has a government office boundary. Su Huai and the others needed to cross into Mianzhou. Since they had no household registration and were fugitives, they couldn't go through the main city gate. The 8 of them had to find a way to climb over the city wall. The wall was hard to climb. It was 10 meters high and 2 meters thick. Su Huai could climb over alone with tools, but it was difficult for the other 7. But no matter how hard it was, they had to get over. Su Huai had to think of a way and find a clever trick. It proved that hard work and thinking could solve any problem. Su Huai led everyone to climb a tall mountain near the city. From there, they saw a large banyan tree not far inside the city. They quickly found a thick rope and tied one end to an iron hook for climbing cliffs. Then they threw the hook to wrap around the banyan tree. Using a 45-degree angle, they easily sent everyone over the wall from the edge of the capital city into Mianzhou, successfully crossing into the northwest just a wall apart. Mianzhou, on the other side of the wall, looked very different. The land was diverse, with mountains, hills, plateaus, basins, terraces, and river valleys. It was also sparsely populated. However, after only half a day in Mianzhou, Su Huai and the others noticed something was wrong. Many villages were empty, with no one around. The villagers in the empty villages were hurriedly leaving. Big Sister Huai, what's wrong with these people? Why are they like us, carrying bags and rushing away? Not only Su Huai and Su Sifan noticed something was off, but Shun Jiao Jiao and others did too. People kept passing by in front of the 8 of them, some carrying loads, others driving ox carts, and some in convoy. Carriages pulled by horses, full of people, followed one after another, with guards holding big swords beside the carriages. Whether they were farmers or wealthy merchants and landowners, everyone seemed to be fleeing or migrating. Li Wana suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "I'll go ask around. I speak many dialects, including the Northwest dialect." Su Hua and the others didn't expect Li Wana to have this ability. Since she didn't stop her, they let her go. Li Wana carried her son and stopped a family of 4 to ask questions. After finishing with that family, she stopped another family to ask, and after questioning 3 families, she received the same answers. Her face darkened quickly as she returned to Su Hua and the others, sharing 3 big pieces of news. Several families say there will be a war. Recently, during a solar eclipse, the chief shaman of the neighboring Western Rong said that the heavens are about to destroy Great Qian. Their leader is the true ruler chosen by heaven, and Western Rome is gathering 50,000 troops to attack. Then, 3 days ago, a dormant volcano erupted with lava, destroying a nearby village and killing hundreds. Also, yesterday, someone found a large stone tablet in the river. The writing on it said that heaven is punishing Qian, and heroes will emerge. Furthermore, I asked where they plan to escape to. All of them are heading in the same direction as us, toward that place. Oh my goodness. Shun Jiao Jiao didn't understand what heaven punishing Qian or heroes emerging meant. But she understood that there was going to be a war, and that the common people were fleeing south in fear, which scared her a lot. After hearing the news, Su Hua and Su Sifan also looked serious, their minds racing. The first piece of news, the solar eclipse, was used by Western Rome as an excuse to attack. This has always been a common trick used by rulers to start wars, so it wasn't surprising. What was strange were the second and third pieces of news. The second, about the volcano coming back to life, was unusual. The third, about the stone tablet with the words, "Heaven is punishing Qian, heroes will emerge," appeared right after the eclipse, when people were panicked and Western Rome was invading. It was too coincidental. Both of them had a feeling. If they understood correctly, the "heroes will emerge" probably didn't mean all heroes coming out together, but rather that someone with the surname Qi would appear. Fifth sister, do you think the stone tablet was made by the two young masters? Are they planning to rebel? Su Sifan, still a young student, didn't believe that all the heroes would come out at once. Su Hua quietly replied, "Most likely they made it. Rebellion is unlikely." She was sure that the words on the stone tablet were definitely made by Qi Lin, because Qi Lin was always thinking about rebellion and revenge. As for why the people were fleeing south, she guessed it was probably Qin Su's idea. Because only the common people have all fled and migrated south, some escapees can blend in, and since everyone has moved south, they will have people to support them if they rebel later. The emperor fears most losing the support of the people. If some apocalyptic signs appear from the sky, the people of the entire Great Dry will likely run south, no matter where they are. Let's go. We should join the fleeing crowd quickly and hurry. Su Hua quickly made a decision and gave the plan. Although joining the large northwest fleeing group is risky, when everyone is fleeing, small groups traveling alone are the most dangerous. Moreover, they are escapees. If they blend in, they won't have to fear the emperor's soldiers chasing them, and they can openly move south. Her daughters were all shocked by Su Hua's decision because this fleeing group is very large. How large? They could hardly believe it. Since Su Yanshan is the Minister of War, they know some court affairs. Out of the 60 million people in Great Dry, although the Northwest is sparsely populated, it still has over 5 million people. If they go further south, including the southwestern people, oh my, that scene is beyond their imagination. Is Su Hua planning to join a team of over 10 million people? The road to the south from Yanzhou. Fleeing common people from all directions gather continuously. Looking around, the area is packed with people. The people have all agreed to head along the main road and then choose a direction to escape. Suddenly, a breathtaking, spectacular scene unfolds on the main road. Countless streams of people, like ants, are pouring in from all sides into the main road, then rushing south. The huge, unstoppable crowd stretches as far as the eye can see, with no end in sight. The scale is so terrifying that it can't be compared to an army gathering. When Su Hua and the others join the fleeing crowd and step onto the main road, they're almost pushed along by the people behind them. They can't stop. The main road is only 7 meters wide, crowded with people, sometimes needing to make way for carts and carriages. Those on foot either step back or follow closely. Brother Yu, Sister Jean, hold tight and don't let go. Shen Jiao nervously grips Su Yu and Su Sijin's hands. Li Wan'er also moved Su Ziming to the front and kept close to Xiaozhu. Have they ever seen such a terrifying crowd before? If our girl is targeted by others, or if children are scattered or taken away, it would be a disaster. Su Hua and Su Sifan walk ahead, occasionally looking back to check on the women and children. They are also worried about the family being separated. In the large crowd, losing each other is almost like an impossible dream to find everyone again. Other villagers share the same worry. Adults hold tightly to their girls and children, while strong men stay close to protect everyone. Even the passing carriages are guarded by servants and guards, afraid of being robbed. Everyone stays alert and cautious of each other. Many groups, including hundreds of villagers, are fleeing together, and some merchant landlords form large caravan teams. All kinds of groups show how nervous everyone is. Su Hua and her family are a small group, easy to be noticed. To avoid being targeted, she leads everyone to walk between two villages. The village chiefs of both villages think Su Hua and her group are from another village. Even malicious people believe they are a group of villagers, so they don't dare to attack them. The family travels safely for a day, from morning until sunset. By the evening, Su Hua sees people in front stopping to rest. The village chiefs of both villages ring their bronze bells to signal everyone to set up camp, and they have reached the 80-mile goal she set. So, she also stops with her family. They find a place at the foot of a dirt cliff to camp. At this moment, the fleeing group is passing through a rugged yellow earth plateau. Su Hua and her group are in a forested area of soil and trees. Looking around, there are many tall, castle-like structures about 10 meters high, with strange shapes and uneven heights, dirt platforms, columns, and cliffs that look like giants standing in front of them. Under the setting sun and in the strong wind, the endless soil forest gives a feeling of oppression, desolation, and emptiness, like the end of the world. Second brother, we set up the tent. Sister-in-law and Xia Zhu gather firewood, and mother and third sister prepare the stove to cook porridge. After stopping, Su Hua still divides the work as usual. The tent looks like a Mongolian yurt and can be opened easily. But the temperature here varies greatly. During the day, it's scorching, and at night, strong winds howl like ghosts and wolves. The tents need heavy stones to hold them down so they don't away. The villagers from the neighboring villages are not as well prepared as Su Hua. They don't have enough supplies. They are ordinary people with simple lives. Not to mention buying tents, even getting enough food is hard, so they can only sleep outdoors. They set up a few piles of firewood, spread a mat on the yellow earth, lie down, and just make do with sleeping like that. Because of this, the two village chiefs finally realized that Su Hua and the others were not part of their group. But after traveling together for a day, they got to know each other. The two elders didn't say much, and everyone kept to themselves, settling down quietly. Besides, everyone was exhausted from the journey, with no time to pay attention to others. Time passed quietly. Night fell, and the next day, the sun rose as usual. At dawn, the two village chiefs rang a loud bell, urging the villagers to hurry on. The villagers quickly got up, rolled up their mats, packed their belongings, carried their loads, and led their children and young women. They started a long, difficult migration again. Su Hua and the others continued to follow for 5 days straight. The entire group was safe, peaceful, and smooth. Nothing bad like theft or violence happened. But on the 15th day of the 7th month, after the moon rose, everything changed. A huge blood-red moon, like a blood moon, hung high in the sky. The sky seemed to be covered with a bright red cloth, and the blood-red moonlight shone on every corner of the land, on everyone's faces in the fleeing group. Oh heavens! This is truly a punishment from above. It's the end. The end. People are dying. Dakian is really going to fall. Do we still have a chance to survive? Recently, there was an eclipse, now a blood moon. Dakian's luck is really running out. It's doomed. Pray to heaven for forgiveness. Spare us, poor people. The world is ending, really ending. We must run. All the people camping outdoors, watching the huge, red blood moon in the sky, trembled and knelt down. Even the caravan inside the carts, merchants, and landowners all bowed in reverence. The two village chiefs besides Su Hua were no exception. They led the villagers to kneel and bow before the blood moon. Countless people, all looking up at the moon, bowed and worshipped as if they were moon worshippers. Big Sister Hua, it's over. The world is really ending. Shun Jiao Jiao was so scared her legs went weak, and she knelt down. In Dakian, rumors say that a blood moon is a sign of bad luck. It symbolizes that righteousness in the world is weak, evil is strong, resentment is intense, and hostility is high. It signals great changes in the weather, mountains and rivers crying out, chaos in the world, and fires breaking out everywhere. There is also the sign of the blood moon, indicating that the nation's energy is breaking and running out, like falling into a prison. Some say that if the moon turns a strange color, disasters will follow. A blood moon shining in the sky means chaos, and seeing a blood moon suggests monsters and evil spirits appearing. In short, The appearance of a blood moon is a sign of doom for the people of Great Qin. Don't be afraid, mother. Even if the end of the world is really coming, as long as we hurry and keep moving, everyone will be safe. Although Su Hua tries to comfort Shen Jiao Jiao this way, she looks up at the huge blood moon in the sky with a worried face, feeling uncertain inside. A blood moon, as the name suggests, is a moon that appears red, like blood, in the sky. Blood moons usually happen during a lunar eclipse. In her previous world, she had never seen a total solar eclipse and a total lunar eclipse happening in the same month, especially not a super blood moon so bright and terrifying, as red as blood. Right now, she doesn't know if the blood moon has any connection to the end of the world event 3 months later. There is no scientific evidence to suggest that a blood moon causes disasters. The super blood moon not only frightens the starving people in the northwest, but also makes all the people of Great Qin feel anxious. Everyone can see the blood-red moon simply by looking up. A half-month ago, there was a solar eclipse. Now, another blood moon appears. It seems like the fall of Great Qin is imminent. But at this moment, the people are helpless. No one tells them where to run or hide. Their ruler, Emperor Jiazheng, is not issuing orders for the people to escape. Instead, he is even preventing rumors of the end of the world from spreading among the people. He is thinking about how to kill people. No, he is actually unleashing a slaughter. Report. All storytellers spreading rumors in the city have been killed. Report. The military officials who announced the invasion of Shirong have been executed in their entirety. Report. The 1,232 people who claim to see words on the stone tablet have all been exterminated. One message after another is delivered into the imperial study, revealing Emperor Jiazheng's cruelty and tyranny. Suddenly, a jade bead hits the head of the chief astronomer. The astronomer trembles, trembling like a sieve, and collapses to the ground. Even with a head bleeding and broken, he dares not make a sound, fearing that he might be the next to die. Emperor Jiazheng, who usually wears white clothes and sits cross-legged on a cushion meditating, looks up at the blood moon hanging high outside the hall, his face dark and fierce. After a long while, he suddenly speaks coldly. Speak. What should I do next? The chief inspector trembled with fear, breaking out in cold sweat, and blurted out, Your Majesty, the blood moon has appeared again, confirming the presence of evil spirits. The 2 young princes are the culprits. If we can eliminate these 2 disaster bringers, everything will be resolved, and Dakian can survive the crisis safely. He had already blamed the disaster on the 2 princes before, and this time he was determined to stick to that story, even if it meant risking his life and his entire family. Emperor Jiaji was struck again by a jade bead falling on his head. He angrily shouted, The people have already fled to the northwest. How am I supposed to kill them? 5 days ago, his twin shadow guards had reported that 200 fugitives and 200 officers had disappeared together. Now, the twin shadow guards suspected the fugitives had escaped to Mianzhou. To redeem themselves, they had gone to Mianzhou to catch the suspects. However, after news of the invasion by the Western Xiongnu, the revival of the dead fire mountain, and the appearance of mysterious inscriptions on stone tablets, the people in the northwest were fleeing in panic. He suspected that the inscriptions on the stone tablets were the work of Qin Su and Qi Lin, but as emperor, he couldn't stop the people from migrating and fleeing. If he sent troops to block the migration, it might scare the people even more and cause them to rebel. Especially with the Blood Moon event, the people were terrified. At this moment, many secretly wanted to overthrow his rule. Now, over 5 million people in the northwest were probably all fleeing. If Qin Su and Qi Lin managed to blend into this huge crowd, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The more Emperor Jiaji thought about it, the more anxious he became. He roared in frustration. Tell me, what should I do next? If you can't say, then don't bother keeping your head. The chief inspector was so frightened he almost felt his life slipping away. He never imagined that the 2 young princes were so capable. They had not only escaped but had also infiltrated the northwest. It was clear he couldn't catch them now. He was doomed. Your Majesty, The only option now is to continue blaming the blood moon on the two princes, then find two lookalikes to serve as scapegoats. We can publicly execute them to calm the people. Once the blood moon disappears tomorrow, the people will quickly forget this matter. This way, we can stabilize the situation temporarily and secretly hunt down the real culprits. The chief inspector's mind raced quickly, thinking of ways to protect himself. Hearing this, Emperor Jiaji's eyes narrowed sharply. After a long moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips.
Good.
Leave the ritual to you. Make it as grand as possible. Better yet, have the bodies of the two princes dragged out and whipped in public to stir up anger among the people. The official finally relaxed after hearing the words and excitedly said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will handle this matter perfectly and make sure the two people become true harbingers of disaster. Who is best at spreading false rumors? Yes, it's him. As long as it comes from his mouth, no one in the world will doubt it." Qin Su and Qi Lin, who are hiding among the Northwest refugee group, look up at the blood moon in the sky. Once again, they guess Emperor Jiaji's plan, their faces expressionless. The blood moon is just happening now. He will definitely blame us too for this. Qi Lin thinks about the cruel and unjust emperor. He doesn't want to go to the southern border at all. He just wants to rush to the palace now and kill his enemies. Especially when he thinks about how the emperor might treat his father's body, his eyes turn red, and his anger is hard to hold back. Qin Su says in a deep voice, "People can't come back from the dead. If he wants to blame someone, let him. The most important thing is that we are alive. We just wait and see what happens." Looking at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly remembers what Su Hua told him. Since the house was raided, only half a month has passed. According to what he has seen, 5 strange signs have appeared. The first sign, all the fish in the river suddenly float to the surface and die. The second sign, the weather becomes extremely hot and unusual. The third sign, a solar eclipse and bats fill the sky. The fourth sign, a dead volcano comes back to life. The fifth sign, a super blood moon, with the sky stained red. He doesn't know if there are more signs, but as Su Hua said, there are too many coincidences. It's not just chance. If the world is really about to end, the urgent task is not rebellion or revenge, but to quickly head to the southern border at Chitian Peak. Thinking of this, he says, but we can't let him have an easy time. We must make good use of this blood moon. How to use it? Qi Lin hears Qin Su once again mention killing the emperor and feels very unwilling. But he promised Qin Su to go to the southern border, and he can't break his vow, no matter how upset he is. Qin Su raises his sleeve, feels the wind direction, which is just north, and chuckles softly. Of course, to spread the news that the destroyer is coming to the whole capital so that everyone in the city will migrate south and escape. As long as the people in the capital all run south, the people in other regions will follow naturally. Although his initial plan to send the message was a scheme for revenge against the emperor, Qin Su is also saving the lives of people all over the world. Once the end of the world truly arrives, perhaps it will be because of his decision tonight that countless lives are saved. As for Qin Su's method of sending messages to save the people, no matter how hard Qi Lin tries to think, he cannot imagine that Qin Su doesn't need manpower or resources. Yes, by using the wind. An hour later, one after another, sky lanterns rose into the sky and flew northward. Soon, more and more lanterns appeared, so dense that they filled the entire blood-red sky. Why are there so many? Where did these sky lanterns come from? Qin Su only needed to use the blood moon and mobilize the nearby fleeing villagers to pass messages to people in other regions. The frightened villagers fleeing during the blood moon were eager to do good deeds and seek blessings from heaven. Therefore, whenever there was paper and pine resin, wealthy merchants and landowners, who usually kept everything for themselves, willingly took them out. Those without materials borrowed paper and pine resin and used sticks to make sky lanterns. Countless fleeing villagers lit lanterns, even if only one lantern per family, that added up to thousands or even tens of thousands. Over 10,000 lanterns flying northward created a scene no less spectacular than the blood moon's appearance. About 5 miles behind Qin Su, Su Hua also saw the sky lanterns. Watching the lanterns fly north, she didn't think this was Qin Su's doing, nor did she realize that the words written inside the lanterns were 8 large characters. The end of the world is coming. Flee south quickly. She only thought it was the fleeing villagers praying for forgiveness from heaven. At this moment, she had no extra time to think about anything else. Her only thought was to keep moving forward. But traveling required energy, and she needed rest now. Resting well was important for staying alert during the night watch later. While most fleeing villagers were busy making lanterns or praying to the blood moon, Su Hua drank a bowl of porridge, told Su Sifan and Xin Jiao Jiao to rest, and then entered her tent to sleep. Before sleeping, she didn't forget to take some time to enter her space, as she usually did. Inside her space, the land plan for farming was still the same as before. After watering it for more than 10 days, no matter how much spiritual spring she poured, the land seemed bottomless, absorbing everything. Just one more watering today, and if it still doesn't work, I won't do it anymore. She had said this more than 10 times, but each time she refused to give up and kept trying. She firmly believed that the space rewarded by heaven was not just a storage for supplies. Using her mind, she drew water from the underground spring and poured it onto the cracked land. This work was very boring. Su Hua was half asleep while guiding the water. After about 2 hours of patience, half an hour outside, she couldn't hold back her sleep any longer and quickly left the space to rest. She had no idea that as soon as she left, a withered, scorched tree on the land, which had been watered with the spiritual spring for over 10 days, finally changed. Suddenly, the tree sprouted a tender new leaf at an incredible speed. The leaf grew branches, taller and taller, until it reached nearly 2 meters and then stopped growing. Meanwhile, in the foggy, endless desert, a pair of blue eyes suddenly appeared. By the second morning, the village headman rang the copper bell to call the villagers to leave, but Su Hua didn't notice the change in the space. She hurriedly packed her family and set out. At dawn, the blood moon indeed disappeared. The sun rose as usual, and the shocking event from last night seemed as if it never happened. But was it really nothing? No. Emperor Jiazhen once again blamed Qin Su and Qilin for the blood moon. The 2 noblemen's skins were also hung out at the meridian gate, exposed to the sun. Of course, countless sky lanterns burned out and fell in various corners of the north afterward. The words, "The end of the world is coming, flee south quickly," spread rapidly throughout the capital. From 1 person to 10, then to 100, the news spread everywhere. Despite Emperor Jiazhen exhausting all his tricks, he couldn't stop the news from spreading. He didn't mind if the message wasn't officially announced. The common people passed it around secretly, from house to house. Eventually, the news spread everywhere, and everyone in the capital knew about it. Already worried about the threat from the Western barbarians, wealthy merchants and noble families, fearing for their lives, began to organize and migrate south in large groups. Ordinary people, seeing the noble families fleeing, followed suit. In just half a day, the mass migration was as large as the refugee groups fleeing from the northwest. Additionally, because of the blood moon incident, underground movements started to emerge in the northwest, with various forces rising in secret. Su Hua and her family hurried along the road and noticed that within half a day, many new faces appeared among the travelers. There were men and women, each with uncertain gazes, as if searching for prey, shining with a hunting light. "Girl, hold on to third sister and brother you tightly." Su Hua squinted at the new faces, guessing they were people hired for protection, and immediately warned Shen Jiao Jiao. She also warned the 2 village chiefs. After traveling together for many days, the 2 village chiefs asked her to help connect with others and borrowed influence from 2 villages for a long time. Su Hua felt it was right to remind them, especially since it benefited her as well. After all, the safety of the 2 villages depended on the women in the middle, so they could stay safe. When the 2 village chiefs heard Su Hua say that some hired guards were moving around the fleeing crowd, they were both startled. "What did you say? Hired guards? That's serious. We need to get our weapons ready. Those who spread the plague and dare to target our girls and children, we should deal with them. One village chief was timid, the other very brave. After hearing Su Hua's warning, they immediately sent their sons to tell the villagers to prepare their tools, knives, axes, and other weapons. Su Hua also did the same, holding a big sword in her hand. She gave one to Su Sifan and another to Li Wan-er. She gave one to Li Wan-er because she believed Li Wan-er had probably fought before. When Li Wan-er took the sword, her eyes showed no fear. She gripped the sword tightly, slightly exerting force. Su Hua understood and didn't say anything, but she looked at Li Wan-er with more respect. The two villages had about 120 households in total. With Su Hua and the others holding big swords and many weapons displayed, they disguised themselves as fleeing villagers mixed with hired guards, which made the enemies hesitate. No matter if they were men or women, everyone changed their targets, either speeding up or slowing down their pace. Soon, around Su Hua's group, the unfamiliar faces disappeared. Seeing this, the two village chiefs and Su Hua still didn't let their guard down. On the way, they kept their weapons ready to ensure everyone's safety. For 2 days straight, the journey was safe, and no girls or children were lost. Because everything went smoothly without delays, Su Hua and her group traveled faster than others. Unknowingly, they caught up quickly with Qin Su and the others' team. By sunset, the fleeing group stopped. When everyone set up camp on the open ground beside the road, Su Hua and the two villages camped on a high ground opposite Qin Su and Qi Lin's team, which had over 300 people. Qin Su's team grew to over 300 because they had joined another group. However, Su Hua and Qin Su were facing each other at this moment, but neither of them noticed the other because neither expected to choose the same route, and it was such a coincidence that they were both in the Northwest Escape team.
Mom,
Look, are those people very familiar? Su Yan's eyes are quite sharp. While Su Hua and Qin Su had not noticed each other for over an hour, Su Yan was the first to recognize her mother and the others. Which ones? Feng Rua Shuang squinted to look across, but it was dark, and she couldn't see clearly. Those people sitting in front of the tent, all dressed in gray, around the fire, eating, Su Yan said, standing up and pointing at Su Hua and the others. Actually, Su Yan was attracted because of Su Hua's tent. Among the fleeing common people, only wealthy landowners and rich families had tents. Ordinary folks just spread out a straw mat and slept there. Su Hua's tent stood out among the dense crowd of fleeing people, making it very noticeable. Vile woman, why aren't you dead yet? Feng Ruoshuang, following Su Yan's finger, finally recognized Su Hua and Shen Jiao. Staring at Shen Jiao as if she were a 10-generation enemy, her face twisted with hatred, gritting her teeth. Why? Why does she enjoy comfort while I suffer like this? The 5 members of the Su family, although fleeing with 2 young masters, were free to move, but they had all been poisoned. Qin Su's idea was to prevent revealing the whereabouts of the 200 people so they couldn't leave alone. They had to be kept under watch during the journey. Because Su Yanshan had betrayed everyone before, trust was impossible, so poison was used as a precaution. Therefore, all 5 members of the Su family had eaten unknown poison. This was why Feng Ruoshuang said she was suffering. Vile woman. Just look at their clothes and luggage. They must have paid with silver notes. Feng Ruoshuang, thinking about her own poisoning and the fact that she could only eat 1 bun a day, was starving and increasingly angry, her voice sharp and raised. Especially when she saw her daughter-in-law, Li Wana, among the team, happily acting like a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Her eyes seemed to shoot fire as she cursed. It's all her fault that our family is like this. Not far from Feng Ruoshuang, old lady Su, feeling hungry and restless, overheard Feng Ruoshuang muttering. I turned over and looked in the direction of Feng Ruoshuang's fierce gaze. I realized something was wrong. In the next second, I quickly got up and pushed Su Yanshan hard, shouting, Yanshan! Yanshan! We are saved! Look over there. Is that your little concubine? The house deed. 100 taels. Old Madame Su had suffered for half a month. She hadn't learned to be honest, and was still thinking about the house deed she once had. But now, She didn't dare to openly steal it. She just wanted Su Yanshan to stubbornly beg Shen Jiao to come back. As long as he kept Shen Jiao, he would be holding a treasure. When Su Yanshan heard old Madame Su shouting, he looked in her direction. The next moment he shouted across, Jiao. Su Hua and her mother and sisters were eating flatbread with porridge, planning to rest after eating. They didn't expect to hear a familiar call from across the way. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked up to see what was happening. When they saw, they froze in place. Then, they wished they could poke their eyes out, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Jiao, what should we do? Shen Jiao immediately looked distressed. She couldn't understand why, after leaving, she was suddenly faced with Su Yanshan again. But before Su Hua could say what to do, old Madame Su and Su Yanshan ran over excitedly. Jiao, it was my fault before. Please forgive me, Su Yanshan said, looking excited, immediately apologizing. Jiao, old Madame Su shamelessly added, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have let Yanshan pressure you. I was confused. Please don't hold it against us. Hearing this, the other women instantly understood. They were probably being blamed again. And this time, old Madame Su was clever. She personally asked for forgiveness, putting herself in a lower position and standing on the moral high ground. Su Hua's face turned extremely grim. She quickly spoke before Shen Jiao could, saying, My mother accepts the apology. From now on, we won't owe each other anything. You can go back now. Su Yanshan and old Madame Su didn't expect Su Hua to react this way. They were both stunned, doubting whether Su Hua understood what they wanted. Otherwise, how could she not understand that they wanted Shen Jiao to return to the Su family? Su Yanshan was finally angered. He shouted loudly, I am still your father. Even if I break my bones, I am still connected by tendons. Do you want to disown me? No way. Old Lady Su was afraid that Su Yanshan might say something wrong and cause trouble. She quickly pushed Su Yanshan aside and said, Jiao, how about this? You come back, and I will make Yanshan divorce Feng's family. Shen Jiao gasped in shock, and Su Hua couldn't help but laugh at the situation. However, the other women didn't speak because Feng Rushuang, Su Yan, and Su Han were already standing behind Su Yanshan and Old Lady Su with stern looks. Old Lady Su had noticed this and continued to flatter Shen Jiao, saying, Jiao, as long as Yanshan divorces Feng's family, he can take you as his main wife. From now on, Yanshan and I will listen to you. Su Yanshan nodded and said, Yes, as long as you come back, I promise everything. I will divorce Feng's family. Hearing this, Feng Rushuang finally couldn't hold back anymore. She asked sharply, Su Yanshan, are you really planning to favor the concubine and abandon your wife? To divorce me and make a new wife the main wife? Before Su Yanshan and Old Lady Su could react, she scolded loudly, You unfaithful man. I have never abandoned you. And yet you want to give up on us for a house deed and 100 taels of silver. Tell me, do you really want to divorce me? After scolding, her long, pointed fingers reached out to scratch Su Yanshan's face like a quarrelsome woman. You jealous woman. Old Lady Su couldn't allow Feng Rushuang to hit her son. She immediately grabbed Feng Rushuang's hair and pulled hard. Let go of my mother. Su Han saw his mother being hit and disagreed. He also tried to pull Old Lady Su away. In an instant, the members of the Su family started fighting among themselves. Screams, cries, and angry words filled the air. Seeing this, Su Hua picked up a pot and pulled her mother and the others back, standing quietly to the side with a serious face. This scene not only made the village chiefs and villagers from the two villages laugh at the joke, but also attracted Qin Su, Qi Lin, Rong Shi, and a man and a woman from the opposite side, who hurried over. When Qin Su and Qi Lin saw Su Hua, they froze in place. They didn't expect that in such a small Dakian, two people who had been separated could meet again on the same route among millions of fleeing refugees. Rong Shi was overjoyed. Since Su Hua left, she had been worried about the safety of her mother and the orphaned women. Now seeing that they were still alive and that it was such a coincidence to meet again, she was genuinely happy for her mother and the others from the bottom of her heart. Su Hua was shocked when she saw Qin Su, Qi Lin, and Rong Shi holding her son. Because they were not far away, she clearly saw that the mysterious tattoos on their foreheads had disappeared. The three of them not only had clean foreheads but also changed their clothes to simple homespun garments. No, actually, Su Yanshan and the others were also wearing rough cloth clothes, and the tattoos on their foreheads had disappeared. The more Su Hua looked, the stranger it seemed. But now wasn't the time for curiosity. She needed to deal with the troublemaker in the Su family first. Time passed, and finally, the family members grew tired of fighting and stopped. Su Hua looked at Feng Ruoshuang, who was disheveled and looked like she had lost her mind. Su Yanshan, whose face was scratched and looked wild, the angry Su Laotai, and the gloomy Su Han. They all pushed the iron pot into Shun Jiao Jiao's arms and left. Then, she took out a big knife from the tent and asked Su Yanshan, "Are you awake now? If you are, please take your wife home and live peacefully. Stop bothering my mother. If anyone dares to bother us again, don't blame me for being ruthless and letting this knife do the talking." "I mean what I say. That wicked girl." Su Laotai saw Su Hua draw her familiar big knife and remembered the scene of being chased and attacked in the basin. She was so angry, she almost spat out old blood. "You're even trying to attack me?" Su Yanshan saw that Su Hua was unyielding and still didn't give up. But Su Hua simply swung her knife fiercely to chase them away. The family of five, who had been so arrogant during the fight, looked like they saw a ghost and quickly ran back across the river, faster than any running. After scaring away the troublemaker in the Su family, Su Hua remembered something. She turned to her mother and the others and asked, "Mother, if I chase him away like this, do you think it's wrong?" She had never asked how her mother felt. She didn't know if her actions towards the original father's family were too much. "No, I won't be his concubine anymore. It's best not to bother him." Shun Jiao shook her head. Then she looked at the onlookers nearby and said with red eyes, "It's because mother is useless, and you had to do the chasing. Your reputation might suffer because of this." Tonight, Su Hua's fierce reputation was likely to spread. Maybe no man would dare to marry her in the future. Shun Jiao couldn't help but worry that Su Hua might never marry. Su Sifan and Shun Jiao thought the same and said guiltily, "Fifth sister, from now on, let second brother do the chasing. He could chase people away to protect the family, but if Su Hua, a girl, used a knife or gun, she would be seen as fierce and ruthless." Su Sijin and Su Yu both shook their heads desperately and said in unison, "I don't want to go back to the Su family. What are the benefits of returning to the Su family? The Su family is gone, and going back would just mean being bullied by the main wife. I'm not foolish enough to do that. Why lift others up only to be stepped on myself? I prefer to live my own life freely and happily. Although we've been fleeing for the past 2 weeks, my brother and I feel more comfortable than we did in the Su family." "Good. As long as you all think I'm right, that's enough." Su Huashui feels very happy when her mother and sister stand with her. She throws her sword back into the tent and takes the chance to tell everyone, when we're fleeing and outside, we don't need a good reputation. We need a fierce reputation. If we're not fierce enough, we might even lose our lives. If we lose our lives, what's the point of having a reputation? In these days of fleeing, the common people haven't had many problems, mainly because they still have enough food and water for now. But once the food runs out, people's true nature will show. For Su Huashui, the real danger of fleeing has not yet begun. Qin Su sees that her mother and sisters have talked enough, and Su Huashui just turns around. She looks at Su Huashui's smooth forehead and can't help but ask, "Fifth young lady, what's on your forehead?" "I happen to know a kind of medicine that can wash away writing." Su Huashui naturally doesn't tell the truth. She asks back, "And you?" "We." Qin Su is about to answer, but before she can finish, Rong Shi pushes her away harshly. Rong Shi moves in front of Su Huashui, excitedly interrupts, "Fifth young lady, what a coincidence. We also have a way to remove the writing on our foreheads. It was done by the siblings from the Feng family next door." "Removed?" Su Huashui catches the key point and looks suspiciously at the unfamiliar man and woman beside her. The man is about 20, looks quite handsome. The woman is bright and stunning, about 15. But the woman's gaze on Su Huashui is full of disdain and hostility. Before Su Huashui can understand why she is being looked down upon, Rongshi doesn't introduce herself and instead exclaims excitedly, "Fifth young lady, meeting you is such a good thing. You don't know how worried I've been these past 10 days since we parted. I've been worried about whether you and your mother would be in danger." She then turns to Shin Jiao Jiao, as if talking to an old sister. "Seeing that all of you are safe and sound is just wonderful." Shin Jiao Jiao's eyes light up as she looks at the adorable child in Rongshi's arms, who is growing taller and her thumb. She is also very happy. "Madam, has the child grown so much?" Su Sijin, Su Sifan, Su Yu, and Xia Zhu all gather around curiously. After all, this child almost never saw the sun when he was born, and they witnessed his birth. Now, the child is not only doing well but also has a fair complexion, clear skin, and a gentle demeanor that touches everyone's heart. Mrs. Rong directly handed the child to Su Hua, as if presenting a treasure, and said, "Fifth young lady, hold this little one. You saved his life, so he must remember your face and repay your kindness when he grows up." Su Hua was caught off guard by the sudden handover and quickly caught the child to prevent him from falling. "Xiao Yu, this is your lifesaver. You must remember her." Mrs. Rong, knowing her son couldn't understand, forcibly made her son face Su Hua, insisting he recognize her. It shows she truly remembers Su Hua's kindness from the bottom of her heart. Su Hua looked at Mrs. Rong's exaggerated actions towards her son, slightly twitching her lips, and asked, "Is his name Qin Yu?" Mrs. Rong was about to nod when a voice floated over. "Choosing the character, Yu means wishing him to be protected by family all his life." After a pause, Qin Su added, "Fifth young lady, can I talk to you alone?" When he said this, not only Su Hua was stunned, but Qi Lin and the brothers Feng Shi nearby also looked at Qin Su with surprise. However, Qin Su pointed in a direction for Su Hua, showing with his actions that he was telling everyone he was right. "Ah, Su." Qi Lin guessed something and tried to stop him. But Qin Su seemed not to see and walked straight toward an open area where displaced civilians had gathered. Su Hua was confused but followed. After walking a short distance behind Qin Su, she suddenly realized, "Wait, why am I following him?" Before she could react, they had reached an empty flat ground. Qin Su stopped, turned around, and asked directly, "Fifth young lady, do you want to travel with us to the southern border?" Su Hua, who was only as tall as Qin Su's shoulders and had to look up at him, looked puzzled. "You're not still thinking of repaying kindness by teaming up with me, right? There's no need. I told you, we're even now." Qin Su quickly shook his head. "Revenge is one reason. I see that traveling with you and your mother alone is dangerous. A Lin, and I can offer protection. Another reason is I've taken a liking to your medical skills." Afraid that Su Hua might ruin the mood with another comment, he asked, "You probably suspected that the cause of the wolf pack's death in front of the cave wasn't natural, right?" Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes narrowed. Is Qin Su admitting that his sister is a mental type supernatural? Qin Su did not give Su Hua a chance to speak and boldly said, "My sister does have a certain power you don't know about. Aylin and I are not only skilled in martial arts, we have other abilities too. You can truly trust us and follow us. There's no need to worry about our team being captured and exposing everyone. In the future, not only the people in the northwest will be fleeing from famine, but all the people of Dakian will be escaping south, numbering millions. The Emperor trying to find us is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, as more people gather, various forces will rise. This will cause chaos in Dakian, leading to dangers like wars, disasters, theft, and violence. So, I want to gather capable and trustworthy people to travel safely to the southern border and survive together. Our team is especially in need of doctors. My mother told me you can correct breach positions with your bare hands, so your medical skills must be excellent. Would you like to join us? I sincerely invite you." Initially, Su Hua insisted on bringing her mother and others because she was afraid that the 200 prisoners would be captured and tortured by the emperor's men. Now, with everyone fleeing, that danger is gone. But she still asked, "Do you have supplies? How will so many people eat and drink? Will you support all hundreds of us? If a disaster strikes, can you support us?" This was Su Hua's main concern. In the end times, for a bite of food or water, even trusted people might betray you, and cannibalism is not unheard of. She wouldn't give her supplies for free to others. Hearing Su Hua's question, Qin Su couldn't help but feel admiration. The girl was truly impressive. He shook his head and said, "I don't support idle people. If you join my team, you must find food, water, firewood, and all usable resources. Even women and children have to work. You can go see for yourself. Now everyone in the team is busy." He paused and then chuckled. Except for the 5 from the Su family, the 5 from the Su family were freeloaders. He had long wanted to kick them out but hadn't yet. It seemed his decision was right. If it weren't for those 5, neither he nor Su Hua would have known about the others. Su Hua looked across and saw everyone busy working. She turned back to Qin Su and asked, "If I join the team, what do I need to do? What about my mother and them?" Qin Su's starry black eyes suddenly lit up at her words. Does Su Hua's reply mean she is willing to join his team? Qin Su's handsome face seemed to be touched by a gentle breeze, and he smiled with 2 dimples, speaking eagerly. "Your mother and the others are only responsible for gathering herbs. If team members get sick, just treat them as best as you can. Don't force yourselves if some illnesses are hard to cure." Su Hua, did I really want to say that if I do my best, I can save anyone who isn't already dead? Seeing that Su Hua's face showed no happiness, Qin Su thought she was unhappy with the conditions and quickly promised, "Don't worry, your safety and theirs will be as important as my mother, my sister, and Alin's mother. I will prioritize protecting you all." Su Hua's clever eyes flicked around, then finally nodded. "All right, I accept your invitation. We will join." There are 4 reasons why she agreed to Qin Su's invitation to join. First, escaping from the wilderness really requires forming a group. Small groups alone are very dangerous and are the first targets for others. Second, the women can't fight. If something really happens, I alone can't save everyone. Third, she believes in Qin Xian's mental ability powers, which are great for group attacks. Having such a strong person in the team can save everyone's lives. Fourth, by joining the team, she won't have to stay on watch at night or worry about traveling. With Qin Su and Qi Lin leading, she feels relaxed and free. Both sides benefit from this. Su Hua didn't forget one thing and said up front, "But I won't treat the Su family. Cutting ties with the Su family means they are no longer her concern." Qin Su understood immediately and nodded. "That's not a problem. I already took them away safely from the basin and brought them to the Northwest Escape team. I have done my best for them. Earlier, because Su Yanshan is your father and we didn't know the details of your family's conflicts, we kept them here. Tonight, I will send them out of the team, and you won't see them tomorrow." Seeing Qin Su's sincerity, Su Hua couldn't find fault. After thinking for a moment, she decisively said, "All right, tonight I will camp here for now. Tomorrow, I will bring the women and join your team." With that, they reached an agreement and officially formed a team. Because of this, the 5 members of the Su family were definitely going to be expelled from the team. After Qin Su and Su Hua parted, he went straight back across the street and approached the 5 members of the Su family. At that time, the 5 members of the Su family were still arguing among themselves. Because of the big fight, old Madame Su didn't gain any benefits and was even frightened by Su Hua with a big knife. How could old Madame Su stay peaceful and stop arguing?
Fool.
Jealous woman. Yanshan, you must divorce her this time. Old Madame Su thought about the house deed being just across the street, but she couldn't get it, which made her very upset. Especially when she looked at Feng Rushuang beside her, she was even more angry. Every time she and Yanshan pretended to be suffering to get sympathy, Feng Rushuang always ruined their plans. She even thought that Shen Jiao didn't want to come back because Feng Rushuang was occupying the position of the main wife. So, she must divorce Feng Rushuang. After divorcing Shen Jiao, she could come back. Yanshan, quickly divorce her. then drive her away. Old Madame Su didn't want to look at Feng Rushuang anymore, nor did she want to live through such a difficult time. Right now, she just wanted to hold the house deed and find a safe place to live peacefully. When Feng Rushuang heard old Madame Su repeatedly tell Yan Shan to divorce his wife, she scowled and cursed back. Divorce me? Let him divorce me. If he dares to divorce me, I will make sure your Su family has no descendants. The three of us will die together. Yan Shan, who was already close to madness because Shun Jiao Jiao refused to return, was pushed to the limit by Feng Rushuang's threats. He couldn't bear it anymore. If you want me to have no descendants, can't you see I have 2 sons across the street? It's all your fault, jealous woman. If you had just gotten along peacefully with Jiao Jiao from the start, and the family had stayed united, none of this would have happened. When the family was ruined and faced hardship, if Feng Rushuang hadn't caused trouble, none of the subsequent events would have occurred. Let me live peacefully with a concubine? Yan Shan, how can you say such a thing? Feng Rushuang felt that Yan Shan marrying a concubine was already a betrayal to her. If she had to live peacefully with the concubine, it was even more insulting. Jealous woman. Jealous woman. Divorce her. Yan Shan, stop wasting time with her. Divorce her immediately. If you divorce her, Shun Jiao Jiao will definitely come back. Old Madame Su was increasingly annoyed by Feng Rushuang, finding her intolerable in every way. After scolding her, she stood up, planning to find paper and brush to write a note for Qin Su, telling Yan Shan to divorce his wife. However, before she could start looking, Qin Su had already approached the 5 members of the family. Watching the 5 members of the Su family still arguing and fighting, Qin Su threw a black porcelain bottle onto Su Yanshan and said in a serious voice, "Your family of 5 can leave now. Tonight, you are free to go. The antidote is inside." The 5 members of the Su family, who had been arguing, suddenly fell silent and looked at Qin Su in disbelief. What? Old lady Su thought she had heard wrong. What does this mean? Su Yanshan was also confused. Qin Su patiently explained. It means you can leave now and regain your freedom. You can go wherever you want, no longer part of my group. Before the family of 5 could react, Qin Su's 4 uncles appeared and started to push them away. Su Yanshan realized what was happening and shouted in fear. You can't do this. We have had nothing to eat or drink. We have nothing. If you suddenly drive us away, how can we survive? Qin Su didn't want to hear any more nonsense. He waved his hand to signal them to take the people away. At that moment, the 5 members of the Su family finally understood that Qin Su was serious. They were really going to be driven away. Su Yanshan looked at the endless bonfires on both sides of the road and the countless fleeing villagers, and he finally realized how scared he should be. He had been so busy worrying about his wife and concubine at home that he forgot he used to be the Minister of War. Looking more carefully, he was shocked to see that the Great Qi dynasty was clearly heading toward chaos. If someone in the Northwestern refugee group took the opportunity to rebel, it could become a 1,000,000-strong peasant uprising. Quickly go. Go wherever you want, but don't follow the 2 young lords. Uncle Qin pushed Su Yanshan. Su Yanshan didn't want to leave and shouted, Don't drive us away. Let me stay with the young lord. I will serve him with my life. My family can work and do chores. When chaos breaks out, many heroes will compete for power. Who has the best chance to start a rebellion? The 2 young lords. If the 2 young lords fight for revenge for their father and to overthrow the tyrant, they could easily rally support. Su Yanshan was still unwilling and said, I am at least a former Minister of War. I am good at managing the military. I can help the young lord. Uncle Qin sneered and said, Why didn't you do this earlier? Eating and drinking for half a month without thinking about your past as Minister of War? Every member of the group has been an official before. The young lord doesn't lack officials who hold a pen. What he needs are generals who hold a sword. Do you know martial arts? If not, then get lost. Go as far as you can. If it weren't for the young lord, I would have already broken your neck on the day you betrayed everyone. When he said this, Uncle Qin Shu's eyes widened in shock, making Su Yanshan tremble. He suddenly remembered that Qin Shu's 4 uncles were also generals in their own right. Angering them could easily lead to him being strangled. But his gaze happened to fall on the opposite side, and he brightened up. We won't follow the young lord. I'll go with my little wife. Uncle Qin Shu's 4th uncle, fearing he might anger Su Yenshan further, sneered and said, No, that won't do. Our young lord said that the 5th miss will join his team tomorrow with her family. From tonight on, we will protect their safety. These words were like a thunderbolt to the 5 members of the Su family. It was as if something in their minds exploded. The huge difference in treatment made the 5 Su family members' eyes turn red with anger.
Swan cursed loudly. Eat.
It must be that little brat Su Hua. She made the young lord drive us away. Su Yan's face turned pale. Father, we can't leave tonight. If we do, we should wait until tomorrow. Being driven out late at night with so many people around, what if some bad man targets her? Old Madam Su threw herself on the ground, refusing to leave. I'm not leaving. If you want me to go, then make that dead girl hand over the house deed. Otherwise, I'll stay here and refuse to move. Who are Qin Shu's 4 uncles? Soldiers. They always prefer to act rather than talk. Dealing with troublemakers is simple for them. The 4 took off the whips hanging from their belts and held them in their hands. Uncle Qin Shu slowly loosened the coiled whip with a sinister smile and asked, Does this whip look familiar? Are you sure you want to stay here and refuse to leave? The 5 members of the Su family gasped when they saw the whip. They remembered the pain of being whipped during exile and shivered with fear. Old Madam Su no longer dared to be arrogant. She scrambled and ran away without needing anyone to chase her, screaming as she fled. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Su family members ran far away, at least 2 miles from the main road, until they could no longer see Qin Shu's 4 uncles, and even the wandering villagers couldn't see them. They finally stopped. But when they looked around at the deep gullies and terrifying shapes of the yellow earth plateau, with ghostly shadows everywhere, they immediately felt their hair stand on end. Following Qin Shu, though like fugitives without freedom, at least their lives were safe. They didn't have to work hard. They could just eat a simple meal of steamed bread and water. It was much better than during their exile. Su Yenshan looked at the distant bonfire, thinking that his downfall was entirely caused by his wife. He suddenly slapped Feng Rushuang across the face. All your fault, jealous woman. If you hadn't caused trouble during the exile, and if you had quietly followed the exile team like others, we would be living a much better life. Now, our family has nowhere to go. No food, no drink. Are you happy now? Feng Rushuang was slapped and was furious, almost wanting to tear Su Yenshan apart. But then she thought she wouldn't have to face her concubine anymore and felt a bit better. She said angrily, Where would we go? How could we have no food or drink? Aren't you the Minister of War? You're a second-rank official. If the 2 young masters don't want you, others won't either. Su Yenshan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Old lady Su wanted to scold him, but after hearing this, she kept quiet. Feng Rushuang snorted and said, Wherever the Northwest refugees go, we follow. How could we have nowhere to go? How did the 2 young masters go from nothing to something in these 10 days? It's just going to villages abandoned by the common people to find food and drink. Whatever the common people do, we do too. How could we have no food? And if the 2 young masters don't want you, you wouldn't go to another team? Old lady Su thought Feng Rushuang had some good plan, but it turned out they still had to flee. The whole family had been driven out. Besides scolding Feng Rushuang loudly, what else could she do? Qi Lin watched the 5 members of the Su family leave completely, then looked at Su Huai, who was talking indifferently to Rong Shi on the other side, and frowned deeply. He had wanted to drive the Su family away for a long time. But Qin Su's insistence that Su Huai's mother and others join the team, even revealing secrets, he couldn't understand. He complained to Qin Su in a displeased tone. She's only 12. Even if she started learning medicine from the what good skills could she have? Their mother and sisters are just a burden. Qin Su thought Qi Lin's dislike of Su Huai was completely unreasonable and incomprehensible. He said seriously, even if the 5th young lady doesn't know medicine, even if she's a burden, I will take her with me. In the basin back then, they never thought of abandoning my mother and sister. When my mother couldn't run anymore, they carried her. When wolves surrounded us, they were clearly terrified but still went out to confront the wolves. When my mother was giving birth, it was the fifth young lady who saved her. But what about your mother?
She was right there.
What was she doing at that time? If anyone was a real burden, it was your mother. Could it be that because your mother is a burden, I should part ways with you? Chin-su had never spoken harsh words to Qilin before, nor had he ever blamed the Lan family. Because his own father was also skinned, he understood how hard it was for his mother. But Qilin blaming Su Huai for losing his father was too much. Losing his father made him sad. But does that mean I haven't lost my own father? Hasn't my mother lost her husband? But do I vent my anger on others? Will my mother become a living dead, like your mother? If you have the strength to target Miss Wu, you should care more about your own mother. Seeing Qilin completely choked, Chin-su didn't bother to say more. He turned around and told others to prepare for the journey tomorrow. Su Huai had no idea that because she joined Chin-su's group, two young boys had a disagreement. After Rong's family returned across the river with her son, she followed her usual routine. Before resting in the Mongolian tent, she entered her space. But as soon as her mind entered, she was startled by a tall, bright green branch that was 2 meters high. Seeing this, she couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed them hard, but when she opened them again, the branch was still there. This branch was the only green thing in the desert. Confirming she wasn't hallucinating or dreaming, Su Huai's pores suddenly expanded with joy. Ha ha ha, nothing is difficult if you have the will. This is true. She knew her space couldn't be so useless, only good for storing supplies. By watering the spiritual spring every day, miracles happened in the land. The originally withered trees suddenly revived. The branch was proudly telling her that the endless desert could now be farmed. Oh my, such a big desert. If I plant crops everywhere. Su Huai looked at the vast, misty desert and thought about the wealth she now possessed. Feeling so excited, she wanted to shout to the sky. Which crop should I plant first on this acre of land? After saying this, her consciousness quickly entered the cave again and arrived at the seed mountain. Before the family was taken, she bought all kinds of seeds, grain, vegetables, beans, sweet potatoes, and fruit saplings. Should I plant sweet potatoes first? Su Huai spent a long time choosing seeds from the mountain, finally selecting sweet potatoes. But planting sweet potatoes requires first growing the seedlings. The consciousness returned outside the cave. Su Hua first buried a dozen sweet potatoes in the soil, then diverted the spiritual spring to water an acre of land. This time, she was amazed to find that the land no longer seemed to absorb the spiritual spring endlessly like before. It felt saturated, and the soil on the surface finally looked familiar, moist and black. It would be great if I had a water pump, she thought. Looking at the dry, burned desert, Su Hua wished for a powerful water pump to help clear the land. But that idea was just a dream. After watering the acre of land, she left the space. Throughout, she didn't notice the pair of blue eyes in the fog, watching her every move. Only after she left did those eyes hide back into the fog. When Su Hua came out of the space, she immediately went to sleep and didn't get up to guard during the rest of the night. Chin-su promised to keep her and the others safe, so he sent people to help. She was lucky enough to have a good sleep during these days of fleeing. It wasn't until the second day at dawn that the two village chiefs rang their copper gongs to wake her. When she woke up, she saw a bustling crowd on both sides of the main road, more lively than in the past few days. This also showed that more and more people were fleeing to escape hardship. The women had been fleeing for over 10 days. They packed up their yurts, rolled their mats, hung water bags at their waists, threw their pots and bowls into baskets, and carried the baskets on their backs. In no time, they were ready to leave. When Su Hua saw the supplies being carried, pulled, and loaded by Chin-su's people across from her, she was greatly shocked. She hadn't checked last night and didn't know Chin-su had such impressive supplies. Every man carried a big sword at his waist. 6 of the 7 mule carts were fully loaded. One was carrying water buckets, and the other 5 held unknown contents inside burlap sacks, but judging by the wheel marks, they were probably grain. Su-hwa was quite surprised. She remembered that during her exile, Chin-su seemed to have almost nothing. How could he have gathered so many supplies in just half a month? Especially the mule carts. Where did they come from? Chin-su didn't say, so Su-hwa naturally couldn't know the answer. 5th young lady, let your brother, my mother, and my sister ride in the cart, Chin-su said, seeing everyone on her side was ready to go. He pointed to Rong-shi, Chin-sian, and Lon-shi sitting on the mule cart and called out to Su-hwa. Rong-shi also waved her hand. 5th young lady, hurry, and let your brother come up. Su-hwa glanced at the women and children behind Chin-su's team. She wanted to refuse but thought that in the future, those team members might need her help to heal their illnesses. Letting her brother ride in the mule cart wasn't too much, was it? She immediately said to Su-yu, "Brother Yu, get on the cart." Su-yu looked at his mother and the others, saw they nodded, and quickly ran over to climb onto the mule cart, sitting next to Chin-sian. Some familiar acquaintances of the Su family saw this, but said nothing. They remembered that the locks on their previous chains were opened with Su-hwa's universal key. It was natural for the younger brother of the young benefactor to ride in the cart. However, over 100 members of the Feng siblings group felt unhappy. Young Master Feng, why does that child get to ride in the mule cart? One woman, whose son was even younger than Su-yu, asked. She saw Chin-su letting Su-yu get on the cart and felt it was unfair to their side. According to the young master, the 5th young lady of the Su family can heal. In the future, if we get sick, we'll have to rely on her. Do you think her brother can't ride in the cart? Feng Yiming spread his hands. A doctor? Ha! How old is she? Feng Russia scoffed disdainfully. Their father, the brother of the siblings, was once a key general under Chin-su's father, but died on the battlefield years ago. Chin-su and others could remove the tattoo marks because Chin-su was the first to find the siblings. Their ancestors used to make ink for the imperial punishment, which helped them learn how to make cleaning medicines and earn extra money. They helped Chin-su and others remove the tattoo marks, and in return, they received protection from Chin-su and Qilin. Moreover, if the 2 young masters really start trouble and succeed, their siblings would also be among the first to benefit. But for Feng Rushu, she wanted more than just fame. She wanted one of the 2 young men. Feng Rushu watched Su-hwa from afar, her eyes full of hostility. She's still so young but is quite good at fooling men. She thought Su-hwa was a liar, maybe even someone who couldn't heal at all, and that she was playing Chin-su and Qilin around. After all, who would believe a 12-year-old girl could be a healer? Learning medicine from birth also meant learning to read first, right? And after learning to read, she'd have to learn about herbs. Knowing herbs, how to use them, and how to treat with them would require years of experience. Someone who could heal at 12, in her opinion, was just talking nonsense. Su-hwa, in her past life, studied under Empress Wu, so she was quite perceptive. She suddenly sensed a poisonous-like gaze on her face and instinctively turned her head to look. She saw again the same woman with the surname Feng who had looked down on her and shown hostility before. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She silently cursed her as a snake spirit. She and the woman didn't know each other, so she couldn't understand why she was being looked down on and treated with hostility. Just as Su-hwa was about to look away, Chin-su spoke again. 5th young lady, you and your mother and the others will walk at the front with me from now on. After that, my mother and they will follow, then Lin and the rest will follow behind. Originally, Qilin had been walking at the front of the team with him, but Qilin didn't like Su-hwa. To avoid any trouble between them, he was sent to the back to protect the Rong and Lon families' mule carts. Su-hwa didn't realize this and thought Chin-su was arranging the team for safety. She had no objections and nodded happily. All right, let's go. After saying that, she led her mother and the others to join Chin-su's team. They walked side by side at the front of the team with Chin-su. The team of over 300 people set out grandly. Under the blazing sun, everyone was parched, their heads dizzy from the heat. No one wanted to speak, trying to conserve their strength. Everyone hurried along, changing their worn-out shoes for the new grass shoes tied around their waists when they got damaged. Su Hua had not noticed that Qin Su's team all wore grass shoes. Seeing this, she couldn't help but admire Qin Su. Long-distance travel wore out shoes. She had bought countless pairs that could be easily replaced, but Qin Su had everyone make shoes from scratch. He was truly a leader in marching and fighting. The Dog Emperor would be foolish to ignore such talent. It was like digging his own grave. Suyu watched her fifth sister walking side by side with Qin Su. Qin Su was tall and long-legged, while her fifth sister was petite and delicate, yet she kept up without slowing down. She felt proud of her sister. Qin Xian saw Suyu smiling mysteriously and asked with a frown, "What are you laughing at?" Suyu was surprised and turned to look at Qin Xian, whose face was dusted but whose features remained delicate and beautiful. She paused for a moment and proudly said, "I think my fifth sister is very impressive, so I'm happy. When I'm happy, I want to smile." Qin Xian also looked at her tall brother and said with admiration and pride, "My brother is also very impressive." After a pause, she frowned and said, "Last time in the cave, I told your sister, but she didn't believe me." Suyu twitched his mouth. He didn't know what Qin Xian and Su Hua said last time, but he knew that smart people would choose not to answer now. Seeing Suyu blinking and pretending to be dead, with big, bright eyes that could talk, Qin Xian was a little angry. "You don't believe me either? Just wait and see. Soon my brother will open your eyes." Getting more stubborn, Qin Xian said, "My brother can sweep away armies with a wave of his hand." Suyu. So, this little sister is actually quite boastful. Is it wise for him to sit on this mule cart? Will he fly up to the sky later? Still don't believe? Think I'm just bragging. Qin Xian felt very frustrated. Why doesn't everyone believe her? Suyu looked at Qin Xian coolly. To keep peace, he thought for a moment and said, "My sister is even more amazing. She can turn into anything she wants." He swore he was telling the truth. He wasn't lying at all. And this secret must not be told to others. Qin Xian's face turned red with anger. "You really think I'm bragging? Don't talk to me anymore. I won't talk to fools. It will make you dumber." Suyu opened his mouth wide, and after a long while, he let out a big sigh. "Fine, thank heavens." The teacher was honest with him. The only people hard to raise in this world are petty men and women. Qin Xian refused to speak to him, so his ears could stay quiet. Otherwise, listening to everyone brag all the time, he would eventually go to heaven. "You." Qin Xian thought she had found a friend her age, someone to chat with at last. But she didn't expect Suyu to not understand her sarcasm. It made her so angry. Next to them, Mrs. Roan watched the two kids admire their older brother and sister, then argue and fight. She didn't join in, just smiled quietly. Su Hua and Qin Su didn't know that their younger siblings were now upset with each other. Both of them were just focused on traveling and leading the team to overtake others. In one day, they traveled at least 80 miles. Besides walking, they had no other thoughts. Fleeing from hardship was different from exile. They stopped to rest at noon. Because they were following the main group, there was no time to rest. They traveled all day, from dawn until sunset. To avoid falling behind, everyone tried to drink as little water as possible along the way. Time quickly passed, and the landscape changed as the fleeing crowd moved forward. Sometimes they crossed mountains, other times hills, flat plains, or river valleys. They kept walking endlessly, with no end in sight. The people in the large fleeing group kept moving forward without stopping. As evening approached, more and more people looked up at the sky. Because only a few days had passed since the last blood moon, this time the fleeing group saw another amazing sight. A young girl exclaimed, "Look! Oh my! Such beautiful clouds!" A woman wondered, "Why are these clouds so neat? Are they arranged by the gods?" A child happily counted, 1 horizontal, 2 horizontals, 3 horizontals. In the middle of the fleeing group, Su Hua and Qin Su, along with 300 others, looked up at the sky. When they saw the clouds, pure white and arranged in neat, orderly rows, both Su Hua and Qin Su's eyes shrank sharply. "These are earthquake clouds," Su Hua said with a worried look, feeling more uneasy. As the end of the world drew nearer, her heart grew more anxious. She didn't even know if she could survive once she reached the southern lands, climbed Mount Chitian, or faced the apocalypse. Earthquake clouds. Chin-su didn't know what earthquake clouds were, but he didn't think they were beautiful or magical like the women and girls did. He believed they were related to strange signs, extreme heat, solar eclipses, blood moons, volcanoes awakening, and earthquake clouds, all beyond his understanding. Fifth sister, what are earthquake clouds? Su Sifin, a scholar, couldn't help but ask, eager to learn about this new term. When he asked, Chin-su looked at Su Hua with a strange expression. It was odd that the brother didn't know, but the sister did. Isn't that strange, he thought. Fifth sister not only studies medicine but also likes travel stories. Su Sifin quickly realized Chin-su's strange look and almost revealed his sister's secret. He quickly changed the subject. Su Hua knew her second brother was clever. She smiled inwardly, watching the orderly clouds in the sky, and gave a vague explanation. Earthquake means the earth dragon turning over. It's said that earthquake clouds are caused by a lot of hot air rising from the earthquake zone, forming the scene everyone sees. She didn't have scientific data to prove this, so she could only give a symbolic explanation that everyone could understand. Earth dragon turning over? If there are earthquake clouds here, can we predict where the earth dragon will turn over? When will it happen? Chin-su's father is a duke and naturally knows that every year, some places in Dakian experience earth dragon turnovers. However, no one has ever linked the clouds in the sky to earth dragon turnovers before. When Su Hua was asked, she smiled and said, "No, if we could predict it in advance, there wouldn't be any casualties when an earthquake occurs." She paused briefly and then suggested, "But young master, since we are camping overnight, it would be safer to have more guards on duty, divided into 3 shifts. As the end of the world approaches, she doesn't know what dangers might arise that haven't been written about. If there are hidden dangers, the guards on the night shift might accidentally fall asleep, and by the time they react, it could be too late. So, she needs to be careful herself, just in case." As evening falls, the large group fleeing from disaster finally stops moving. They set up camp on the flat plains beside the river valley to rest. After traveling all day, whether on horseback or on foot, everyone is exhausted and collapses on the ground, too tired to move. Only Chin-su's team of over 300 people, when given a chance to rest, still divides tasks among themselves. The team, over 300 strong, sits in a line on the ground. Chin-su and Chi-lin stand in front with their hands behind their backs. Both of them are young war heroes who once led soldiers into battle. When they stand in front of the team, their presence is commanding and stern. Immediately, no one speaks. Everyone looks serious, waiting for the 2 young men to give orders. Even the children are silenced by their parents. Su Hua and her mother sit quietly among the team, curious about how the 2 young men organize their daily travel and gather supplies. Chin-su glances at the exhausted 323 people and speaks in a firm voice. "Starting tonight, all men over 14 in the team must take turns guarding the night. I've counted, there are 165 men. They will be divided into 11 groups, with 3 shifts each night, and each person will take a turn every 5 days. Each group will come to me to get a duty badge. Then, as before, they will be divided into 3 groups. Today, Lin will lead 54 people to fish in the river for food. Another group will go with Feng Xiao to gather firewood and water, and the 3rd group will stay here with me to guard the camp. The women will be divided into 2 teams. The girls will make straw sandals, and the women will cook fire and prepare cornbread." After speaking, Chin-su's gaze fell on Su Huai's face. "5 young lady, a few of you are responsible for finding herbs nearby. Gathering herbs takes about an hour. If anyone feels unwell later, you can find the 5 young lady." He paused and then asked uncertainly, "5 young lady, is that okay?" Actually, he only knew that Su Huai was good at delivering babies, but he didn't know about her medical skills. His question was quite clever. If Su Huai didn't know medicine, she could say no, and no one would laugh at her. She wouldn't feel embarrassed. As soon as Chin-su finished speaking, everyone's eyes naturally looked at Su Huai's face. The former 200 offenders were a bit suspicious of Su Huai, but their eyes were clear and clean, with no contempt. Only the more than 100 people from Feng Rush's siblings looked at her with disdain and scorn. Su Huai saw their gazes and smiled slightly, then said surprisingly, "Yes. No problem. But I will decide who I treat. Anyone who insults me or my family, I won't treat them. If you agree, I will stay in the team. If not, I will leave immediately." She stayed mainly to take advantage of teamwork and avoid being targeted by others. She also valued Qin Su, Qi Lin's strength and Qin Xian's mental powers, hoping to give her mother and others extra protection. Her goal was for everyone to reach the southern border safely. But she would never sacrifice herself to do things she disliked, like being a doormat to treat others. Before Qin Su could speak, Rongshi, who was sitting at the front holding a child, suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Anyone who disrespects the 5 young lady is disrespecting me. If you do, you can speak up now and leave the team." Rongshi was a very perceptive woman. Her words, which could offend people, were perfectly suited coming from her. She dared to say this because she didn't want Qin Su to take a group of people on the road. Most of the group were relatives with the Qin and Qi surnames, and she felt guilty about that. After all, they were all unlucky and brought trouble. However, the Feng siblings' relatives had nothing to do with the 2 royal families. When they washed the tattoo marks, they only promised to keep the Feng siblings safe and prosperous, but didn't say they would bring the Feng family members along. Rongshi asked again, "Does anyone dislike the 5 young lady? If you do, step forward now and say clearly. Leave the team on your own to avoid trouble later." Everyone listened and dared not to criticize Su Hua. Rongshi once was a noble lady, the wife of a high-ranking official. She was one of the most respected women outside the palace. If Qin Su were to rebel in the future, she might become the Empress Dowager. Even if Qin Su did not want to rebel, now everyone is fleeing together. Where could they go? A fool would know how to judge the situation with just a thought. Rongshi's involvement was a clear wake-up call for everyone, especially the Rong siblings' relatives. Their faces turned very ugly, but they dared not speak. Even Qi Lin kept his mouth shut, not daring to say a word. Seeing no one spoke, Qin Su ordered, "If no one has objections, we'll end the discussion here. Everyone can go and start their own work." After a few words, everyone got up and followed Qin Su's plan, dividing into groups. "Su family, you come with me to the river valley to fish." Qi Lin assigned some people, including Su Sifan, and took a few baskets to go fishing in the river valley for food. I can't." Su Sifan was a city boy, a scholar who had never been in water, and wanted to change teams. Qi Lin, proud and confident, said dismissively, "You don't need to go into the water. You just need to be responsible for collecting fish." I was so scared. Su Sifan let out a big breath of relief when he heard that. Just as he was about to follow, Su Hua's next words almost made him stumble and fall. "Second brother, also ask him to teach you how to swim." "What?" Su Sifan thought he had misheard. Su Hua nodded. "You didn't hear wrong. Let him teach you how to swim. You must learn it. It will be good for you." Qi Lin looked proud, and since he was good at swimming, teaching Su Sifan would give him an extra chance to survive if disaster struck. "Okay, second brother, I'll let him teach me." Su Sifan finally agreed, seeing Su Hua's serious face. She wasn't joking. In fact, he had almost drowned when Su Han pushed him into a pond as a child, which left him with a shadow. But his younger sister, Wu, was already learning medicine at 12, and as the future pillar of the family, he couldn't fall behind her. After making this decision silently, he happily went to catch up with Qi Lin. Feng Yiming also took 54 people. Some went to gather firewood, and others went to the river valley to collect water and filter it. At this moment, Feng Rusu despises Su Hua deeply, but dares not show it. She quietly stays among the girls, making straw sandals. Su Hua notices this, but chooses to ignore her. After handing the tent from her basket to Qin Su to help set up camp, she leads her mother and others to pick herbs. However, after just a few steps, Qin Xian catches up. "Big sister, I want to go with you." Hearing this, Su Yu immediately gets angry and tries to signal Su Hua to refuse. While traveling, Qin Xian stops talking to Suyu but soon starts chatting with him again after about 15 minutes. As a result, he listens to Qin Xian boast all the way, and the two little ones often argue and break up during the journey.
They're still not talking now.
Su Hua doesn't know about the little kids' quarrels. Seeing Suyu blinking desperately, she thinks Suyu's eyes might have gotten sand in them. Then she notices Qin Su nodding at her, and she quickly realizes Qin Su deliberately arranged for Qin Xian to follow. She doesn't refuse Qin Su's plan and agrees immediately. Sure, with you here, we're sure to find good things. Suyu, blinking for a long time, almost faints at her words. Su Hua, along with Shun Jiao Jiao, Liwana Su Sijin, Xia Zhu, Suyu, and Qin Xian for women and 3 children, did not go far. They stayed around the camp to look for herbs. The Mianzhou region has a temperate continental monsoon climate, with distinct seasons, warm rains, and plenty of sunlight. The main landforms include highlands covered with yellow soil, hills, basins, mountains, terraces, plains, and river valleys. Su Hua, holding a torch, stopped about 300 meters from the camp. Looking around, she saw all kinds of herbs everywhere. Then she bent down, plucked 2 types, and handed them to her mother and the others, saying, "Mom, all of you are responsible for collecting dandelions and artemisia. I'll look for other herbs." Because the recent natural disasters hadn't arrived yet, besides dandelions and artemisia, there were many wild medicinal plants in the plains, such as chai hu, baiji, banxia, wild ginseng, huangqi, fangfeng, and dozens of others. These herbs can prevent or treat colds, heat and cold, detoxify, treat red eyes and jaundice, nourish blood and boost energy, cure stomach pain and diarrhea, and more. Dandelions and artemisia are very easy to recognize. Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sijin each pick one as a sample, then split into 2 teams to gather herbs. Shun Jiao Jiao, Xia Zhu, and Suyu were responsible for pulling dandelions, while Su Sijin, Li Waner, and Qin Xian pulled artemisia. Big sister, is this how you pull them out with enough force? Qin Xian had never done farm work before, so she felt very new and excited, especially about collecting medicinal herbs. She thought about the plants in the flat plains that looked like wild grass, which could be used as medicine to treat people. Maybe someday she could contribute. Feeling excited, she pulled out a plant and handed it to Su Sijin. "Big sister, did I do this right?" Su Sijin compared it with a sample that Su Hua showed her, then nodded gently. "Little sister, you're very clever. You pulled it out correctly. That's the right way."
Yay!
Qin Xian was very happy today because Su had been annoyed with her all day. Hearing someone praise her made her as happy as a little rabbit, bouncing happily while continuing to pick artemisia. Li Waner, while helping Su Hua pick 2 kinds of herbs, was very quick and clever. Although she was secretly working for her son, she worked very efficiently. Soon, she had piled up small heaps of artemisia behind her, like little mounds on the ground. Over here, Shun Jiao Jiao and Suyu weren't willing to fall behind. Seeing Qin Xian working hard, they also pulled with all their strength, clearly trying to compete. But no one knew that, besides Li Wana, the harvests piled on the ground were sometimes missing a layer. After everyone had picked for about 50 meters, the herbs on the ground were half as tall as before. Some herbs disappeared because Su Hua stored them in her space. Qin Su only said they could pick herbs for an hour, but the decision was hers. She could pick as long as she wanted and how much she wanted. All the herbs on the ground were supplies. When the end of the world comes, there will be nothing left. Not gathering now would be foolish. Plus, putting herbs into her space allows her to grow more in the future, preventing herbs from becoming extinct. After about half an hour of gathering, Su Hua called out, "Mom, 3rd sister, we don't need to rush back. Pick as many herbs as we can. Otherwise, once we leave this village, there won't be another chance." The camp was not far from where they were. As soon as Qin Su looked over, she could see their torches moving in place. She believed her mother, and the others would keep the food for her. "Okay, Sister Hua." "Okay, 5th sister." Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sijin had no objections. What Su Hua asked them to do was like an order from the emperor. But both of them also noticed that the herbs were about half as much as before. But neither of them said anything, knowing that Sister Hongyi had taken the herbs. They understood and pretended not to notice. Li Wanner didn't touch the herbs she collected. Besides her mother and the other 5 women, she wouldn't let anyone else know Sister Hongyi's secret. The herbs she dug up, she threw half of them directly into her space, roots and dirt included. After about 2 hours, Su Hua saw that her mother and the others' herb gathering attracted the attention of a large fleeing crowd. Someone held a torch and looked in their direction, even considering coming closer. She immediately told everyone to pack up, carry their baskets, and end the herb gathering. This was a time of fleeing hardship. Su Sijin was a pretty girl, and it wouldn't be good if she was bothered. This also reminded Su Hua that she must make Su Sijin disguise herself as ugly when they go back. They returned to the camp with 4 empty baskets, which were eventually filled beyond capacity. Some items had to be carried by hand. When the women arrived at the camp, over 300 people were gathered around 6 bonfires, eating fish porridge with cornbread. Qi Ling was indeed skilled at water activities. He led over 50 people into the river, catching 3 or 4 wild fish each. Small amounts added up, and they caught nearly 200 fish. Cooking 3 large pots of fish porridge only needed about 10 fish. The remaining over 100 fish were all processed by the 50 or so people, preparing to dry some while traveling. Besides, Qi Ling and others caught many frogs, which they kept in water buckets. Su Hua admired Qi Ling, and the others' ability to find food. In the real end times, without space storage, they couldn't carry much grain up Mount Qitian, which is over 7,000 meters high. Many people would likely starve, but as long as they learned how to find food, they wouldn't die of hunger too quickly. Brother, mother, I helped gather a lot of herbs. This basket has what I collected. Qin Xian happily showed off to Rongshi and Qin Su when he returned to the camp. Su Sifan, with wet hair and looking messy, told Su Hua, 5th sister, I still haven't learned how. He had also been soaked and drank a lot of muddy river water. He didn't dare say more after that. Su Hua patted Su Sifan's shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. Second brother, we still have more than 2 months to go to the southern border. No rush, let's take our time. After speaking, she turned around to let the women unload the herbs from their backs. Rongshi and Qin Su each praised Qin Xian, and then both went over to Su Hua and the others. Miss Rong looked at the full basket of herbs she didn't recognize and felt guilty. She said, 5th young lady, your family has finally returned. Before Su Hua could reply, she hurriedly ordered, Xiaolon, quickly get some water for the 5th young lady and her family to wash their hands. Lu Qing, bring over some porridge for them to eat. Qin Su also apologized. 5th young lady, next time, gathering herbs only needs an hour. Su Hua didn't dare admit she had taken extra time to gather herbs for herself, pretending she was just collecting as many as she could because they were abundant. She smiled awkwardly. When herbs are plentiful, I tend to pick more. If I don't, I worry I might not have the chance to gather them later. Qin Su immediately understood what Su Hua meant. If a disaster truly came, not only herbs but even grass might become impossible to find. However, Su Hua gathering herbs so late caught Feng Rusu's attention. She thought Su Hua was acting on purpose, trying to attract everyone's attention and earn a good reputation for being diligent. Focusing on the herbs in the basket on the ground, she stood up and approached Su Hua, pretending to be curious. She asked, 5th young lady, what are these roadside herbs that look like grass? Do they have any medicinal use? Su Hua was just about to wash her hands with water handed to her by Rong's maid when she heard Feng Rusu's teasing tone. She looked up at Feng Rusu, who was close to the herb basket, her deep black eyes narrowing slightly. She asked back, do you want to know? Feng Rusu nodded. Can you tell me, 5th young lady? Next time I see these roadside plants, I can help pick them too. Huh? Su Hua sneered coldly, then said something shocking. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Su Hua clearly saw that Feng Rusu's question about the herbs was a pretense. She was mocking her. Was she really picking herbs or just pretending? She was never polite to a green tea like her. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? When these words rang out in the camp, everything suddenly fell silent. Over 300 people were stunned by Su Hua's bluntness. Except for the children, all the adults stopped eating porridge and stared at Su Hua and Feng Rusu. Feng Rusu's beautiful face immediately turned red, like a pig's liver, and her almond-shaped eyes widened to the limit. She didn't expect Su Hua to be so direct and rude to her. Even over 300 people had never seen someone as straightforward and fiery as Su Hua. No, she was difficult to get along with. And she was only 12 years old. Previously, the 200 exiles remembered how fifth young lady chased after old lady Su with a big knife in the basin. They also thought her attitude was quite polite compared to her usual behavior. Some people are just like that. They dislike something and they show it openly. There's no need for fake politeness. Even Qin Su and Qi Lin understood this well. They clearly remembered how, when Su Hua grabbed a big knife in the basin, she was very rude to them. She is a girl who acts on her feelings, has a bad temper, prefers to fight rather than talk, and can end conversations with a single sharp remark. Su Hua was worried she might still be angry at Feng Rushu, so she added, "If you want medical advice, ask someone else. Stay away from me." That sentence was almost a direct order. Go away. Even Qin Xian, a 5-year-old child, could tell what she meant. How could Feng Rushu not understand? Feng Rushu's face, which had already turned red like a pig's liver, turned purple under the firelight. She almost yelled at Su Hua, but she clenched her fingers into her palms and held back her anger. She told herself she couldn't lose her temper because of Su Hua, or she would look bad in front of Qi Lin and Qin Su. That wasn't worth it. She loosened her fingers, then forced a polite smile and kept her elegant appearance. "Fifth young lady, are you still upset about your father's family? Sorry, I shouldn't disturb you now. I'll come back when you're in a better mood." After saying that, she smiled and returned to her original spot, acting generous, tolerant, and good-tempered. These words suited her perfectly at this moment. Sure enough, the Feng family all felt angry for Feng Rushu inside. They thought Su Hua was too rude. She was just asking for a medicine name. Was it necessary to embarrass Feng Rushu like that? Refusing to give Feng Rushu face was like refusing to give face to the entire Feng family. She was just a minor wife and a concubine, and no one knew if she could even treat illnesses. What was there to be proud of? Su Hua could sense the deep hostility from the Feng family, but she didn't care. When these people got sick and came to beg her for help, she would be happy to relax and ignore them. After the annoying green tea left, Su Hua's face returned to normal in a second. She called out to her mother, second brother, third sister, and Uyghur, "Let's eat porridge." She treated her family with a gentle face, as if she hadn't just been cold and distant. She was like a girl who could change her mood faster than flipping a book. This made Qin Su, Qi Lin, and Rongshi stare in surprise. Shun Jiao and Su Sifan saw others look at Su Huai with fear, and they couldn't help but worry. Su Huai's reputation for being fierce was now well known. Will she really not be able to marry when she grows up? Bah! Their sister Huai, at 12 years old, can learn medicine, be filial, and has sister Hongyi to protect and guide her. Anyone who can't see how good she is must be blind. Marrying a blind person is not worth it. The mother and son ate their porridge quietly, lost in their own thoughts. If Huai couldn't marry, they wouldn't mind. They would let her stay with her family forever. Yes, that's decided. Su Huai had no idea that her body was only 12, and her mother and brother were worried she wouldn't marry. They ate a quick bowl of porridge and gnawed on a steamed bun before going to gather herbs. All the usable herbs were washed clean of dirt. If only the roots of herbs like Codonopsis and Astragalus were usable, they would cut and wash the roots. If only the leaves and stems could be used, they would cut and dry them for later. Her mother and others had been gathering herbs with Su Huai for many days and had become very skilled. After finishing the porridge, they all helped. Carrying nearly 5 baskets of herbs was not easy for Su Huai alone. It took about half an hour. People like Rong, Qin Su, Qi Lin, and over 300 others all with eyes, quickly saw how Su Huai sorted more than 20 kinds of herbs into categories. And when Su Huai took out a strange-shaped tool, a piece of cloth, and a wooden board from her bag, tools for cutting herbs, her movements were so fast they left only after images. The Fu family, who had just looked down on Su Huai, now felt like they had been slapped in the face. Even the 200 prisoners who doubted Su Huai's medical skills looked happy now. Everyone could see that the plants Su Huai was cutting into pieces were the same as the astragalus slices and codenopsis segments they had seen in herbal shops. Many other herbs, processed differently, looked more familiar. Reaching this level, even if she didn't know medicine, she was definitely an expert in herbs. How could 5 baskets of herbs be wild plants? The faces of Fu Rushi and Fu Yiming turned pale, and then red. The Fu clan members also blushed with embarrassment. Rong saw the unhappy expressions on the Fu siblings and signaled Qin Su to call them away. After leaving the camp for a while, she told her son, "Miss Wu is grateful and kind. She may seem cold to outsiders, but she won't target people without reason. That Feng Rusu might have bad intentions. You should watch her closely and prevent her from bothering Miss Wu. Miss Wu is quick-tempered and decisive. If she gets angry, she might just leave suddenly, and we would be in trouble. Our goal in bringing people into the team is to take care of their family, not to let them suffer here. Do you understand?" Qin Su nodded. "Mother, don't worry. I understand. I can tell good from bad." Mrs. Rong sighed in relief. She was most proud of her son. Since her husband died, she could keep going only because her children gave her the will to live. Before she finished, she added, "It's related to her family's misfortune. I think Miss Wu doesn't eat much, because she might not like fish. Later, you should prepare some good food for her. She's only 12 and growing." Qin Su was surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed to act. Later, when over 300 people, except those on night duty, had gone to rest, and Su Huai's group had packed up their herbs to sleep, he suddenly approached Su Huai's tent. He placed a paper-wrapped package inside and quickly slipped away to patrol. Su Huai was the first to enter the tent. When she saw the conspicuous paper package inside, she was puzzled and opened it. Her beautiful eyes shrank sharply, and she jumped in surprise. It turned out to be osmanthus cake. Huh? Where did this come from? Su Huai tried to remember. Her space indeed stored all kinds of cakes, candies, dried fruits, and more. But she didn't recall taking any out herself. Su Huai held the osmanthus cake and examined the paper wrapping carefully. There was nothing special about it. However, after tasting a bite of the cake, she was shocked again. The osmanthus cake was incredibly delicious. It left a fragrant, refreshing taste, soft and delicate, sweet and tasty. It was just like it had just been baked yesterday. This was strange. Who had given it to her? Everyone was fleeing from famine, and the weather was hot. It was impossible for the cake to stay fresh and taste the same. Su Huai put down the cake, wiped her lips, and then left the tent. She looked around and saw Rong's family, Qin Xian, and Lan's family all sleeping on the mule cart, covered with a thin blanket. Others, whether women, girls, or the elderly and children, all lay on grass mats on the ground, resting there. Because of the mosquitoes biting from time to time, they kept scratching themselves. As for the 11 people on night duty, they sat separately in 11 different directions to watch over. Could it be them? Su Huai thought to herself when she saw 2 familiar figures. The familiar figures were Qin Su and Qilin. Qilin was one of the people on duty during the first half of the night. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the moonlight. Qin Su didn't need to stay on duty tonight, but every day he personally checked the supplies and fed the mules. Su Huai thought for a moment and finally suspected Qin Su. She believed that Qin Su probably brought her into the group because he saw her and the other women digging herbs for an hour, so he gave them osmanthus cakes. She wondered why only she received a cake, but there were exactly 8 cakes, which matched the number of women. However, there was no proof that Qin Su was responsible, and she didn't bother to ask. She tasted one of the cakes, confirmed it was safe, ate it herself, and then threw the remaining 7 to Shen Jiao Jiao to share. Then she went back into her tent to rest. Qin Su secretly looked at Su Huai's tent. When he saw her come out, he felt guilty and quickly looked down to feed the mule. When he looked up again, Su Huai had already gone back into her tent to rest. Seeing that Su Huai didn't realize the cakes were from him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and focused on feeding the mule. Perhaps he hadn't been paying attention earlier and didn't notice the mule acting strangely. But after carefully feeding it, he realized the mule seemed upset, restless, and unwilling to eat. It even tried to break free from the reins. "Eat up. How will you have strength to pull the cart tomorrow if you don't eat?" Qin Su pushed grass into the mule's mouth. The mule snorted and turned its head away, blowing out a foul smell. Seeing this, Qin Su dropped the grass and looked around at the other fleeing villagers' cattle, horses, donkeys, mules, and some chickens, ducks, and geese. He was shocked to see many animals acting agitated and restless. Some horses were even neighing loudly. The frogs in the camp's wooden buckets were also pounding desperately on the lids, making loud, frantic noises. This was a strange sight he had never seen before. But at the moment, only Qin Su noticed this strange phenomenon. The other fleeing villagers thought their animals had gone crazy and cursed a few times, then paid no further attention. Qilin saw Qin Su looking serious and looking around anxiously. Curious, he stepped closer and asked softly, "What's wrong?" When he looked down and saw 6 mules acting restless, he also frowned and asked, "Are the mules not willing to eat?" Qin Su quickly reached out to calm the mules and nodded in a deep voice, "Something's wrong. All the animals tonight are very agitated." Hearing this, Qilin turned around and looked around. Sure enough, not only their camp's animals but also others' livestock seemed to sense some danger and were very nervous. But both of them had been leading soldiers since they were 12 and had seen many war horses, yet they had never experienced this kind of situation. They couldn't figure out what was happening. Qilin sighed regretfully. "We don't have a stable hand. Maybe if we had one, we could ask. It's not that we don't have one, but..." Qin Su was reminded of the stable hand, but Su Hua was asleep, so he didn't want to disturb her. He thought Su Hua knew a lot about astronomy, like the earthquake clouds, so she might understand animal behavior too. "But what?" Qilin asked, confused as he heard only half of Qin Su's words. "Nothing. Tonight, I won't sleep. I'll stay awake with you." In the end, Qin Su decided not to disturb Su Hua and changed the subject. "Have you talked to your mother?" "Talked about what?" "Every time I do, she says living is pointless, and she's only alive because of me." Qilin was successfully distracted and couldn't help but share his frustration with Qin Su. Thinking about how they had been fighting together since they were 12, and that staying awake was no problem, Qin Su was happy to sit under the moon and be the best brother. Time quietly passed. At midnight, Su Hua suddenly woke up from her sleep. She turned over and lay on her stomach, pressing her ear through the tent fabric to the ground, listening carefully and quietly. The more she listened, the wider her eyes became. She heard deep, low, almost inaudible, dull rumbling sounds from underground, along with faint scratching noises, as if something was crawling. Realizing there might be an earthquake underground, she was frightened and sat up quickly, crawling out of the tent. Outside, she saw the colorful lights in the night sky, like the aurora borealis, and was so scared her pupils shrank sharply. As she turned around and looked around, she saw that all the animals and livestock in the fleeing team were very restless and agitated. Her face changed dramatically. "Mother, wake up. Don't sleep anymore." Awakening Shun Jiao Jiao, her gaze immediately searched for Qin Su's figure. Seeing Qin Su sitting cross-legged with Qi Lin nearby, she hurried over. Both Qin Su and Qi Lin are martial artists. As she approached, they both turned to look at her. Before they could react, Su Hua suddenly spoke urgently, saying, "Hurry up and wake everyone. I have a bad feeling. It's better if no one sleeps right now." She didn't know if there would be an earthquake, but she felt uneasy deep inside. Her heart was pounding faster than usual, just like the animals that seemed frightened, as if something was about to happen. Maybe this was a natural warning from her body. "What's the danger?" Qilin thought Su Hua was a bit crazy. running around in the middle of the night to wake everyone up? Su Hua quickly turned back and shot him a fierce look, angry, saying, I don't know. But I've already warned you all. Believe it or not, you. Qilin choked, wanting to curse. You grumpy girl, can't I just ask a simple question? Qin Su ignored their argument and asked Su Hua seriously, Did you notice something? I feel all the animals tonight are restless and anxious. Hearing Qin Su's voice, Su Hua's temper, which Qilin had ignited, suddenly cooled down. She softened her tone. I heard sounds underground. You better get everyone up quickly. Even if nothing happens, safety first. After speaking, she grabbed a torch and hurried toward the river valley, but she didn't forget to add, I'm going to check the situation at the river valley. The river valley was formed by a gorge. During the flow of the river, it erodes and disturbs the ground, creating a rugged landscape. The river where the fleeing group was now located was about 3 stories high from the ground. Su Hua thought that if there was really an earthquake or tectonic movement, the soil would loosen and collapse, leaving evidence behind. The campsite was about 100 meters from the river valley. Su Hua arrived quickly. She held up her torch to light the river, but because the river valley was 3 stories below the surface, her torch couldn't illuminate the bottom. But even if she couldn't see it with her eyes, she could hear it. Soon, Su Hua noticed a shocking change in the river valley. The incredible change was that the sound of rushing water in the river suddenly disappeared. The river inside the valley was originally fast-flowing and mixed with yellow mud and sand. The water was at least 3 or 4 meters deep, and the roaring sound was like thousands of horses running, never stopping. But now, the entire valley was quiet and strange, as if a fierce beast was lurking at the bottom of the river, ready to pounce at any moment. Thinking of something, Su Hua threw a torch into the valley. The torch spun in the air a few times and finally, with a plop, its handle sank accurately into the muddy riverbed. The flame flickered for a while before finally illuminating the area around the valley for a few meters. Then, a dry riverbed appeared before Su Hua's eyes. Su Hua immediately became unsettled. This was a river nearly 10 meters wide, with water a few meters deep, which had suddenly dried up overnight, with all the water gone. If it wasn't caused by an earthquake, she wouldn't believe it. Clap, clap. Wild river fish in the yellow mud struggled desperately, hitting their tails as they lost their water. Every scene told Su Hua that what she saw was real, not an illusion. After understanding the situation of the valley, she didn't delay any longer. She immediately turned around decisively and ran back to the resting camp. At that moment, the camp was noisy. The Feng family was all complaining, especially Feng Rushu, who was suddenly awakened and heard that Su Hua was the one who asked everyone to wake up. She was unhappy and said, What's going on? Isn't it still before dawn? Not even the hour of the rabbit yet? Her aunt agreed, That's right. The entire refugee group is still sleeping, isn't it? Another relative uncle asked, Are we going to start moving now? Ahead of the main group? Jiao Jiao and the others had already packed up, waiting for Su Hua to return so they could leave immediately. On the first day of travel, Su Hua told everyone that once she called, they should leave without asking questions, just pack up and go. So, when they finished packing their bags, the Feng family hadn't started packing yet and were even complaining about everything. Meanwhile, Qin Su was busy leading the mule, preparing the cart. When he saw this scene, he scowled and shouted, Who still hasn't packed up? Those who don't pack up will be treated as leaving the team. If anyone falls behind, we won't rescue them. Rome's reminder stayed in his mind. If the Feng family kept spoiling them, they might cause delays. Fortunately, the members of the 200-leaf fan group didn't dare to delay. I have been following Qin Su for half a month. Qin Su and his group protect their lives, so they dare not cause trouble. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, moves quickly and listens carefully to commands. Meanwhile, Qilin is helping to prepare the mule carts. Earlier, Su Hua mentioned strange sounds underground. At first, he didn't believe it, but after Su Hua went to the river valley and listened for a while, he heard a loud rumbling beneath the ground. Thinking about the animals being restless and agitated, He no longer doubted it and immediately helped Su protect the supplies. Two young boys quickly harnessed several mule carts, moving swiftly. Just as they finished, they saw Su Hua running back. Su was surprised to see that Su Hua's torch was gone and that his face looked worried. He hurriedly asked, "What's happening in the river valley?" "The river has dried up completely, and the water is gone. We need to leave quickly." Su Hua hurriedly dropped his words and was about to run toward the women, but then he paused, remembering something. He looked around at the many villagers still sleeping, hundreds of thousands, maybe over 1,000,000 lives. He couldn't bear to see them in danger. Without hesitation, he ran toward 2 nearby villages where he had traveled with Su for half a month. He grabbed the copper gong from a strong villager and loudly struck it, ringing out, "The river has dried up. The earth dragon is coming. Hurry up and escape. The river has dried up. The earth dragon is coming. Hurry up and run." Su Hua shouted 3 times in a row, frightening the village chiefs and villagers. The nearby fleeing people also woke up and stopped beating the gong.
What?
"The earth dragon is coming? Where? The river is dry. Is that true?" The village chiefs were so frightened they looked panicked. "Go see for yourselves. Don't ask anymore. Just keep ringing the gong and leave quickly." Seeing that people were waking up, Su Hua threw down the gong and ran back to Su's camp. He quickly took his weapon from the women and strapped it on. Just when everyone thought the danger might not come so soon and there was time to prepare, Su Hua, Su, Lin, and 4 warrior uncles heard a faint rustling sound coming from the river valley. "What is that noise?" Lin's eyes widened in shock. The 4 uncles swallowed hard, their scalps tingling with fear. The sound was terrifying, like thousands of monstrous creatures crawling out of the river valley. Hiss. Su Hua kept her eyes fixed on the valley. The rustling sound she heard earlier, when she was lying on the ground, was familiar. But at that time, she was only focused on the earthquake and didn't pay attention to it. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. She pointed toward the direction where she was gathering herbs and shouted urgently, "Run. Run that way." Without explaining her idea, she grabbed her mother and others, including Rong's family and Qin Xian, and led the way as if being chased by ghosts, running as fast as she could. Rong's family didn't ride mules. They knew there was danger and had been with the others from the start. They had escaped together before, and their reaction was incredibly quick. As soon as Su Hua shouted and pointed in a direction, they sprinted 100 meters to escape. Even the 200 criminals had once escaped death. Seeing Su Hua and the others run, they didn't hesitate and immediately chased after them fiercely. "Everyone, run away quickly." Su, Lin, and 4 uncles reacted immediately. They jumped onto their mules, whipped the reins, and in an instant, 7 mules took off, chasing after Su Hua and the others. If someone paid attention now, they would notice that Su was driving 2 mules at once. If someone looked even more carefully, they would see that the Feng family members clearly heard Su tell them to run, but they just stood there blankly, staring toward the valley. They forgot to pack their mats and couldn't even move their legs. Even the Feng siblings were like this. "Brother, what is that thing?" Fei Rushi's teeth were chattering as the sounds in the darkness grew closer. I don't know either." "Run." Fei Yiming looked back and saw Su and the others leading the way. He grabbed Fei Rushi, abandoned the mats, and ignored the other family members, and the brother and sister ran after them. The family members they left behind soon let out terrified screams and shrieks. Everyone had no idea what the rustling sounds in the valley were coming from. "I don't know either." Su Hua shook her head. Actually, she didn't really know. She thought it was animals because the sounds resembled countless creatures crawling. She guessed that, since the valley was always damp, it might be scorpions, venomous snakes, centipedes, or millipedes. But she never expected that her guesses were all correct. Not just a few types, though. Those terrifying animals hiding in the mud and living along the valley's edge, all frightened out of their burrows by the underground rumbling caused by tectonic movements. Like mules, horses, cattle, and donkeys, domestic animals, sensing the coming disaster, they all became scared and restless. Scorpions, centipedes, venomous snakes, spiders, millipedes, toads, lizards. Countless creatures, regardless of species, all mixed together, frantically crawling out of mud holes on the valley walls like headless flies. At this moment, the fleeing villagers near the valley were witnessing a terrifying scene of the end of the world. Countless crawling animals surged like a flood rushing into the plains, sweeping over the fleeing villagers. Soon, unaware villagers still asleep found their bodies covered with various creatures. Then came screams of terror and cries of pain, breaking the sky. Help! Get away! The villagers woke up one by one, desperately swatting at the terrifying creatures on their bodies, frantically running in all directions. More than 100 members of the Feng family were among them. Suddenly, the sounds of children crying, women and girls screaming, men panicking, cattle, donkeys, horses, and mules neighing in fear, horses breaking their reins and rushing wildly, trampling and kicking, causing screams of people being killed. All these sounds intertwined. The chilling noise made over 200 people, including Su Hua, feel their eyelids twitch and their scalps tingle. Their hearts trembled with fear. They didn't know how much time had passed. Over 200 people saw countless villagers scrambling and crawling, screaming as they ran toward the mountain where Su Hua and others were. While fleeing, they kept hitting themselves, occasionally falling down, as if a fierce beast was chasing them from behind. Everyone, retreat again. Chinsu saw more and more villagers fleeing in chaos and shouted loudly, ordering his team to withdraw further. So, over 200 people continued running for another full mile. They only stopped when they could no longer see the fleeing villagers, then turned back to look around. At this moment, Su Hua's sharp eyes caught something, and she immediately shouted, "Quick, stop the horses!" The horses of the fleeing wealthy families were all frightened and became wild, running out of control. Many of them charged towards Su Hua and the others. Horses are valuable supplies. Su Hua saw this and knew she couldn't just ignore the chance to gather some. Although horses normally belong to someone, and it's not very kind to take them during chaos, the disaster had caused the horses to run free. Even if they didn't stop them, these horses would probably run away to unknown places. Instead of letting the horses run away for nothing, she decided to seize the opportunity. While shouting, Su Hua threw away her weapon from her back and quickly ran toward a leading black horse. Big Sister Hua, Shen Jiao Jiao, and Su Sifan saw Su Hua rushing toward the horses and were so scared their scalps felt like they were about to burst. Fortunately, Qin Su, Qi Lin, and the 4 uncles also jumped down from the mule carts and rushed toward the other horses. Qin Xian, noticing everyone's distraction, sharpened his gaze. His eyes focused intensely on the fleeing horses, using his mental strength to influence them. Suddenly, a scene unfolded. The dozen or so horses that had been galloping wildly froze in place. Their pupils dilated, and they slowed down, then stopped as if they had lost their minds. Qin Su and Qi Lin, both skilled in horse riding, each controlled one horse. They worked perfectly together to form a circle, driving the other horses to run in circles around them. Su Hua was not tall, but she was quick and determined. She sprinted and leapt onto a black horse, controlling it with impressive skill, astonishing everyone present. Was this really a young girl who rarely left her home? Especially when she managed to calm the black horse beneath her, which had been frantic. The moment she mounted, the black horse seemed to be possessed, suddenly calming down. It reared its front legs, let out a loud neigh, and stopped gracefully as if performing a final salute. The tense scene quickly settled. All 56 horses were soon under control. Haha, we're rich now. Finding a big catch, Su Hua was overjoyed at the thought of getting some carts later, which would save a lot of travel time southward. She was practically ecstatic. But now was not the time to celebrate. The fleeing crowd was unaware of what was happening or what dangers they faced. They didn't know what the sounds in the valley were. She needed to find out for herself. She was too lazy to get off her horse and said, "Mother, I'll go see what's going on. You and everyone else stay here." Qin Su was about to get off his horse when he heard her and said, "Fifth young lady, I'll go with you." He turned and ordered, "A Lin, fourth uncle, take everyone back 1 mile." Then he was about to ride away with Su Huai. But just as they turned their horses, Feng rushes suddenly ran out from the crowd, looking tearful and saying, "Young lord, none of our people escaped. Please save them. What's going on?" Not only Qin Su doubted if he heard right, Qilin also thought his ears might be playing tricks. Feng Yiming looked upset and came out too, saying, "Only my sister," and I followed. The others were so scared they forgot what to do. As he finished speaking, everything fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Qin Su said in a deep voice, "A Lin, fourth uncle, count the people." 5 people quickly started counting. It didn't take long, and they finished counting soon. The final count was surprisingly funny. They found that all 200 tribespeople, old and young, were still together. Su Huai and the others were also all there. But the Feng family members, about 140 people, had all stayed together. Only Feng Yiming and Rushu followed the group. "What's wrong with you siblings? Everyone wakes up at the same time, packs up at the same time, and runs at the same time. Are your people stupid or fools? And what do you use your mouths for? Can't you call people to run?" Qilin, who already hated people who didn't cherish their family, was furious when he saw the Feng siblings abandon over 100 people. It completely shocked his view of the world. "Fifth young lady, let's go." Qin Su didn't want to waste time questioning the Feng siblings. With Qilin here, that was enough. He told Su Huai and then rode off first. As the son of a noble duke, he usually didn't inquire about other girls, but previously, Su Yanshan had been trying to flatter his father, subtly hinting at a desire to unite their families through marriage. Because of this, Rong's family had learned some things about the Su family. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Su family is spoiled and petty. The third daughter, a concubine's child, is gentle and virtuous. The fifth daughter, a concubine's child, is. In short, there are no good words to describe her. She is playful, climbs trees to catch birds, and behaves quite roughly. Tonight, after witnessing Su Huashu skillfully avoid danger and confidently control her horse, he realized that the rumors about her might not be entirely false. Maybe the people spreading those rumors are not just jealous or spiteful, they might genuinely be blind. "Young master, you go find someone yourself. I want to check the broken stream," Su Huashu said without knowing Qin Su was studying her. When she saw the fleeing refugees, she didn't wait for Qin Su to reply and quickly urged her horse to leave. She was about to do something important, so she couldn't let Qin Su follow her. Qin Su wanted to say, "Miss Wu, be careful," but before he could, Su Huashu squeezed her legs to her horse's belly, and they galloped away. Once again, he couldn't say anything in time. Qin Su shook his head with a bitter smile, then turned his horse in the opposite direction, heading away decisively. Meanwhile, the refugees fleeing the disaster had escaped the attack of the crawling creatures and sat on the hillside about 2 miles from the river valley. Some were screaming from being bitten by poisonous insects or snakes, some were crying loudly out of fear, and others were trembling in shock. Fortunately, aside from a few who had been trampled by cattle or horses, no one had died from snake or insect bites yet. More than half of the supplies of the over 1 million people had been seized. Some wealthy merchants and landowners couldn't carry all their grain and supplies on their horses and had to leave some behind. But no one dared to go back and retrieve them. The countless poisonous insects and creatures were terrifying. They had bitten people badly and scared everyone even more. The wealthy merchants and landowners carried silver with them, thinking that with money, they wouldn't starve and valued their lives greatly. Su Huashu rode her horseback along the same path for about 10 miles and finally found the cause of the stream's blockage. It turned out that the road the refugees had traveled was cut in half by a deep, bottomless in the earth. No, it was more accurate to say that the entire Mianzhou was split into 2 by a giant fissure. Su Hua couldn't see with a divine perspective, so she only knew what she could observe. At this moment, she could only see the river upstream by moonlight. The waterfall's water all flowed into the cracks in the ground and then disappeared. "I see now." After about 15 minutes of checking and understanding the reason for the river's flow stopping, Su Hua threw the 200 items she had stored in her space from the basin, along with the bodies of 3 troublemakers, onto the ground where the earth was cracked. Then she took a piece of wood, wrapped it with cloth, soaked it in pine oil, and lit it with a fire starter. Only then did she turn around, mount her horse, and follow the river valley to fish. Yes, fish. Because she didn't know the situation in the valley before and wasn't sure if an earthquake might happen again, she didn't dare waste time fishing earlier. Now that she knew the earthquake probably wouldn't happen again, she couldn't miss the chance to gather resources from the river. Riding her horse, Su Hua used her mind to plan, intending to store all the recently dead river fish in her space. But when she realized that her mind could also include live fish along with dead ones within a 1-mile radius of the river valley, she almost screamed with excitement. Can I now store live creatures? No way, no way. Su Hua's consciousness entered her space. She saw fish still jumping in the mud inside her space, and she was stunned. She couldn't remember doing anything special. How did her space upgrade happen? She had only been pouring spiritual spring water into the desert in her space every day, making it possible to grow plants there. Could it be that because the desert came to life, her space was upgraded? And what are the conditions for the next upgrade? No one told her the answer, so Su Hua naturally couldn't figure out the truth. But she didn't forget that now wasn't the time to study her space. The most urgent task was to gather supplies. Because each time she used her mind to collect, the range was about 1 mile in radius. So, every mile, she collected fish from the river. After 10 collections, she finally reached the place where the large refugee group had camped earlier. There, she saw many crawling animals. There were scorpions, centipedes, venomous snakes, spiders, millipedes, toads, lizards, and woodlice. It was a real mix of poisonous creatures, all gathered together. Of course, these toxins were also valuable medicinal ingredients, very useful for medicine. As Su Hua's horse approached, the horse beneath her immediately sensed danger, rearing and neighing in fear, trying to run away. Su Hua also felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she was a traditional Chinese medicinaire, and in her previous world she had dealt with herbs and poisons, she couldn't help but feel uneasy now. But the first time I saw all the poisons gathered together in one place, and so many that I couldn't count, was in my life. She was brave enough to release her mind, and instantly, all the poisons within a 1-mile radius disappeared. She collected them all into her space. Then she threw them into the distant desert fog within her space. She thought that the desert in her space was endless and suitable for raising poisonous insects. If she needed them later, she could catch more. So, she continued collecting poisons and river fish as she traveled, sweeping everything like a cleaner. She cleared the camp, which was once overrun by poisons, until it was spotless. Because of this, her space changed. Fish mountains appeared in neat rows, and countless poisons, like falling beans, were poured into the desert and then disappeared in the sands. Su Hua was tireless, riding her horse and collecting as she went. But after a while, she noticed something strange. Not a single item from the fleeing villagers' supplies was left. Wow, I can't leave behind even one thing. Since she found no supplies, she thought she might be imagining things. No, actually, some things were left behind, just a few villagers' bodies accidentally trampled by cattle and horses. Other than that, nothing remained. Could it be that all the villagers really moved away? There should be at least one piece of broken metal or something left behind. Su Hua looked at the empty camp, which only had poisons and river fish, and felt unhappy. If she hadn't still been collecting river fish, she might have cursed. In the end, she could only accept it and continued quietly collecting river fish and poisons. After nearly 20 miles, her space had 10 fish mountains, and the poisons were so many she felt sick. She stopped and gave up. If it were food, she wouldn't mind having more. But poisons can't be eaten, and collecting some for medicinal use without causing extinction was enough. There was no need to gather too many. Su Hua decisively gave up on the remaining river fish and poisons and rode her horse quickly toward the fleeing villagers. Because there were so many people, it was hard to find Qin Su. She watched the villagers from the side and saw that many were bitten by poisons and snakes, which made her feel sad. Some of the snakes she collected in her space had venom that could be deadly. The villagers bitten by these deadly snakes didn't have serum, and soon they might die from poisoning. But this was the end of the world. The end of the world was bound to cause deaths. Right now, it was just the appetizer of the apocalypse. As the end of the world drew closer, the number of deaths would only increase. Su Hua rode away from the fleeing villagers and returned to her own team's new camp. At this moment, 2 bonfires burned brightly, lighting up the surrounding half a mile. Before Su Hua arrived, she saw at a glance that Qin Su had already brought back all 147 members of the Feng family, without missing anyone. All 147 people looked terrible, covered in dirt, with many bites and swollen injuries, and sat around a bonfire, crying loudly like ghosts. Meanwhile, the women, Qin Su, Qi Lin, the Rong family, and others looked grim, sitting silently by another bonfire with their own prisoners. 5th sister is back. Sui was the first to notice Su Hua and shouted happily. Immediately, over 300 pairs of eyes focused on Su Hua and her horse. Especially the Feng family members who had been bitten by poisonous snakes and insects finally became afraid. Their anxious eyes turned to Su Hua. Then, all at once, they stood up and rushed toward her. 5th young lady, help me. I was bitten by a snake and a centipede. Will I die? Feng Rushu, the talkative aunt, cried out. Feng Rushu's uncle also asked, 5th young lady, aren't you a healer? We've all been bitten. You must be able to detoxify us, right? With these 2 leading, more voices followed, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Countless others. My son was bitten by a snake. Please save him. I was also bitten by a scorpion and a centipede. My whole body is covered in bites from centipedes. Although all 147 people called for Su Hua's help, none of them begged with words like please or beg. They naturally believed that since Su Hua was invited by Qin Su to join the team as a healer, she would treat everyone. They didn't need to beg. She was obliged to help them. At this moment, Feng Rushu also joined in, chatting casually. 5th young lady, they've all been bitten. You can definitely cure them, right? The herbs you found before must be effective, right? Just as everyone expected Su Hua to answer Feng Rushu's question, a voice suddenly interrupted the Feng family.
Don't save any of them.
They brought this on themselves. They don't deserve to live. Li Wanner's words exploded in the air, catching everyone off guard. And she hit the Feng family's face hard with her words. Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sifan reacted quickly, each speaking up. Shun Jiao Jiao complained, yes. My sister Huajia was the first to notice the danger. When the 2 young masters asked us to clean up, you not only refused but also complained that my sister Huajia was too busy. Many people secretly insulted my sister Huajia, saying she couldn't heal and was a fraud. Although they spoke softly, I heard everything. Shun Jiao Jiao is the kind of person who feels upset when she sees kind people in trouble and always wants to help. But when it comes to bad people hurting her children, she protects them fiercely and remembers grudges longer than anyone. People can criticize her for being mean or disrespectful, but she cannot accept anyone insulting her children. As a mother, she has always been very responsible and clear about her priorities. She truly loves her children very much. Su Sifan was angry and said, 5th sister, you weren't here at the time. Their words were really harsh. Xiaju nodded vigorously and added, 5th miss, I also heard them. They even gave you a nickname, calling you Little Villainess. They are so annoying. Calling you that damages your reputation. The women immediately pointed out their faults, almost embarrassing the Feng family's face and exposing all their ugliness to others. The faces of 147 people instantly turned pale or flushed. Especially Feng Rushu, whose face turned purple, and she couldn't say a word. They had indeed spoken badly about Su Huai before and had given her the nickname, Little Villainess. Su Huai looked at Qin Su, but did not step down. She looked down from above and coldly said, You also heard. When you were dividing the work, I already said that anyone who speaks ill of us women will be ignored. At first, Feng Russia mocked her, saying the herbs she collected were wild plants. The Feng family thought she was bullying Feng Russia and looked at her with disdain and hatred. For people like that, Su Huai never helps. If she helps, she would be called a saint or someone with a sick mind. Qin Su heard that Su Huai was unwilling to help the Feng family and didn't blame her, because he thought the same. He also agreed that Li Wanner was right. The Feng family brought this on themselves and shouldn't survive. Why did all 200 of his prisoners, men and women, old and young, come out unharmed? And why was the Feng family all bitten? It was because the Feng family disobeyed his orders and usually followed Feng siblings blindly. Now the Feng siblings have abandoned their own people. Why should these individuals be blamed for the trouble they caused? In the end, the responsibility falls solely on Su Hua. Su Hua was invited into the team to help with medical treatment, not to be used as a servant. He stood up and looked coldly at the Feng siblings, asking, "Do you remember how I yelled at you when you didn't clean up back then? Did I not warn you that if you leave the team and get into trouble, I won't help? You guys not only lost your bedding and supplies, but also left your own people behind. Now that something has happened, your first thought is to ask Miss Wu to save you." The Feng siblings didn't expect Qin Su to openly criticize them. Feng Yiming's face turned red. "Young master?" Feng Rush's heart pounded, and she hurriedly said, "At that time, everyone was scared by that strange sound and panicked. We were all confused, so that's why." Before she finished, Qin Su cut her off sharply. "Stop making excuses. Miss Wu has already helped everyone once. The current situation is your own fault." Su Hua was the first to notice the danger and warned everyone in advance, helping them evacuate. Doing so was already a kind act. As the team leader, Qin Su also fulfilled his duty by leading everyone to leave. "What does young Master Qin mean? Does that mean you won't help us anymore?" The Feng family members were alarmed when Qin Su scolded the Feng siblings, and it seemed he was unwilling to care about their lives. They all panicked. Could it be that Miss Wu doesn't know how to treat injuries? Is she just making excuses now? Feng Rush's aunt doubted Su Hua's medical skills and spoke harshly. Hearing this, Feng Rush's eyes lit up. She added fuel to the fire, saying, "Miss Wu, my aunt didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart. I hope you can put aside personal grudges and help them. There are over 100 people, including a 3-year-old child. If you don't help them, they might really die." Su Hua sneered at her words. Feng Rushu was clearly a master of pretending innocence, pretending to ask her not to be angry and to forgive past grievances, while secretly pressuring her to save lives, using over 100 lives to manipulate her morally. If she couldn't see through this trick, she would truly be foolish. The best way to handle a green tea, a manipulative person, is to expose their true face in front of everyone. Su Hua looked at Feng Rushu with a cold smile and said, "You really are quite capable woman. During the escape, you could have shouted to warn over 100 people. Even warning just one person or dragging someone along would have been fine, but you only escaped with your brother, leaving no one else behind. Doesn't that make your conscience hurt? And after everything, why didn't you go to find your clan members? Or ask the refugees from 2 miles away if they had a doctor? Even if there was no doctor, you could have asked experienced refugees from Mianzhou how to treat snake bites and insect stings, but from the moment the incident happened, more than half an hour has passed, and the poison has already entered the bodies of your clan members. Yet, you just stood there doing nothing, waiting for me to return. If I hadn't come back, would you have let your people die? The funniest part is, as soon as you saw me return, you immediately started pushing over 100 people onto me. You've done all the bad things first, and then you just talk your way to gain a good reputation. Is there such an easy way to do that in the world? Who am I to you? Why do I have to obey your commands? Don't use people's lives to manipulate me with moral pressure. If you truly care about your clan members, why don't you bleed for them? Squeeze out their blood or out the snake venom with your mouth." Every word Su Hua said was filled with anger, sharply tearing off Feng Rush's false mask. When the members of the Feng clan heard Su Hua's words, they all suddenly widened their eyes, as if awakening from a dream, staring in shock at Feng Rushu and her brother. They finally realized, why were Feng Rushu and her brother safe and sound? Had they been abandoned by their own clan leaders? Young Master Feng, is that really the case? Someone sharply questioned on the spot. Feng Yiming and Feng Rushi were instantly stared at by over 100 pairs of eyes, trembling in fear. Feng Yiming hurriedly said, "No, we didn't abandon you. It's just," but he couldn't finish his sentence. Feng Rushi's face was also pale, shaking her head. "We were really too scared at the time, so we forgot." "Forgot? How could you forget? We are your clan members fleeing from home with you." The Feng clan members were not kind-hearted people. They would only blame others when something went wrong. Sure enough, when Su Hua exposed the ugly truth of the Feng siblings, they immediately turned their blame onto them. Soon, the camp turned into a chaos of accusations and blame among the Feng siblings. Not sure how much time passed. "Enough. Do you still have time to argue here?" Qilin finally lost patience and shouted coldly, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and bleed out the poison." Although Su Hua was reluctant to act, Qilin and Qin Su could tell that when Su Hua confronted Feng Rushi, her words hinted that she knew the bites from poisonous snakes and insects needed traditional treatment, bleeding, and detoxification. In serious cases, the simplest and roughest method was to out the poison with the mouth. Fifth miss, which herbs can treat snake and insect bites? Qilin turned to ask Su Hua. Su Hua stared at Qilin for a moment, intending to stay silent and ignore the Feng family, regardless of their fate. But Qilin was clever. He asked her about medical knowledge just to get her to speak without requiring her to act. After a moment of hesitation, she coldly replied, "Angelica, dandelion, rehmannia, centipede grass, half-leaf lotus, and violet flower ground ivy can be crushed and applied externally." When Su Hua mentioned several herbs, Qilin was surprised for a moment, then immediately pointed to a dandelion nearby and told everyone, "This is dandelion. Hurry and pull it out." The camp was full of wild dandelions, and most people recognized them. Seeing the Feng family react and start pulling out dandelions, Su Hua raised an eyebrow. She warned them up front, this can only treat common snake venom, and if the poison hasn't entered the vital organs, it might work. But if a deadly snake's venom has reached the internal organs, there's no cure. After speaking, she turned off her horse, led it toward the herd she had previously found, and grabbed some wild grass to feed the horse. Her actions showed everyone that she would rather feed the horse than save the Feng family. She only agreed to answer Qilin because he asked her about medicine. Qin Su also didn't want to bother with the Feng family anymore. If it weren't for the Feng siblings helping to remove the poison marks and owing a big favor to the two noble families, he would have kicked them out of the team long ago. Seeing Qilin's attempt to help, he didn't bother to say anything and instead approached Su Hua. He also took some wild grass and fed it to his horse, not mentioning the Feng family at all, and asked, "Fifth miss, have you found out why the river valley is drying up?" She withdrew her cold expression and softened her tone. "We found it about 10 miles ahead on the road we traveled before. There is a large in the ground, roughly 10 zhong wide, and so deep it's bottomless. In other words, now all the fleeing villagers have no way back. They can only move forward south." "Aground? Could it be that you heard underground sounds when an earthquake happened 10 miles away?" Qin Su's eyes widened sharply. Remember, at that time, hundreds of thousands of fleeing villagers were sleeping near the river valley. If the ground was vertical instead of horizontal and happened right at the camp, the consequences would be unimaginable. It can be said that being bitten by poisonous insects and snakes is already of luck among misfortunes. Su Hua thought for a moment and shook her head. "I think it happened earlier. When I woke up and heard underground sounds, the river valley had already dried up." She paused and frowned. In any case, whether it was before or at that time, more dangers are likely ahead. You must warn the night watchmen. From now on, if they see anything unusual or strange, they must report it. Finally, she added, "You should also tell me. From what I've seen, I can probably guess what dangers might come." Fortunately, she didn't sleep too deeply this time, so she woke up in the middle of the night and heard the underground sounds. Otherwise, she and her mother and others might have been bitten by poisonous insects and snakes. Although they wouldn't be in serious danger, just thinking about that scene made her scalp tingle. This time it was my fault. I actually noticed the animals acting restless early on, but she didn't dare to say she was afraid to disturb you at the time. She was worried it might reveal that she had sent the osmanthus cake. She only offered Qin Su a look of apology. When Su Hua saw Qin Su smile, 2 dimples appeared on his face. She was momentarily stunned, then forced out a stiff smile. Since it's in the past, don't dwell on right or wrong. Next time, remember to tell me. Okay, I will. Although Su Hua said this casually, Qin Su nodded seriously and kept it in his heart. It has been proven that Su Hua was right. There is no antivenom for bites from snakes containing 2 types of deadly toxins. One is a neurotoxin and the other is a blood toxin. When Su Hua collected the venomous snakes, she found they were banded krites and cobras, both of which carry neurotoxins. Bite victims may experience eyelid weakness, dilated pupils, difficulty swallowing, breathing problems, and eventually paralysis of the breathing center, leading to death. The snakes with blood toxins include the 5-step snake and the ironhead snake. Bite victims may have disrupted blood circulation, causing swelling, blisters, bleeding all over the body, and bruising under the skin. Ultimately, they may suffer heart failure, blood clots, and failure, leading to death. Around midnight, 5 members of the Feng family gradually fell ill from the poison. Some had seizures, some were unconscious, and others showed purple spots and bleeding all over their bodies. Many villagers fleeing 2 miles away also started to fall ill at the same time. Fortunately, many of these villagers were doctors or experienced in treating bites. Their methods were the same as Su Hua's. They let the bitten people bleed and applied dandelions externally. For those bitten by snakes with both neurotoxic and hemotoxic venom, there was no hope. They could only wait for death. Someone, save my son. Mother, don't die. Heaven, why are you so cruel? What did I do wrong? Why do I have to send my loved ones to death? The family members of those bitten cried out in despair, but the toxins had already entered their organs, and crying was useless. The Feng family also wept bitterly. The relatives of the 5 bitten people blamed the Feng siblings for being selfish, and especially resented Feng Rushi. They saw through Feng Rushi's false face. She pretended to be kind but was selfish behind the scenes. We could have escaped. My son didn't have to die. Just 1 word from you could save us. Why didn't you tell us? When you escaped alone, why didn't you call us? A woman, seeing her son's condition hopeless, looked at Feng Rushi with angry, bitter eyes. Feng Rushi's face turned extremely pale. She subconsciously blamed Su Hua. It's only my brother and me. The 5th miss could have saved you, but she chose not to help. Sitting on the grass, playing with a stone while waiting for dawn to continue their journey, Su Hua was practically asking for trouble just by lying there. When Feng Rushu tried to blame her, she suddenly threw the stone. In the next moment, the stone hit Feng Rushu the forehead with a loud bang. Feng Rushu was stunned by the. When she reached up and saw her hand covered in blood, her pupils dilated in shock, and she screamed, "Ah!" She couldn't believe Su Hua had actually thrown a stone at her. And she was worried she might get hurt or lose her beauty. She had protected her pretty face for 15 years, but now it was ruined by a stone from Su Hua.
You.
This all happened so quickly that everyone was too surprised to react. Su Hua, cold and calm, said clearly, "If there's a next time, it won't be just a stone. I wouldn't mind sending you on your way." The phrase "sending you on your way" was understood by everyone as a warning about serious consequences. Su Hua had already warned Feng Rushu twice, but she kept provoking her, thinking she was easy to bully. That was something she couldn't tolerate anymore. After dealing with Feng Rushu, Su Hua turned to Qin Su and asked, "Do you want to leave together?" If yes, get ready to set off. There was still half an hour before dawn, and she didn't want to waste her time on someone so petty. With this energy, she'd rather make more progress on the road. There were only about 70 days left until the end of the world, and she didn't want to delay even a moment. Of course. Qin Su nodded immediately. He seemed to ignore Feng Rushu's injury and went to prepare for the departure. As for whether the Feng family wanted to follow, he no longer cared. He had made it clear. Anyone who fell behind would be considered to have left voluntarily. Because they had gained 56 horses but no carts, Chin-su decided to hang all the luggage on the horses' backs. The men would handle the horses, and all children between 5 and 12 years old would ride, so they wouldn't slow down the group. Others could travel light, easing their burden. The Fong family didn't dare object to the arrangement, as it didn't concern them. Even the 200 escaped prisoners didn't object, since Chin-su, Chi-lin, and Su-hua had rescued them. Su-hua didn't oppose either, because Su-yu was also a child who rode a horse. While the men were busy preparing the luggage, Chin-su called Su-hua and Chi-lin aside to discuss the next steps for their journey. Chi-lin couldn't understand why Chin-su wanted to bring Su-hua along, but when he remembered Su-hua's previous quick thinking and bravery, he dared not say anything more. This was a young girl who shouldn't be underestimated. 3 people sat nearby. Chin-su held a torch in his left hand and took out a large map from his clothes with his right hand, spreading it out. When Su-hua saw the map in Chin-su's hand, she was shocked again. She knew that during exile, Chin-su seemed to have nothing in his hands. Right now, we are at this point on the map. Chin-su pointed to a spot on the map and said to the others, 600 miles from Jeti and 1,500 miles from the next continent. Also, the next 600 miles is a no-man's land desert. The map calls it the Death Bay. There is no water there, no grass, nothing but gravel and dirt. Su-hua had studied maps before and noticed that the map she bought was different from Chin-su's. His map seemed more detailed. For example, the Death Bay that Chin-su mentioned, which has no grass, wasn't marked on her map at all. Your map. Su-hua took out her own map for comparison and found that it was indeed different. Chin-su smiled and explained, "This is a war map. There are only 3 in the entire Great Qin, 1 for the emperor and 1 each for the 2 dukes." "I see," Su-hua nodded, understanding. Chin-su nodded back. "In the next 600 miles, there will be no water or plants. The water we carry will last 4 days. The refugee groups probably have even less water stored. They might not realize that the river valley has dried up, and they definitely don't know that the Death Bay is a deadly place without water." Chi-lin frowned. And then, Chin-su rolled up the map and said seriously, "The next 600 miles will take 8 days to travel. The refugees will run out of water within 3 days, and if they have no water after that, people will die. The refugees might start to riot, robbing and killing for water." Su-hua narrowed her eyes. "What do you plan to do?" Chin-su thought for a moment and said, "I plan to control everyone's water intake from now on. We will shorten the journey from 8 days to 6 days, traveling at 100 miles a day." "But Miss Wu, do you think your family can handle this?" Su-hua smiled confidently. "I have no problem at all." Increasing the daily travel distance from 80 to 100 miles was exactly her goal. And the women have special abilities, so they are not afraid of exhaustion and will never hold back the team. At dawn, Chin-su led the team to set out on time. The men carried large knives at their waists, and all 56 horses were loaded with supplies. Children like Chin-hsien and Su-yu were all mounted on horses. Women with children under 3 rode on mules. 7 mule carts were used, 3 for people and 1 carried 5 bitten, dead bodies. The Fong siblings originally wanted to leave the team and go their own way, but Fong Yiming lacked the courage, and Fong Rushu didn't want to abandon the 2 young men. So, the siblings and their people followed behind, full of complaints. Over 300 people, after a terrifying night, set out again in a large group. Su-hua and the women, along with Chin-su, stayed at the front of the line. When more than 300 people joined the fleeing crowd, everyone saw that quite a few of the refugees had been bitten by deadly snakes. Most estimated there were no fewer than 5 or 6,000 people. Those still alive after being bitten, but not yet dead, were carried on carts and ox-drawn wagons. However, after less than half a day of travel, the crying and wailing began. 5 or 6,000 people kept dying one after another, and their bodies were buried along the road. By the afternoon, 5 members of the Fong family also died. The original 300-plus people at the front had to stop to bury the 5 bodies, falling behind the main group. The supplies of the 300-plus team gradually became known. Anyone who saw Chin-su's team knew they had food, water, horses, and weapons. But on the first day, the refugees hadn't yet realized they lacked water, so they didn't target Chin-su's team. Thus, on the first day, they traveled safely, aside from stopping to bury the dead. On the second day, the fleeing group entered a barren desert with only gravel and dirt. When they reached the so-called Death Bay, they slowly realized the water problem. The name Death Bay was not an exaggeration. When Chin-su, Su-hua, and others entered the area, they sensed something strange. It turned out that the reason for the 600 miles of barren land was because there was a volcano underground. Walking on this land felt like walking on molten lava. The temperature was at least 45 degrees Celsius, 113 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to cook a person. Su-hua saw that the soil beneath her feet actually contained shells, unlike other animal fossils. She couldn't help but wonder if this place used to be an ocean or a lake. But now, it had been dry for thousands of years. However, Su-hua didn't realize she was wrong. The climate of the Dead Bay was indeed hot all year round, but there was another reason at this moment. The extreme heat of the end times had officially arrived. The entire Great Qian was experiencing daily temperatures above 43 degrees Celsius. The previous fleeing crowds happened to be in the Lus Plateau, an area with frequent monsoons, so they didn't feel the full heat. So hot. I can't take it anymore. What's going on? Why is it so hot? Mom, I feel so sick. I want to. The fleeing people started feeling short of breath and their body temperatures rose. They hurriedly put on straw hats. Those without hats either had to endure the heat or look for something to cover themselves. But Dead Bay had no grass or trees, so they couldn't make temporary hats. Without hats, the people felt even worse. They could only drink water desperately, forgetting that soon they might run out of water and die in this desert. As their water supplies dwindled, they realized they needed to find water soon. Everyone put on straw hats to block the sun. Chin-su looked at the fleeing crowd ahead and immediately ordered his team. This scene was just like during their previous exile, when the people were suffering from abnormal heat. Chin-su's order was given, and the 4 clans' uncles quickly went to the mule carts, found all the straw hats, and handed one to each person. Su-hua and the others had supplies and hats of their own, so they distributed them among themselves. Although wearing hats didn't fully relieve the heat, it at least protected their eyes and made breathing a little easier. But in any team, there was always someone who slowed everyone down. This time it was the Feng clan. Whenever the Feng clan felt even slightly uncomfortable, they started arguing about drinking water. Everyone can only drink 2 bowls of water a day. I will record who drinks what. Decide for yourself whether to finish it all at once. If you finish your water early and have nothing left later, we won't be responsible if you get dehydrated and die. Qilin was assigned by Chin-su to watch over the water. When he saw members of the Feng clan repeatedly drinking from the wooden barrels on the mule carts, he shouted to stop them. He regretted it. The Feng family really is a bunch of fools who hold everyone back. They shouldn't have been saved.
What?
2 bowls of water a day? Are you serious, young master? With this terrible weather, not drinking water could cost us our lives, said Feng Rushu's aunt sharply, protesting. We've been bitten by poisonous bugs and feel terrible. We can only detox by drinking more water. The other tribe members heard this and found it hard to believe. Especially since the 6 large wooden barrels on the mule cart were filled with water they helped carry yesterday. Now they're told not to drink it. Isn't that just bullying them? Why can't we drink water? Didn't we drink whenever we were thirsty before? Now we're dying of thirst. Yeah, we helped carry this water. What do you mean we can't drink now? Qilin was so angry he turned green in the face. I said, only 2 bowls of water a day. Can't you see what kind of place we're passing through? Is there any water here? If we don't save it, will we die of thirst on the road? Or die in this wasteland? Hearing the commotion behind, Chin-su couldn't take it anymore. He turned back to the team, stared at the Feng family, and asked, do you really want water? If you do, I'll give you the 2 big barrels and some rice from a mule cart. Now leave my team. He had been looking for an excuse to send them away, and now he found one. His gaze shifted to the brother and sister, Feng Yiming and Feng Rushu. Brother Feng, Miss Feng, your people are unruly. Take them away. Feng Yiming and Feng Rushu also wanted to be tough and say, fine, we'll leave, but neither of them knew martial arts. They were thousands of miles south, fleeing from disaster. If they left Qin Su and Qi Lin's team, they might be targeted. They didn't want to risk dying on the road. They wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Plus, they had helped Qin Su and Qi Lin wash off the branding marks, such a great favor, and Qin Su and Qi Lin hadn't repaid them yet. The young master is joking. If they want to leave, let them go, Feng Yiming sneered. Feng Rushu nodded when she heard her brother. If they don't want to be under the young master's control and want water, let them have it. Let them drink their fill. It was laughable. These tribe members had cursed them loudly before, and now they didn't care if they lived or died. If they died, so be it. Qin Su's eyes darkened at their words. These brother and sister really weren't good people. But since they said that, it suited his plans perfectly. Before the Feng family members could react, he loudly shouted, "Stop the mule cart! Leave 2 buckets of water and a cartload of grain for the Feng family." Qin Su's orders were like an imperial decree to the team. He immediately ordered the mule cart to stop, had 2 buckets of water taken off, and threw down a cartload of grain. The children were also taken off the horses, and the woman carrying a child in the cart was forced to get off the carriage. The whole process was very quick, like a blink of an eye, so fast that the Feng family had no time to react. He even retrieved his big sword. The Feng family had over 30 big swords, all taken from the bandits during a fight, and had nothing to do with the Feng clan. Qin Su wasn't stupid. Giving the Feng family 2 buckets of water and a cartload of grain was already very generous. But weapons for self-defense, horses, and anything unrelated to the Feng family, he wouldn't leave those behind.
He was very clear about that.
Keep moving. Seeing that he had taken back all his big swords, he ordered the team to continue. With his command, the group moved again. Only the more than 100 members of the Feng family, old and young, were driven out of the group. At this moment, the Feng family finally realized what was happening and panicked, questioning, "What do you mean? Are you abandoning us? You bandits, you've erased our marks and are now turning your backs on us? You just want to leave us behind. Is it wrong to complain about being thirsty? Now you're kicking us out. We never said we wanted to leave the group. Young Master Feng, what do you mean? Are you going to leave your own family behind? Young Lord, are you just using us and then breaking up the group?" Hearing the complaints from the Feng family, Qi Lin's face darkened with anger, almost dripping with ink, and he really wanted to hit someone. But he knew that the Feng family members were all fools and idiots, so ignoring them was the best way to deal with these people. Seeing Qin Su and his men walking farther away, the Feng family members panicked. They realized the danger of hiding outside during a famine. Before, with the 2 young warrior gods Qin Su and Qi Lin present, they didn't have to worry about safety. Now, without the 2 young warriors and their big swords, it was like losing their protective charms. What should we do? We're over 100 people, so we should be okay. I see some groups only have a few dozen. We have water and food, but we lost our straw hat and nothing else. Yeah, no straw shoes, no mats, no pots or bowls for cooking. How can we manage this? The Feng family members realized these problems and immediately started to regret. But there is no way to undo mistakes, and it's too late to regret now. Qin Su's team moved quickly because they had horses. Even the elderly sat on mules, and no children or elders slowed them down. They kept overtaking others along the way. By the time the Feng family wanted to rejoin the group, they were already a mile behind. When they hurriedly loaded water onto the mules and set off with the elderly and children, Qin Su's team had already disappeared into the crowd of fleeing people, leaving a 2-mile gap and no sign of them. Su Hua saw Qin Su efficiently leave the Feng family behind and silently gave him a big thumbs up. By tomorrow at the latest, the water will run out. The day after, people might start fighting or even hurting each other. Qin Su suddenly sighed. He had been carefully watching the fleeing people and noticed that most of them were desperately drinking water. They were wasting their water supply recklessly, which was a disaster waiting to happen. Self-destructive. He seemed to foresee a terrifying scene of human morality breaking down ahead. Jie Jie, does the little prince mean that everyone will be in danger soon? Xin Jiao Jiao, hearing about fighting and hurting, imagined millions of frantic people and doubted if she heard correctly. It's okay. With the two little princes here, they won't let the group be robbed, Su Hua reassured the women. The group included Qin Xian and the strong fighters Qin Su and Qilin. No matter how desperate the fleeing people were, they couldn't overpower the three of them. Plus, she had a space ability. If anyone dared to attack their group, she wouldn't mind experiencing the thrill of being a lookout. Time passed quickly as they traveled. The sun gradually set, then night fell, and it rose again the next morning. By noon the next day, as Qin Su predicted, the water supply in the fleeing group was indeed running out. But at this time, the people still held on to hope, believing water sources would appear ahead. Everyone thought they could endure the thirst a little longer. By the afternoon, everyone's lips were cracked and bleeding from thirst. When they looked around, they saw only endless, barren desert with no plants in sight. Their eyes were red, and they trembled with fear, muttering to themselves, "Why is there no water here? Where is the water? Mother, I am so thirsty. I want to drink water. Father, I want to drink water. What kind of place is this? Why is there nothing here? Girl, what's wrong? Does anyone have water? Please, lend us some to save my daughter." Before evening, more and more refugees collapsed from dehydration in the heat. At sunset, the number of people falling increased. The large group finally stopped, and the villagers began to ask friends and relatives for water. But relatives refused coldly, saying, "We don't have much water either. We only have this one bag. If I give you water, what will my family drink tomorrow?" Some people sneered, "Get lost." Knowing there's a water shortage, who has water to spare? At this time, money also lost its value. Some ignored the money and pushed people away, saying, "Even if you pay more now, I won't sell. My family's water can only last one more day. If we can't find water tomorrow, do you want us all to die?" When Qin Su's group stopped to camp at night, they were also surrounded by villagers. The 4 large wooden barrels on the mule cart and the 3 full water barrels looked very conspicuous. Especially when villagers saw Qin Su feeding water to the horses and mules, it made their eyes sting with envy and frustration. "Please, kind person, spare a bowl of water. My son is about to die from thirst." Some people saw that Xin Jiao Jiao and the others had water bags hanging from their waists and suddenly rushed toward them. "You're a mother too. You have a son. Please, save my son." A woman begged Li Waner desperately. Because Li Waner was carrying her 2-year-old son Minggur, the woman thought Li Waner would be kind-hearted. But she was wrong. Since the incident with Jie Cha Hongqing, Li Waner saw only black, white, and gray. Her heart now only cared about her son Minggur and her mother. Everyone else's life or death didn't matter to her. Li Waner drew her sword and, with a cold face, scared the woman away. "Get lost." Some people also rushed toward Xin Jiao Jiao and the women of the Rong family, but before they could reach her, over 130 men drew their swords and formed a barrier in front of the villagers, turning the camp into a solid fortress. Su Hua, standing in the middle of the camp, watched this scene with a calm face. She quickly mounted a horse and told Qin Su, "Watch the camp and tell my mother I'm just going for a walk." Without waiting for Qin Su's response, she squeezed her legs to the horse's belly and sped away from her camp. What was Su Hua doing? Of course, she was acting as a spy, teaching those bullies a lesson and stopping the looting. She wore a mask and rode her horse along the road, seeing all kinds of people stealing supplies and water from others. The rich merchants and landowners, protected by their guards and armed with weapons, were the main culprits. They stole water first. If there wasn't enough, they also took food and supplies, even bullying young women. When they couldn't bully someone directly, they would even kill the girl's parents. Seeing this, Su Hua passed by the camps of these landowners and bullies, and suddenly, her special power activated. In an instant, all the supplies in the landowners' camps disappeared: cattle, horses, carts. Even the straw was taken away, leaving nothing behind. not even a single blade of grass. The guards and servants, who had been stealing water and food, saw their supplies vanish out of nowhere. They thought they were seeing ghosts and were so frightened their hair stood on end.
Ah,
Ghosts. If there were no ghosts, why did all the supplies just disappear right before their eyes? The landowners and bullies, who had been lounging in their tents, waiting for their guards to steal food, water, and young women, were stunned when their tents suddenly vanished. The scene turned into an open night sky, and they were so scared they urinated in fear.
ghost.
There are ghosts, they shouted as they scrambled to run away from their camp. Su Hua sneered and rode her horse past them, heading to the next place where people were looting and killing. This time, she saw a village man and his grandson being attacked. They were fighting over a bucket of water when several people hit them with hoes and shovels, killing the old man and his grandson. Seeing the tragic scene, Su Hua once again released her power, taking all the supplies from the entire village, leaving nothing behind. Later, she went to the next place. Whenever she saw people fighting and killing, she didn't let any of them go. A villain likes to steal and kill, right? So she treated evil with evil. She didn't spare even a grain of rice or a blade of grass. The first group she encountered, Su Hua rode her horse for 30 miles before reaching the end. She collected supplies over 60 times before finishing. But that wasn't enough. After finishing the first part, she turned her horse around and headed back. No matter where she passed, people would be so frightened they would scream and shout, "It's a ghost." But no one suspected her because she moved so quickly. Those who saw her only thought she was just riding past. They never imagined that this ghost was actually a 12-year-old girl. When Su Hua turned back to gather the second part, things got more interesting. She came across the Feng family group, about 15 miles from Qin Camp. More than 100 people, without control from Qin Camp or Qilin, drank from a large wooden barrel of water until less than half remained. Without swords or weapons for defense, they were robbed. Unwilling to be robbed, during the struggle, both sides accidentally knocked over the barrel, and not a single drop of water was left. Everything was taken by the ground. A cart full of rice and grain was also stolen, along with the cart itself. Over 100 people were beaten until their heads bled. Feng Rush's aunt cried out, "It's a curse. Why are they robbing us? This is our stuff." Others also cried, "What can we do? No water, no food. We're going to die." Someone naively suggested, "Maybe if we leave tonight and hurry, we might catch up with the young master." Su Hua sneered when she heard this. These people still think they can rejoin the team? She tightened her legs on the horse and headed toward another place where people were fighting and killing. Coincidentally, this group was the band of bandits who had just robbed the Feng family group, about 50 of them. Su Hua recognized the cart and the grain immediately. At this moment, the bandits were planning to rob 2 villages. The 2 villages they targeted just happened to be the ones Su Hua's mother and others had traveled with earlier. Surprisingly, she found that the village chiefs and villagers of both villages had not been bitten by poisonous snakes or insects. They still had plenty of water and supplies, and the 2 villages had even formed a team. Who would dare to attack a force of over 500 people? These 50 bandits truly didn't know what they were doing. The strong village chief held a shovel and stood in front of a crowd of hundreds. He shouted at the bandit leader, "Try stealing from us and see if we can't beat you. We will fight to protect our villages." The 2 village chiefs formed a team because, when Su Hua rang the bell to wake everyone, they fled together from the invading insects. Unexpectedly, this escape led to a new friendship. The 2 villages had been traveling behind each other for over half a month. Both villages were made up of simple farmers, honest and kind people. It was easy for them to team up as they got along very well. The village chiefs managed their villagers, who were obedient and didn't cause trouble. When the bandits came to steal, the villagers bravely took out their tools to defend themselves. The village chief shouted fiercely, "Get out. If you try to attack our villages, we will fight you to the death. Let's see who dies first." The bandit leader looked at the supplies and water from the 2 villages, and his eyes nearly turned red with greed. but he probably couldn't handle over 500 united villagers. Before he could decide what to do, a frightened subordinate behind him shouted, "Ghost! The mules and carts are gone. The mules and carts are gone." This subordinate was in charge of pulling the carts. He had just loosened his grip, and suddenly, the carts disappeared right before his eyes. The bandit leader doubted he had heard correctly. When he looked back, he nearly fainted. 50 men were surrounding a mule cart behind him. How could the carts just vanish into thin air? But he couldn't guess the truth. The 2 village chiefs were also stunned because they saw the carts behind the bandit leader suddenly disappear. However, when they looked at their own supplies, which were still there, they almost laughed out loud. One said to the other, "Revenge is sweet. Heaven is watching and doesn't like you stealing. If you keep doing evil, even the gods will take your lives. Ha ha ha. Evil begets evil. Thank the gods. Heaven is watching over us." The bandit leader, already distressed about losing his supplies, was terrified. Now, at night, hearing about retribution, he quickly gathered his people and ran away with their tails between their legs. Su Hua helped the 2 village chiefs a lot and then hurried to the next location. The second half of the journey was nearly 30 miles. There, they encountered all kinds of theft and violence. Some stepmothers and their children stole from their own husbands' children. Brothers fought brothers. Everywhere Su Hua went, it was like watching a play unfold. She watched over 60 plays and collected over 60 supplies before finally finishing. However, because she took all the stolen goods from the bad people who robbed and killed, the main group of refugees finally noticed something was wrong. An immortal must be helping us to get revenge. Good always wins over evil. That's great. Some people also started praying for rain. Heaven, please send rain. Su Hua finished collecting supplies and returned to the camp. Those villagers who had gathered around, hoping for water or trying to steal during the chaos, had not yet left. They all hoped to rush into the camp while the men were relaxed. But when they heard someone say that the over 100 thefts by the refugee group had all been taken away by an immortal, they all looked shocked.
What did you say?
An immortal? What do you mean? A man who wanted to rob Chin Su's team shouted loudly. The woman who shared the news was excited and said, "It's those bad people who rob and kill. They just stole from others and suddenly all their rice and grain disappeared. Not a single grain was left for the bad guys. They were so scared, they thought they saw ghosts." Disappeared? That's not true, right? The man's face changed quickly because he was planning to steal from them. Why would I lie?
You can go see for yourselves.
Those bad people have nothing left in their camp now. It's hilarious. They stole from others, but in the end, they lost everything. The woman became more excited as she spoke. Although her family had nothing worth stealing and was also out of water, she felt happy seeing the bad guys get their comeuppance. Fearing others wouldn't believe her, she raised her voice. "Oh, I wish I saw it myself. It's so funny I could die. In my opinion, what the bad guys saw wasn't ghosts, but an immortal who came to help. If anyone dares to steal again, I think the immortal will just kill them." Her words not only reached the villagers gathered in front of Chin Su's camp but also stunned everyone inside, except Su Hua and her mother. Hearing the word immortal and thinking about Su Hua leaving, they immediately guessed that it must be Sister Hong, who helped those in trouble by taking away the bad people's supplies. However, the women all pretended to be foolish. One by one, they kept asking, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Only Chin Su, Qi Lin, Qin Xian, and Rongshi looked at each other. Finally, their eyes all turned to Su Hua. That woman is right. There are indeed many cases of robbery and murder, and everything has disappeared. The Feng family was also robbed. I suspect that this death bay has seen many deaths before, and restless spirits are haunting it. Su Hua spoke seriously, making up stories and changing the subject. The Feng siblings heard that the Feng family had indeed been exposed. Feng Yiming hurriedly asked, "Where are they?" Su Hua casually raised her finger and pointed behind them. Behind, about 15 miles away. They drank almost a barrel of water, less than a third left, and they fought over it and fell to the ground. The mule carts with rice and grain were also stolen by bandits. Stupid fools. Qilin almost exploded with anger. That was just a barrel of water and a cart of grain, and they were stolen. Qin Su looked indifferent and said, "They are no longer part of our group. No need to care about them." Foam Russia wanted to say something to curse the others and flatter the two young masters, but when he heard Qin Su's cold words, he held back and didn't dare speak. Because of the woman's rumors, the crowd gathered in front of Qin Su's camp, and those who wanted to rob were frightened and left, returning to their own camps to protect their food. They were also afraid that the next resource to disappear would be their turn. As for those begging for water, they couldn't get any and couldn't afford to wait, so they gradually dispersed. About half an hour later, the camp was finally free of the crowd. But the danger was only temporarily lifted. Su Huai understood that perhaps no one would rob or kill tonight, and the villagers could barely survive the night. But tomorrow might be different. People who go without water for a long time will go crazy, feeling that since there's no way out, they don't care whether they believe in gods or spirits. Without water, riots and killings will happen. In the end, only 1 in 10 people who leave the desert will survive. So, to prevent looting, the root problem must be solved: water sources. Qin Su also thought of this and called Su Huai and Qi Lin together to discuss. The three gathered, and Qin Su looked serious. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. There might be a riot and deaths. From then on, they would travel 100 miles each day, and it would take at least 3 days to reach Jiepul. However, it takes 5 days for common people to travel, and hundreds of thousands of people will be without water for 5 days. Many will definitely die. This is even more terrifying than war or the end of the world. Young Lady Fifth, actually I and Alin have been hiding something from you because we were afraid it might scare you and your mother. The place we're going next is Jeti, a salt-producing area in Dakian where 10,000 soldiers are stationed. To get through, it's best to blend in with the fleeing common people. Only by traveling with hundreds of thousands of refugees can Jeti be forced to open its gates for the people to pass. This way, our identities won't be exposed, and we can safely pass through without fighting or fighting. Su Huai was stunned and widened her eyes, doubting if she heard correctly. She thought Jeti was just an ordinary city, easy to pass, but now she learned there were 10,000 soldiers stationed there, and it was a salt-producing area in Dakian. But her mind was only focused on 2 words: salt pool. Supplies. Rarely catching the Emperor's supplies. She would not let this go. Qin Su saw Su Huai's shocked expression and thought she was frightened by the soldiers, so he said, "Only the Emperor, the 2 dukes who discovered the salt pool, and officials responsible for salt mining know about this." Regarding the salt supply for the entire Dakian, the map marks the city name, but no one will know there is a salt pool inside. Su Huai came back to her senses and blinked. "You mean we need to bring along fleeing common people to pass safely through Jeti?" Qilin interrupted. "Not only that, but the more refugees we bring, the better. At least several 100,000. The other side has 10,000 soldiers. To prevent the salt pool's secret from leaking, the entire city is heavily guarded, like a fortress. We have only 3 ways to get through. One is to fly over, another is to dig underground, and the third is to walk openly through the city gates with hundreds of thousands of refugees." Su Huai. So, what are you two trying to say? Qin Su hesitated and explained, "We need at least half of the refugees to survive so we can pass safely through Jeti. To prevent too many refugees from dying, I plan not to sleep tonight and look for a water source. So, the camp wants you and Alin to guard tonight. Is that okay?" Su Huai narrowed her eyes. "Find a water source? Didn't you say earlier that Death Bay has no water?" Qin Su nodded and said, "It's true that there is no water, so I don't have high hopes. I can only try my best. The shell in the dead pond suggests it might have been a lake before. I'll look for a low-lying area." Su Hua pursed her lips, looked around the camp with over 200 people, and then at the other refugees. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Actually, I have a way that might let most of the refugees drink water. But it's not very effective, just enough to ensure everyone gets a sip each day." Qin Su and Qi Lin both looked at her with narrowed eyes, waiting for her to continue. Su Hua pointed to the sky and said, "The method is to borrow water from the sky." These 4 words left Qin Su and Qi Lin confused. But Su Hua didn't explain further. Instead, she showed the camp how she planned to borrow water from the sky through her actions. She took a small shovel and dug a hole in the lowest, damp part of the camp. "Fifth miss, let me do it." Chin-su saw her, a delicate girl, digging with a shovel, which looked a bit funny. Naturally, he took the shovel from her. Seeing Chin-su take the shovel, Su Hua didn't argue and immediately directed, "Dig a square hole 3 feet wide and 1.5 feet deep." "Okay." Chin-su agreed without hesitation, following her instructions on how to dig. Qilin watched and also grabbed another shovel, curious, and started digging nearby. Both boys were strong, and after a few shovels, they quickly finished 2 holes. Su Hua saw this and first went to a mule cart to fetch a bundle of dried grass for the horses, which had been sun-dried for 2 days. There was no fresh grass, so she could only make do. "Lay this grass at the bottom of the hole." Su Hua handed the dry grass to the 2 boys, then took 2 wooden water jars from her bag and unfolded 2 sheets of oil paper. Just as Chin-su and Qilin finished lining the holes with grass, Su Hua placed the water jars in the middle of the 2 holes, on top of the grass. After placing the jars, she unfolded the oil paper and laid it over the top of the holes, pressing the edges with stones. Finally, she gently placed a small stone in the center of the oil paper. This caused the oil paper to form a funnel shape, with the tip pointing toward the water jars. When everything was ready, she clapped her hands and patted the dirt. The person said to the 2 young boys, "That's enough. Let the water seekers follow this method. By tomorrow morning, when the sun rises around the time of dawn, they should be able to get water." "Just like that? Is this what you call borrowing water from the sky?" Qilin looked at the 2 strange dirt pits in front of him and wanted to blind himself. Are these just kids playing with mud? He thought it was some amazing method that could really make it rain. "Young lady Fifth, what is the principle behind this?" Chin-su also didn't understand. "It's called condensation water. When I say borrowing water from the sky, I mean borrowing moisture from the air. By using the temperature difference between morning and evening, the water vapor inside the oiled paper will condense into droplets over time. By tomorrow morning, these 2 water jars should be filled. Ahem, I also saw this method in a travel journal," she added. Don't ask why Su Hua knows this method. As someone who traveled through time, she naturally had a hobby of browsing her phone before crossing over. Condensation water? Chin-su heard a new term and looked interested. Without any doubt, he immediately ordered the 4 clans' uncles, "Tell those water seekers about this method." He didn't care if it worked or not. He just hoped it might save a life. If this method really works, 1 sip of water could save a life, he thought. Is this really effective? Qilin was still a bit doubtful when he saw Chin-su truly believed, and he asked Su Hua. The dirt pits were so easy to dig. Just dig a hole, lay some grass, place a water jar, and cover it with oiled paper. Water would collect? In a barren desert where no grass grows. Let's see tomorrow, Su Hua said, not liking Qilin and unwilling to explain further. After saying that, she turned around and went straight back to her tent. She planned to organize the supplies she collected. For example, some living animals like 2 horses, 1 cow, and 3 mules. All of these were stored in her space, tied to the wagon. She needed to raise the horses, cows, and mules, and also start planting grass. She also had over a dozen fish mountains made of mud, which needed cleaning. The fish still alive were thrown into the spiritual pond to be raised, because she couldn't let river fish go extinct during the end times. While Su Hua was busy in her space, Chin-su was not idle either. He ordered his team of over 100 men to keep digging pits. His team was large, with 56 horses and 6 mules, all of which consumed a lot of water. Additionally, some people asked for water, and he shared the method Su Hua taught him for collecting condensation water. This method will be able to collect water by tomorrow morning. Don't keep begging us for water. Hurry up and dig a hole to try it. Even if the amount of water collected is small, each person will have a sip to drink every day. You won't die of thirst. As long as we get out of this desert, everyone can survive. The 4 uncles of the tribe, whenever someone asked for water, patiently repeated this message. Everyone who came asking, whether old, women, or children, saw Chin Su's group of over 100 people teaching and demonstrating. Although those asking for water were disappointed not to get any, they learned the method and eventually went back to dig holes. Thanks to Chin Su spreading the idea, the method of collecting condensation water quickly spread from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. Eventually, everyone in the escape group knew about it. Within less than an hour, everyone started digging holes. Even the landowners and bullies who had previously been stealing from others eagerly joined in. They knew they had to dig. Relying on theft might get them killed. There was a way to survive, so why not learn it? As everyone started working, the scene became even more impressive and frightening. If Su Hua had been riding her horse leisurely at this moment, she would have seen a terrifying sight. The entire escape group, as long as they had shovels or hose, was digging holes. Along both sides of the road, dense pits stretched nearly 60 miles. People dug while talking to their families. Everyone heard that we can collect water. No matter what, we have to try. It takes some effort, but if it works, we can collect water every night and survive this desert. Hurry up and dig. Dig quickly. Each person digs a hole and places a bowl. If you don't have oil paper, find a way to borrow some. Borrowing oil paper isn't borrowing water, so we can definitely get it. When you're done, return it. Someone was very clever, realizing that the more holes they dug, the more water they could collect. But once everyone finished digging, they all became very tense. Some stayed awake all night, silently guarding their holes to witness the miracle of water collection. The tension was so intense it was even more stressful than taking the imperial exams. Even Chin Su and Qi Lin didn't dare to sleep because they were the ones who spread this method. Instead, Su Hua, who was teaching the method, and the other women were peacefully sleeping inside the tent. It's not that the women are careless, but they have come to deeply trust Sister Hongyi's skills. Instead of wasting time on pointless efforts, they prefer to enjoy good food and rest. The next day, just as the sun was rising and before noon, some members of the escape team suddenly screamed loudly. "Ah! There's water in my bowl. My bowl has half a bowl of water." Haha, this one shout was like a drop of water falling into hot oil, causing a big splash. Because this person led the way, others quickly opened their oil paper covers, and soon everyone was cheering and laughing loudly. Oh my heaven! This oil paper really can produce water. Ha ha ha. We don't have to die anymore. We can collect water every day. Even if it's just a little, having a sip of water daily means we can definitely leave the desert. This is great. Chin Su's team also collected quite a bit of water. Out of over 200 pits, they gathered more than 100 bowls, increasing their water supply for half a day. Little Lord, Miss Wu is truly amazing. She really managed to borrow water from the sky. The fourth clan uncle was also overjoyed. This was a miracle, and everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Especially since the entire escape team was cheering, and everyone was caught up in the lively atmosphere. Yes, Miss Wu is indeed powerful. Chin Su was also very happy. With water, no one would die, and there would be fewer fights or killings. Moreover, even if they run out of water in the future, the people had learned how to find water. Gaining this survival skill was a good thing. Because they collected condensed water, nearly 1 million people in the escape team each had a small half bowl of water. Don't underestimate this small half bowl. It can truly keep a person alive. And later, it was proven that even half a bowl of water could sustain someone for a day. The escape team had experienced water shortages before and finally realized how precious water is. That day, everyone was traveling with very little water. No matter how thirsty they were, they endured it. Even children, who cried and fussed, were not given water by their parents. They waited until noon when they couldn't hold it anymore and took a sip, then in the evening they took a small sip again, and at night, they drank the last remaining bit. They split the half bowl of water into 3 sips and managed to survive the day. For those without cooked food, if they had sweet potatoes, they chewed them raw. If not, they chewed raw rice, beans, or wheat. In short, everyone is trying to survive in the desert, with enough food and water to avoid starvation and dehydration, just enduring day by day. Previously, The villains who robbed and killed had their supplies taken away by Su Hua. Their evil deeds were exposed, and the common people recognized them and hated them deeply. The villains were so frightened that they dared not rob anyone anymore. Who isn't afraid that the people might suddenly unite against them? Over 1 million refugees, if just one person calls out, can gather thousands of others to fight and kill over 2,000 of them. Even a single spit could drown them all. As a result, these more than 2,000 villains were forced to honestly hand over silver notes or exchange weapons and money with the villagers for food. Some lacking weapons, but with extra grain, agreed to trade. Others hoping to reach Jeti to make a profit by selling some grain at high prices. No one expected that during these 3 days in the desert, over 1 million people would pass safely and smoothly with a peaceful atmosphere, just for one day. When night fell and they stopped to camp, everyone's first task was to dig pits to collect water for the next day. Haha, finally night is here. Quick, dig pits and collect water. The earlier we dig, the more we can gather. We shouldn't open the oil paper too early tomorrow morning to get more water. Everyone was mobilized again to dig pits. Even children helped press the mud and cover the oil paper. The atmosphere was more united than ever. Fifth sister, everyone is learning the water collection method you taught. You're amazing. While setting up the tent, Su looked at Su Hua with admiration and gave a thumbs up, praising her. He thought this would be something he could brag about for a long time. Every day, he rode alongside Qin Xian, listening to him boast, which made him want to explode in frustration. Are you just wandering around with nothing to do? Su Hua teased when she saw Su Yu wandering around. Of course I have things to do. Su Yu dared not say he was bored. Of course, he helped dig pits and collect water himself. After watching Su Yu run off happily, Su Hua turned her gaze to the refugee group. Now, the entire refugee group was no longer digging just one pit each, but as many as they could. Even Qin Su was the same. His team didn't lack straw, hay, oil paper, or wooden bowls. There's no shortage of people. When they dig a pit, they often dig 500 at once. By the next day, when the sun rises high, everyone removes the oil paper covering the pits. In just one night, Qin Su collected over 200 bowls of water, averaging about 1 bowl per person per day. The best part is that this condensed water is cleaner and clearer than water from the river. Great. Su, now we don't have to worry about water, Qilin said excitedly when he saw their team had collected over 200 bowls overnight. Qin Su glanced at him coolly, clearly annoyed by the comment. Who doubted this pit was useful? Was it just kids playing in mud? Qilin was suddenly speechless, unsure how to reply. When he saw Su Sifin collecting oil paper, he quickly made an excuse to leave. Someone from the Su family, put down what you're doing and let others do it. The whole camp was in a cheerful mood, and the other villagers were also quite happy with their water collection. Each person's pit had collected about half a bowl of water, more than the day before. Because of this, on the 4th day of traveling, the fleeing group moved forward safely and smoothly, with no incidents of fighting, and everyone had water to drink. Qin Su's team was gradually catching up with the main group ahead, while falling further behind the rear. By the 5th day, Qin Su's team finally reached the front of the group, just 2 miles behind the leading villagers. However, just when Qin Su, Qilin, and Su Huai thought that the fleeing group would arrive safely at Jiepul without losing anyone, in the afternoon of the 5th day, something happened. The desert ahead had set a trap for the fleeing group. Instead of the barren land they expected, a vast, endless field of wild desert watermelons had grown. God, look at that. What are those? A woman from the front of the group spotted the strange sight from afar.
Green.
Green things? If there's green, there must be water. Are we about to find water? The villagers at the front were instantly excited, rushing toward the green area at full speed. Although they had condensed water to get through 2 days in the desert, who would complain about having too much water? Everyone hoped to find a water source. With the leading villagers rushing ahead first, others followed, seeing the green in front.
God.
There's water. We found water. Then, more and more people rushed toward the green area excitedly. After about 2 miles, Chin Su's group quickly noticed something unusual. Everyone saw that the villagers ahead were moving even faster. There were also shouts and calls, as if something amazing in front of them was attracting the villagers. Soon, the people at the front, including Su Hua and Chin Su, understood why the crowd was desperately rushing forward. Because at that moment, they saw not only the green color but also that the villagers rushing into the green area had gone crazy. Oh my! It's watermelons! Such big watermelons! Lots of watermelons! Hurry and pick them! The villagers who first entered the green zone were all acting wildly. At this moment, their eyes only saw endless watermelons in front of them. Their minds, overwhelmed with joy, didn't notice that the patterns on these watermelons were very different from the ones they usually ate. When the first person picked a watermelon and cut it in half with a sickle, they found that the inside was made of white, fluffy material, somewhat like ripe loofah. They thought the watermelon wasn't ripe yet, so they hurriedly lowered their heads to eat. Before they could make a gagging sound, others also tore open watermelons one after another, biting and eating out of hunger. More villagers kept joining in, rushing into the green area to pick watermelons. Soon, over 10,000 people were picking watermelons, each holding one and eating. Stop the team. Those are desert watermelons. They are poisonous and can't be eaten. When Su Hua saw this scene, she remembered something. Her pupils widened to the limit, and she shouted loudly to her team. Su Hua shouted to Chin Su, "Young lord, have the team block the people behind, and don't touch the melon vines or leaves." Over 10,000 people in front not only entered the melon area, but also ate the medicinal watermelons. The consequences that follow are easy to imagine. In the desert, diarrhea can cause dehydration and loss of body fluids. There is no milk, and now there is no water source. The fate of over 10,000 people can only end in death. Since meeting Su Hua, Chin Su has heard of earthquake clouds and condensed water. Now he hears a new name, desert watermelon, and sees Su Hua's serious expression. Just like during the last outbreak of poisonous insects, they are cautious and careful, knowing that desert watermelon must not be taken lightly. He believes what Su Hua says completely and immediately gives a loud order. "Men, draw your swords and form a line to block the people behind." As soon as he gives the order, more than 100 men quickly draw their swords and line up in a row. They form a horizontal line about 100 meters wide. Qilin also holds a sword, standing in the middle of the team, ready for action. Just after the team is formed, the people behind Chin Su realize what is happening. They look at Chin Su's team blocking the road, all with puzzled faces and confusion. Someone asks in confusion, "What are you doing? Why not keep moving forward? Why are you blocking the way?" A woman points ahead and exclaims, "What are those people doing? Are they holding watermelons?" A man also thinks they are watermelons, assuming Chin Su's team wants the people in front to pick the melons, and questions in an accusatory tone, "Are you stopping us just to eat the melons yourself?" Qilin's face darkens, and he sternly says, "Nonsense. We are actually saving your lives. How dare you slander us? Don't be so ungrateful. Those are not watermelons, they are poisonous melons. Can't you use your brains? There's no water in the desert for watermelons to grow for you to eat for free." Qilin, being a soldier, shouts loudly, which indeed intimidates the people behind. However, the villagers still don't believe it. They push forward, stretching their necks to look ahead. After hearing Su Hua's explanation about the medicinal watermelons, Chin Su walks up to the people being blocked and loudly declares, "Those are not watermelons, they are poisonous melons. They contain deadly toxins and cannot be eaten. Anyone who eats them will and have diarrhea, and even touching the leaves and vines can cause poisoning. Vomiting and diarrhea in the desert can be deadly. We are trying to save everyone." The villagers were once again convinced by Chin Su's explanation, but the temptation of the watermelon was too strong. One troublemaker didn't believe and shouted, "I don't believe it. You must have made a deal with the people ahead. Those are clearly watermelons. You are responsible for blocking, and the people ahead are responsible for picking." As soon as the troublemaker spoke, Chin Su's hard work in explaining was wasted. Chin Su narrowed his eyes and sneered, You don't believe? Fine, he paused and then shouted, Lin. Send him to his death. Okay. Chi Lin replied. In the next second, the troublemaker was grabbed by the collar by Chi Lin, then suddenly thrown into the blocking area like a rag. Ow! The troublemaker was thrown 10 meters and fell flat on his face. But no matter how painful, he couldn't stop his desire to pick and eat the watermelon, even if it meant risking his life. Even after falling and injuring his internal organs, he still forced himself up and crazily rushed toward the watermelons ahead. The members of Chin Su's team had never seen anyone so eager to die for a watermelon, and they all twitched their mouths in shock. Are those really not watermelons inside? Are you sure you want to go in? Yes, you can go in if you want. But I have to tell you, once you go in, you're looking for death. Do you really want to risk your life for a poisonous fruit? Chin Su patiently tried to persuade the villagers ahead. He had to stop them. Only if he convinced them could they take a detour, and the following villagers would follow the crowd. Are those really poisonous watermelons? Can't we eat them? But people are eating them. The woman who first spotted the watermelons was still uncertain. Chin Su looked back at the tens of thousands rushing to pick watermelons and sighed, they will all become dead men soon. If they eat the poison here, there's no cure. What? The woman was startled. Ugh. The villagers all gasped when they heard Chin Su. Over 10,000 people, all dying after eating the watermelons? That was truly shocking. I'm not exaggerating. In this barren desert where no grass grows, how could such strange watermelons appear? Do you think this makes sense? Seeing that his persuasion was effective and noticing the group behind gradually shortening the distance, Chin Su advised the villagers, follow me immediately and stay close to my team. Stay away from the melon area ahead. Also, I hope everyone can help spread the word. Tell others to avoid the melon area and not to pick any melons. Picking melons could be very dangerous. The villagers looked at Chin Su, who was young but confident and serious. They hesitated and looked at each other. Finally, an old woman said to her husband, let's listen to this young man. It's just a melon after all. We're old, and not eating it won't hurt. Besides, we still have water to drink. The old man nodded and said, all right, we'll follow you. Not eating won't kill us, but if we do and something happens, it would be terrible. Let's go with the young man. After hearing this, a couple with a child also became worried. The child's mother said, Dad, if we don't eat, we'll be fine. But if we do, we might get sick. Maybe we should trust the young man. The man was conflicted. He had 2 children, and if he ate the wrong thing, it could harm them too. That would be unfair. After a moment of discussion, the couple decided to follow Chin Su. Soon, more and more people chose to resist the temptation of the melons, realizing their lives were more important. They followed Chin Su. Seeing that hundreds of people were willing to follow, Chin Su quickly organized his team and led them, shouting, let's go. Everyone behind us, follow our lead and go around the melon area. To avoid the large refugee group from entering the melon zone, only the leader could guide them correctly. He also needed to warn those behind about the danger of the poisonous melons, so they would follow the main group. Soon, over 10,000 people in the melon area noticed something strange about the watermelons and saw the refugees detouring around. Ugh. What kind of melons are these? They're all bitter and dry. These melons taste weird. Look at that. Why aren't the people behind us picking melons? And why are they all going around this area? What's happening? Why is the big group detouring? Soon, the crowd of common people grew longer and gradually formed a long line. Everyone passing by kept shaking their heads and sighing. An old woman sighed. Poor people, they risked their lives just for a melon. A man said happily, hunger can really be dangerous. Luckily, we are behind the front lines, or we might have fallen for it too. A fiery woman spat and said, this terrible weather is too cruel. We finally prayed to the sky for water, and now it seems the angry sky wants to wipe us all out with these poisonous melons. And look, they really do look like watermelons. An old man sighed, the sky is angry and wants to cause death. It seems the end of the world is near. First, there was an eclipse, then a blood moon, then the rivers dried up and poisonous snakes and insects are everywhere. We survived being bitten by poisonous creatures, but now they won't even give us water to drink. Just when we finally found water, now there's a poisonous melon to deceive us. The angry sky. It seems it wants to wipe out all living people. In short, every person passing through the melon area looked at the thousands of people inside with pity, as if they were watching the doomed. When the thousands of people in the melon area saw the crowd pointing and whispering about them, they finally realized they were afraid. It felt like they had entered a forbidden zone, being avoided like a plague carrier. No, it was more like they had entered. Outside the melon area was the human world, the boundary between life and death. A mother of a child looked worried and said, "Child's father, why do I have a bad feeling? Could these melons not be watermelons?" The watermelons in front of them looked different from usual, and they tasted bitter. They were soft and cottony, with no water inside, and the flavor was strange. The child's father quickly threw away the 5 or 6 watermelons he was holding, trembling as he said, "These melons are definitely strange." The child's mother was startled and shivered, thinking of something. Could these melons be poisonous? Otherwise, why are the fleeing people avoiding them? When the word poisonous was mentioned, the other villagers nearby, hearing it, all became frightened and threw away the watermelons they were holding. Their faces instantly turned pale. A troublemaker who was thrown into the area by Qilin happily picked a watermelon and took a bite, then cursed loudly. What kind of broken melon is this? Why is it bitter? After a moment, he muttered to himself, could it really be, as that kid said, are these poisonous melons? Not watermelons? An elderly woman nearby, who was a bit hard of hearing, just happened to overhear the man called Hunzi speaking. Suddenly, she was startled and shouted, "What? You say these are poisonous melons? Did someone tell you they are poisonous?" Because she was hard of hearing, her voice naturally became loud when she spoke. With a loud noise, about 100 people gathered around Hunzi, all staring at his face. Someone asked in shock, "You say someone told you these are poisonous melons?" Another person asked, "What will happen if we eat this melon?" Hunzi was quickly surrounded, with each person asking one after another, "Will we get poisoned if we eat it?" "It's over. This might be a fake watermelon, not a real one. What if we all eat it? What will happen then?" More and more people crowded around Hunzi. Before he could speak, someone started crying loudly. "No wonder the big group behind isn't picking the melons. They're avoiding us. Turns out we ate poisonous melons." Some also complained, "Why are we at the front of the line? Can someone tell us what kind of melon this is? What happens if we eat it? Will we die?" A tall, rough-looking man suddenly grabbed Hunzi's collar and lifted him up like a chicken, shouting, "Speak quickly. What kind of poisonous melon is this? What will happen if we eat it? Don't be impulsive, hero." Hunzi almost peed himself, trying hard to remember what Chinsu had said. A young man said this isn't a watermelon, but a medicinal melon, which contains poison. Eating it causes vomiting and diarrhea, and touching the leaves and vines can also cause poisoning. After speaking, Hunzi wanted to cry. What kind of fool was he? If this melon really was poisonous, he was just asking for death. His life was over. If the king of really wanted him dead, no one could stop it. Am I really this unlucky? Hunzi thought more and more sadly. But now it was too late to regret. There was no medicine for regret in the world. Su Hua, who was at the front of the fleeing crowd, looked at the over 10,000 people in the melon area with a grim face. Especially after seeing how large the melon patch was. Wild medicinal watermelons stretched over more than 10 miles, filled with countless watermelons. Her face remained expressionless, and she stayed silent for a long time. If Chinsu's team hadn't hurried to the front, this 10-mile-wide patch of medicinal watermelons could have wiped out over 100,000, even 20,000 people in just one day. If the entire escape group passes through, over 1 million people might all get poisoned. This is even more frightening than snakes, insects, deserts without water, wars, apocalyptic events, or chemical weapons.
God.
With so many poisonous melons, if we walk through the middle, probably no one will survive. Shen Jiao and a few others walk at the front. They feel like they've been walking for a long time just to get through the melon area, and they are all trembling with fear. Su Sifin estimated their pace and guessed the melon area was about 10 miles wide, confidently saying, 10 miles, at least 10 miles of melons. Thank goodness for Miss Wu. If she hadn't warned us, even if we were careful and didn't eat the melons, we might have blindly walked through the middle and all been wiped out. Uncle Chin Su was feeling lucky and increasingly impressed with Su Huai. His words made everyone in the team look at Su Huai with admiration. Of course, only the Feng siblings looked full of jealousy. But that didn't affect Su Huai. The end of the world is coming, so what's there to boast about? And what does others' jealousy matter to her? Chin Su could feel Su Huai walking silently beside him, but he was also feeling heavy-hearted and didn't bother her. After all, 10,000 people had been affected and abandoned in the melon area. Plus, the dangers of nature made people feel a deep respect. When the escape team of nearly 1 million people passed through the melon area, everyone sighed in relief, feeling lucky to have escaped the desert safely. But everyone was a bit too early to celebrate. At dusk, just when they thought they could stop and set up camp, they were blocked by a vast stretch of sparse plants ahead. Miss Wu, isn't that area ahead also full of poison? Feng Russia jumped out, pushed to the front, and asked loudly in front of Su Huai to make her notice. Su Huai turned her head and gave her a cold glance, bluntly saying, "You predicted it with your crow's mouth." Cough. Chin Su heard Su Huai's blunt reply and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. At this moment, Qilin also pushed forward and asked confusedly, "What are those things up ahead?" Su Huai looked ahead and replied after a moment, "Death seaweed, called 1,000-year orchid." After speaking, she silently cursed the author in her mind. This plant should not be here at all. It's all the author's fault for making up a myth about a post-apocalyptic version of the classic of mountains and seas. Desert watermelon, medicinal watermelon, death seaweed. 1,000-year orchid. The 1,000-year orchid looks a bit like an orchid flower. But it is not as delicate as an orchid. It is drought-resistant. Additionally, the 1,000-year orchid can live for over 1,000 years and is called immortal. The 1,000-year orchid is different from the medicinal watermelon. It is not poisonous by nature. Its poison comes from external sources. Since the 1,000-year orchid is at least 100 years old, its leaves are decayed and moldy, covered with spores, fungi, and black mold. Even without eating it, touching it skin to skin can cause poisoning, bad reactions, and in severe cases, death. When you see a 1,000-year orchid, you should keep your distance and avoid it. If you can't go around it, at least don't touch it. Is this called a 1,000-year orchid? Could it really be 1,000 years old? Su Sifin asked casually. But his casual question turned out to be correct. Su Huashan nodded and said, "The biggest ones could indeed be 1,000 years old." Hearing this, everyone behind was shocked. In the desert, there is no water, yet the 1,000-year orchid can survive for 1,000 years, even longer than humans. Truly astonishing. What kind of terrifying plant is this? Is it more resilient than a tree? Are the 1,000-year orchid and medicinal watermelon both dangerous? Do the fleeing groups need to go around? Chin Su turned to look at the approaching team and asked Su Huashan, then looked for a direction. But soon he realized that, looking around, the 1,000-year orchid did not grow along the 10-mile-long road like the medicinal watermelon. Instead, it spread widely across the area. Su Huashan also saw this. If they tried to go around, they wouldn't know where the end was. And it was almost dusk. The team had two options: either retreat 2 miles back to camp away from the 1,000-year orchid, or pass through the endless spread of the plants. But how far the 1,000-year orchid spread was unknown. What if it stretched for hundreds of miles without end? If the entire fleeing group got trapped in the 1,000-year orchid area at night, it would be a disaster. Especially since they need to collect water at night. Missing a night could mean running out of water and dying the next day. Su Hua thought about this and shook her head at Chin Su. No more detours, and it's getting late. We shouldn't take risks. Let's stop here for today, have the main group set up camp and collect water. We'll move on at dawn tomorrow. Also, our team should retreat a bit and camp farther away. We shouldn't stay too close. Moreover, The melon area is less than 60 miles from here. She wants to do something important there. The medicinal watermelon is one of the herbs, and it can be used as an insect repellent and pesticide. It can also be used as a laxative. In the future, in the end-of-world scenario, there will be many dangers. These medicinal watermelons could be used as biological weapons. And for planting food, we always need insect repellents and pesticides, right? These are valuable supplies. We must not waste them. Okay. Set up camp and send the message. Su didn't realize Su Hua was secretly planning something. After hearing this, he immediately ordered the 4 uncles to camp and pass the message to the people behind. Not only did he tell the entire team to stop, but he also instructed the villagers to pass the message that there are large areas of deadly seaweed ahead. What? More toxic things ahead? And it's called deadly seaweed. The villagers behind were all frightened out of their wits. They had just safely crossed the melon area and survived, and now more toxins appeared ahead. The name is so scary, they couldn't stay calm. Someone cursed the heavens. This plague. It seems the heavens want all the living to die. Though cursing the sky was not appropriate, it expressed everyone's feelings. No one had ever heard of deadly seaweed before. If it weren't for the team leader's warning, everyone might have blindly passed through again. But anyone who passes through might accidentally touch the deadly seaweed, right? If someone dies, isn't that just what the heavens want, to wipe out all living beings? The current situation makes everyone feel like they are walking through a ghost gate. They can't help but curse the sky, the earth, or even their own mothers. But despite the curses, after experiencing the medicinal watermelons, the team leader Su asked everyone to spread the news. Everyone took it seriously and shared the message. It started from the first group behind Su's team and was passed along. Young master, mother, I'm going to the back to check if anyone is deliberately not passing the message. Also, I want to see how those 2 villages are doing. I'm worried they might have gone to pick the watermelons. We used them for half a month to catch up, so I'll go take a look. When the team found a clear spot to camp, Su Hua looked for an excuse to slip away. Xinjiao Jiao heard that Su Hua was leaving to visit 2 villages by horseback and believed it immediately. She thought for a moment and asked, "Should I ask your second brother to go with you?" Su also felt uneasy about a young girl like Su Hua riding around alone. After all, those were refugees worth millions of silver. There were also some bad people who had previously committed murder and robbery. He asked, "Why don't I go with 5th Miss?" Su Hua suddenly felt overwhelmed and hurriedly shook her head. "No need. I can go alone. Nothing will happen. I'll be back soon. Don't forget, I once killed 5 people who knew martial arts in the basin." After saying that, she didn't wait for Xinjiao Jiao and Su to reply. She grabbed the horse under Su Yu and rode off quickly. Her speed was astonishing. Seeing this, Rome sure couldn't help but laugh and said to Xinjiao Jiao, "5th Miss's personality is really like a boy's. If she were a boy, she would be extraordinary, truly outstanding." Su heard this and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't imagine what Su Hua would look like if she were a man. Su Hua, riding away, didn't realize she was being teased. She sped past the common folk. After a short distance, she stopped to ask if anyone had received news about the deadly seaweed. Some people might not want to share such news, especially those who had previously robbed others. Fortunately, Su Hua asked more than 10 people, and all of them said they had received the message. Later, Su Hua moved toward the back of the team and saw the Feng family again. The Feng family had their rice and water stolen. The others took out their belongings to buy oil paper and some rice, saving over 100 people from starving or dying of thirst. The villagers from both villages looked orderly and harmonious. Su Hua dismounted and told the village chiefs about the deadly seaweed, warning everyone not to act rashly. Then she headed toward the melon area. The melon area was about 3 miles behind the fleeing crowd. Su Hua reached the back of the fleeing team in about half an hour. She saw over 10,000 people, all looking like wilted eggplants, dejected and resigned to death, sitting listlessly a mile away from the team. It was obvious to anyone that these people already knew about the medicinal watermelons. Su Hua looked for a while, then squeezed her legs around the horse's belly and rode alone toward the 2-mile distant melon area. 2 miles wasn't far. She arrived on horseback in no time. At this time, it was not completely dark, and there was no one around. Su Huai was very direct and released her awareness aura. Then, whenever she passed through a patch of land, the medicinal watermelons and their vines would all be stored into her space. She would then throw them into the desert area of her space. In the 10-mile watermelon area, Su Huai collected all the watermelons in 10 trips, finishing completely. Correspondingly, the dense fog desert in her space now also included a 10-mile area of medicinal watermelons. From afar, this scene looked like the watermelons outside had just been moved to a different spot. Because Su Huai made such a loud noise when collecting the watermelons this time, the pair of blue eyes in the dense fog of her space were disturbed and appeared again. The blue eyes stared at the densely packed, charming-looking watermelons, blinking twice. Soon after, more than 10 medicinal watermelons in her space suddenly disappeared, along with the blue eyes. When the blue eyes reappeared, they were spinning rapidly, turning over 10 times. Suddenly, the eyes rolled back, and they disappeared into the fog again. All of this Su Huai was unaware of. After finishing collecting the watermelons in the patch, she deliberately looked sideways to check if she had missed any elsewhere. After riding for a while and confirming all the watermelons were collected, she turned her horse around and headed back along the same path. This time, she saw all the villagers digging pits and collecting condensation water together. The dense pits and the villagers working together looked very impressive. Everyone was full of energy, unlike before when they were desperate due to the drought. Night had fallen again, and they could collect condensation water. The camp was still over 200 miles from the reservoir, and they expected to arrive in about 3 days. The villagers only needed 2 more days to gather water and 2 more days to travel, so they were confident they wouldn't die of thirst. In other words, no one would die from lack of water, and the lives of nearly 1 million people were saved. Seeing the hardworking villagers, Su Huai was probably inspired and quickly rode back to the camp. When she arrived at the front camp, she found Qi Lin still digging pits with the men, while Qin Su was cooking food himself. He was not only boiling porridge with water, but also slicing a piece of ham to add to the porridge. It's important to note that this ham was not regular ham. It was dried, cured animal hind leg meat. Su Huai watched Qin Su cut the meat with a dagger, and she was stunned. This young boy exceeded her expectations. She thought the 5 mule carts only carried rice and supplies, but she didn't expect there to be meat too. And it was preserved, easy-to-store cured meat. Without fresh meat during a time of fleeing or the end of the world, ham could be considered a delicious treat. She truly didn't know where Qin Su had gotten these supplies since leaving the basin, and Qin Su. It was impressive. "Young miss, wait a little while, and you'll have porridge to eat." Qin Su saw Su Huai return and immediately poured all the sliced meat into the boiling porridge. Over 200 people fleeing and traveling, except for the fish porridge eaten during the night of insect attacks. They hadn't had a bite of meat for 7 or 8 days. Now, seeing the meat slices, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, especially the children, whose eyes shone with excitement, and some drooled. Su Huai also looked into the pot. The porridge was not only full of rice, but also had plenty of meat. Her stomach made a happy rumbling.
Kor, kin sununtai, hörin sununtai huae stomach roll, twakla sotli.
He knew this girl probably liked eating meat. "Call me when it's ready." Su Huai wasn't embarrassed by the laughter. After saying that, she turned around and looked around again. Seeing her mother and the others helping make straw sandals with Rong Shi and other women and girls, Su Sifin was digging a hole with Qi Lin. She didn't disturb them and went back to her tent. Once inside the tent, she quickly slipped into her space. But as soon as she entered, she was startled again. That branch, which hadn't grown a centimeter in many days, suddenly shot up. It sprouted leaves and grew into a small tree over 3 meters tall, like an umbrella. What kind of tree is this? It hasn't grown, and now it suddenly looks like it's been hormone boosted. So strange. If it weren't for her space and her strong acceptance, Su Huai almost suspected that this tree was a tree spirit or a monster in disguise. I wonder if raising this tree will cause the space to upgrade. Last time, it was because this tree grew that the space could start to contain living things. Su Huai thought to herself, but no one had told her the answer. She could only try her best to nurture the tree, just like watering the desert back then. Anything is worth trying. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Without hesitation, Su Huai used her spiritual spring to pour a lot of water onto the small tree. Until she poured water onto the roots until the soil turned black and moist, she then turned to water the wasteland. At this moment, the first acre of wasteland was ready for planting, and the dozen or so sweet potatoes buried earlier had grown into sprouts. A patch of green sprouts looked very pleasing. Seeing this, Su Hua even wanted to sneak some into her space to eat or cook. But when she remembered that Qin Su might call her to eat porridge in a little while, she held back. Right now, planting sweet potatoes was more important. Thinking of this, she immediately drew spiritual spring water into the acre of land to moisten the soil. Then she picked the sprouts and used the simplest method, took a small shovel, dug small holes, and buried the roots of the sprouts into the soil. Just like planting beans. Su Hua initially wanted to plant by mind power, but since it was her first time planting, she wanted to experience the joy of farming, so she did it manually. Because she dug a hole and buried a sprout each time, and with spacing between plants, planting an acre didn't take long. When Qin Su's voice called out from outside the space, Su Hua had just finished planting the acre. Fifth miss. Qin Su, to avoid suspicion, called out from about 5 meters outside Su Hua's tent, calling 3 times. Seeing no response inside the tent, he thought Su Hua was asleep. He considered leaving some food for her and turned to go. But just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "It's ready." Hearing this, Qin Su turned around in surprise, only to see Su Hua emerging from the tent, looking sleepy-eyed, with no suspicion that she had not been inside the tent at all. He smiled and nodded. Yes, it's ready to eat. Having traveled with Su Hua for many days, he noticed she seemed indifferent to food, eating whatever was available each day. For some reason, he wanted to see her show a little joy when she saw delicious food. But he was destined to be disappointed. In her previous world, Su Hua had no particular requirements for food. She was a child unloved by her parents. She stayed at her uncle's house as a child, satisfied with just a meal to fill her stomach. As she grew up, she lived alone in an apartment after school, cooking a few simple dishes herself. She had few friends and rarely went to restaurants. This made her indifferent to gourmet food. As long as she could eat, she was happy. So, Qin Su later saw her quickly finish a bowl of porridge and then crawl back into her tent. This scene gave Qin Su a strange feeling, as if inside the tent, something was more attractive to Su Hua than food. The first rays of sunlight broke through the darkness, gradually turning the sky a golden color.
Clang.
A starving villager was the first to wake up and rang a copper bell loudly, shouting, "Get up and collect the condensed water." Get up and collect the condensed water. The sleeping villagers heard the call and started to wake up. This scene was like a sleeping dragon suddenly waking up and starting to move. The villagers began to remove the oil paper and collect water, and soon there was cheering all around. Someone laughed happily. "Haha, today's only half a bowl of water, but that's great." Someone confidently said, "Now that we've learned this method, we won't be afraid of dying of thirst anywhere in the world." Someone else agreed. "In this desert, we can even steal water from the sky. If the heavens want to destroy us, let them come." An old superstitious woman shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. If the gods hear you, they might punish us. Don't forget, there's that poisonous thing waiting for us ahead." After the old woman finished speaking, everyone immediately fell silent. Indeed, there were unknown dangers ahead for millions of people. Whether people would die depended on whether the heavens would give them a chance to survive. At the hour of Chun, around 7 to 9 a.m., the entire refugee group finished collecting the condensed water and packed it into water bags to hang around their waists. Those with cloths also took them out to cover their mouths and noses. The villagers had never seen the death seaweed, before and didn't know what kind of strange thing it was. But hearing the name, death seaweed, they knew it must be highly toxic. Everyone thought to themselves, covering their mouths and noses, that they must be careful and not touch it. Just after the hour of Chin-su's team at the front of the main group officially set out, crossing the Millennium Orchid area. Su also had more than 200 people cover their mouths and noses with cloths, as the fungi and black mold could be dangerous. He also reminded over 100 men to hold their horses and mules carefully, to be cautious while passing, and not to scare the animals. The Millennium Orchid was so vast that it seemed endless. Walking through the middle was almost like walking right past the king of himself. Chin-su repeatedly told everyone, hold the children, horses, and mules tightly. Understood. Over 200 people responded seriously. The location where the Millennium Orchids grow is not arranged in a straight line. Walking through them requires winding paths, and everyone must stay alert. Let's go. Chin-su gave the command, and the team finally entered the Millennium Orchid area. Soon everyone realized that the Millennium Orchids really look like orchids. Large orchids were blooming and bearing fruit, with full, round seeds. Additionally, they saw rotten leaves that looked moldy, and a foul smell of decay was in the air. Second sister, is this one probably over 1,000 years old? Su Sifin pointed to a huge Millennium Orchid in front of him. It was called huge because its leaves stretched over 3 meters long. They grew close to the ground, looking like a giant octopus. The leaves were more than 1 meter wide and thick, like leather. The whole orchid covered nearly 10 square meters. Su Hua looked at the fungi growing on some rotten leaves of the orchid and nodded seriously. Even if this one isn't 1,000 years old, it's at least 500. Someone sighed. Wow, if we hadn't fled here, we'd never know such strange plants exist in the world. Someone else, still scared, said, yeah, it's terrifying. It makes my skin crawl. Luckily, we're not traveling at dusk yesterday. The orchids looked like giant octopuses. Thinking about walking through them at night made everyone shiver. Chin-su shouted, stop talking. Stay alert and focus on walking. This area of Millennium Orchids was probably very large, and they had to get through before dark. Su Hua also thought of this and quietly quickened her pace to lead the way. As they went deeper into the orchid area, the fleeing villagers behind them saw the true form of the deadly seaweed. They were frightened and screamed, this thing is so scary and so big. Scared me to death. It looks like a giant monster. Some couldn't resist and tried to touch the plants, especially those who had previously fought violently. Some guards and attendants approached with big knives, pulling apart the leaves to look inside. A few braver ones, acting like troublemakers, cut at the orchids as if venting their anger on rotten leaves. You're asking for trouble. Stop ruining everything. Someone behind them shouted angrily. No matter how much they curse, they can't stop some reckless people from causing trouble. The Fong family is the same. More than 100 people heard that the two 15-year-old boys who told the fleeing army about the deadly seaweed were probably Chin-su and Qi-lin. They remembered how Chin-su had driven them out of the group, how Su Hua didn't help them when they were in danger, and how the Fong siblings abandoned them. Each of them held a grudge. Some people thought Chin-su exaggerated how scary the deadly seaweed was. They believed it was just a plant that didn't move. Could it really be that powerful? Suddenly, someone said, just looking at this thing makes me sick. I'll set it on fire myself. Let it live for 1,000 years. What a joke. He immediately took out a fire starter and tried to light the 1,000-year orchid. In the dry desert, everything easily catches fire, even the 1,000-year-old orchid, especially the decayed, dried leaves that have been dead for over 1,000 years.
Boom.
The 1,000-year orchid was instantly set ablaze. The man who lit the fire saw the orchid burning and laughed wildly, saying, isn't this supposed to be a deadly poison? Well, now it's burned. Aunt Fong from the Fong family also cheered and encouraged, let's keep lighting fires along the way to clear a path for those behind us. As soon as she said that, members of the Fong family really started doing it. They set fire to one plant after another, acting like a bunch of crazy people. The common people following behind the Fong family suffered. The thick smoke made them cough and curse. it. What kind of crazy people are these? Isn't this smoke toxic? But no one told them the answer. Finally, one man couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Beat those beasts to death. We should be focusing on our journey, not setting fires. What if there's poison? We'll all get poisoned." Traveling through poisonous plants was already dangerous, and now some lunatics were making it worse. How could they tolerate this? One person raised his arm and shouted, and over 100 responded. They all grabbed their tools and rushed after the Feng family. Anyone seen setting fire was immediately attacked with shovels. "Hey, what are you doing?" The Feng family members didn't expect their good deed to cause public anger and asked unwillingly, "What are we doing?" "Killing you beasts. Let's see if you'll keep burning or not." The leader spat and ordered over 100 people to chase and beat the Feng family members. At the front, Su Hua and Qin Su didn't know about the chaos behind them. The more than 200 people were still carefully leading the group through the desert. More than 200 people never expected that their team would encounter trouble. The maid Chunying's corpse, Lady Lan, suddenly came back to life. Lady Lan's empty eyes looked at the endless Millennium Orchid and suddenly let out a creepy laugh. "Ha ha, sir, I'm here. Wait for me."